Chapter 361. The three of them stayed in one spot, carefully monitoring their surroundings. After all, they were in the wild, and Chu Ci was truly terrified. Mutated animals were everywhere, making it impossible to guard against them. Checking the battery levels of the two mechanical spiders, Ji Xian charged one, while patrolling the other around their hiding spot. After doing this, the two of them finally felt a little relieved. Ji Xian had just finished his meal when he immediately began to cough. He took a few deep breaths to suppress the cough. Chu Ci didn't hesitate and quickly retrieved the royal jelly from his backpack. With Lei Ming around, it wasn't convenient to share this stuff, so Brother Xian had to hold on. Now that everyone was gone, with only one person still unconscious, it was the perfect time to apply the royal jelly. But Chu Ci had barely taken the item out when Ji Xian coughed and pushed it back down. He shook his head gently, motioning for Chu Ci to put it back down. Feeling relaxed, he even managed to joke with Chu Ci, "Don't worry, I definitely make it back to base. I won't leave you a widow." Although his current physical condition was truly dire, it wasn't a life or death situation yet. He could still hold on a bit longer. Furthermore, royal jelly had a distinct odor, making it extremely taboo to use outdoors. It was doubtful whether Lei Ming could conceal it, and it was also highly likely to attract mutant beasts like black bears that loved honey. In their current state, they truly couldn't withstand a serious battle. Furthermore, Ji Xian tightened the opening of his backpack. He felt truly distressed. Royal jelly was so precious, and simply using it to apply to the body would be a waste of natural resources. It would be the most wasteful way to use it, and he couldn't bear to do it. Heartbroken and reluctant. There's no need to be surprised. This would be the same choice for any genetically modified person, like a panacea for an incurable disease. Chu Ci's thoughts instantly empathized with Ji Xian. It seemed he wouldn't resort to royal jelly unless he was completely destitute. The matter was over. Since she was bored, she simply pulled another piece of pork jerky from her backpack and handed it to Ji Xian. "A little extra?" Ji Xian shook his head. "We haven't eaten in 2 days. Our stomachs haven't adapted to the intensity of meat yet. A nutritional supplement is the best option right now." Chu Ci nodded obediently and collected her belongings. There weren't many pieces of jerky left in her backpack, so she saved it for dinner. Ji Xian walked over and quietly embraced Chu Ci. He actually wanted to do just that since they first met, but the situation was too urgent. The battle between the monkeys and the jackals could end at any moment, and no one could stop it. He could only abandon everything and, as quickly as possible, take Chu Ci and flee the high radiation area. Now somewhat safer, Ji Xian contentedly rested his head on Chu Ci's shoulder, gently nuzzling the crook of his neck. The two of them lay quietly together, silent and unspoken, their affection lasting for a long time. Alas, this tender moment was short-lived, interrupted by Su Dong's spitting up blood. Having just coughed up blood, Chu Ci frantically helped him clean up the scene, while Ji Xian quickly produced the special energy stone to help stabilize his condition. After a while, Su Dong groggily awoke. The sunlight was blinding, and he shielded his eyes with his hands. It took him a moment to adjust. The first thing he did after regaining consciousness was return Ji Xian's energy stone. Turning around, he saw Chu Ci. Su Dong was puzzled. Who is this? He didn't remember Chu Ci being on the team. Chu Ci, A flash of life? She turned to look at Ji Xian. "I'm afraid your teammate can't be saved." Ji Xian silently turned his head away. Wasn't the meaning in her eyes too obvious? Su Dong's condition was at most a genetic breakdown. With so much special energy, his condition should have improved slightly. Luckily, Su Dong had just woken up, and didn't have much energy to focus on Chu Ci, otherwise they would have seemed too abrupt. Ji Xian cleared his throat lightly, and explained to Su Dong, "This is my wife. She heard we were missing, so she came to check on us." Su Dong frowned, feeling a slight headache. Missing, so she came to check on us? He couldn't help but wonder, could this be the after effects of radiation damage? Was his brain and hearing failing? Chu Ci finally recovered and greeted him with a smile. "Captain Su, my name is Chu Ci, Ji Xian's." "A cheat, haha." She straightened her face and replied, "Ji Xian's wife." Chapter 362. Su Dong was silent for a long moment, his worldview rapidly reorganizing. This entire team of elites had been tormented to this point, some dead, some injured, yet a young girl had made it here, completely unharmed. His worldview must have been shattered and reorganized. He even wondered if he was still dreaming. Su Dong looked up at his surroundings, and suddenly sat up in shock. He asked Ji Xian, "We're out?" Chu Ci saw his swift movements and felt it was more like a moment of last breath. Ji Xian went over and helped him sit against a tree. Then, with a smile and a nod, he replied, "We're out. We successfully exited the high radiation zone." Ji Xian pulled a bottle of water from his backpack and held it to him. "Drink some water. Rehydrate first." Su Dong nodded. Seeing Lei Ming gone, his expression darkened. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Captain Lei?" Ji Xian said, "Don't worry, Lei Ming is fine. We only have 3 explosives left. He should check over to the car and get a few pickaxes for digging rocks." Su Dong breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were all out. He had initially known that Ji Xian and Lei Ming had taken turns using special energy stones to keep him alive, but his injuries had ultimately become so severe that he fainted. He thought he was doomed, but he managed to escape again. This showed how much the two had to work to stabilize his condition. He took a deep breath. As the saying goes, great favors go unacknowledged. Upon returning to base, he would thank them with real money. Although Su Dong's genes had collapsed, fortunately, fate hadn't completely wiped him out. As long as this mission was successfully completed, he still had a chance of survival. In fact, not only him, but even Ji Xian and Lei Ming, who were in slightly better condition, had no choice but to successfully complete the mission. This was the horror of a highly radioactive area. Even if you could escape for a moment, the damage left in your body would quickly destroy your matrix. So now they could only move forward, with no way back. As the cold liquid slid down his throat, Su Dong felt the burning sensation in his chest ease. He glanced at his watch and realized he had been unconscious for 2 days and 1 night. After a moment's thought, he asked Ji Xian, "How long has Lei Ming been out?" Ji Xian, "About half an hour. The round trip by car takes about an hour. He should be back in another half an hour." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xi waved his hand, saying, "No need. He's back." Ji Xian raised an eyebrow, then listened carefully. His expression changed. "That's the sound of a car. Could it be the second wave of troops from base?" Su Dong had been curious about Chu Xi's hearing, but upon hearing Ji Xian's words, his expression changed immediately. The base sent a second wave? Ji Xian nodded gravely. If someone else had taken the mission. Never mind. No point in overthinking it. Let's go and see what's going on first. As the vehicle approached, the others finally saw the car. I can only say, it's such a shabby car. Apart from the bumpy roof, all other unnecessary accessories are gone. The 4 doors are empty, and the front windshield and rearview mirror have also been cleaned off. The headlights were dented, the hood twisted and distorted, the entire car a mere skeleton. The only good news was that Lei Ming had driven the car back. He had already packed his belongings, and seeing the key in the front of the car, he opened the hood and discovered the damage wasn't serious. At least the engine was intact. He checked the condition of the fuel tank. Lei Ming performed a simple repair on the car, and miraculously, it was roadworthy. It might look a bit ugly, but it was late at night, and as long as it worked, it was fine. Who needed a bicycle? This was arguably the biggest surprise of his trip. It would save them a lot of trouble the rest of the way. At least Su Dong wouldn't have to be carried all the time, and their journey would be much faster. As the car approached, Lei Ming realized that Su Dong, who had been unconscious, had regained consciousness. Did you know it was your turn to work? You woke up just in time, he chuckled. Su Dong smiled and nodded. He was the only one in their team who knew how to use the mountain mapping device, so Lei Ming's claim that he was awake at the right time wasn't an exaggeration. He was definitely going to be needed down there. Lei Ming stopped the car. Should we just leave, or should we rest a bit? Naturally, this question was primarily addressed to Su Dong. After all, he was too weak, and Lei Ming worried he wouldn't be able to withstand the bumpy ride. Let's leave. Ever since he heard there was a second wave of troops, Su Dong hadn't been able to calm down. This was truly a matter of life and death, and there was no time to lose. Lei Ming nodded. Since Su Dong could persevere, it would be best for them to set off as soon as possible. After all, everyone feared the consequences of a long night. Chapter 363. Only after getting into the car did Chu Xi discover that the surprises were far greater. Besides the mining shovel and pickaxe, the car also contained 2 bundles of sturdy rope. Most importantly, Team Lei had found 2 boxes of ammunition and a bomb. This gave them 4 bombs. While still far from enough, 1 more bomb gave them a better chance of blasting through the underground river. The 2 boxes of ammunition were just enough to replenish the weapons of several people, otherwise, they would have been forced to share the little equipment Chu Xi had on hand. The destination wasn't too far away, it only took them 2 hours to reach the designated location. Now was no time to skimp on the search. The team was still counting on Team Su to be of great use. They had to rely on him to manufacture and nurture the 2 special energy stones until they could move on their own. Ji Xian's energy stone was completely destroyed, and Lei Ming's only had a quarter of its battery left. Heartache, that's for sure. For a genetically modified person, the special energy stone is like their lifeblood. However, the success of the mission, their ability to find the detonation point, depends entirely on Su Dong. Otherwise, without the gene repair potion, everyone will be doomed, and there's no future to think about. The closer they get to the foot of the mountain, the more determined their expressions become. Chu Xi guessed that this is what it means to live in the face of death. The car stopped at the edge of the mountain road, still some distance from the mountain. The next step was to determine the detonation site. Su Dong coughed as he got out of the car. Even after having massively used the mutant energy stone, he was still very weak. He leaned against the car frame and walked to the trunk. He took a deep breath and powered on all the equipment inside. After everything was set up, he returned with a blackboard. Chu Xi couldn't help but sigh slightly. It wasn't anything else, she was just a little worried. How could Su Dong possibly conduct a mountain survey in his current state? Like a frail willow swaying in the wind, his main character embodies an indomitable spirit, but it was of no use. Even though she was a layman, she had a rough idea of how arduous this project was. Even if Su Dong were strong and healthy now, finding a suitable location in the mountains for blasting would probably be extremely difficult to accomplish in a short period of time. Furthermore, he was so weak that he had to rest after every few steps. How could he adapt to the intense physical exertion of mountain climbing? Unfortunately, Su Dong was the only one who could understand the survey data. Even if others wanted to help, they couldn't. She couldn't help but feel distressed. This was a life-threatening situation. Now the mission was just around the corner, and he was limping. Chu Xi scratched her head in worry, but Ji Xian and Lei Ming remained remarkably calm. Chu Xi's perspective was limited. She simply didn't understand the power of technology. Back in the car, Su Dong sat back and took a few breaths. Then, he immediately took over everyone's watches and testing equipment. He then took out a blackboard-like electronic device and fiddled with it for a while. Then, he took out several small chips and attached them to the spiders and bees one by one. After he finished his laborious manipulations, Lei Ming immediately gave an OK sign and took the lead. Alright, Captain Su has connected our equipment to the monitoring station. The geographical information detected by our testing equipment will be uploaded simultaneously. Let's divide up our respective areas. Chu Xi was a little confused. This was quite different from what she had expected. It turns out that mountain exploration is a total mobilization effort. She couldn't help but turn to look at Su Dong. Amazing. Productivity had instantly increased several notches. Look, this is a precious technical talent. And now, all the problems she worried about haven't occurred. A perfect reversal. One can only say that knowledge changes destiny, and this kind of destiny is enviable, especially for a laborer like her. Thankfully, the problem was solved, and the mission continued smoothly. For safety reasons, the team split into two. According to combat coordination practices, Lei Ming and Su Dong would naturally be on one team, while Chu Xi and Ji Xian would be on the other. Although they were operating in a team, there was still some distance between the two people. The chip's detection range was a circle with a radius of 20 meters. To maximize efficiency, the distance between the two people in each team was at least 40 meters. Although it was a bit far, if a powerful mutant beast appeared, the two people could still look out for each other. The human's role was merely that of a mobile transmission station. The information they collected could be quickly uploaded to Su Dong via their wristwatches, who would then analyze it and identify the most suitable locations for the blast. Time was limited, and they couldn't possibly explore every inch of the terrain. They could only rely on experience to select a few locations that appeared to have depressions in the mountain for testing. Unfortunately, Team Su's responses were all negative. There was no other way. They simply had too few bombs on hand. The best approach in this situation would be to drill a hole and place the bomb directly into the rock layer, but they had no large-scale drilling equipment, so they could only watch helplessly. When they arrived, they had a surprisingly large supply of bombs. If one round didn't penetrate the mountain, they just bomb a few more, hoping they eventually do. But everyone knew the power of bombs, and when faced with danger, they naturally pack a few and leave. But now, by the time they actually arrived to blast the mountain, they only had 4 left. Thinning the mountain was the worst strategy. Su Dong shook his head, looking at the data. The mountain was simply too thick. They have to dig in over 200 meters at a time. With just a handful of them? How long would it take them to finish? They had been searching for over 4 hours, but still couldn't find a suitable location. Lei Ming couldn't help but feel anxious. He texted Team Su, asking, if we go any further, the underground river's direction will change, right? How many meters from the rock layer have we detected so far? Su Dong opened the black tablet and took a look, then shook his head helplessly. He raised his hand and sent him a voice message. No, it's still too far. The closest one is 146 meters. If the soil is loose, it might be manageable. But if there are rocks or the geology is unstable, it would be a serious problem. Lei Ming frowned, his brow furrowed. He was extremely anxious, but there was no other way. If all else failed, he could only dig a hole, but could their bodies hold out that long? If they stayed out there for another day, the danger would increase exponentially. Even if there is another special energy stone, I am afraid it cannot save the lives of these 3 people. Chapter 364. Lei Ming and Su Dong stopped talking, continuing to carefully search for a possible suitable location. Suddenly, Su Dong's face lit up. Only 35 meters away? He immediately gestured to Lei Ming and typed a message to him. Chu Xi has detected a suitable location. Lei Ming's face lit up with joy, and he immediately gathered around. Chu Xi, however, was a little worried. Her little mechanical spider had fallen. They were near a cliff edge covered in dense grass. She only discovered the cliff's location after seeing birds occasionally swooping down. The soil here was very loose sandstone, and the soil it was holding onto couldn't support the weight of the little mechanical spider, and it fell. Chu Xi wanted to command it to climb back up, but she discovered that 2 of its legs had been broken. What could she do? The cliff was about 60 meters high. Wouldn't she have to climb down by herself? She wasn't afraid of just the rope, of course, but the cliff was densely packed with bird nests. Isn't this a bummer? These little birds aren't big, only the size of ordinary pigeons, but their beaks are incredibly sharp. They look incredibly formidable. If she just casually walked right past someone like that, wouldn't she be pecked to pieces? The little mechanical spider couldn't leave. Unable to delay Jixian's progress, she could only gesture for him to go ahead. Jixian frowned, but still walked over to investigate. What's wrong? Chu Xi told Jixian everything about the flock of birds and the little mechanical spiders. Jixian parted the grass and saw the spectacular scene on the cliff from the side. His expression was solemn. These are mutant cliff martens. They like to live in groups. There are at least 200 of them here. Although they're not usually very aggressive towards humans, that's only when they're not provoked. In other words, if Chu Xi dared to pass by them, they would definitely be their nemesis. What should I do? The little mechanical spider is still down there. Jixian thought for a moment and said to Chu Xi, can your little mechanical spider still climb? Chu Xi nodded. It could climb, but it couldn't maintain its balance and couldn't scale the cliff face. Jixian nodded. Okay, that's not a big deal. We throw down the hemp rope, and you direct the little spider to climb onto it. Attach its mechanical legs to the rope fibers, and we pull it up. As he spoke, he pulled the rope from his backpack, chose a spot where there were fewer cliff martens, and threw it down. Chu Xi's eyes lit up. This seemed like a viable solution. She immediately controlled the little mechanical spider to crawl in that direction. However, after a moment, her expression froze, a hint of disbelief in her eyes. She tapped her watch and confirmed with Jixian, is that the one hanging in the grass an energy stone? It looks very similar, but isn't that a bit too hasty? Or does she just like energy stones and think everything looks like one? Jixian, He leaned closer to Chu Xi. It looked very similar, but he wasn't sure. Remember, he wasn't sure. Just drop a surveillance camera, and you can pick up an energy stone? Isn't this world too fantastical? After a long pause, he replied, take it with you. Bring it up, and let me see. Chu Xi nodded, and spread out 2 robotic arms to hold the energy stone. Now, her little spider really only had to move. As it turned out, something even more bizarre was yet to come. A moment later, Chu Xi had the same question again. Brother Xian, look, is this an energy stone? Jixian, Bring it up. Chu Xi, it doesn't have any extra legs. Biting off more than it can chew, the little spider finally came up with only a small stone. Chu Xi reached out and touched it, nodding to Jixian, it's an energy stone. Jixian looked at the energy stone, then at the bird's nest on the cliff face. After a moment's disbelief, he exclaimed, Black Gold Zone? God, what kind of awful luck is this? Chapter 365. Su Dong looked at the data transmitted from Chu Xi with some confusion. What's going on? Wasn't it only 35 meters away just now? Why did it suddenly soar to 120? He took a deep breath. Could there be an error in the data monitoring? It's not impossible. For example, a large rock mass beneath the soil layer could cause this error. If they had multiple alternative locations, he wouldn't have dwelled on this data. But Lei Ming was right. If they continued forward, they would almost leave the underground river area. This might be their only chance. Without hesitation, Su Dong immediately sent a message to Chu Xi, asking her to rescan the area they had just checked. Just as Lei Ming's heart had just relaxed, and he had barely caught his breath, he noticed the change in Captain Su's expression. His heart sank, and he asked hurriedly, "What's wrong? Has there been another mistake?" Su Dong remained silent. He couldn't make any judgments about the current situation. Lei Ming's heart sank. Was their only option left to dig that nearly 200-meter tunnel? The intensity of the work wasn't the issue now. They simply didn't have the time for it. Given their current physical condition, they could only hold out for about 3 more days. Once the tunnel was dug, they'd probably be able to rest in peace. Lei Ming took a deep breath and said to Su Dong, "Let's survey the rest of the road. If we really can't find a suitable blasting site." He sighed. "If we really can't find one, when we get back tonight, send the 3 closest locations to Chu Xi and hand her all 4 bombs. Then, you can teach her how to install the bombs and time their detonation. If all else fails, they have no choice but to leave their lives here. Regardless, the mission must be completed. Otherwise, the base will be destroyed, and tens of thousands of people inside will be displaced. This is a wasteland, and the cost of displacement is too high. Only 1 in 100 will make it to another base. The wilderness can be brutal." Su Dong naturally understood Lei Ming's meaning and nodded silently. If they couldn't find a suitable blasting site today, they could truly cease their rescue efforts. While no one is above sustenance, even mercenaries, like them who often face life-threatening missions, their experience has led them to a more open-minded outlook. He has a girlfriend, and since he can't survive, he must at least save the base and give her a place to stay. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel somewhat relieved. While waiting for Chu Xi's reply, he joked with Lei Ming, "When I first started carrying out missions, I was terrified. Every time I went out, I would write a suicide note. As I completed more missions, I became much braver, and I escaped death so many times. I didn't expect to die here today." Despite saying this, he still had some illusions in his heart. If I can get back safely this time, I marry Meow Meow right away." Lei Ming, with a slightly grim expression, agreed, "There's a chance. There's a chance, but it's very slim." Although Su Dong had sent a message to Chu Xi, to be honest, he didn't dare to harbor too many illusions. After all, the data he had seen from that flash of light suggested a large rock mass rather than a large rock layer. He focused on the data coming from Chu Xi. She must have been conducting very thorough testing, as the monitoring equipment was running slowly, but the numbers weren't ideal. 185, 162, 193, 171. Unfortunately, there weren't any data below 100. He re-energized himself and said to Lei Ming, "Let's continue the testing." With that, he left his position first. Lei Ming took a deep breath and turned to head back to the area he had just inspected. Chu Xi was busy rescuing Spider-Man and hadn't noticed the message Su Dong had sent her. Little had she known that both of them were now practically dead. Chu Xi peered down at the auspicious spot below the cliff. She felt she had assimilated perfectly into the wasteland. It had only been so long, and yet, it seemed, all she could see was the good of the black gold treasure land. Alas, despite her indie, now wasn't the right time to go down and hunt for treasure. Firstly, the numerous sand martins on the cliffs were no pushovers. She wanted to find a safer way to get there, to avoid being bitten by a hornet's nest. Most importantly, they were in a hurry. Jixian was still relatively safe, but Lei Ming and Su Dong's lives couldn't withstand any more hardships. Chapter 366. Chu Xi's little spider was broken, and the inspection progress would definitely be significantly reduced. She had no choice but to raise her watch and prepare to report the situation to Su Dong. Then, she saw the message he had sent earlier. Chu Xi read the message to Jixian. "You said he asked me to rescan the area we just monitored. Did I find anything here?" Jixian nodded. "He must have found a suitable blasting point, but he asked you to rescan because he's not sure. You said, did your little mechanical spider just fall off the cliff?" "Yeah," Chu Xi nodded. She pointed to the general location. "See? The little spider scratched a spot there." Jixian looked up in the direction Chu Xi pointed. The entire cliff was about 80 meters high, and about a third of its top was occupied by the nests of rock martins. These burrowing little birds have small openings, barely wide enough for a single adult. The location Chusi described was right below the nest of the cliff swallows, no more than 2 meters away. If that was the case, it was very likely Su Dong's chosen blasting point. Chusi scratched his head. If that was the blasting point, then once they successfully blasted the breach in the underground river, wouldn't the black gold zone beneath the cliff face be immediately washed away? Ji Xian sighed. Nearly 5 hours had passed since everyone split up, and there had been no news from Su Dong, indicating that the situation there wasn't optimistic. Now, it seemed they had found the blasting point, which was the best thing for them. As for the Feng Shui treasure land below, they were all wearing protective suits, so at most, they would suffer minor injuries that wouldn't tear their flesh. As long as they protected their heads and made it down to the bottom of the cliff, they could still make it. The most important thing now was to rescan the area to further confirm the accuracy of the information. Chu Si's mechanical spider was now partially disabled, so he had to use it for the rescan mission. However, to prevent the situation just now, he had used a rope as a crawling route for the mechanical spider, eliminating the risk of it slipping. Chu Si was also prepared. Not only was Lei Ming and the others' time valuable, but her time to snatch up any leaks was equally precious. If this was confirmed to be a suitable blasting site, it wouldn't be long before several people would gather. Wouldn't that mean she would have to share most of her black gold? There were probably some energy stones stuck in the grass below. She could just pick up the visible ones first. As for the rest, she would just do her best. After entering a treasure trove, there's no reason to return empty-handed. She was already prepared for the possibility of being bruised and battered by the sand marten, but she had to protect her head. If she were to suffer a blow to the skull, it would be a serious matter. While the energy stone could quickly heal wounds, if it caused a disruption to the brain nerves, it could be fatal. She couldn't take that risk. But she only had a thin headgear, which offered little protection against this kind of impact damage. Chu Si observed the marten's beak carefully, and found that while it was very sharp, it was of reasonable length, not particularly long. After some thought, she cut some weeds from the surrounding area, put on the headgear, and began to stuff it in. She stuffed it in as much as she could, the more the better. Fortunately, the snake's skin was flexible, and she finally managed to form a ball, which finally gave her some peace of mind. After painstakingly brushing aside the weeds around her eyes, she arrived at Ji Xian's position. He had already set up a rope, and Chu Si was about to climb down from there. Seeing her current appearance, Ji Xian took a deep breath. Fortunately, he had seen the world and immediately recognized her tactics. Not bad, after all, these were the only things he had. After testing the cliff face, he could try out her method. Chu Si struggled to look down and pointed at the small mechanical spider hanging above. How long will it take to complete the test? She was still waiting to go down. Ji Xian checked his watch. Wait a moment, I sent a message to Su Dong. As soon as he raised his watch, Su Dong's voice message came through. The results were naturally encouraging. At this moment, Lei Ming and Su Dong felt like they had truly escaped a desperate situation. Wait, let's get there right away. Chu Si's heart raced with anxiety upon hearing him say that. Quick, get Spider-Man up here. I have to get down. Ji Xian shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, they're still on the other side. Even if we rush over here, it'd take at least 3 hours. Chapter 367. Although she still had 3 hours to attend to her own affairs, Chu Si was still extremely anxious. Based on the area of the bird's nest above, the black gold area below was estimated to be at least 180 square meters. In 3 hours, she might not even have covered half of it. So, as soon as Spider-Man came up, she immediately climbed down the rope. The process was smooth, but the result was tragic. Those swallows really didn't tolerate her at all. As soon as she appeared on the rock face, many cliff swallows were startled and flew away. When she looked closely, she saw that she had entered their territory. The swallows' immediate retaliation followed, and the force of their attacks was like a storm. Chu Si felt a bang-bang on her back, as if someone was stabbing her with an awl. Even though she had prepared beforehand, she was still caught off guard by the attack. Fortunately, her head had been treated, because these cliff swallows were very cunning, and most of their attacks were aimed at Chu Si's head. Despite the excruciating pain, she dared not lose focus for a moment, and quickly slid down the rope. Only when she reached the nesting area did Chu Si truly understand that the flock of sand martens had held back. Once they truly entered their proper territory, the thugs who had previously been watching from the nest were all in full force. Chu Si was immediately surrounded by the birds, and given a good beating. And this time, It was unknown who was leading the charge. A small group of them, doing nothing but pecking at Chu Si's hand, were truly a tough guy in tears. There was still at least 60 meters below, and she wouldn't let go, even if she was beaten to death. But the pain was unbearable. She finally experienced the true meaning of 10 fingers connected to the heart. Chu Si felt like she was losing control of herself. With all her willpower, she managed to control herself and hold onto the rope. Previously, Chu Si had always used her feet to support herself against the cliff face, controlling her descent speed. Now, with no other options, she abandoned this method and risked a quick descent. As expected, her grip loosened, and regaining control was no easy task. Furthermore, her hands were now bloody, and her reflexes severely impaired. Under the acceleration of gravity, she blasted like a cannonball into the pit. Luckily, there was a pit below, otherwise, she would have been crushed to pieces. Ji Xian was startled. He hadn't expected the situation to take such a sudden turn for the worse, for she would have fallen straight down. Although he knew Chu Si had the energy stone, seeing her fall to the ground and unconscious for a long time, Ji Xian didn't care about his own injuries and hurried down to check. Chu Si's feelings were now extremely complex. First, there was pain all over her body. Then, there was the stench that lingered in her nose, a strong, overpowering smell. Then, there was the softness beneath her, the feeling that she had already sunk more than halfway down. At that moment, Chu Si felt a bit overwhelmed. She felt that she had seriously overestimated her endurance. She wanted to throw up without hesitation, but before she could react, Ji Xian had already begun to climb down. Chu Si was startled, too embarrassed to complain. She could only climb out of the pit, and immediately call Ji Xian. As soon as the phone rang, Ji Xian looked down. Sure enough, Chu Si had already struggled to climb out of the pit. She gestured upwards, signaling Ji Xian to continue climbing. With his current physique, Chu Si could already foresee what would happen if he continued to climb down without hesitation. But dying before achieving victory always brings tears to the hero's lap. From now on, she had to mention her late husband when introducing herself to others. The thought of it brings a pang of sorrow. After this interruption, Chu Si did feel much better. Combined with the power of the energy stone in her hand, the few flesh wounds on her body began to heal rapidly. Even on her hand, which was the most seriously injured, removing the gloves now left only a few bruises and red spots, which would soon disappear completely. She covered her nose and coughed. It was too choking. It's true, when heaven bestows great responsibilities upon a man, it first tests his will and endurance. Chu Si silently recited 2 paragraphs, but no, such profound principles seemed unable to move a mere mortal like her. She glanced at her stained watch. Damn, 15 minutes had already passed. How many 15 minutes could she possibly waste? She already suffered enough. If she just lay here, feeling sick, wouldn't she be completely destitute? Chu Si took a deep breath. A bit too much. Calm down, calm your mind, focus. And get to work. The first step, of course, was to pick the simplest and most efficient tasks. Chu Si first wandered around the grass with her crossbow, swatting 5 mutant grasshoppers and picking up 18 energy stones. Sadly, they were all tiny soybeans, but that made sense. These energy stones were likely from small insects, so they weren't that big. This area was relatively safe. She hadn't spotted any powerful mutant animals, so Chu Si felt quite at ease picking up bargains here. She quickly strolled along the grass again and harvested 3 more. She felt that strolling further would not be very effective, so she decided to move on to the next step. Chapter 368. It was almost time to dig for the black gold, but Chu Si was feeling a bit apprehensive. It wasn't a big deal, the main issue being that she hadn't brought any digging tools. This time, she and Ji Xian had only brought a few weapons with them for surveying the mountain, and she hadn't brought anything like a pickaxe. She had originally planned to just find a wooden stick down there, reminiscent of the one she used in the wolf's den. While it was a bit crude, it was still enough to get the job done. But, she glanced at the large hole she blasted. She probably hadn't hit the bottom yet. Judging from the current situation, the bird droppings were probably at least knee-high. This must have taken generations of effort. But honestly, it wasn't a bad thing for her. Since she already come down, why would she be afraid? But there was a serious problem. Without the right tools, she was too slow to dig. Wait, 3 o'clock. No. She looked at her watch. There were only 2 o'clock and 17 minutes left. With so little time, if she still had to use a wooden stick, her efficiency would surely be incredibly slow. By the time Lei Ming and the others arrived, she wouldn't have even completed 1/10 of her progress. Chu Si looked down at the exceptionally rich soil and took off her gloves with a serious expression. Since it had come to this, she might as well just go for it. She glanced at her hands, not giving herself a second to hesitate, and with a swish, she plunged them into the pit. I can't stand it, absolutely not. Chu Si reached for her forehead, but she stopped herself in time. She squatted there quietly, wondering if this method of fighting fire with fire was a bit too harsh for her. With a slight flick of her finger, a faint energy flowed through her skin into Chu Si's body, and her eyes immediately flashed. Her former energy level returned, just like that. It truly was like real money healing a heart disease. The medicine worked instantly. Having harvested her first energy stone, Chu Si's heart instantly settled. She glanced at the white spots on the ground and wondered, could I just think of them as a beach, and dig for clams there? Never mind. This was my last fig leaf. So what else could I do? Closing her eyes, she began to work. It was a bit harsh at first, since she was in a cesspool, after all. But with each sugar-coated bullet of encouragement, Chu Si quickly let herself go. It was all to say, tireless and delightful. Had she known there was so much good stuff inside, she might not have needed to spend so much time preparing herself. In this day and age, there's nothing shameful about doing a little dirty work. Looking at the thin layer of energy stones covering the bottom of her backpack, Chu Si just wanted to laugh out loud. Not only was this not shameful, she was actually proud of it. Hurry, speed up. Such a prime location can't be taken away by anyone else. Luckily, she could identify energy stones with her bare hands, saving her a lot of effort. Having completely cast off her mental constraints, Chu Si unleashed all her energy and went straight to work. When you truly want to do something, the increase in efficiency is astonishing. Chu Si seemed to feel no fatigue at all, working diligently like an old ox that has plowed the fields for a lifetime. A thief digging out manure is a pious act. By the time Lei Ming and the others arrived in a hurry, Chu Si had already plowed the ground and was heading up on time. Perhaps because her scent was too familiar, Chu Si received a noticeably less severe beating this time. She sat aside, using sand to clean the stains from her body. She also wanted to rinse thoroughly with water, but that was absolutely impossible. They only had a small amount of drinking water left, and it was precious. How could they possibly waste it? There was a lake nearby, but unfortunately, it was still a bit far away, and their priority now was to blast the mountain. Lei Ming and Su Dong were unprepared, and upon exiting the car, they were nearly knocked unconscious by Chu Si's fumes. Fortunately, they were the vanguard of the mercenary group, so in that respect, it didn't embarrass them. She had expected them to despise her, but Chu Si didn't know that, in Lei Ming and Su Dong's eyes, her gear was nothing more than a medal of honor from the black and gold zone. They were Indians. This was the difference in perception shaped by the environment. Subjectively, they didn't take the odor seriously, so how could they despise it? One must have basic respect for the financial sponsor. Chapter 369. The black gold zone was indeed tempting, but compared to their own lives, it was still somewhat less valuable. Thus, Lei Ming and Su Dong's first priority now was to confirm the blasting point, and then complete the mission. Ji Xian had already measured the approximate location. There was a margin of error, but it wasn't too large. In other words, no matter what, they couldn't avoid these sand martins. Finally, after careful calculations, the most suitable blasting point was exactly where they were, right inside the nest. Chu Si was a little worried. She had to be the one to dig the hole, but the attack power of these swallows was not to be underestimated. After the previous battle, she now fully understood the difference in combat power between the two sides. Touching her protective suit, which was riddled with holes, Chu Si felt a little uneasy. She had been so busy mining down there that she hadn't noticed how much her suit had been punctured. After coming up and removing the hood, which was covered in grass stems and looked like a hedgehog, she finally understood the terrifying nature of these sand martins. In reality, the attack power of a single swallow isn't formidable. What's terrifying is its attack in groups. Even Chu Si, no matter how brave she is, wouldn't be able to withstand a large-scale fight. While she was still worried, Ji Xian and the other two had already devised a battle plan for her. Inspired by her headgear, Ji Xian, Lei Ming, and Su Dong all contributed their coats, filling them with leaves to serve as a sandbag. As for Chu Si's head, her original headgear was perfectly adequate. Although it was a bit warped, it still functioned. The moment Chu Si saw the turtle shell, honestly, she rejected it. But she had to do this job. Not to mention Lei Ming's life-saving grace, she couldn't let the base be lost, considering the small house her family had saved so hard for. So, she definitely had to carry the turtle shell. But since she already come this far, why couldn't she enlarge it for her own safety? For example, wrap her whole body inside. So, Chu Xi woven a thick straw helmet over the shield that Ji Xian and the others had assembled. It was a perfect semicircle, ensuring it would fit snugly against the cliff face. The more Chu Xi looked at it, the more satisfied she became, even a little regretful. She had been careless before. If she had thought of this plan earlier, she wouldn't have had to endure that ordeal. Watching the turtle shell instantly transform into a pot lid, the expressions of the other three froze for a moment. When faced with hardship, one must adapt. Adapting leads to success. All three of them were used to being strong. Even the idea they had just come up with was specifically for Chu Xi, but unexpectedly, when it came to self-protection, they were perhaps a bit conservative. It's true that when faced with hardship, one must adapt. Adapting leads to success. Ji Xian was pleased that Chu Xi had this idea. He hoped most that Chu Xi could use everything around her to protect herself. Looking at her incredibly tattered gloves, Ji Xian handed her his. Be careful. Even so, there will definitely be sand martins flying into your safe zone. Chu Xi nodded. She had anticipated this. Whether they attacked from outside or not, the dense nests on the cliff face alone would surely catch some of them while she was moving. There was no doubt that some birds would fly out to peck at her. But again, she wasn't afraid of a single fight. Even if 3 or 4 came at once, it wouldn't be a problem. As long as they weren't in a swarm, Chu Xi felt she could handle it. And her pot lid was quite useful. After she dug the tunnel, she could keep it as a barrier against the door. The more she thought about it, the better it was. Ji Xian brought her the pickaxe from the car. Everything was ready, now they could go down and dig. Chu Xi gathered her gear and climbed down, wearing her enhanced straw helmet. While they endured a torrent of wind and rain along the way, the big pot lid felt so safe. Alas, if it can't get in, it can't get in. Chu Xi was delighted. It felt like lying in a mosquito net in the heat of summer, listening to the buzz of mosquitoes outside. Far from being irritated, it felt incredibly joyful. As they descended to the vicinity of the nest, sand martins began to emerge from their caves, making a surprise attack. But don't panic. Chu Xi was well controlled. Like an old dog, she was as steady as a steed. Chapter 370. The three of them lay on the cliff top and watched for a while. Seeing that Chu Xi was handling the situation well, they prepared to go about their business. In reality, the easiest way to improve Chu Xi's protection was to remove their protective suits and give them to her. The reason they took such a long detour was mainly because they also wanted to experience the joy of digging for black gold. After Chu Xi confirmed that there was no danger, they followed her down. At least by going now, they could help her take some of the attention off. Of course, this was just talk. In reality, they didn't take much of the burden off, mainly because they were falling too fast. There was no other way. The three of them valued their lives, and with their fragile bodies, they dared not withstand the attacks of those mutated cliff swallows. So, they made the same decision as Chu Xi had made. As they descended the cliff, they tacitly relaxed their grip on the ropes, and then, almost simultaneously, they whooshed down, giving the cliff swallows no time to react. By the time they recovered, the three of them had already successfully completed their descent to the ground. Cliff swallows, forget it, let's just keep attacking the pot lid in front of us. They really need more training. Look at these 3 real mercenaries. Even though their bodies were as weak as pickled cabbage in a hospital bed, not one of them actually fell. Even Chu Xi was amazed by this maneuver. Overall, Lei Ming and Su Dong were relatively professional. They handed over a 1/5 introduction fee as per custom, and since Chu Xi was busy digging the hole, they even made room for Ji Xian. In fact, even Chu Xi and the others couldn't hide in this spot, so the two of them were quite authentic. Chu Xi's progress was also smooth. After sliding to the knot, she began hammering at the cliff wall with her pickaxe. The soil here was a sandy, not too hard, soil that was very easy to dig, especially for an experienced hand like Chu Xi. Digging a hole was a breeze. She also saw an opportunity. After about 3 meters, Chu Xi unearthed 3 nests of bird eggs and captured 5 mutant sand martin chicks. Chu Xi, thinking of the nests on that cliff face, which I had previously despised, now automatically transformed into the feeling of digging for cicada monkeys. It was addictive, but after digging 5 or 6 nests, she had successfully deviated from her original path. Fortunately, Su Dong noticed the problem in time, preventing a major disaster. But this incident certainly didn't dampen her enthusiasm. She dug quickly. Once she was done, she could come and dig for the cicada monkeys. And the sense of accomplishment was far greater than actually digging for cicada monkeys. These creatures often come in clutches, and sometimes you can even catch an adult. Luckily, a sand martin's nest is usually only dug about 3 meters deep. After that, there's nothing surprising. Chusei gathered all his strength, and the total distance was only about 30 meters. It wasn't a big deal, and could be finished quickly. While the work wasn't too tiring, it was very busy. Digging and transporting the dirt had to be done at the same time, and the 2 large sacks she brought with her weren't enough. The digging lasted until dusk. Jixian pulled out 8 energy stones from the black gold, including a special energy stone. A huge profit. Lei Ming's haul was also good. He found 9 in total, but unfortunately, they were all ordinary energy stones. Su Dong's luck was a bit worse. He only found 5, but they were all white, which made him quite content. Besides, he hadn't finished searching below yet. Maybe he could turn the tables tomorrow. As night deepened, the 3 of them climbed the ropes to the cliff top. Perhaps it was the scent on them, or perhaps it was because the sand martins were rarely active after dark, but they had saved themselves the inevitable beating. Jixian sent a message to Chusei, asking her to go upstairs to eat and rest. The wilderness was dangerous, so it was better to stay together. Chusei checked the location on his watch. It should be only 8 or 9 meters away. Better to wait a little longer. This thing was a nuisance. Besides, she wasn't planning on going out tonight. Such a vast territory awaited her conquest. Chusei patted her waist. Hanging a crossbow, and several quivers were still attached to her waistband. Ammunition was plentiful. Tonight was her hunting time. She wasn't being blindly arrogant. She knew that even if Jixian and the others escaped due to some danger, the detonation point was right there. They would definitely return. Even if they couldn't, well, no worries. She could complete the mission successfully, and then return to Monkey Mother, who would still be able to get her back to base. So, she had thought it through thoroughly, or at least she thought so. So it was settled. After dinner, Jixian and the other 2 climbed into the car and took turns resting, while Chusei continued to work tirelessly digging the tunnel. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, she finally touched solid rock. This must be it. According to Su Dong's instructions, she had cleared a prototype area with a 3-meter radius nearby and placed the 4 bombs in their designated positions. Chusei clapped her hands. Finally, it was done. Fearing any mishaps, she even took a photo to show Su Dong. Only after confirming everything was correct did she begin her egg-collecting quest. Finding a spot about 2 meters and 67 meters deep, Chusei began a reckless sweep. It was perfect timing. The cliff martins were unusually slow to react at night, and with the aid of her tranquilizer crossbow, Chusei was unstoppable. To avoid crushing the eggs, she placed them on both sides of the tunnel, now forming a neat row. The sense of accomplishment was overwhelming, especially after she dissected 3 special energy stones. This emotional high reached its peak. Then, she encountered her lifelong nemesis, a short, plump snake less than half a meter long, which nearly trapped Chusei in the tunnel. Chapter 371. The moment that short and thick bit Chusei, she knew she was doomed. The snake's venom was incredibly potent, and its effects were incredibly fast. Almost as soon as she felt the pain, she was already collapsing. The energy stone was in her front pocket, but now her entire body was paralyzed, unable to even raise her hand. Chusei collapsed to the ground, unable to move her arms or call out. Even though the escape route was so close, she couldn't do anything. This world was full of disappointments, but when the time finally came to leave, Chusei felt a wave of reluctance. She thought of Jixian, of Xiaofeng, and then of every little detail from before, the embarrassment of being hunted by the mutant beast, and the delight of finding her first edible leaf. I couldn't accept this, I really couldn't. My sister's already been in this state, how could she just die? I couldn't just sit there and wait for death. I had to struggle. Maybe there was still a glimmer of hope. Chusei's mind raced. Could she notify Jixian and have him come down to help? The watch had a voice call function. She struggled to move her eyes, letting out a series of huh and huh sounds. Despite her intense anxiety, the words wouldn't come out. I didn't know if it was her excessive excitement that had exacerbated her poisoning. Just now, it was only numbness in her limbs, but now Chusei was struggling to breathe. In that instant, her senses were reconnecting with her previous experience. But this time, she hadn't sent out a distress signal. Chusei couldn't help but feel disheartened. Was there really no way to save her? Her breathing grew increasingly weak. No more pills. Just then, her eyes suddenly lit up. Chusei spotted a small energy stone, located right to her right. It was small though, and her watch had previously blocked her view. It looked like it was from the stockpile she dug out of the cesspool. Perhaps she'd thrown it too hard, and a few had just happened to fall out. At such a close distance, she had to survive. Just to move that 1 or 2 millimeters, Chusi exerted all her might. Her fingers trembled, but they finally moved a little, and that was the difference between life and death. The moment her hand touched the energy stone, her symptoms instantly eased significantly, and her breathing gradually became smoother. She didn't dare slack off, waiting for the moment she could move even slightly. Chusi immediately put her hand into the sling, and the feeling of the full energy stone finally brought her peace of mind. It truly is true, there are always higher mountains. She actually been a bit conceited before, because Chusi could absorb ordinary energy stones, allowing her to survive unless she was fatally struck. So, she lost some of her awe of the wasteland. So, a single snake could render her defenseless. Chusi's heart pounded, and she was terrified. She looked up and saw, wow, Little Short and Thick was still lying there quietly. This was probably a skilled and daring creature, perhaps never considering that any of its prey could stand up again. Chusi's emotions were mixed. This creature had nearly killed her. Logically, it must be eliminated as soon as possible. But, isn't this the potent venom they've been searching for? It's highly toxic and quick-acting. If they had this kind of venom, arrows tempered with it would be incredibly formidable weapons. Of course, all this presupposes capturing this mutant snake alive. Remember Jixian mentioned before that snake venom is primarily composed of toxic proteins, which lose their effectiveness if exposed to air for too long. It seems that without any protective measures, the venom lasts about 2 days. Of course, this doesn't apply to different snake species, but the general idea is the same. So, if they want the venom, they have to capture this creature alive. Chusi pondered, wondering if it would grow large enough. Its current size was perfect. If it grew too large, it wouldn't be suitable for them to keep at the base, and they might even run out of food. But never mind, they capture it first. If that didn't work, they extract the venom separately, and have Jixian find a place to store it so they could use it for a while. Having made the decision, she wasn't one to procrastinate. She got to work. Chusi had learned his lesson this time. He grabbed a handful of energy stones and stuffed them into his collar, and the battle officially began. I expected a bloody battle, but things went surprisingly smoothly. This creature's evolution was severely biased. Its only real strength was its poison. It was small and crawled slowly, occasionally shoving its fat front end up for a surprise attack, but Chusi grabbed its fate by the throat. Chusi deftly tore a strip of cloth from his own body and carefully wrapped it around the snake's head, ensuring it couldn't break free or open its mouth. Then he rolled up its body and secured it with another strip of cloth. I left it there for a while, observing it. Good, no problem, it couldn't break free. Chapter 372. After finishing her work, Chusi shook off all the energy stones on her body, keeping only one in her sleeve for future use. Looking at the time, it was only 10 o'clock in the evening. The night was long. She had to get on with the bird's nest digging. Otherwise, tomorrow, if the bomb went off, all these things would be gone. After all, such an opportunity was rare, and it would be a shame to waste it. However, compared to before, she was noticeably more cautious. Now, every time she dug a nest, she would double-check before taking action. She deserved the most generous reward for her hard work. The eggs were arranged in a straight line along the pit, and on the other side were the mutated cliff martens that had been killed. The efficiency of the sneak attacks in her dreams was so high that Chusi even thought about doing it exclusively in the future. Most happily, she had caught 2 more stubby little slugs without any harm. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about one of them suddenly dying and running out of stock. The mutant snakes Chusi caught were all about the same length. She wondered if they were from the same batch, or if they only grew to this size as adults. Never mind. She asked Jixian and the others after daybreak. At around 3 in the morning, all the sand marten nests were finally cleared. She dug tunnels until 9 in the evening, and the rest of the day was spent excavating these caves. Each pair of sand martens was different. Their nests at the bottom of the cave were generally made of branches, weeds, and feathers. Some nests also had small stones placed next to them, but most were just ordinary stones. Small energy stones were found near about 1/30 of the nests, but the number wasn't excessive. In total, there were only about 20 or so. Again, they were free, and she was very satisfied. Each nest holds about 4 to 6 eggs, so Chusi's collection was quite large. She hadn't counted them exactly, but it must have been at least 300 or 400, with some already hatched chicks. Though some of the adults had escaped, she had managed to keep most of them. Seeing it was almost time, Chusi began sorting out her haul. The bodies of the sand martins were easy enough. They were all packed into large bags and carried to the main tunnel. The eggs were the real problem. They were as hard as chicken eggs, crumbling into a pool at the slightest bump. She could only carry them bit by bit, painstakingly, relying on her stamina. The most precious were the 3 little snakes. Chusi had tied them together and protected their heads with a layer of armor. She had to be careful. Jixian and the others didn't have Chusi's special abilities. If they were bitten, they would be chomped. Lei Ming and Su Dong had waited so long to get this far. If Chusi accidentally sent one of them away, she would likely die outside. At daybreak, Jixian texted Chusi, "How's it going? Are you coming up?" He knew Chusi well. She would certainly not let go of the flock of sand martins. However, he had severely underestimated her ability to act, assuming she hadn't finished her sweep yet, hence his question. Chusi's response was simple, "Come up." Jixian immediately lowered the rope. Chusi tied a sack of sand martin carcasses to it, then pulled down the rope, signaling the men above to pull up. Lei Ming had just stepped out of the car when he noticed Jixian carrying a bag up. He hurried over to help, unpacking the bag and revealing it was filled to the brim with sand martin carcasses. His expression froze for a moment, then he jokingly said, "What a good catch." No wonder, last night while he was on duty, he kept hearing the sound of sand martins flying out of their burrows. He originally thought Chusi had disturbed them by digging, but it turned out she disturbed them by robbing their nests. Looking at this catch, she really had a lot of work last night. Jixian smiled but didn't reply. He continued to throw the rope down, then pulled up another sack, then a third. Lei Ming and Su Dong, who had been watching the excitement, were now getting a little impatient. Did she rob all the nests? She's truly a tough girl. Even if they were to do this, they probably wouldn't be able to pull it off. This shows that, purely in terms of physical strength, Chusi must be stronger than them. It's just outrageous. Now they were convinced. Chusi had killed all the adult birds, so there was no way she still have eggs. Ding! Jixian received a message and checked his watch. It was Chusi asking him to add another tow rope. It looked like the highlight was about to begin. Lei Ming, eager to see what she could come up with, immediately climbed into the car and handed her another rope, which they then used to descend along the rock face. Chusi hadn't been idle either. She had reconfigured her pot lid contraption, originally a half circle, into a quarter circle. With the saved material, she wove a vertical baffle, perfect for holding bird eggs. To prevent them from breaking, she cushioned each layer with a thin layer of sand, soil, grass, or something similar. This thing instantly changed the minds of the 3 people on the cliff top. No matter how strange the shape, it worked. The 2 carefully pulled the massive thing up and positioned it against the car. Finally, it was Chusi's turn to climb in. Chapter 373. Since the cliff swallows were nearly extinct, Chusi encountered little attack when he ascended. Jixian and the other 2 thought their scare was over, but Chusi, upon ascending, pulled 3 small snakes from his arms. Jixian took a closer look, and even with his incredible composure, he almost cried out in shock. Mutated short-tailed vipers. Lei Ming and Su Dong were truly horrified. Why had this ancestor tied up 3 such vicious creatures? Mutated short-tailed vipers are highly venomous snakes, quite formidable. A bite from them, even with a timely injection of serum, might not save them. This sister. She's truly a sister. Then one of the short-tailed viper's tail twitched slightly. Literally, the 3 grown men took a large step back, as if by reflex. Chusi, She organized her words. What kind of snake is this? How big can it grow? Jixian opened her mouth and explained to Chusi, this creature is called a mutant short-tailed viper. It's very venomous. Chusi nodded, understanding her. Jixian continued, its mutation has increased its venom, which is why it grows so large after reaching adulthood. As soon as Chusi brought back a live one, he immediately understood her intention. Jixian was thrilled. He had never imagined that he would ever dare to raise a short-tailed viper. He had never dared to think truly. Chusi naturally understood the level of danger involved, so she had already decided to personally care for the vipers and extract their venom. That way, even if they were bitten, it wouldn't put her life in danger. Lei Ming quickly pulled a small iron cage from the car and, using a wooden stick, dropped the 3 creatures into it from a distance. It was safer to keep these things inside. The others absent-mindedly finished their breakfast. Next came the main event. They were about to blast the mountain. They had originally wanted to wait a little longer, But the Tomorrow mercenary group sent word that the second wave should be arriving soon, and they couldn't let them take advantage. So, even though they were still reluctant to leave the Black Gold Zone, they reluctantly gave up. Su Dong once again confirmed the location of the bombs, and then they quickly drove away from the slope to avoid any detonation that might cause the mountain to vibrate. The three of them were highly professional mercenaries, and they had once again chosen a sturdy, high-ground location with less snow to effectively prevent avalanches. Everything was ready, and they clicked the bomb to detonate. A few rumbling sounds were heard, and a large amount of dust rose from the Cliff Martin's side. Su Dong carefully examined it with a telescope. After a while, water began to flow out. Su Dong's face lit up with joy. It worked. Hard work pays off. The others were also extremely excited. They had finally made it out. They were saved, and the base could be saved. Moreover, the base and the mercenary group would surely give them other rewards when they returned. But after Su Dong carefully examined it for a moment, the joy on his face slowly faded. He scratched his hair in frustration. The blast must have failed. The water flow and velocity haven't met the expected standards. Those mutated giant salamanders shouldn't be able to emerge. The others' faces changed. After all, once the water flowed out, they wouldn't even have a chance to expand the breach again. Even if the water didn't flow as fast as expected, it was beyond their ability to prevent it. So, if they failed this time, they would almost certainly die. A breath instantly chilled their throat to their heart and lungs. Chu Xiai coughed lightly, patted the large sack beside her, and suggested, "Can we use the carcasses of the Cliff Martins to lure the mutated giant salamanders out? We can't breach the breach, but they can." Lei Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. It might be worth a try, and he felt the success rate was quite high. Excited, he wanted to give Chu Xiai a bear hug, but Ji Xian shoved him away. "What are you doing? Hurry up and drive over there." Lei Ming nodded excitedly and immediately started the car, heading towards the cliff. Fearing the cliff's load-bearing capacity wouldn't meet the standards, they didn't dare drive over this time. Chu Xiai stayed behind to watch over the car, while the other three carried the carcasses and ropes. The reason Chu Xiai was left behind was because the cliff was too unsafe. They all tied their ropes to trees before daring to cross. The bodies of these San Martins hadn't been autopsied yet. Ji Xian and his team were conducting the disposal while they were being examined. The current there was turbulent, so to achieve their goal, they stuffed all the highly radioactive San Martin carcasses into knots. There were 7 or 8 to a string, and 3 strings of rope, totaling over 20. The smell of blood should be enough. The rest, they could only wait. Chapter 374. The bait had been dropped. Ji Xian and the other two stood guard at the cliffside, nervously watching the situation below. A minute passed, then 5, but still no significant movement below. Only a few mutant fish took a few bites at the Cliff Martin, before being quickly swept away by the current. Could it be that the current's direction meant the scent of the Cliff Martin's blood simply wasn't attracting the mutant giant salamander's attention? The others were quite unsure about this situation. After some thought, Ji Xian lifted the rope and slashed the Cliff Martin's body several more times with his dagger. There was no other way. This was the only thing they could do. Lei Ming and Su Dong followed suit. They had fought as hard as they could. Now it depended on whether fate would let them live. After another 10 minutes, the others felt a distinct tremor from underground. Ji Xian's face lit up with delight. Such a commotion was definitely more than a mutant giant salamander crashing into a crack in the rock. The water flow, visibly increasing in volume, suddenly surged. To observe the situation below, the three of them stood very close to the cliff edge. Many lumps of earth had already fallen. Not wanting to delay, they hurriedly untied the ropes tied to their bodies, gripping them tightly with their right hands. Ji Xian and Lei Ming exchanged a glance, then, in perfect unison, lifted Chu Xi's bag of San Martin bait and tossed it with a single thrust. Then the three of them quickly climbed the ropes and retreated from the cliff. Just as they retreated to safety, a loud rumbling noise echoed behind them. Chu Xiai jumped, initially thinking a large chunk of earth had collapsed from the cliff face. Upon closer inspection, he realized that while the cliff was precarious, the loud noise was actually the sound of a mutant giant salamander cascading down the cliff face. With a whoosh, Chu Xiai hurriedly stood up from his seat. "It's done!" This time it really worked. The three of them arrived near the car and immediately witnessed this exciting moment. With a common purpose, they simultaneously raised their watches and began snapping photos. After they finished snapping, they withdrew their hands with a touch of embarrassment. After all, they were all used to being captains, so after completing a mission, taking photos and collecting evidence had always been their job. Now, out of 3 captains on the same team, only one was confused. Jixian coughed. Captain Lei, submit the photos and change the mission status immediately to avoid further complications. Su Dong nodded. Hurry up. Lei Ming knew this was no time to refuse. Completing the mission quickly and efficiently was the top priority. 3 minutes later, the review results came back. Without any surprises, the mission had been successfully completed. This matter had finally been put into practice. The group leaned back against the car with abandon. Lei Ming raised his watch and took a group photo. His role as acting captain wasn't in vain. Chu Si's temporary status as a member of the team should be officially recognized. Although her background was questionable, if it weren't for her, the three of them wouldn't have been able to successfully complete the mission with their shabby bodies. This matter would be handled by the Tomorrow Mercenary Group. After all, Chu Si's contributions were evident, and such a small task wouldn't be a big deal for them. What's more, the team that successfully completed the mission was composed entirely of their own mercenary group members, giving them a lot of confidence. After hearing Lei Ming's explanation, Chu Si's first reaction was that it was unreliable. She hadn't forgotten how she'd been kicked out of the mercenary group just as word of Ji Xian's disappearance had arrived. Now, making her a full member seemed a bit wishful thinking, considering the reward was a gene repair kit. Ji Xian thought it was 80% feasible. The group's previous treatment of her was simply because they felt she had no one to rely on, and they didn't want to keep idle people. Now, not only was Ji Xian still alive, but Chu Si herself had the potential to become a big boss, so the mercenary group naturally wouldn't be hostile to her anymore. Chu Si nodded and thought, it seemed so. She was a big boss now, so impressive. Suddenly, another mutant giant salamander rushed out of the cave ahead. This one had a better aim, and ripped off a piece of rope with one gulp. Chu Si frowned, a hint of worry building in her heart. There are only 3 ropes tied up here, and one has already been snatched away. After we leave, without the bait, will these mutant giant salamanders continue to run out? The others were remarkably calm about this question. Ji Xian said, it's no problem. As long as the gap is large enough, they want to explore. And there's an unexpected benefit to opening the cave here. Once these mutant giant salamanders emerge, they won't be able to climb back out due to the height of the cliff. This would truly solve the problem once and for all. However, the terrain here is low, and the river's flow increases, inevitably merging with the lake below. This could mean the arrival of yet another group of overlords in this area. Chapter 375. Although the mission was successfully submitted, the team remained in the car for a while longer, observing the situation until several giant salamanders emerged one after another before they could confirm the blast hole was safe. After all, the impact of this incident was too great to allow for even the slightest error. With the matter successfully resolved, the 4 of them packed up and prepared to return. Ji Xian and Lei Ming sat in the front row, preparing to take turns driving. Su Dong, still feeling a little unwell, occupied the second row alone, currently resting there. Chu Si, on the other hand, huddled in a corner of the third row, her but barely making room for the edge. The rest of the space was occupied by the team's other tools, such as pickaxes, shovels, sacks, and rope. In her arms were the belongings she had brought from home, including the royal jelly, and the bag of energy stones Chu Si had dug out from the manure pit. She had sealed the bag in a plastic bag and placed it on top of the royal jelly, with the remaining food on the outer layer. While the order of placement was somewhat counterintuitive, she had arranged them according to their importance. These were the things she couldn't afford to lose. If anything went wrong, she could minimize the damage to her property. Originally, she wanted to take the 3 mutant short-tailed vipers with her, but after much persuasion, the others stopped her. Mainly, Chu Si wasn't afraid at all now. With her solid foundation, she always kept an energy stone close to her. But the others didn't know. She had no choice but to surrender to their kindness. Although her seat was a bit cramped, she wasn't worthy of pity at all. Chu Si should have felt a little ashamed, because the back 2 rows of the car were filled with her belongings. 2.5 sacks of sand marten carcasses, a large basket of bird eggs, and 3 mutant short-tailed pit vipers in a small iron box. These 3 items alone filled the back 2 rows of the car. Fortunately, the car was large enough to leave them room for shelter. Compared to Chu Si's bountiful harvest, the other 3's haul pales in comparison. 3 grown men, and their combined gains from each trip weren't even a third of Chu Si's. Of course, when calculating this data, Lei Ming and Su Dong had no idea she also had a large bag of energy stones hidden away. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to compare to even a 30th, let alone a third. There's absolutely no comparison, it's just self-humiliation. Although the sand martens took up so much space, there was no other way. When marching in the wild, leaving the smell of blood in the car was extremely taboo, so Chusi could only temporarily dispose of them in plastic bags. She turned to look at the basket of eggs. They were almost at the monkey mother's territory, and Chusi thought, why not just give the eggs to them? It was the monkey mother who had truly saved Chusi's life. Ji and the other three were also indirectly saved by the monkeys. This time, she probably wouldn't come back here again, so it was better to say goodbye. This would save them from having to lug the basket of eggs. They were afraid to drive fast. When they neared the monkeys' territory, Chusi stopped the car and each gave away 10 eggs. She and Ji only kept 30. Save them for a blind box game. Then she strung a string around the basket, shouldered it, and left. Wait here for a moment, I'll be back shortly. The three watched Chusi carry a basket of bird eggs out on their backs, their astonishment unspeakable. It was a combination of soil and bird eggs. One could imagine how heavy it must have been. Chusi was indeed not to be underestimated. As for why she carried the eggs out, they were her own, and no one else had the right to question them. As Ji partner, Chusi would explain the reason later, so he didn't need to ask now. Chusi, carrying the basket, laboriously swept away the weeds in front of her, heading deeper and deeper into the woods. She remembered that the monkeys would be feeding around here at this time. Sure enough, they hadn't gone far when they heard the rustling of fruit. They saw a spirit-like basket approaching, and the monkeys on guard in the tree immediately cried out. Chusi straightened up quickly. Stop yelling, it's me. The hairless monkey is back. The monkeys, not caring about their meal, clattered down from the tree and surrounded her. Yuck, it stinks. Chusi. Everyone in the car had already rolled in the dung pile, and no one reacted, so she'd forgotten about it. The mother monkey had been about to hold her in her arms, but now she immediately took monkey baby number 2 and hid far away. The monkeys automatically retreated to a safe distance, leaving a vacuum around Chusi. Only monkey baby number 2, unaware of the world, struggled to crawl towards her, but was pulled back by the mother monkey. Chusi had come bearing gifts, but now she was being scorned by the monkeys. She felt somewhat embarrassed and helpless. Chapter 376. Finally, after the monkeys had finished their disdain for Chusi, they finally turned their attention to the large basket behind her. One monkey, quick-witted and quick-handed, dug a bird's egg from the dirt inside. It was a little uncertain, then reached out and scooped up 2 eggs. The monkeys were immediately enraged. Monkeys are omnivores, but they rarely have the chance to eat meat. At most, they occasionally catch a few mutant grasshoppers to satisfy their cravings. Bird eggs, a high-protein food, are naturally part of their diet, but bird nests aren't easy to find, and even if they do, they might not be able to handle the giant mutant birds inside. Risking one's life just for an egg is unnecessary. Thus, bird eggs are considered a rare treasure in their eyes. The few that do appear are often snatched up by the big guys in the group, leaving the lower-ranking monkeys with few opportunities to savor them. And now, the monkey who first managed to snatch 3 eggs in one go. The other monkeys followed suit, each one finding something, not one returned empty-handed. It felt like New Year's Eve. Chusi hurriedly called out, "Wait, let me put the basket down. Don't let it rip. Don't blame me if the eggs break." Unfortunately, no one listened. It was the mother monkey's domineering protection of her cubs, or perhaps just her food. With a roar, she finally managed to subdue the other monkeys. The mother monkey's next move was breathtaking. Chusi thought she was coming to assert her authority, but as soon as she approached, she immediately draped monkey baby number 2 over Chusi, picked up the basket, and walked over to the leader. The attitude was so fawning that Chusi felt uncomfortable watching it. Is this its way of survival? Truly flexible, never mind the flattery. It's just currying favor at best. But at least this tactic worked well for the Monkey King. He was quite pleased. Looks like Monkey Mother's status in the tribe will rise. A mean man succeeds. Awesome. The Monkey King began distributing bird eggs, with a condescending attitude. Monkey Mother returned with 6 eggs. The other monkeys gave out 3. When it was Chusi's turn, she didn't want to go forward, but she couldn't stand the monkeys' loving looks. So she went forward to receive them. After receiving 8 eggs, she handed them to Monkey Mother. Monkey Mother was so touched, she instinctively knew this wild child had come to repay her gratitude. She no longer cared about Chusi's stench. She grabbed it and started picking lice off her. Chusi reached out and grabbed the mutant monkey's hand. She had to go. Ji and the others were still waiting, and she couldn't delay too long. She gave the Monkey Mother a deep hug. Be good from now on. With that, Chu Si prepared to leave. She turned and walked out of the woods alone. A few squeaks came from behind her, and the monkey mother tugged her back again. Chu Si was bewildered. What? Not letting her go again? Or was it just carelessness? Had she performed so well that she was being pushed down to become a monkey? This was really a shame. She was in a real hurry. She patted the monkey mother's hand. They should just reminisce about each other instead of just seeing each other. The monkey mother knew she was leaving, but she wasn't in a rush. She wanted to at least collect her reward before leaving. The squeaking sound just now came from the Monkey King. He pointed at 2 monkeys and led them away from the group. Chu Si had accomplished a great feat this time. It wasn't just Monkey Mother who benefited, the entire group benefited. Look at the surrounding groups. Which monkey cub has ever accomplished such a feat? They must be commended. Not long after, the Monkey King returned with 2 monkeys, carrying a thick tree trunk. Chu Si was still a little dazed, but when she saw the mutant bees following closely, she felt completely unwell. These monkeys all had fur to protect them from stings, but she didn't. Although she was wearing a protective soft coat, it was already riddled with holes, and her hood was completely broken. She hadn't even brought it with her. The Monkey King brought the tree trunk to Chu Si and handed it directly to her. For her, Chu Si looked down and saw, wow! Oh my goodness! She was wondering why there were mutant bees following her. It turned out someone had stolen the hive. So all these were for her. This tree trunk is a full meter in diameter. There must be more than 1 layer of beehives inside. It can only be said that the monkey's style of doing things was exactly what she wanted. Chu Si loved to take the whole thing. She thanked the Monkey King with all her heart and blew a kiss to the monkey mother. She picked it up, but it was too thick to lift. Without hesitation, Chu Si switched from carrying it to carrying it on her back. Carrying the large beehive, she scurried out. Chapter 377. Chu Si had planned well. She carried the large tree trunk the entire way, intending to fly at lightning speed, but the terrain prevented her from taking flight. In the end, the tragedy still happened. She had to dodge trees while carrying the trunk, and was caught up by the mutant bees, predictably. A swarm of bees, each as big as a fist, buzzed and pricked here and there. Chu Si's body was fine. She only got stung 5 or 6 times. The pain on her face was unbearable. She'd gotten as many stings as she could. The poison wasn't particularly toxic, but it hurt. Soon, Chu Si's face swelled up like a pig's head, her eyes narrowed into a line. She forced herself to keep her eyes open to continue running. The sound of miserable cries echoed throughout the journey. As soon as she finished speaking, the monkeys responded with a resounding response. A flurry of roars echoed through the forest. Perhaps the monkeys sensed a deep reluctance in Chu Si's voice, perhaps because they were sending her off so eloquently. Monkeys, come back next time. Chu Si didn't have the energy to analyze them right now. She just wanted to get rid of the swarm as quickly as possible. She couldn't afford to be hurt, they were truly relentless. She still had the energy stone on her, but even so, the swelling on her face didn't seem to subside. The old one was replaced immediately by the new one, the key to a seamless transition. After some thought, Chu Si removed the energy stone. She had to keep her special physique a secret. After all, the sting wouldn't kill her, so she could just endure the pain. She reached out to ward off the mutant bees. Not only did they sting her, blocking her path, but some even landed precariously and flew straight into her face. It was excruciating, a double whammy of pain. Unfortunately, the swarm was too dense, making the efforts to drive it away ineffective. She could only gasp, shhhh. Thankfully, the car wasn't parked too far away, and after stumbling back, she quickly ran back. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Drive. Drive. Although the situation was extremely urgent, Lei Ming couldn't help but complain, Sister, why don't you get in first? If everyone wasn't here, they have already driven away. Thankfully, the car's doors were gone. Chu Si gently shoved the items in the back, and the entire tree trunk inserted itself. She had barely climbed onto the seat, barely even settled in, when the car whizzed away. After battling for over 10 minutes, they finally managed to shake off the swarm of mutant bees. Chu Si felt a little embarrassed. She rashly brought back a beehive, surely disturbing the others on the bus. She wondered how badly they'd been injured. She strained to widen her eyes, tilting her head to look forward. She'd been so preoccupied with the bees that she hadn't had time to check on the people ahead of her. Normally, she just glanced over, but not now. Chu Si's eyelids weren't just swollen. Her vision was reduced to a thin line, severely limited since she boarded the bus. So, she hadn't had time to properly check on the people ahead of her. But they didn't say a word, they were truly tough men. Su Dong, facing Chu Si's wide-eyed face, couldn't help but burst out laughing at the plump appearance of this fathead, big-eared man. Chu Si tilted her head slightly. There was another person here, but she struggled to find their face. She'd been wondering if she'd been looking right at the front seat. Once she found her spot, she realized the three men were already fully armored, complete with hoods and gloves. After removing their gear, they were all fine. It turned out she was the only one injured. She raised her watch, held out her chubby little hand, and tried to switch to selfie mode. Great! Even a pig had never seen someone so fat, their face swollen and shiny. This was definitely uglier than she expected. The social demise she belatedly realized had finally arrived. Never mind. Chu Si was gone in a moment. Laugh if you want. Everyone has their own way of joking, just like you laugh at my ugliness, and I laugh at your poverty. Lei Ming had been about to join in the joke, but when he turned around and met Ji Xian's deadly gaze, his mind snapped back, and he barely managed to stop the words on his lips. He immediately focused all his attention on driving, while Ji Xian also started driving fast. You know, even with the gene-repairing potion, the three of them would have to invest a considerable amount of rehabilitation costs later on, given their fragile bodies. Ji Xian talked to him about the mission, then points, and then about life events, marriage, buying a house, and all sorts of future plans. It made the guy behind him depressed. He had originally wanted to get married as soon as he got home, but after hearing Ji Xian's analysis, it was unclear whether he would even have a wife, given his limited circumstances. Ji Xian's responsible guidance had taken him from the glorious and glorious Pigsy to the sad, turbulent storyline. Lei Ming scratched his head. He felt that Ji Xian's attacks were indiscriminate. He could only say, luckily, we don't have wives? Chapter 378. After confirming that the mutant bee swarm wouldn't pursue them, Lei Ming stopped the car. Ji Xian got out of the passenger seat and pulled the wood from the back seat. Chu Si asked in confusion, aren't you taking it home and dealing with it later? Ji Xian nodded. We're almost in the mutant black bear's range. If we parade around with a beehive, we easily be targeted. Chu Si nodded, immediately remembering the horrific scene on their way here. Oh, and her electric bike. My rental car crashed there. If it's still there, could you help me pull it back? Ji Xian frowned. Our car isn't very good to begin with. If we pull another car, I'm afraid it won't work. It won't be easy to escape if we encounter a mutant beast. Ji Xian's message was clear. Forget about the car. But Chu Si still tried to struggle. Although the bike was a wreck and she definitely wouldn't get it back, so she forget about the deposit, she thought it might still be usable after some repairs. She really wanted a car. Seeing her dejected expression, Lei Ming tried to smooth things over, saying to Chu Si with a smile, it's okay, sister. We see how bad the damage is to your bike first. If it can be towed, we give it a try. Towed? She needed to tow a broken-down two-wheeled electric bike? Chu Si finally realized that she hadn't yet told him the model of her BMW. The other three fell into a brief silence. After a while, Su Dong asked Chu Si in disbelief, You just rode out on a small electric scooter? Chu Si felt a little embarrassed. Could she blame her? After all, none of the other bikes could be ridden. Ji Xian sighed. He knew how anxious Chu Si was, so he had no choice but to ride out on a two-wheeled electric scooter. Ji Xian wanted to hug her, and just as he reached out to put his hand on her arm, a sudden attack erupted. Ji Xian, now like a crunchy shark, was kicked out. Chu Si continued to cry out, Why did you attack me? Her arms were covered in lumps. Ji Xian, Lei Ming and Su Dong, Ha 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 ha. Ji Xian wiped his face. Forget it, let's get down to business first. We deal with the rest when we get home. He pulled a pickaxe from the third row and removed the tree trunk from the back seat. The trunk was split open in the middle, revealing 6 neatly stacked rows of beehives. Lei Ming and Su Dong were stunned by the sheer volume. They were truly curious about how Chu Si had managed to trade bird eggs for all those beehives. And judging by their state, the bees didn't seem particularly willing to go. No, I strayed off topic. Regardless, honeycombs are far more cost-effective than bird eggs. Wasteland honey is precious, and even has medicinal value in critical situations. They need connections to buy it. Chu Si, well, 6 honeycombs at once. While most of them are definitely highly radioactive, it's definitely a huge win. Lei Ming suddenly remembered that the pollen and honey the team received last time seemed to have been sent by her. That's incredible luck. They sounded interested in the exchange process. Chu Si spoke without hesitation, immediately revealing the secrets she had to share with the monkey group. You don't know, I have a special connection with a monkey group. They treated me like their own child, taking great care of me. The entire troop looked at me like the apple of their eye. This beehive was brought back to me by their monkey king. Blah blah blah. Lei Ming cleared his throat. He didn't want to say it, but it was too far-fetched. Chu Xi's fairy tale? Chu Xi shook her head and sighed. See? I knew they wouldn't believe it. You're still trying to trick her. At the moment he heard the monkeys, Ji Xian's hands paused slightly. Then, as if nothing had happened, he continued to work on harvesting honey. He had to put all the honey into a plastic bag and seal it tightly to prevent any smell from leaking out. In fact, he knew Chu Xi was probably telling the truth, because when they were in the high radiation area, she had told him that she would tell him about her relationship with the monkeys when she got home. At the time, he thought it was a joke, but now it seemed like it was probably true. He packed up all the honey and drove Su Dong to the passenger seat. He then moved all the tools from the third row to the second row. He sat with Chu Xi. As the car started, Ji Xian turned to look at Chu Xi's severely deformed features. Although he knew this was a self-torture tactic, he still felt a little distressed. He reached into his backpack and pulled out a first aid kit. Inside was an anti-inflammatory drug. While it wasn't completely effective, it would at least make her feel a little better. Ji Xian unscrewed the drug and smeared some cream on his palm. Then, he gently turned Chu Xi's head and carefully applied the drug to her. The car braked suddenly, and a pig-like scream echoed from the back seat. Ji Xian pressed his entire hand against Chu Xi's face. Before she could react, she heard a gunshot. Without a moment to check, Ji Xian quickly pushed her back onto the seat. Chu Xi's eyes filled with tears. It was only fair to say that this move had directly caused her severe secondary damage. Chapter 379. Bang! Bang! Several more gunshots rang out. Chu Xi, somewhat bewildered, slumped over the seat, staring at the sudden appearance of bullet holes in the carriage. What was going on? Were they ambushed? Lei Ming leaned forward, one hand clutching the wound on his neck. That bullet had nearly killed him. Although he had managed to dodge it, the bullet had still torn a wound along the side of his neck. Fortunately, it hadn't hit any major blood vessels, and only caused a slight bleeding. Blood trickled down between his fingers, and he couldn't help but curse. Damn! I want to see who dared to do this to them. The bullets continued to rain down. Ji Xian frowned, then raised his voice and asked, Is anyone hurt? Lei Ming cursed, Nothing's wrong. No one's dying. He controlled the steering wheel with one hand and reached toward Su Dong with the other. Give me the binoculars. He wanted to see who dared to target them. Damn! They're from Team 2. After a long pause, he managed to utter, Are these guys crazy? In reality, Lei Ming wasn't the only one thinking this. Practically everyone on their team was thinking the same thing. It was insane. The mission had already been submitted, and their showing up now was pointless. As for the information delay, that was practically impossible. Even if they had just emerged from the high radiation zone, they should have received the news by now. That being said, the members of Team 2 understood the logic, but they couldn't accept it. Of course, they knew Ji Xian and the other two were still alive, but so what? They already been in the high radiation zone for several days. What else could they do after they emerged? To put it bluntly, it was even questionable whether they could still crawl to the detonation point alive. In fact, when the news first came back, everyone was indeed excited, but that excitement was simply because Ji Xian and the other two had verified a point. That the route was feasible. But no one expected them to complete the mission on their own, so the base immediately dispatched a second wave of personnel without hesitation. With the experience of their predecessors, they did avoid many pitfalls along the way. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, and everyone was proceeding step by step along the established route. Until someone in their team, also from the Tomorrow mercenary group, received news that Ji Xian and the others were making significant progress and asked them to speed up. Then everyone became anxious, but they had been traveling at almost top speed the entire time, so how could there be any room for improvement? After being tripped up by mutant animals again, they chose an extreme plan. The second wave of personnel actually planned to do the same as Chu Xi had done before, and directly passed through the high radiation area. But they lacked Chu Xi's ability, so this move practically cut off all their escape routes. There was no way around it. They were all genetically modified, and the allure of the gene repair potion was unparalleled. It was so great that they would risk everything for that slightest chance. This move, a desperate one, left them with only one option, success. But alas, the second team lost the gamble. Shortly after the team emerged from the highly radioactive zone, several members received a notification that the mission status had changed. In that instant, everyone in the car felt despair. Their previous reckless actions would soon backfire. They were unwilling to accept this, truly unwilling. Just a little further, and they would have reached their destination. They had been so close to success, but now, not only would they not be able to obtain the gene repair potion, but their genes would soon be damaged, and from then on, they would be plunged into hell. They all knew what genetic collapse looked like, and in that moment, they would rather die in battle. Chapter 380. A young man in the front seat of the car sent a message on his watch with trembling hands. A reply arrived moments later. Upon reading the message, he breathed a sigh of relief, his expression growing calmer. After a moment's thought, he spoke. Everyone, Lei Ming and the others have managed to hold on until now. They must have special energy stones. Since our mission is unfinished, why not leave them here and retrieve the special energy stones? That way, we might still have a fighting chance. Hearing the young man's words, many were tempted. However, not everyone in the car was easily persuaded. This man had previously instigated them to cross the highly radioactive zone, and now he wanted to take them away. One person said disdainfully, even if they have special energy stones, who knows if they use them all? After all, the three of them have been in the highly radioactive zone for so long. What if all their efforts were in vain? At this point, he chuckled, "Sixth son, what? You still want to use people as pawns? Enable? So you're the only smart guy in the world. After we kill the guy, the mercenary group can claim the reward tomorrow. I'm guessing someone has already promised you something, like a gene repair potion?" Lu Zi's face froze, clearly convinced. After a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth and said, "Whether or not there's a special energy stone, I won't participate in its distribution. I try to apply for another potion later, and then everyone on the bus will share it equally. That's the biggest concession." Everyone nodded. The reward was indeed good. After confirming the feasibility, the team immediately set out. However, someone remained unsure. If there really is a special energy stone, how much strength do Lei Ming and the others still have? This worry wasn't unnecessary. Take the two members of the Tomorrow mercenary group, for example. At best, they could only work under Lei Ming and Su Dong. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't dare to entertain such an idea. But now, it wasn't a big problem. Liuzi answered confidently, "No, the group has analyzed it before. They have almost no weapons left. Even if the three of them are powerful, they're no match for the 10 of us. Besides, we have plenty of ammunition. We still have 12 photon bombs. If we can get them on their car, regardless of whether we can penetrate the defense or not, we definitely overturn it." The plan was so beautiful, and so today's ambush took place. The originally tentative shot actually went straight through the front window and grazed Lei Ming's neck. Although no one was killed, everyone was still thrilled. The car's bulletproof glass was gone. It was as if even heaven was helping them. Chu Xi couldn't bear to carry on like this in this situation. It wasn't a question of appearance, but it was seriously hindering her movements. With her eyes narrowed like this, she couldn't see anything. As soon as she pulled the energy stone from her pocket, Ji Xian immediately restrained her. He certainly couldn't abandon Chu Xi's safety, but it was best to keep things under control. Chu Xi pointed at her goldfish eyes. Ji Xian nodded and gently placed the energy stone on her eyelid. Sure enough, direct contact with the eye caused the fastest healing. When one eye was almost healed, he transferred the energy stone to the other. Soon, Chu Xi could open both eyes normally. She extended her hand and gave Ji Xian a thumbs-up gesture. "You're the one who should do this kind of meticulous work." At this point, she had long forgotten the heartache she just felt. Chu Xi handed Ji Xian the wooden gun from his waist. She quietly climbed up, tucked her head under the front seat, and then slowly raised her head. As soon as she emerged from the air, she fired an arrow at the speeding car ahead. In the end, there wasn't even a single shot. She was met with a barrage of bullets. Chu Xi couldn't help but want to curse. How are we supposed to fight this? They're heavily armed, and we're vulnerable. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xi patted Ji Xian beside him. "Try using a gun. The kind where you fire multiple shots at the same spot. That's how they act on TV. I'm not sure if it works, but if it can be done that way, it must be feasible." But Ji Xian simply shook his head, shaking the damaged mood song. That won't do. The main problem was that the mood song Chu Xi had bought wasn't powerful enough. The bulletproof glass on cars these days relies more on a split second of explosive power. If that wasn't enough power, even if he fired his volley, it probably wouldn't penetrate the opposing vehicle's defenses, and it would just be a waste of bullets. For the time being, Chu Si and his team couldn't do anything to the enemy, and since they were hiding underneath, the second team couldn't hit them either. As the car drew closer, Chu Si watched anxiously. She tightened her grip on Ji Xian's hand. Are these guys going all out and planning a head-on confrontation? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, the gap in their combat readiness was simply too vast. No, Ji Xian shook his head. The two cars are made of the same material, but the mutants smashed our bulletproof glass. A head-on collision wouldn't give them any advantage. Chu Si understood. She didn't care about anything else. She felt relieved knowing there wouldn't be a head-on collision. After all, her junk didn't seem to have any real advantage. Before she could finally breathe a sigh of relief, Ji Xian continued, judging from the current situation, I think they're planning to put a bomb on our car. Chu Si, a head-on collision would be better. After all, that could still hold its own, but a bomb would be almost certain to kill them. Those things were used to blow up mountains, and she's seen their power before. Seeing Chu Si's worry, Ji Xian comforted her, don't worry. If they dare to do that, that would be our real chance to break through. The car across the way is like a tightly packed tortoise shell. If they dare to throw a bomb, it's bound to crack. Then, who will start the fight first is uncertain. Besides, the bombs provided by the base this time all require a carefully set countdown. To prevent the bombs from exploding on their hands, they definitely leave a buffer time. That's enough for us. Chu Si was stunned. Was it really that impressive? She was filled with excitement. Was she about to witness a truly extraordinary fight? Chapter 381. Ji Xian's predictions turned out to be accurate. Team 2's car dropped a walnut bomb when it was still about 10 meters away. Under attack, Chu Si truly witnessed the efficiency of the three men's cooperation. Without any communication, Lei Ming focused on driving. Ji Xian fired at the walnut, detonating it in midair, and Su Dong simply crippled the outstretched arm. The enemy tried several more times, each one failing. Accompanied by screams of pain, Su Dong sighed helplessly. It's a pity the car was coming directly towards us. The bullet couldn't penetrate. Otherwise, we would have saved his life. Chu Si, at that moment, she felt so superfluous. She felt a little melancholy. What was her team's role? After all the hard work of working with these three big men, she should at least get a chance to appear on screen. Ji Xian, Chu Si, here, full of confidence. Ji Xian, get in the back seat and nestle yourself between the two bags of San Martin carcasses. Since their plan failed, these bastards probably planned to pull over and force them to crash into a tree or abandon the car. Chu Si, I should be under the car, not inside it. She wanted to volunteer, but she couldn't think of anything else to do. Meeting Ji Xian's gaze, she gave up and swiftly and stealthily shifted positions, at least to get out of the way. She huddled herself obediently between the two bags of San Martin carcasses, even tucked the half-filled bag against her chest. Ji Xian was satisfied. One must learn to protect oneself in a hail of bullets. The other car's driving skills were also impressive. With a beautiful, graceful turn, the car did a 360-degree spin, and then drove alongside theirs. Phew. Chu Si was thrilled to watch, unable to help but exclaim, amazing. His driving skills, honed through life and death, were worthy of a modern race car driver's level. She glanced to her left and saw the guy in the last row stealthily lowering his car 2 fingertips. The black muzzle of his gun pointed directly at her. Noticing Chu Si's gaze, his lips curled up slightly, offering her a malicious smile. The gun tip extended slightly outward. Chu Si leaned forward, grabbed the gun barrel, and pressed down. With a bang, the bullet flew past her hand. Chu Si felt a slight warmth in her palm. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. She then twisted her wrist, freeing the butt from its owner's hand. She swung it sideways and pulled it out. As soon as she succeeded, Ji Xian fired another shot inward. The man who had been so arrogant just moments before was instantly killed. Ji Xian fired 2 more shots inward, but unfortunately, from his position in the front row, the narrow gap between them meant his range was extremely limited. This did buy Chu Si some time, however. With the suppressive fire, the people nearby didn't dare rush over to close the window. And just in case, she had a great gift for them. She immediately bent down and pulled out a small metal box from under the car seat. Oh right, saving your life was paramount. The energy stone was placed against her palm. Then, she opened the box and pulled out a small snake. Grasping its head, Chu Si untied the snake's restraints, then leaned forward and stuffed it into the opposite car. The second team's car was silent for a moment, then the high-pitched sounds of slaughtering a pig rang out. At first, They didn't realize what had been shoved in. By the time they realized what had happened, they were all in a state of panic. Why would anyone carry a live, mutant short-tailed viper? Isn't that life-threatening? The person closest to the victim was the first to be killed, and then there was no cure. Short-tailed viper, entering an unfamiliar environment, it's terrified. The people around it are also startled. Who else should it bite? At that point, the situation was relatively manageable. A few shots fired, and the viper was severed in two. But the situation wasn't over yet. The lead viper escaped, and now the car was in chaos. Oh my god, where did the other half go? The two people at the back were dead, and the open window had been overlooked for a moment. Ji Xian wasn't going to miss this opportunity. Lei Ming, get closer. Lei Ming immediately understood. The distance between the two cars was closing. Ji Xian held a frame on their side of the car and thrust his rifle directly into the window. He aimed and shot. Shoot! Shoot! The man in the driver's seat angrily slammed the window switch, but unfortunately, Ji Xian's pistol was stuck inside, and the window wouldn't go up. Taking advantage of this narrow opening, Ji Xian killed 6 people. Adding the 2 in the back seat, only 4 people remained alive in the car. Unfortunately, these people were too far away to be eliminated once and for all. Chapter 382. As soon as they escaped danger, the car windows were immediately closed, and Team 2 could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at the dire state of his own team, Liuzi couldn't help but curse them as useless. If someone hadn't been so smart as to open the car window, they wouldn't have ended up in this state. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Now that the car windows were closed, he no longer had to fear Ji Xian's wooden cannon. Liuzi was about to steer the car towards Chu Xi and his companions when another scream rang out from inside the car. The person in the front seat looked back and saw someone had collapsed. The man sitting next to him pointed at his feet in panic. Short-tailed viper, it's out again. The short-tailed viper, half its body ripped off, was now at its most ferocious. In reality, this wasn't the second person it had successfully bitten. Ji Xian had simply killed the previous ones. With a swift swing, it shot to the side again. Ah! The man leaped onto the seat with all his might. The chubby little boy, despite his disability, gave up the fight and hid under the seat again. Team 2 had no choice but to stop the car. Their priority now was to resolve the internal threat. Lei Ming took the opportunity to quickly drive away, slowly putting distance between them and the other two. Chu Xi glanced back reluctantly, regretting her words with a hint of resentment. Oh, I shouldn't have thrown this little cutie out. It's so sensible. If it hadn't died, it would have definitely achieved great things in the future. Ji Xian agreed. It was indeed the case. The lethality of these little creatures was truly astonishing. Each one was capable of stirring up trouble. Losing one was unbearable. This reminded him of the mine owner, the man with a face darker than coal. He had amassed wealth for generations, but with his generation, it was completely wiped out. Imagining their little home, Ji Xian shuddered. When we get back, I immediately have to build a multi-layered iron cage. I absolutely can't give them any chance of escape. Lei Ming and Su Dong nodded in agreement. Who could possibly withstand the constant barrage of accusations? Chu Xi. That didn't seem to be her original intention, but thinking back on her experience with the poisoning, she completely agreed with Ji Xian's idea. It's a shame these creatures can't be tamed, otherwise it would be much more comfortable to use them as guardhouses. Alas, this was just a thought. Even if it was the monkey mother, despite her decent attitude towards her, Chu Xi wouldn't be able to stop her if she wanted to attack, let alone these mutant snakes, who already had little emotion. The car sped away, and Ji Xian kept turning to look back. Chu Xi wondered, we're driving so fast, how can they still catch up? Ji Xian nodded. After all, their car was damaged, so its performance would definitely be less. It all depended on how long it took them to catch the snakes. Now they retreated into their shells again. They won't be so easy to deal with next time. Chu Xi frowned. Bulletproof vehicles are such a hassle. You can't hit them, and you can't defend yourself. When the two sides come to blows, all they can do is take the beating. It's so frustrating. Glancing around, she saw a thin layer of dirt beneath her feet. It was spilled from the baskets when they were transporting the bird eggs. Chu Xi's lips curled up. Hey, I treat you to some Tin Herbs tonic pills. She quickly opened a plastic bag nearby and carefully scooped up all the dirt. Then, she reached into the bag containing the honeycomb and cut off 3 cells of honey. Each cell was as high as a palm, enough for a full bottle. It was so cold now that the honey inside had become semi-solidified. She performed a simple test on the top, middle, and bottom of the hive, confirming that they were all high in radiation. Then she stirred all the honey into the mud, stirring it up and down until it became a smooth, chocolate-like syrup. Chusi reached out and grabbed a handful and tried to throw it at a nearby tree. Unfortunately, it wasn't working. The mud was too thin, and it spilled all over the floor before it even reached its destination. She couldn't help but sigh. Chusi had intended to use this stuff to paste on the windshield of the car behind her, but it was too thin to throw. If it was too solid, the black ball would fall off as soon as it touched, and she wouldn't achieve the desired effect. Ji Xian's eyes lit up. This approach was indeed feasible. The turtle shell had its pros and cons. Since they wanted to stay hidden inside, they would have to endure the pain of having their vision obstructed. As for the problem of not being able to throw it away, he thought it was really a small problem. It was also because Chusi lacked experience. On weekdays, he could just find a large leaf and lightly wrap it. Now that it was inconvenient for them to go down, the remaining plastic bags on the side could also be used. Chapter 383. She arranged the bomb packs in rows, and carefully placed them in large plastic bags to prevent the smell from spreading. Chusi was incredibly beautiful. She had just tested it, and it worked perfectly. Its sticky texture flowed easily, making it difficult to clean. At least not with just a few swipes of the windshield wiper. And its main ingredient was rich honey. Surely it wouldn't attract bees and butterflies, plus a surprise attack from a black bear boss? Chusi, so beautiful, went on and on about her plan. Ji Xian laughed. How could we possibly encounter a black bear? We're just passing through its territory. Who knows where it's hiding right now? Chusi thought about it, and realized that even monkeys moved around throughout the day, foraging in different spots in the morning and afternoon, and then patrolling their territory again at 4 in the evening. Catching them at a specific spot would be quite a challenge. She sighed helplessly, but wasn't too disappointed. She prepared enough stuff. Even if the black bear didn't show up, it would surely attract some other mutant animals. This was a wasteland. Even a swarm of mutant flies would be enough to deal with him. Chusi's eyes shone brightly, his fighting spirit high. Now he just waited for those scoundrels to catch up. Their car rounded another bend, and to Chusi's eager anticipation, the second team's car finally appeared. Immediately, he grabbed 2 bomb packs in each hand, readying them as they came into range. Great, the vehicle is in range, start throwing. Pop! Chusi hurled 2 jam packs directly at the second team's windshield, though they were slightly off target, missing the driver's forehead. Still, the bomb pack was quite effective. Not only was the mud saved, but even the plastic wrapping was stuck to it. Chusi slapped her thigh in regret. This thing would definitely be even better if it had some bird feathers in it. Unfortunately, the ones she had were already tied together, and there was no time to dismantle and redo them. She just had to make do with what she had. What she regretted most was that the driver of Team 2 was too sensible to immediately turn on the windshield wipers. Wouldn't that have saved them a lot of effort? But it wasn't a big deal. They still had plenty of bombs left, so they could just keep throwing. It was just that they already been ambushed once, and the people behind them weren't foolproof. Several bomb packs thrown at the driver's position were dodged, but that situation only lasted a short while, because the friendly side had added 2 more throwers. Team 2 was furious. Chusi, Ji Xian, and Su Dong worked together, and their attack range was evenly spread out. Good thing you can dodge 1, but you can't dodge 10. Bang! 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 The sound of explosions continued against the enemy's windshield until the front window of the car behind them was completely papered shut. Only then did the 3 of them, satisfied, call it a day. Su Dong was having a blast, and Chusi showered him with praise. Chu's sister, if we're talking about bad behavior, it's you. Chusi, you're the one who's praising people. She seriously suspected Su Dong's drive to become stronger was to avoid getting beaten to death if he said the wrong thing. Ji Xian and Su Dong each took a seat, guns in hand, carefully aiming at the rear car. If anyone showed up, they'd be ready to fire a shot. But something unexpected happened. Even with the windows papered shut, the car behind them drove remarkably steadily. Suddenly, Lei Ming's watch emitted a navigation notification, signaling a left turn. The atmosphere fell into a deathly silence. Chusi's glass was shattered to pieces. All her hard work had been chopped in half by high technology. She felt abandoned by the world. Chusi thought about it carefully. This must be because she hadn't worked hard enough. Logically speaking, her previous plan had indeed been a bit flimsy. She hadn't considered the surroundings. After all, it was winter in the wasteland, and the vast road was flat. Looking around, there were only 2 cars in front or behind them, Not even anyone trying to cut in. Wouldn't that greatly reduce the difficulty for Team 2 in blind driving? While the effect was weak, it wasn't completely gone. Unable to see the road, he must have been panicking, so he inevitably slowed down. Chu Xiai tilted her head to glance at the curve ahead and called out to Lei Ming, "Captain Lei, can you go a little faster? I want to set up a barrier for him at the next curve." Lei Ming made an okay gesture with great difficulty and floored the accelerator, causing the car's various parts to make unusual rattling noises. Chu Xiai was terrified. I didn't want this car to fall apart while driving. Thankfully, the car's construction had proven itself. As soon as it turned the corner, Chu Xiai spotted a large rock that suited her needs. Driving wasn't her forte, so she asked Lei Ming, her fellow driver, for advice. Where can we place this rock, so it can trap him if we're driving blind? Chapter 384. Lei Ming was even more ruthless, directly pointing to 3 locations. If he was going to do it, why couldn't he have a 100% success rate? No matter how Team 2 drove, he was guaranteed to hit the bull's eye. Moving more rocks wasn't a problem, but finding the right ones would take a bit longer. Su Dong, the weakest, scouted the bend while the others helped Chu Xiai find larger rocks. Finally, after a narrow escape, Chu Xiai had set up his roadblock before Team 2's vehicle arrived. Quickly, they all got into their cars and quickly left this dangerous area. Chu Xi's 3 large rocks were all placed on this side of the bend. Just 50 meters out, they heard a loud bang from behind. The car spun and slammed into another boulder, then careened directly into the woods beside the road. The 3 of them stared back intently. Even Lei Ming, who was driving, took the time to glance back. The car spun around several times before finally zigzagging and catching up. Even more absurdly, Team 2's car didn't seem to have sustained much damage. None of the bulletproof glass was broken, and thanks to the friction from the weeds and leaves on the roadside, a faint shadow could even be seen on the front windshield. Lu Zi wiped the blood from his forehead, his heart raging. Wasn't this heaven's chance for revenge? After escaping the maze formation, he drove recklessly towards them. Everyone was shocked at the same time. Damn it! They were furious. Although their car's frame was still intact, it was just a frame. A real hard impact would probably throw everyone inside. But even knowing the severity of the situation, the distance between the 2 cars was far too close. Lei Ming felt a pang of regret. If he hadn't wanted to stay and watch the fun unfold, they would have already run 2 miles away. But there's no such thing as regret. With a loud bang, Team 2's car slammed into them. Chu Xi's head slammed into the front seat, her entire head buzzing with the force of the impact. Ji Xian hurriedly pulled her over. The wasn't wearing a seatbelt. The expected second collision didn't occur. After the car had driven over 20 meters, everyone finally recovered. Chu Xiai turned and looked back. The car had stalled. Haha, surprised? She couldn't help but ask curiously, what's going on? The car was fine after such a severe collision before, but now, after just a minor impact on the rear, a piece of steel has been inserted into the hood. Even the usually calm Ji Xian couldn't help but laugh at this. They were truly blinded by their rage. They couldn't have hit anything else, but they rammed our car. While it's a bit damaged now, it's still a level 1 combat-ready vehicle at the base, with a special anti-collision mechanism in the back. If their car were intact, the anti-collision mechanism wouldn't have been effective. It seems the 3 boulders up front did have some effect, at least damaging the car's defenses a bit. Lei Ming rubbed his hands excitedly. Quick, grab your weapons. It's time to settle the score. Seeing everyone else exit, Chu Xiai immediately grabbed her newly looted rifle and followed. But when she reached the car, she was in a dilemma. The door was tightly shut, and even her gun couldn't get in. How was she supposed to settle the score? Lei Ming paid no attention to the 3 people inside. He slung his arm over the car and called out to Ji Xian and Su Dong, one of you deflate the tires, and one of you drain the oil from the engine. This would take some time. Looking at Chu Xiai, who stood eagerly nearby, he tentatively asked, Girl, how about you dissect the sand marten's body? Chu Xiai paused. Won't that attract large carnivorous mutants? Lei Ming blinked. Wasn't this what they were hoping for? Then he immediately realized Chu Xiai had misunderstood. No need to dissect the whole thing. Just a little bit will do, to leave some bloody smell. As he spoke, he kicked the tires and cursed, I told you not to come and try to kill me. You're tired of living, aren't you? After drinking a few sips of nutrient solution, you don't even know your own name? Lei Ming raged on and on. The richness of the language was so impressive that even Chu Xiai was amazed. Captain Lei, he hadn't expected, was also a man of hidden talents. Perhaps it was the dwindling fuel gauge on the dashboard, or perhaps it was the slight sinking sensation of the car, but under all these circumstances, Liuzi finally gave way. He quietly opened the window and said to Lei Ming, who was standing at the window, "Do you know who's trying to harm you? Or rather, do you know who's trying to harm you?" Of course he wanted to know, otherwise Lei Ming wouldn't have stood there cursing for so long. But after hearing Liuzi's words, he probably had an idea. Lei Ming's lips curled slightly. It was that jerk Wang Zhong, wasn't it? Liuzi's pupils shrank slightly. Seeing this, his guess was correct. Chapter 385. With the peace talks failing, the second echelon simply threw in the towel. Liuzi knew full well that Lei Ming and his men were at their limit, and couldn't afford to continue. As long as the three of them stayed hidden in the car, their lives wouldn't be in danger. Blind confidence actually gave them the courage to provoke. The young man behind Liuzi sneered disdainfully. "What? You're going to risk your time watching us here? Then we wait patiently. As soon as you leave, we immediately send for reinforcements." Lei Ming was amused. "Oh, that's truly remarkable. Why don't we give it a try and see who would risk their lives to save you in such a dangerous place? How shameless." Then, turning around, he saw Chu Ci, who was cleaning up the corpse of a mutant Cliff Martin nearby, and immediately flattered him. "Or do you have a wife who would travel thousands of miles to find her husband? Even if you do, would she be brave enough to ride out on her own on an electric scooter?" Chu Ci, Honestly, she didn't think the compliment was meant as much as it seemed silly. She had a trump card to pull off this, right? After Lei Ming's words, she looked like a complete love-brained person. Utterly insane. The expressions of the three people in the car froze. That wasn't the case. And on second thought, the regiment wouldn't send anyone to rescue them. This was a world of survival of the fittest. Even if Lei Ming and his three companions had tragically perished outside today, they would have vanished without a trace. No one would have bothered to investigate. Mission accomplished, and the title of hero would have been a common sight. But they had not only successfully completed the mission, but also managed to save their own lives. As long as they returned to base, they would surely be greeted with endless glory. The members of Team 2 felt a chill in their hearts, but some clearly felt their fate wasn't complete enough. After Su Dong emptied the gas tank, he took a coil of rope from their car. He looked down at Ji Xian, who was still deflation-prone, and asked, "How long will it take?" These were run-flat tires, so deflation was slow. Ji Xian estimated and replied, "It should be less than a quarter full. Another 10 minutes or so." Su Dong nodded. "That's perfect. Let's tow them back a little further, give them a little extra walking time." Lei Ming nodded readily. "Okay, give them another 10 minutes." The plan was settled. The four of them climbed into the car. Lei Ming redirected the front of the car, attached the tow rope, and led Team 2 onto the highway. The car sped for 20 minutes, then spun out, sending Team 2's tortoiseshell crashing into the mountainside. Unfortunately, the airbags had already deployed, so the impact wasn't very effective. But it didn't matter. The distance they had covered was at least enough for a day's hike. Besides, this is still the Wasteland. Whether or not we make it back alive is still uncertain. The three members of Team 2 were devastated. Liuzi angrily pounded on the bulletproof glass, demanding of Lei Ming and the others, "Are you so sure we can't get back? Aren't you afraid of our retaliation?" Ji Xian noticed how adept these people were at making a presence felt. He couldn't help but curl his lips in a slight smile, his voice low, "Then you better hide well. After all, it's not easy to get back alive. Don't let us catch you so quickly." Liuzi opened his mouth, but no words came out. How could he have forgotten that these people were demons no matter where they were? He turned his gaze to Chu Ci, who, unfazed, raised his hand and greeted him, "Hi, little buddy. I look forward to seeing you again." Liuzi's face was a little pale. Perhaps because he was suppressing himself too much, he even looked at this bean sprout with a hint of fear. Chu Ci added, "I still have that little snake. Come on, don't be shy." The people in the car were instantly speechless. How desperate could they be, taking turns seeking death? If they were lucky enough to return to base, they would definitely stay in their regiment and not go out. Lei Ming and the others wouldn't dare go to another regiment and kill people, would they? Of course, the worst off was Liuzi, who didn't even dare to return to his regiment. Chapter 386. Finally free of those wicked creatures, Chu Ci and the others could finally return home in peace. Sitting in the car, Chu Ci kept glancing back, her gaze rather reluctantly. Su Dong, perplexed, couldn't help but ask, "Girl, what are you staring at?" She was gazing at Team 2's car. She really liked it, but she couldn't claim it for herself. Damn it! These guys from Team 2 were her nemesis. Not only did she lose a small piece of her own, but after all her hard work, she ended up with nothing. Chu Si couldn't help but sigh. Even if they were fighting a mutant black bear, they probably wouldn't be treated this way. It's heartbreaking. Jixian smiled at this. It's nothing. She feels bad because she didn't get the upper hand. So she's sad now. Lei Ming felt a little embarrassed. Today's incident was most likely directed at him, and Chu Si had suffered the most. He cleared his throat. Well, Miss Chu, today's incident is my fault. Something happened in the group that affected you. Come back and see me. I give you some compensation, okay? As soon as these words came out, before Chu Si could even speak, the other two's eyes lit up. Jixian coughed lightly and began with a high-sounding tone, Don't say that. We're all a team. Su Dong looked at him in confusion, then heard Jixian continue, Don't overcompensate. Just fix Ah Chu's electric scooter. If there are any parts missing, please provide them. Lei Ming, I knew this guy wasn't reliable. He wasn't even trying to fix the electric scooter, he was clearly trying to get him to upgrade it. Thinking about it, he felt like he owed Chu Si a huge favor this time. While in the high radiation area, the nutrient solution he ate, the water he drank, and the supplies in his first aid kit could have saved his life. So, gritting his teeth, Lei Ming accepted the offer. Su Dong was delighted. Is that even possible? He immediately bared his teeth and was about to state his own conditions, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Lei Ming. Forget it, both of you, please don't say anything. We're all on the same team, so we should be considerate of each other. Jixian knew he wouldn't budge, so he just smiled and said nothing. Su Dong glanced at him, then leaned back in his chair helplessly, hoping to extort another dowry from Miao Miao. The road was wide, and they drove quickly. Soon, the group arrived at the spot where Chu Si had stored the e-scooter. Thankfully, the wreckage was still there. Chu Si brushed aside the grass covering it. The e-scooter was now severely twisted, its headlights having long since been knocked off and connected to the front of the car by 2 wires. It looked rather miserable and withered. Looking at the remaining space in the back seat, it seemed a bit too small for the e-scooter. Chu Si then manually broke it, pedaling and pulling, and finally got it to turn perfectly. Satisfied with the significantly reduced size, Chu Si simply carried it over. Su Dong's mouth opened, and after a moment's pause, he managed to utter, Great strength works miracles. Lin Dai you uprooting a weeping willow tree? Ordinarily, they should have been used to it. After all, Chu Si's previous experience of pushing a boulder alone had already shattered their worldview. Now, seeing this scene again, they realized that some things aren't so easy to get used to. Chu Si shoved the e-scooter into the back seat, and saw 3 grown men staring at her silently. Chu Si wondered, What? You're not driving yet? Lei Ming nodded. Drive. Su Dong turned and patted Jixian. Take care, brother. With a wife like that, I'm afraid you get a beating in the future. Jixian slapped him back in anger, reached out, and took Chu Si's hand, holding it in his palm, and leaned back gently on the chair. Now, he could finally go home and stay in peace. Chu Si was feeling a little sleepy. She hadn't gotten a good night's sleep outside, and she had worked almost all night digging the tunnel last night. Now they were getting closer to the base, and before she knew it, she'd fallen asleep leaning against Jixian. When she woke up, the car had already arrived at the base gate. Oh my god, a long welcome. Is this what it feels like to be a people's hero? I don't know if it was because of the breach over there, but the pressure here felt much less today. Their home was finally secure, and excited cheers echoed from the crowd. Someone threw flowers at the car. Chu Si quietly checked, but unfortunately, it was highly radioactive. After walking for a while, the objects people threw became increasingly diverse. There were home-woven linens, and nutrient supplements thrown by the dozen. Chu Si's eyes lit up. There was even an energy stone. It was only a small one, but she was delighted. In her excitement, her love for her country and her people was infinitely magnified. Chu Si stood up in a flash. Live as a hero, die as a ghost hero. If it benefits the country, I will do it regardless of life or death. Why should I avoid it because of good or bad luck? She raised her head and cried out to the sky. Jixian pulled her down and sat her down, muttering softly, That's too much, that's too much. A few words of loyalty will suffice. You can't soar to the sky like the wind. Chapter 387. Chu Si coughed lightly, muttering to herself, Hasn't this been enough encouragement? If they'd thrown more energy stones, she could have another go. Unfortunately, perhaps influenced by her, everyone just kept shouting, Live as a hero, die as a ghost. If it benefits the country, we should live and die, and not avoid it because of fortune or disaster. Everyone was so excited that they forgot to throw away the things they were holding. Chu Si felt a little annoyed, but she couldn't bring herself to speak directly about it, so she could only sit in the car with a serious face. The base leaders were deeply moved by this effect. It was exactly the kind of cohesion they wanted. 3 grown men, and not even a girl, could cause trouble. The original discussion about whether to give her official team member status was quickly approved. This was the model they wanted. It would be ridiculous if everyone discovered she was just an extraneous member in the end. To maximize the effect, the leadership decided to hold the award ceremony outside. This would undoubtedly shock the general public the most. Of course, on-site security must be meticulously maintained. After distributing the gene repair agent, a safe injection site would be provided for the team members to prevent any accidents along the way. So, as the car reached the end, Chu Si had the privilege of seeing the highest authority in the base. A man in his 70s. Despite his age, he was in excellent condition. To say he looked energetic would be an understatement. Meeting such a high-ranking official for the first time, Chu Si was extremely nervous. Watching him shake hands with Ji Xian and the others one by one, Chu Si was visibly nervous, repeatedly wiping the sweat from his hands. "It's my turn soon." As soon as Ji Xian left, Chu Si strode forward, not noticing the platform beneath the old man's feet. She fell to her knees, hitting the roof of the building with a thud, and tears of pain immediately streamed down her cheeks. The scene fell silent, a bit awkward. She fought back the pain in her knee and stood up. She immediately grasped the right hand of the safety zone chief, tears welling in her eyes, appearing incredibly sincere. "Chief," she tried to boast, but met the old man's wise eyes, and was speechless. The chief patted her hand soothingly. "How's your knee? Does it still hurt? Don't be nervous. I love you, little girl. Here's your reward." He handed Chu Si a gene repair potion. After a moment's thought, he turned to the people around him. "Shaoli, didn't the girl rent a place of about 10 square meters? Convert it all into permanent residential property." The middle-aged man named Shaoli nodded immediately. "Okay, Mr. Chi." Chu Si walked downstairs in a daze. Not long after, someone handed her a permanent residential property certificate. Chu Si's mind was still a little confused. It seemed like she had gotten a great deal just now, but on closer inspection, the old man had simply gotten something for nothing. Even without permanent residential property, she could still use the place for life. In reality, he hadn't given her much of a benefit. When she turned around, she saw that Ji Xian and the other two had dumbfounded expressions. A closer look revealed that everyone around them was also envious. Ji Xian gently tugged at Chu Si and whispered, "Keep it." This was a permanent residential property certificate. With it, they could apply for renovations to their house, including adding a foundation. Of course, this required a professional team, but with the most challenging step now resolved, the rest was a piece of cake. To them, this was a truly remarkable gesture from Elder Qi. In fact, this was something that truly touched Chu Si's heart. Chapter 388. After the prizes were awarded, the base didn't immediately let Chu Si and the others leave. Instead, they thoughtfully arranged a room for them to use for the injections. It was so heavily guarded that not even a fly could get in. After all, the gene repair potion was so precious, there were bound to be many who would try to take drastic measures. The base was already bleeding heavily, so no matter what, they wouldn't let it become a laughing stock. Chu Si got in the car with the 3 of them. The man in military uniform nodded, then drove them directly to the center of the safe zone. Oh my god, for the first time, Chu Si had the privilege of entering the core of power. Compared to a rich area, this place felt more like a military compound. There were no bright lights and nightlife here, nor were there any young men and women who looked out of place in the Wasteland. In terms of prosperity, it couldn't even compare to the black market. At best, it was just that the road surface was exceptionally smooth. It wasn't until she actually saw passers-by that Chu Si realized the people here were fundamentally different from those outside. Their entire mental state was more like that of a normal person living in the sunshine. Their gaze was steady and powerful, their hearts brimming with joy. This was the leadership team the Wasteland was preparing for. Chu Si felt a mixture of emotions, unable to pinpoint what they were. It seemed like she had been in the Wasteland for a long time. This should have been a familiar scene, but now, it felt strange everywhere. Giving her no time to think, the car pulled into the central area and soon stopped in front of a 3-story building. This was a real villa. The uniformed man showed his ID and led the 4 people inside. He pushed open the door and introduced them. "This is the observation room for the drug injection. There are 6 rooms in total. You can choose which one to stay in. Dinner will be served at 6 p.m., and after dinner, you can start the drug injection. Injecting the gene repair drug generally doesn't cause any severe rejection. Some general aches and pains are normal, but nothing is guaranteed. If you experience any serious abnormalities, such as difficulty breathing, vomiting blood, or bursting, you can contact a doctor immediately through the phone in the room. Chu Si had been listening well, but the more she listened, the more something seemed off. Getting the drug felt like a near-death experience. She couldn't help but remember Ji Xian's injection of the body cleanser. It was only because she hadn't seen much back then that she narrowly avoided fainting. Hadn't Ji Xian, a tough guy, also collapsed on the ground, howling in pain, that must have been his most difficult time. Even after swallowing royal jelly, the noise was much quieter. After much deliberation, Chu Si asked cautiously, compared to the body cleanser injection, is it any better? She wasn't as softed. Chu Si had a clear idea. Even if the pain levels were similar, she didn't think it was a big deal. After all, Ji Xian had been through it, so he should have some resistance. Dong Ziming thought about it. They would periodically inject body purifiers to cleanse the radiation, so the pain wasn't that great. Then he thought about how he's seen others receiving gene-repairing drugs. The two of them were crying and screaming, clearly on different levels. Thinking the girl might be afraid of the pain, he gently offered comfort, although it's a little more serious than that, she'd definitely be able to get through it. Don't worry. Chu Si, what the hell? Looking at the boy's sincere eyes, Chu Si sighed and pointed at Ji Xian. Then my boyfriend and I will share a room. Dong Ziming nodded immediately. The story of this sister's 1,000-mile journey to find her husband had spread throughout their circle. Unfortunately, their leaders, fearing young people would follow suit, had forbidden it from being shared. Otherwise, it would have surely become a legendary story. Chu Si had no idea of the complexities in his mind. She had to stay by Ji Xian's side, so that if he fainted, someone would be nearby to call for help. If she hadn't needed to hide the fact that she didn't need the gene repair injections, she would have wanted to gather Lei Ming and Su Dong as well, just in case. The two of them were quite clear-headed. They could choose one option. That way, if one of them died, the other could still take care of them. Even if both of them died, they could still prioritize, right? The matter was happily settled. Chu Si and Ji Xian chose the first room on the east side, while Lei Ming and the other chose the room next to theirs. It was almost 5:30 p.m. when they arrived, so after a brief orientation, it was time for lunch. Dinner was quite high quality. Each person received a fist-sized steamed bun, a bowl of egg drop soup, a fist-sized piece of smoked pork, and a small dish of pickled radish. While everyone else was still savoring the delicious meal, Chu Si had already finished. Don't call her tasteless. That dish of pickled radish was the most delicious. She'd been here all this time, and she never found a single radish. What a shame. Chapter 389. After dinner, everyone went to their rooms. Suddenly, the roar of a pig being slaughtered emanated from Chu Si's room. Thankfully, the room was well soundproofed, so no disturbance was caused. Chu Si stood by the sink, eyes filled with disbelief. She looked up at Ji Xian, and after a pause, she asked with difficulty, is this the pig face I wore today as I delivered my impassioned speech? Is this the pig face I wore today as I met the base's top administrator? Ji Xian was at a loss for words. He assumed she'd known all along. No wonder she was still so emotionally charged. She'd simply forgotten about it. Chu Si wiped her face in pain, then quickly let go with a ha ha ha. Ji Xian couldn't help but laugh. After a moment's thought, he forced a soothing reassurance, besides being a people's hero, you become even more impressive. It's very impressive. Chu Si's face grew even more bitter. She thought her fame would spread far and wide from now on. But now, people fear fame, just as pigs fear weight. She didn't want anyone to remember that scene. Chu Si ran to the bed and wrapped herself tightly in the quilt. It turned out that sudden kneeling wasn't the social demise she thought it would be. Her social demise was far more terrifying than that. Okay, Ji Xian touched the tip of her head. You can use the energy stone to heal your face tonight. No one will suspect anything this time. Chu Si poked her head out, then sighed deeply. Before, when she was a pig head, she was just a pig head. If her face was healed tomorrow, wouldn't the pig head know who had transformed her? Then, with a normal face, people would start to suspect things. Chu Si was torn. Forget it, she might as well stay ugly forever. Being ugly for a while was better than being awkward forever. She thought it was beautiful, but unfortunately, she couldn't really get her way. Because Chu Si had to pretend she'd been injected with a gene-repairing drug, how could the swelling on her face not go away under the drug's powerful effects? So, Even though she was reluctant, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and do it. Ji Xian stood by. Seeing that the redness and swelling on Chu Si's face had mostly subsided, he thought for a moment and took the energy stone from her hand. Chu Si looked up in confusion. What for? Since she has to use the energy stone, why not just clear up the hidden injuries? After traveling through a high radiation area the other day, even with her special constitution, she inevitably sustained some damage. It's always good to be able to repair it in time. Ji Xian shook his head. Alright, that's about it. The gene repair agent has a slow release process, so you can't go much faster than us. Upon hearing the safety concerns, Chu Si immediately stopped. Her situation wasn't urgent, so why take the risk? She was done, so it was Ji Xian's turn. He was perfectly steady, lying on the bed, sweat pouring down his face. Even conscious, he called out to Chu Si for hydration. Chu Si, Where was the expected rolling around on the floor? She didn't let her disappointment last long. Everything was calm here with Ji Xian. Then, a scream echoed from the next room. Chu Si's heart sank. Was this a normal rhythm? Brother Xian, could he have developed drug resistance? After all, he'd been using a combination of special energy stones and mutated royal jelly lately, so the possibility of him developing drug resistance was high. Seeing Ji Xian calmly wiping his sweat, she couldn't help but ask, "Do you need a doctor?" Just as this thought occurred to her, Chu Si heard hurried footsteps outside. She hadn't taken action yet. Ji Xian's expression grew anxious. Help me. He had a bad feeling. Su Dong might be in trouble. As soon as the injection was completed, he could clearly feel the drug taking effect. However, he had previously used royal jelly and special energy stones to repair his body, so the drug's effects penetrated more smoothly this time. Therefore, he didn't feel any particular discomfort, as everything had already happened naturally. Based on this, Su Dong was undoubtedly the most dangerous. The two opened the door, and saw the door to the next room wide open. Lei Ming, his face flushed, collapsed beside the phone, while Su Dong lay in bed, vomiting blood. A group of medical staff were now surrounding him, beginning emergency treatment. Chu Si helped Ji Xian over, and had him sit on the sofa. She moved to Lei Ming's side, and helped him sit beside him. At this point, Lei Ming was too weak to speak. After sitting down, he closed his eyes, and concentrated on digesting the medicine. After a busy day, fortunately, all three of them survived safely. As daylight began to break, Su Dong's condition began to stabilize. He was still unconscious. The doctor took a few readings and then said to his colleague, "Okay, he's out of danger. The peak has dropped, and the drug's effects are starting to dilute." Seeing that the other three were gathered in the room, he simply tested each of them. Lei Ming was tested first. It would take some time for the drug to release its effects. Next was Ji Xian. After receiving the test data, the doctor raised an eyebrow and said, "Good absorption? I estimate it will take another 2 days for the drug to be fully absorbed. This is truly rare. It's rare to see such a good match." Next up was Chu Si. Her heart was pounding. She hadn't even taken the medicine last night. Would the test yield any results? Sure enough, after the doctor finished testing Chu Si, he stared at the data in silence, muttering after a long pause, "The drug's effectiveness has been quite significant." Chu Si smiled awkwardly. Ji Xian, that idiot, had predicted the exact opposite. They thought they'd be testing for radiation levels, but they've been testing for residual drug effectiveness. Completely off the mark. Fortunately, Chu Si had used the energy stone before, otherwise it would have been completely exposed. Thankfully, the situation was contained, and they were able to escape the military compound safely. My own little nest is still the best place to be. Chapter 390. The arrival of Chu Si and his companions not only made them feel awkward, but also, due to their special status, their arrival undoubtedly placed a significant strain on the surrounding security. Not only did they have to be wary of outsiders causing trouble, but Chu Si, Ji Xian, Lei Ming, and Su Dong also needed to be closely monitored internally. It wasn't that they were being targeted specifically. At least for now, they were all heroes who had saved the base. Everyone saw that they had their own optimization filters. But this was, after all, the core area of the base, and there was no room for error. Everyone who came would be treated the same way. So, after confirming that the effects of the drugs on the individuals had entered the sustained release phase, and were no longer in danger, the base immediately began to escape them. To be honest, Chu Si was a bit dazed as he stood at the door. They had truly arrived and left in such a hurry. When he emerged, a car was already parked at the door. It wasn't the official car that had brought them in. It had the team logo clearly visible on it. It was the car of the Tomorrow Mercenary Group. As soon as he saw the others emerge, Fu Bowen immediately opened the car door and rushed out. He gave Brother Xian and Captain Lei a bear hug, but when he finally reached Chu Xiai, he still didn't dare to act rashly, and in the end, he simply patted her shoulder with a restrained pat. Now, he was truly convinced of his sister Chu. What a strong-willed woman, a woman who was no less capable than any man. Fu Bowen rubbed his hands excitedly. From now on, Sister Chu would be his number one. Even Brother Xian would have to take a back seat. Truly, Chu Xiai had done a brilliant job. She had dared to step forward in a critical moment. That alone made her better than him, and better than most of the people in the base. Although he had that intention at the time, he ultimately didn't take the leap. By the time he finally made up his mind, the mercenary group had already imposed martial law, strictly prohibiting any unauthorized movement. Many people speculated that they were already preparing to relocate. At that time, the mutant giant salamander was blocking the door, and for a moment, everyone was in a state of panic. Later, news of Brother Xian's mission failure arrived, and this was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Many organizations and individuals within the base began to give up, and some even began to plan their escape. Though the base issued repeated calls for action, they fell on deaf ears, with no organization responding. The base could force them to undertake such a life-threatening mission once, but not every time, as this would easily backfire. They had no choice but to lower the requirements for individual combat effectiveness. But seeing the situation dire, who would step forward? Everyone feared being drafted. After all, the organization needed to protect itself. If forced to relocate their base, they needed sufficient combat power to survive. Every choice was simply a reflection of their own interests. But no one could have imagined that, under such circumstances, a weak girl would dare to take such a risk alone. The most amazing thing was that she actually returned alive, even being carried along by a group. Mission complete, she even received a gene repair potion as a full member of the team. How many people, after working their entire lives, couldn't even save enough to buy a potion, and yet she found this opportunity while out searching for a husband? Isn't that incredible luck? And that's not all. With a single, slap-kneeling gesture during the award ceremony, Sister Chu finally secured her homestead, her life reaching new heights. How many people were envied? Offline, countless people tried to scam Mr. Chi, but the security guards at the base didn't even give them a chance. Not only did they rarely see each other on weekdays, but even when they were out, they had to clear the area. Truly, if you weren't of high status, you wouldn't even be qualified to scam someone. With all these coincidences, wasn't this incredible luck? In fact, Bowen had always thought Chu Xiai was lucky. Every time he went scavenging with her, the returns were significantly higher. Now, it seems he underestimated his sister Chu. She was someone capable of great things. He now regretted not spotting Chu Xi's intentions sooner. If he had taken him along, successfully completed the mission, and obtained the gene repair potion, wouldn't his life have been secure? Alas, time was running out. But Fu Bowen wasn't discouraged. This was just the beginning. He and Sister Chu had a long-term connection. One day, she would carry him to great heights. As long as he kept pace until then, he would definitely be able to turn things around. He glanced around quietly, and noticed that none of the four had any luggage. It was a bit of a shame. He hadn't been given the chance to show his affection. But then again, he'd been the one to take over the truck yesterday, and it was all still piled up in his dorm. At this thought, Fu Bowen's eyes hardened. Captain Lei had said that, except for a few tools, all that stuff belonged to Sister Chu. Although, in accordance with professional ethics, he strictly adhered to his role as a mere porter, but that bag, that feel, that smell. There was no doubt they had stumbled upon another treasure trove of black gold. Judging by the height of the bag, it must be at least 20 centimeters, right? That was Sister Chu's. Chapter 391. Fu Bowen's thoughts drifted. How many energy stones were in that bag? With a thud, Ji Xian slapped him. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and leave. The group had been standing in front of the guard booth. Didn't they see the change in the way the guards looked at them? What were they dawdling about? Fu Bowen immediately snapped back to his senses, trotting over to the passenger seat, opened the door, and said politely, Sister Chu, sit here, sit here. Let those three stinky men squeeze in the back. Chu Xiai, Excessive attention? The stinky men trio, Or rather, the former captain, the current captain, and the captain of another team. Ji Xian raised a brow. Something was amiss. This boy was being too attentive. I never seen him pay this much attention to Chu Xiai before. Suddenly, his heart sank, And he asked dangerously, "You kid, are you trying to steal my wife?" Fu Bowen shuddered with fear and immediately offered a fawning explanation. "How could that be? Brother Xian, Sister Chu is my beloved sister-in-law. You two are absolutely made for each other, a pair entangled like a dumpling wrapped in red money, inseparable even with an 8-meter machete." Hearing this, Ji Xian was satisfied. While Bowen's description was a bit lame, it was still acceptable. Furthermore, he believed that as long as his looks held up, Chu Xi would never abandon him for that idiot, just because he was a pretty face. This thought instantly reassured Ji Xian. It would be nice for his wife to sit in the front too. The back seat was indeed quite cramped. Along the way, Chu Xi was looking around curiously. Fortunately, the group did not attract other people's attention. Their prosperous time seemed to belong only to yesterday. That put her at ease. A simpler life was better. Chu Xi's happiness lasted until the train arrived at the station. As soon as she got off, she was greeted by a barrage of cameras, almost staring at her face. Several leaders of the mercenary group, accompanied by 2 rows of mercenaries, personally greeted them at the entrance. It was quite a grand display. They wanted to use this opportunity to further enhance the reputation of the Tomorrow Mercenary Group. After all, the remaining members were all from their group, 2 regular members, a temporary foreign aide, and the family of one of the temporary foreign aides. Everyone except their group had been wiped out on this mission. How could they not publicize it? The difference in strength and resources between the groups was stark, wasn't it? Chu Xi's expression turned grim. It was clear they were being exploited again. What's more, the thing she thought she avoided was actually waiting for her. Such a bummer. She couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. She was the only woman in the car. Now, wouldn't the truth about who was the idiot be revealed? Ji Xian coughed softly and whispered from behind her, "Give us some face. The mercenary group hasn't even paid out their reward yet." Chu Xi's face twisted strangely for a moment, then the corners of his mouth stiffly curled up. A reporter asked with concern, "Has your facial injury not fully healed yet?" As the question shifted to Chu Xi, someone immediately asked, "Some people say you were servile and fawning yesterday. Do you have anything to say? Yesterday's kneeling instantly wiped out over 10 square meters of permanent residential property rights. Some say you're the biggest dark horse of this trip. What do you think?" Chu Xi, I want to beat someone up. Seeing these reporters so numerous, the remaining few could no longer sit still. After all, they had been building up a revolutionary bond for several days. Su Dong was the quickest to react, yelling at the reporters, "What? You only see other people's gains, but not their efforts, right? Besides, what's wrong with accidentally falling? Old Chi didn't say anything, so why are you all so arrogant? What's wrong with accidentally losing your balance? Didn't you see how our Chu Xi's face looked? She was lucky to be able to open her eyes, and you expected her to see the ground? Besides, it's normal for a horse to stumble, so why can't Chu Xi?" At this moment, the others had mixed feelings. Chu Xi's anger flared up even more, uncontrollable. Now, she wanted to attack indiscriminately, friend or foe. Looking at Sister Chu's utterly foul expression, Fu Bowen swallowed his saliva. When will Captain Su change his foul-mouthed and quick-tongued ways? It's easy to get caught in a saga. Ji Xian was about to leave when Lei Ming stepped in ahead of him. The Tomorrow Mercenary Group was supposedly his and Su Dong's territory, so there was no reason for Ji Xian to step in and resolve a situation like this. He first went through the various principles of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness, raising the issue to a level of patriotism. Furthermore, is Mr. Chi such a pushover? If that were the case, you wouldn't have time to come here for an interview now. Our Sister Chu possesses so many excellent qualities, yet you're only focusing on a single flaw. Why, as soon as the matter is resolved, someone wants to see the hero's demise? After Lei Ming's words, no one dared to speak again. If they continued to pursue the issue, the label of persecuting a hero would crush them. Chu Xi was a traffic code, and she was a lazy person in the team. He had hoped to extract some fine from her, but who would have thought that he would have stepped on the tiger's tail? The base leader smiled and stepped out to smooth things over. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Captain Ji Xian's role in this mission was also extremely important. He performed exceptionally well. The regiment leadership is already considering rehiring him, with salary and benefits matching those of Captains Lei and Su. Chu Xi, Ji Xian, Lei Ming, and Su Dong were all stunned. Clearly no one knew about this. Ji Xian looked up and saw that it was Wang Zhong who had spoken. His brow furrowed slightly. Why, having failed to harm Lei Ming, he was now plotting against him, perhaps fearing they wouldn't cooperate, Wang Zhong quickly dealt with the reporters and immediately welcomed the four into the regiment. Chapter 392. Not long after the group joined the group, Ji Xian was summoned by Wang Zhong. Although they didn't have a favorable impression of him, they couldn't refuse outright, as Wang Zhong was the contact person specifically responsible for distributing mission rewards to Ji Xian and Chu Xi, two non-staff members. Leaving Chu Xi in the care of Fu Bowen, Ji Xian left first. Wang Zhong's office wasn't far away, but along the way, he displayed the superior airs of a management executive, and many people stopped to greet him. The mercenary group was a place of high circulation, and Ji Xian had been away for a long time. As a result, many newcomers didn't actually know him. He was often invisible for a short distance, and this contrast undoubtedly greatly increased Wang Zhong's value. This was exactly what Wang Zhong wanted to achieve. Before the negotiation, he wanted Ji Xian to understand his position. But Ji Xian's expression remained impassive, and he didn't even bother to dwell on that. He just wanted to take his commission and leave. This shabby place was filled with smog. How could it possibly compare to the comfort of his own home? Wang Zhong pushed open the office door and walked in first. He casually sat down in the executive chair, looking up at Ji Xian with a hint of disdain. The base's higher-ups wanted Ji Xian to return to the Tomorrow mercenary group, but how, and with what attitude was crucial. Wang Zhong had to strike the right balance. He wanted a capable and obedient leader, not someone who was too cocky and difficult to control. Ji Xian found a seat and sat down. What Wang Zhong had said to the reporters outside today had already left him deeply dissatisfied. He was only showing up because he was giving him credit, and expecting him to be nice and polite was simply out of the question. So Wang Zhong's cold stare simply vanished into thin air. Ji Xian wouldn't even bother paying him a damn centimeter. Wang Zhong's face darkened, and then, thinking of what they were about to discuss, he sneered disdainfully. In his opinion, Ji Xian's current offer was truly unwise. After all, the specific terms of his rehire were still up to him, and he would have to swallow his current sliver of pride back bit by bit. Of course, in his opinion, there was no way Ji Xian would refuse the offer of rehire. After all, everyone knew how hard life was for free hunters. To describe it as precarious wouldn't be an exaggeration. They had no money for trial and error. Food shortages or even a simple epidemic could easily take a free hunter's life. Especially Ji Xian had experienced a genetic collapse. It was said that he had lived in a slum for a long time afterward, and only then, through sheer luck, was he able to buy a small house in the West District, a place barely larger than their apartment. Wang Zhong privately believed that Ji Xian's edges should have been smoothed over by reality. After all, he experienced so much hardship that he must have known how to seize opportunities, even if they were a bit too expensive. In fact, according to common sense, Ji Xian might have been able to fall for his tricks by now, but along the way, they had never taken the usual path. Now they had a house, a vegetable garden, and even raised mutant shrimp. When he had free time, he went out scavenging with Chu Xi, and when he didn't, he stayed home to look after the land. Wasn't this life much better than being a slave in a mercenary group? Is he just pushing it because he's crazy? Seeing Wang Zhong still acting up, Ji Xian couldn't help but remind him, "Captain Wang, can we talk about the mission commission now?" Wang Zhong's lips curled up. Just as he thought of this, the latter arrived. He cleared his throat and addressed Ji Xian. "Captain Ji, the group has two compensation options for you. One is to directly award you points. 200 points for your reward and 50 points for your wife's. Although she wasn't invited by our group, she came along on this mission, and it's only right that she return empty-handed." Ji Xian's brow furrowed. While the base had issued this mission, and was naturally paying the bulk of the compensation, he was an external hire from the Tomorrow mercenary group. It was impossible for him to avoid paying a ton. In fact, it wasn't just him. Lei Ming and Su Dong would also receive rewards, though their rewards were generally ammunition, weapons, or internal mercenary group points. Before coming here, Ji Xian had estimated that the reward for this mission, the reward the Tomorrow mercenary group would offer him, would be at least equivalent to a B-rank mission. And now, 250 points. This number is truly auspicious, perhaps intentional. Seeing Ji Xian's expression change, Wang Zhong grew even more smug. The more so, the more confident he felt in the negotiations. After all, the reward for this mission was naturally determined by the Tomorrow mercenary group itself. He wouldn't mind even 2 points, let alone 250. Ji Xian lowered his head, silent. Wang Zhong saw this move as a clear sign of weakness, which brightened his mood. Next came the climax of the negotiation. He offered Ji Xian a ladder. "Captain Ji, it seems you're not entirely satisfied with the first option, but that's okay. We at the Tomorrow Mercenary Group are very humane. The leaders are very optimistic about your abilities and character, and feel you can be rehired. Your compensation will be the same as Captain Lay's. Of course. He looked up at Ji Xian and smiled, of course. Since you've been away from the group for a long time, many things are probably unfamiliar to you. So, after you return, you should follow me and learn for 3 to 5 months. However, during your training period, your salary will definitely be reduced, isn't that right? Chapter 393. Ji Xian nodded. Very good, it seems we're all done. He looked up at Wang Zhong. He couldn't understand how such a fool could rise to the position of captain. Was it just because he was good at flattery? If that were the case, the Tomorrow Mercenary Group would truly be finished. It looked like all that was left was a hollow shell, rotten from within. Ji Xian wondered, the mission to blast the mountain and lure away the mutated giant salamander, and the fact that the mercenary group will only give 250 points to the outsider tomorrow, were these already decided by the top brass? Wang Zhong's expression froze. How could that be? This was just a ploy to suppress him. The top brass wanted Ji Xian back, so of course, he had to work towards that goal. Wang Zhong stubbornly replied, of course. While the points might be lower, doesn't that give you a second option? Coming back, and still being a mercenary captain is already quite generous. He genuinely believed that. In his opinion, Ji Xian should have worked his way up through the ranks for a while longer. Unfortunately, this was a direct decision from the top brass, and he had no right to change it. In fact, he didn't even have the right to interfere with the internship period mentioned earlier. He just couldn't stand Ji Xian's indifference, and wanted to suppress him. Ji Xian nodded. He tapped his watch and looked up at Captain Wang, asking, should I post what I just said online so everyone can see the fun of the Tomorrow Mercenary Group? Haha, 250 points. Do you know how much leverage you're giving to your opponents? What's the matter? You don't want to be captain anymore? Wang Zhong's face darkened, a chill running down his spine. No one in the mercenary group dared to play such a trick on him. All mercenaries had signed contracts, and no one dared to do anything that would damage the group's reputation, lest they suffer the consequences. In the Wasteland era, it was incredibly easy to make someone disappear without a trace. But Ji Xian was different. He had no leverage over him at all. Why would he make such a naive mistake? Wang Zhong still wanted to steady Ji Xian, get him to sign the contract first, so he could keep him under control. Unfortunately, Ji Xian wasn't buying it. Returning to the mercenary group was a no-brainer. A one-time contract, a 10-year minimum, and injections of gene-repairing drugs. He finally had a few good years, so why would he put them all on the mercenary group? Isn't that just looking for trouble? Having been backstabbed, didn't Lei Ming want to leave the Tomorrow Mercenary Group? Of course he did, but unfortunately, he couldn't. His contract hadn't expired yet, and he would face huge compensation. If he fled without permission, the mercenary group would have the right to issue a killing order. Ji Xian flatly rejected the possibility of rehiring him, and seriously discussed compensation with the bastard. Give me a real number. If you're not satisfied, don't blame me for releasing the recording. I don't know if it will damage the mercenary group's reputation, but I do know your position is definitely in jeopardy. Wang Zhong had risen from the bottom, and his promotion rules were very similar to Lei Ming's, but Lei Ming was much younger, and had recently shown signs of rising to prominence. Several members of the leadership were eyeing him as Wang Zhong's successor. But Captain Wang was not satisfied with his official duties, which led to the incident in which Lei Ming and his gang were stabbed in the back in the wild. In other words, Ji Xian's threat hit the mark, and he boasted a lot. While they didn't find any evidence against Ji Xian, they did find him vulnerable. So why else would he be called stupid? Without a solution, Wang Zhong could only retreat again and again, going from 250 points to 1500. Ji Xian still wasn't satisfied, so he raised his reward from 1500 to 1800, far exceeding the reward for a single B mission. But Ji's previous performance wasn't in vain. Didn't he prefer 250 points? Ji Xian had simply forced him to increase it to 2,500 points, which was certainly far more than the regiment had allowed him. Captain Wang's coffers would likely be drained. Finally, Wang Zhong, sweating profusely, finally said, Ji Xian, the god of trouble, away. He slumped down on a chair, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. The thought of giving away all his years of accumulated wealth to Ji Xian made him want to die. So hateful, but Ji Xian wasn't even a member of the group, so he couldn't possibly trip him up. What could he do? While Wang Zhong might appear to be in a good position, his movements around the group were all under his control, and he could only exploit loopholes. As for hiring someone to assassinate someone, that was out of the question. If he truly possessed the ability, he could simply issue a kill order himself, spending a vast amount of points. But did he have that? Suddenly, Wang Zhong sat up straight from his chair. Oh, and then, there was Chu Ci. Since he couldn't do anything about Ji Xian right now, he couldn't be so helpless against a little girl, could he? The one who dared to risk 1,000 miles to find her husband must be Ji Xian's weak spot. Since he couldn't deal with Ji Xian for the time being, why not use Chu Ci as a scapegoat? That would also give him a bad rap, wouldn't it? Thinking of this, Wang Zhong immediately raised his watch and dialed a number. Chapter 394. After earning the points, Ji Xian didn't want to stay in this shabby place for a moment longer. The atmosphere was corrupt, and the atmosphere was chaotic. But then, a moment later, something unexpected happened with Chu Ci. Because Bowen had an emergency meeting, Chu Ci had no choice but to wander around the group alone. She had assumed this wasn't some secret base, and since the forbidden areas were guarded, nothing would go wrong. In the end, Chu Ci was dragged to the fighting arena. The news that Ji Xian was about to rejoin the group spread like wildfire. Hearing that Chu Ci was just from a shantytown, many people wanted to give her a warning. After all, Ji Xian had a house, good looks, and talent, and would soon have a stable job with a good income. How could he be considered a hot commodity? Naturally, there were quite a few who were interested in him, especially some of the older female mercenaries. Having seen Ji Xian in the past, they were completely captivated. Previously, Ji Xian was so cold that anyone who approached him would only have to train with him more, so who would dare to confide in him. But this time, Captain Ji was noticeably more gentle, which inevitably fueled their fantasies. As for Chu Ci's journey across thousands of miles to find her husband, that was simply wishful thinking. If Ji Xian was willing, there would be plenty of people eager to take the top spot. It wasn't that they looked down on Chu Ci, it was simply that she was too ordinary looking, at best above average. Among the competing teams, there were many talented women with both exceptional looks and skills. Many already harbored this ambition, and with this instigation, the idea became a major event. Chu Ci, who was still strolling outside, was immediately threatened to go to the martial arts field in the name of clearing the court. Chu Ci was so excited. Was the bride-stealing stage finally here? Without this moment, she'd been wondering if there was something wrong with her eyesight, or if the steamed bun in her hand wasn't fragrant enough. Now, she was finally relieved. Come on, she'd be there for you all. This is the added value of our brother Xin. After receiving the news, Lei Ming and Fu Bowen rushed over immediately. Just as she was about to stop him, Chu Ci stopped her. No, just raid the enemy lines. And those guys who just blocked my path, look at them, don't run away. I'm going to take them one by one. The others were a little confused. Why didn't things seem to be going the way they expected? Chu Ci began warming up on her own, then called on players to play. She fought with gusto. Of course, it was her gusto, while the opponents howled and wailed. After one match was over, she immediately switched to the second. This one wasn't very pretty, so Kaka had his arm dislocated and was replaced by the third. After 5 matches in a row, Chu Ci took a long break. What? A round-robin match? How could that be possible? She wasn't a masochist. 15 minutes later, the second wave began. Of course, there were also some capable fighters among them. Her face, which had just been intact, was soon blackened again. But she had experienced even worse situations before, and her heart was already as strong as a stone wall. By the time Ji Xian arrived, Chu Ci had finally finished. She was limping out, her face a pitch black, 2 streams of blood still oozing from under her nose. Ji Xian frowned and quickly approached. Seeing Lei Ming and Fu Bowen still standing there, he couldn't help but seethe. You all came, and yet you let Chu Ci get beaten like this? At that moment, his impression of the Tomorrow mercenary group plummeted to the bottom. They were so shameless as to gang up on a little girl, and no one intervened. Ji Xian clenched his fists, his gaze sweeping coldly over the crowd. Those people did it? He had no rules against hitting women, no one could stop him if he touched his wife. After waiting for a long time, no one dared to step forward. Ji Xian's expression grew even colder. Their aura rivaled that of Lei Ming, the devilish coach. No one dared to even breathe. The others were also feeling frustrated. Why were they so foolish as to watch this devilish couple's fun? They must have gotten back at them. Lei Ming coughed softly and explained to Ji Xian, "Don't look for them. They're not here. They're all receiving treatment in the infirmary." There were 12 of them, 5 with broken legs, 5 with broken arms, and 2 with both legs and arms. After the entire battle, Chu Ci was the only one left relatively intact. She could consider herself a complete winner. Chapter 395. After learning the whole story, Ji Xian didn't say a word, but simply picked her up and headed for the infirmary. Chu Xi wondered, what for? I don't need to deal with this. After all, medications take a long time to work. She could just absorb some energy stones when she got home tonight, and she'd be back in good health in no time. It's much more convenient than this. Besides, having just dug the manure pit, she already had plenty of energy stones. Spending a small amount wasn't a big deal at all. Ji Xian paused and touched her pig head. Chu Xi's eyes were now swollen and black, and blood was faintly visible under her nose. Her face was swollen, purple and red. Ji Xian narrowed his eyes. He was definitely heartbroken. Even before they confirmed their relationship, despite his ruthless training, he hadn't spared her any injuries. But now, they were all so arrogant. He squeezed Chu Xi's hand reassuringly and explained, treating the wounds is just a side job. Our main goal is to go and collect medical expenses, nursing care, and compensation for emotional distress from the perpetrators. Chu Xi scratched her head, a little embarrassed. But those injuries are worse than mine. We're just going to go straight ahead. We need to avoid getting bitten back. Chu Xi was perfectly clear-headed. While she was very interested in the proposal, she still had her sanity. Deep down, she felt it was probably impossible. After all, the Tomorrow mercenary group was their territory, and a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. If they came this way, they easily end up losing more than they gained. Hearing her words, Ji Xian sneered disdainfully. Bite back? How dare they get the nerve? As the initiator of the challenge, isn't it normal to get beaten up if you can't win? In other words, the fights and deaths were all deserved by these people. What did their Chu Xi have to do with it? Chu Xi nodded, deeply impressed by Ji Xian's words. Her waist instantly straightened, and she completely changed her previous weak willow demeanor. She wished she could walk with a breeze. After all, our positions had changed. Who wouldn't be stern and cheerful when collecting a debt? She grabbed someone from the side and said, "Let's go. We're not going to waste time watching this. Lead the way to the infirmary." The young mercenary paused, having never expected him to be involved in this matter. Hearing there was more to come, he happily ran ahead to lead the way, determined to enjoy the excitement. The others were more reserved, remaining silent. The group followed behind. After all, a safe distance still had to be maintained. Judging by Chu Xi's combat prowess, she could easily throw her opponent out of the fighting zone. During a previous fight, she accidentally threw her opponent into the audience seats, instantly trapping several people. Fortunately, Chu Xi held back and didn't cause much damage. However, afterward, everyone tacitly doubled the viewing area. There was no way around it. This girl has the ability to spread the flames of a city fire to the innocent. We have to be on guard. Thinking of the potential gains, Chu Xi moved her calf quickly. Fu Bowen, watching from behind, grew anxious. Sister Chu, you could at least pretend a little. With your nimble legs and feet, aren't you just asking for trouble? Unfortunately, Chu Xi couldn't sense his telekinesis at all, and soon rushed to the infirmary. Honestly, the scene inside was somewhat unexpected. 12 people were sent in at once, and the infirmary was running low on beds. They only had 4 beds. While mercenaries were prone to injury, the number of injured individuals who were unable to get up was generally low. The truly serious ones were left stranded in the field, unable to return. Those training at the base weren't often subjected to such brutal attacks. So, Chu Xi's first strike completely overwhelmed the infirmary. 7 of them had broken legs alone, for beds were definitely not enough, so 3 were sleeping on the floor, and 5 were standing aside, waiting for the medical staff to reattach their arms. Clearly, the injuries were serious. Both men and women looked gloomy. At the sound of the door opening, the few who were still energetic looked up, only to see the unfortunate Chu Xi entering. The room fell silent. After a moment, the switch finally flipped, and a young girl lying in bed cried out in frustration, "Why did you still follow me? Do you still have any principles in challenging people?" Honestly, she was truly afraid Chu Xi would chase them down and fight them. Because she said a few truths that Chu Xi didn't particularly like, she received special treatment during the fight. Now, she could only lie stretched out in bed, her arms dangling in the air, her leg in a cast, like an Egyptian mummy, unable to move a single muscle. Chu Xi immediately adjusted her expression, trying to put on a friendly, amiable smile. These people weren't her rivals now, but her most adorable financial sponsors. Chapter 396. Hearing she was here to demand compensation, the other patients in the room immediately felt uneasy. One of them pointed tremblingly at his casted legs and spoke with a tone of disbelief. We all had broken arms and legs, and after this whole challenge, you're the only one who's still intact. How dare you ask us for compensation? Chu Xiai smiled shyly. She was a little embarrassed to begin with. It was only because Brother Xian had brainwashed her so well. She coughed lightly and repeated her theory. Before she could finish, Ji Xian followed in. Upon seeing who was coming, several screams erupted in the infirmary, and several young girls quickly covered their faces with blankets. You know, Chu Xiai has always been incredibly ruthless in her fights. There's no point in letting anyone hit her in the face. It's all about reciprocity. It's getting even worse. So, everyone present now, even if you were once as beautiful as a flower, now you're no more than a pig on a scale. Those who can be easily incited already harbor fantasies about Ji Xian, and naturally don't want him to see them in such a state of disgrace. One person glared at Chu Xiai resentfully through the corner of the quilt. She definitely had this plan. How could they ever appear before Captain Ji again? She's truly cunning, having eliminated so many rivals in a single stroke. This move is tantamount to murder. Someone simply threw in the towel and said, even if you're attracted to Captain Ji's conditions, if he didn't have the house and the position of mercenary leader, would you still cling to him so stubbornly? So, you're the most hypocritical person. Chu Xi's fists clenched until they cracked. This was the man who, even after his legs and arms were broken, still refused to stop. She was still caught up in the dilemma of whether to attack the financial sponsor. Ji Xian spoke up. First, the house belongs to my wife, and the property deed is in her name. Secondly, I didn't accept the offer of rehire, and I will have no further dealings with you. Of course, this will only happen after you pay the compensation. When they heard that the house was actually in Chu Xi's name, everyone in the room fell silent. They hadn't expected such a possibility. Chu Xiai was just an ordinary woman from the shantytown, so unremarkable. What merit had she? To be honest, even Lei Ming and Fu Bowen hadn't expected their house to be registered in Chu Xi's name. They had assumed it was at most joint property, but they hadn't expected this to happen. At that moment, they knew that this couple was a couple they couldn't possibly separate. In this day and age, talk of love seems so ethereal, and no amount of sweet talk can compare to the reality of something. This is real estate. Ji Xian's sudden surge of suitors was due in part to his other qualities, but the primary reason was his independent property. Now that she'd been told the house was actually in her name, the momentary glimmer of hope faded. This incident also reflected Ji Xian's attitude towards this relationship. They couldn't pry open this corner of their relationship no matter what. But as soon as Boss Ji spoke, many of the young mercenaries watching the excitement grew a little excited, their eyes blazing as they looked at Chu Xiai. The situation seemed to be turning around. Ji Xian raised his head, glanced around coldly, and a faint smile curled his lips. Anyone interested? I'm always here to help. However, I won't be as kind as my wife, and give you a chance to recuperate. If you end up missing limbs, you only have yourselves to blame for messing with the wrong people. Ji Xian looked down at his palms, then slowly clenched them. He injected the gene-repairing agent, and his physical condition would soon return to peak condition. These people, let alone one-on-one, would be no match for him, even in a one-on-three fight. Ha. With his faint smile, the young men, who had just been full of fighting spirit, instantly wilted. They had heard of this man's name. A simple life would be fine. Why bother marrying a rich woman? Besides, this rich woman was quite a hot potato. With her fighting power, it was doubtful that anyone, save Captain Ji, could subdue her. Ji Xian didn't waste time talking to them, and simply called the doctor over. Examine the injuries, and see what compensation is appropriate for our losses? Dr. Ding was a veteran here, and knew Ji Xian well. He knew his stubborn temper. If he didn't satisfy him, these young women, and the three men would only be in trouble. After a moment's thought, he whispered, how about 30 points each? Ji Xian sneered. Of course not. Chu Xiai stood nearby and listened, as the doctor raised the price from 30 to 60, then from 60 to 80, and finally settled on a flat 120. Ji Xian finally relented. Upon hearing this, Dr. Ding finally breathed a sigh of relief. These people weren't management figures, like Wang Zhong. Most of them were low-ranking mercenaries. 120 points per person was a truly enormous sum for them. After all, they had never experienced finding an energy stone simply by hunting a mutant. Although the base number was small, the advantage was that there were many of them. With 12 people in total, each receiving 120 points, the total was 1,440 points. So cool, so many. As they left, Chu Xiai felt a little reluctant to leave, wanting to say, come again. After all, opportunities were rare, and she should cherish every one. Chapter 397. Getting compensation, and Chu Si getting free medication, he was incredibly happy. The group slowly walked out of the infirmary. Ji Xian's business and Chu Si's mess were finally resolved, and now they could finally collect their belongings and go home. The two followed Fu Bowen to his dormitory to retrieve their luggage. Lei Ming went ahead, ready to arrange a car for them. After all, Chu Si had so much stuff, he couldn't just let them carry it all back, could he? As he walked, Lei Ming touched his chest. There were his haul, 9 energy stones. This was an excellent return. But compared to Chu Si, he was instantly reduced to nothing. 2.5 sacks full of sand martins, so much honey, so many precious energy stones, and 2 unusual mutant short-tailed pit vipers. He shuddered. They absolutely needed a car. Otherwise, if someone foolish enough came to rob them, a beating would be a minor issue. If they let even one of the mutant short-tailed vipers escape, the entire base would be in tatters. He suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. Back then, when he asked Fu Bowen to come pick up the items, he'd forgotten to tell him about the 2 little snakes. Because they were so rushed, he actually forgotten about it. The thought brought a cold sweat to his forehead. Since returning, Fu Bowen hadn't brought up the subject. It was likely that he hadn't even noticed. It wouldn't matter if he hadn't noticed. The real concern was that he wouldn't take it seriously, and wouldn't be careful enough when moving the items. If he accidentally knocked the cage open, it would be fatal. Not daring to think any further, he immediately dialed Fu Bowen. Fu Bowen had been happily leading the way, but when he saw Lei Ming calling him, he assumed the car was ready. After a brief pause, the smile on his face vanished completely. He asked, "Woodlane mutated? Short-tailed pit viper?" Before Lei Ming could reply, Chu Si, standing nearby, chimed in cheerfully, "Yes, my most precious find of this trip. So cute, isn't it? Short and chubby." Fu Bowen turned away blankly, a grown man almost ready to burst into tears. With a cry of awe, he ran off. When he'd been moving things, he hadn't really paid attention to the wire cage, much less whether he bumped or dented it. If it had run away, he'd be blamed. Fu Bowen beat his chest in regret. How could he have forgotten Sister Chu's lethality? If he had asked a few more questions, if he had known that the evil spirit was inside, he probably wouldn't have dared to answer. Alas, nothing can be known in advance. Now he could only sprint back to the dormitory, hoping that everything would still be in time. Watching him flee, Chu Si wondered, what happened? Ji Xian smiled. Nothing. I guess he was scared by your 2 little fat dogs. Maybe he was afraid they'd get out? Chu Si scratched her head. How could he have escaped? Afraid of such a mishap, she had built several layers of defense. After shaking off the idiots from Team 2, she had even gathered some vines, and woven a basket out of straw around the wire mesh. It was the kind that was so tightly woven that it would only be cut with scissors. Tearing it apart by hand wouldn't work, let alone just a few tamperings. Ji Xian naturally saw all of this, so he didn't specifically warn Bowen, lest his curiosity get the better of him, and he act recklessly, leaving him hopeless. Fu Bowen rushed back, but after searching everywhere, he couldn't find the wire cage. In that moment, despair washed over him. All he could think of was, it's over. It's over. The cage is lost. This was undoubtedly the worst-case scenario. A moment later, Ji Xian sent him a message, reassuring him, don't worry, the snake isn't lost. It's in the straw basket. As soon as he saw the message, Bowen scrambled to his feet, and searched through Chu Si's pile, finally finding a small, not too large wicker basket in the corner. Gathering his courage, he lifted it through 2 layers of thick clothing, and shook it. There was indeed a sound of something heavy swaying inside. The moment he confirmed the snake was still there, tears welled up in his eyes. A 7-foot-tall man, he cried his eyes out. Bowen still had a good conscience. Even though he was crying, he still took the time to report the good news to Lei Ming. He hoped that Lei Ming wouldn't come to his senses, and start making things difficult for him later. Chapter 398. Chu Si had thought Fu Bowen would still enthusiastically try to keep them, but he was so swift in handing them out that he barely even said goodbye. Chu Si, clutching the small wicker basket in her arms, fell into deep thought. Was Fu Bowen's enthusiasm when he came to pick them up today just an act? Not really. Ji Xian smiled and nudged her, hurry home. As long as she held those 2 treasures in her arms, she'd be hated wherever she went. Forget it, Chu Si simply stopped thinking and settled comfortably in the back seat. Bowen drove as usual, and Ji Xian took the passenger seat. Chu Si nestled comfortably in the back seat. After so many days away, she could finally go home. She couldn't help but think about what she would do once she got home. When she really thought about it, there was quite a lot. First, she had to deal with the sand martin and test the energy stone. As for the mutant honey, she had to wait until tomorrow to take it to another store for testing. It's time to harvest the vegetables at home, especially those foxtail grass plants. The seeds should probably be ripe, so we need to pick them quickly. As for Brother Xian, he also has a lot of important things to do, like repairing the electric scooter and building a nest for Big Fat and Second Fat. Before he could finish his thoughts, the car arrived. It must be said, four-wheeled vehicles are incredibly fast. Chu Xiai felt like he barely sat down when the car pulled up at his doorstep. After Fu Bowen helped the two unload their belongings, he left without even a sip of water, saying he was busy with some matters at the group and couldn't get away. Chu Xiai, It was a bit perfunctory. Lei Ming had told Fu Bowen right in front of them earlier to escort the two back safely, prioritizing safety and not rushing. Wasn't this happening a little too quickly? Ji Xian smiled and carried them home. Bowen had run off, and he was so happy he was out of his mind. By the way, Chu Xiai suddenly stopped. I wasn't in a position to ask you at the Tomorrow Mercenary Group just now, but how did your talk with Wang Tong go? When Chu Xiai heard 250 points, she couldn't contain herself. That wasn't even as much as she earned fighting in one round. This guy was really ruthless. She pulled out her rattan box. Do you want to prepare one for him? Ji Xian pressed the box down speechlessly. Take good care of your big fatty and little fatty. We're the only ones in the base. If anything goes wrong, we can't escape. Besides, I finally managed to pry 2,500 points from him. Chu Xi's eyes lit up at this. 2,500 points? How long would it take them to earn that much? But despite that, she was still a little worried. This Wang Zhong doesn't look like a good person. I'm afraid he'd trip us up in the future. Hearing Ji Xian's description, Chu Xiai felt that Wang Zhong was the typical villain. One must be wary of him. And to be honest, the probability of this happening was very high. It was only a matter of time. Ji Xian smiled faintly. How could he possibly give a man like that another chance? He raised his watch. Don't forget, I used to be in the mercenary group. I have the contact information for some of the higher-ups. Before I left, I sent a copy of the recording to the leader and vice leader. He's not a very talented person. The group won't keep him in that position anymore. As for whether he caused them trouble again after falling from his perch, given Wang Zhong's usual arrogance, we had to make sure he could survive the others' attacks first. Hearing this, Chu Xiai couldn't help but praise his impressiveness, and silently mourned for Wang Zhong for 2 seconds. Why pick on someone like Black Cleaver? You could have picked on someone else, but you picked on this Black Cleaver. 2 more years of good fortune were possible, but now they're all over. What a shame, isn't it? Ji Xian took out Chu Xi's electric scooter and, while disassembling the parts, added, looks like this position will probably go to Lei Ming. This is a small favor to him, saving him the trouble. Of course, this favor can't be free. I have to ask him for more parts, and ideally 2 spare tires. Chu Xiai, I'm so glad they're a couple, otherwise Ji Xian might have screwed them over at any moment. Now, this is our own fighting force. Chu Xiai was overwhelmed. Thanks to her sharp eyes, she had chosen such a treasure to keep by her side. Ji Xian was a hedgehog, and she, Miss Chu, was the red fruit he held in his palm. Everything else was just thorns, ha ha ha. Thinking of that scene, Chu Xiai couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Hedgehog looked up and said, never mind, it's normal. After Chu Xiai had enough fun, she finally got back to her own business. 2.5 sacks of sand martin carcasses, about 150 in total, only 14 energy stones had been detected, less than 1/10 of the total, a truly low number. She only had to deal with the carcasses, the rest was Ji Xian's responsibility. Although the energy stones were a bit low, it wasn't a big deal. After all, we were so arrogant. After taking 2 steps, Chu Xiai directly unearthed the bag of energy stones she had dug from the black gold zone. Counting them, large and small, there were a staggering 3,211. Oh my god, Chu Xiai was stunned. Is this the kind of wealth I could possibly possess? When she was digging, she hadn't felt anything much, it was just shoveling manure. Now, she could finally embody the persona of a wastelander. To have such a haul, even if it stinks, the financial backer still smells good. Chapter 399. I hadn't expected so many energy stones. Chu Xiai couldn't help but wonder, if she hunted alone, how many lifetimes would she have to amass? Is this the charm of the Black Gold Zone? Thinking about it, the cliff swallow's location was right next to a cliff, and the cliff top was covered in vegetation. Most people wouldn't bother to go and check it out. The underground black gold had been accumulating for who knows how many generations, so it seemed understandable that so much had been unearthed. Chu Xi held the bag of energy stones in awe for a long moment before she began testing their energy levels. She casually picked up a little yellow bean and placed it on the testing table. A moment later, the results appeared. Ding ding, energy stone level, F, energy value, 3. Energy value, 3? She couldn't believe it. It was the lowest value ever. It can't be that bad, right? Chu Xi continued to pick up small energy stones. This time, to try to get a good start, she chose a slightly larger one, about the size of a walnut. Taking a deep breath, she placed the small walnut on the testing table. Ding, energy stone grade, F, energy value, 5. A bad premonition struck Chu Xi. She was confident her luck wouldn't be that bad. She casually grabbed a handful. Swish. An F grade, 2 energy value, then another F grade, 1 energy value, then swish. 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 F grade, F grade, F grade. At that moment, tears welled up in her eyes. It was clear that fate had played a trick on her. After testing a handful of energy stones, only one reached grade E, with an energy value of 301. Just barely meeting the standard. But this was already a stunner among the dwarfs. Holding the energy stone, Chu Xi fell into deep thought. Honestly, the energy stones she'd previously found were generally D or C rank, with E rank being the bare minimum. But now, her lower limit had been infinitely reduced. Worse still, some energy stones had completely lost their energy. Thinking about it now, she probably used it to recharge herself when she was bitten by the snake. She wanted to cry so hard. Chu Xi stared at the sack as if it were a bag of pennies, her heart pounding. Was it that God, to destroy someone, first drove them mad? Crazy, she was practically giving up. Ding ding, energy stone level, A, energy value, 1586. It was a close call. She almost couldn't catch her breath. Chu Xi carefully tested it again, and it was indeed 1586. She clapped her hands. How could she have forgotten something so important? Feudal superstition struck. After finally finishing her work, she began to work, holding the nutrient solution she had just offered in her mouth. Ding ding, energy stone grade, E, energy value, 311. Not bad, not bad, that's good enough. She wasn't demanding too much right now. Ding ding, energy stone grade, E, energy value, 302. Unfortunately, perhaps due to limited raw materials and insufficient divine power, after a few E-grade energy stones were taken, a large number of F-grade energy stones came pouring in. 19, 108, 3, 5270274. Never mind, Chu Xi calmed down. Fortunately, while the quality of this batch of energy stones wasn't impressive, the quantity was huge. After testing batch after batch, only one A-grade energy stone was found. 5 special energy stones, unfortunately, were all F-grade and didn't seem very useful. 3 of them were of the D-grade, a minor premium quality. About 1/10 of the E-grade energy stones were E-grade, and the rest were all F-grade. This turnover rate is truly astonishing. She tossed the used ones aside and stored the rest by tier. Finally, after a comprehensive calculation, the total energy value reached over 80,000 points. 80,000. 1 energy point can be exchanged for 1.5 points, which means the total value of these energy stones is over 120,000 points. Her mouth trembled slightly as she greeted Ji Xian, asking, "Brother Xian, we bought this house for less than 30,000 points, right?" Ji Xian nodded. "About 28,000. Chu Xi patted the bag beside him. 120,000. Ji Xian, question mark. After a moment, he finally understood Chu Xi's meaning. Ji Xian took a deep breath. It wasn't his fault for being slow to react, it was mainly because he had no experience in this area. When he first saw the energy stones in the sack, he felt it was a lot. But the next step hadn't occurred to him. Perhaps subconsciously, he felt he wasn't even worthy of calculating such a large sum. 120,000 points. Even when he was a mercenary captain, the highest turnover he ever seen was only 30,000 points, and that was for the entire team. In the end, he was left with only 7,000. At this moment, Chu Xi had a sweet worry. She sighed softly, then leaned into Ji Xian's arms, hugging the bag. "Tell me, how are we going to spend all these points?" At that moment, Ji Xian's silence was deafening. Chapter 400. After much thought, Chu Xi felt that such a large sum of money should be spent on the house. It was their foundation. Hasn't the residential land just been approved? Then, they could raise the house as high as possible. Chu Si shook his head. It didn't seem possible. The houses around here were only 5 stories tallest. Any higher would be illegal. But it wasn't a big deal. 5 stories would be plenty for them. They could plant everything in the future. Even if they stopped scavenging, providing them with food would definitely not be a problem. Even if they didn't have enough to eat, they would definitely not starve to death. That was better than most ordinary families. Unfortunately, Ji Xian ruthlessly shattered her dream before it was complete. He coughed lightly and explained to Chu Si, "We can't just build as many floors as we want. Only a professional foundation team can handle the construction work. Our current land is 34 square meters, so building a 5th floor would definitely be illegal. The land is too narrow to support a tall house. I guess we can only build 3 stories at most." Chu Si blinked. Only 3 stories? A little different from what she had imagined. Ji Xian rubbed her head with a sullen smile. "You're too greedy. 3 floors would be enough for us. There's too much space, and we don't have any soil. Don't forget, hydroponics also require nutrient solution. If they were eating for themselves, these expenses would be manageable. But if they wanted to sell to the market, ordinary vegetables wouldn't fetch a high price, so the cost would be a bit more difficult to guarantee." Chu Si nodded, and the topic returned. "Can building a house cost so many points?" Ji Xian shook his head. The homestead was the most expensive, and labor and materials would only cost 1,500 points at most. With this money, he had no intention of renovating the house. As long as it was fully functional and simple, everything would be fine. At this moment, a burning idea crossed his mind. We could use this money to buy a house at base 38. Buying a house? Is the scope that huge? 120,000 points doesn't seem out of the question. Base 38 is ranked several places higher than theirs, indicating its overall strength is significantly better than this one. Thinking of this, Chu Si couldn't help but get excited. How big a house can I buy there with 120,000 points? She wasn't demanding much. A small 50 square meter house would be fine. Ji Xian paused. They were already getting a good deal here. The actual living area of this house was only 14 square meters, and the rest was added later by miscellaneous additions. The housing prices at base 38 were even higher than here. 12,000 points there should only buy a 30 square meter basement or attic. Chu Si almost couldn't contain his breath. Am I stupid? Why would I leave my 3-story Davii apartment and go squeeze into a basement or attic with everyone else? Ji Xian sighed and thought for a moment. Although some of the information was still uncertain, he still shared his speculation. After all, buying a house at another base would definitely require Chu Si's consent. Ji Xian raised his watch and projected a video onto the wall in front of him. The video showed the exit of the underground river. Several bright lights illuminated the cave entrance, and from time to time, a mutant giant salamander could be seen wagging its tail, but it didn't run out. Chu Si wondered, what's wrong? Isn't this good? Everything's under control. Ji Xian sighed, looked at the width of the cave entrance. After the ravages of the mutated giant salamander, it's already over 3 times wider than before. And with continued water flow, the entrance will only get wider. Some things, once broken, aren't so easily repaired. Gazing at Chu Si's still somewhat confused eyes, Ji Xian continued, whether the mutant giant salamander emerges or not, as long as that cave entrance exists, our base will always be in danger. Most importantly, the danger there is uncontrollable, as we have no idea whether other mutant animals from the underground river will emerge through it. Furthermore, we previously blasted a breach at the other end of the mountain. While this temporarily solved the problem of the mutant giant salamander, it effectively connected the 2 ecosystems. Who knows if some mutant bird will fly in from that end of the cave, and out this way. Chu Si was speechless with shock. Could the problem really be that serious? For a moment, she just wanted to pack up and run, to leave this dire situation behind. But there was still so much food and appliances at home. Most importantly, she couldn't bear to part with this house. 120,000 yuan would only buy a basement or attic elsewhere. Chu Si had a feeling this would be the pinnacle of her life. Ji Xian looked at her amused and tapped her head. You should learn to think for yourself about everything. What I just said are all possible hypothetical scenarios. These are all bad hypotheses, but there are definitely good ones too. What if that river can be utilized? This place is a prime location for feng shui. All of these things are possible, but it just takes time to adjust. We just happen to have 120,000 points on hand, and that's enough to set up a fallback plan. Why not? Even if we buy a house, we don't have to move in right away. We can rent it out first. If things don't work out here, We don't have to start over with nothing when we get to base 38. Hearing Ji Xian's words, Chu Xi felt relieved. As expected, in this shabby place, only a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows can sleep soundly. In fact, Ji Xian was not the only one who had this plan. Anyone in the base, who had a little foresight, and happened to have extra money, had already started planning this at home. At least buying now would be cheaper than buying when a large number of people fled the famine. Chapter 401. After hearing Ji Xian's analysis, Chu Xi completely sank. Even planning for her new house seemed to have lost interest, as if she were waiting for the apocalypse. After the conversation ended, she moved a small bamboo stool to sit alone in the yard, staring blankly at the sky. A faint melancholy emanated from her, creating a lonely space of her own. Ji Xian watched with amusement. He couldn't help but wonder if this had frightened Chu Xi. Although it was a little early to say so. She happened to have so many points on hand. What a chance to make a backup plan. He thought Chu Xi might have misunderstood. Ji Xian walked over to Chu Xi and sat down beside her. Are you afraid of facing unknown dangers? Hearing Ji Xian's question, Chu Xi managed to regain her composure and shook her head. How can there be a completely safe place here? Just kidding. Not to mention the risk of losing their lives every time they went out. Even if mutant animals attacked the base, they definitely wouldn't be the first to be attacked. What was there to be afraid of? Ji Xian nodded. He guessed that wasn't the problem. Chu Xi was simply a practical optimist. Even if the sky fell, she would always find someone taller to lend a hand. Ji Xian smiled, and then asked Chu Xi, are you reluctant to leave this house? Chu Xi, After a long silence, an outburst of emotion followed. She reached out, and touched the ground beneath her feet. This was the empire they had worked so hard to build. She remembered the first time she came to view the house. Although it was still in ruins, she felt a surge of joy. Not to mention now, everything was so neat and tidy, everything was in place, and they now had a new plot of land. Life was thriving, and they could almost build a 3-story house. Now Ji Xian had to tell her such bad news. All those beautiful dreams could be shattered in an instant. Although Ji Xian kept emphasizing that it was a fallback, the more he emphasized it, the more she felt the base wasn't secure. If something beyond her control really happened, wouldn't that mean they have to give up their beautiful house? She reached out a trembling hand to the doorframe, her voice tinged with tears as she answered Ji Xian's question, is this a house? This is my long-lost baby. Ji Xian had been somewhat affected by her heavy emotions, but upon hearing this, he burst out laughing. Sorry, I couldn't hold it back, he said. Chu Xi, tears welling in her eyes. I won't say anything, I just silently condemn you with my eyes. Ji Xian calmed down for a moment before finally looking Chu Xi in the eye. He reached out and touched her head, his voice tinged with a smile. I realize you might still not understand the significance of the homestead elder she gave us. Let's put it this way. Unless we can buy a villa in the future, we never reach our current heights. And a villa, for them, was practically negligible. It wasn't just a symbol of wealth, it was also something you couldn't afford without a certain level of status. He led Chu Xi outside. They were surrounded by towering buildings, and a line of guards patrolled nearby. Ji Xian tried to soothe Chu Xi's agitation. The base has been protected by so many people for so many generations. No one would give it up easily. At most, we temporarily relocate, just like when the mutated giant salamanders attacked the base last time, and we were temporarily relocated to the East District for refuge. After the danger is over, we naturally return. Don't worry, the protective barrier here is underground. Relocation is a massive undertaking. The fact that Base 46 has survived so many disasters speaks volumes. We need to prepare a fallback route simply because relocating between bases is difficult. Every operation takes more than a few days. Having a place to stay is better than camping in the wilderness, right? Especially in winter. Living outside can be fatal. They don't need these 120,000 points immediately, so Ji Xian thinks using them to buy emergency shelter is perfect. Chu Xi was a little surprised. Even if we're forced to relocate, will we be able to return someday? Ji Xian nodded affirmatively. That's for sure. The base won't be abandoned. We just look for ways to deal with the mutants and solve problems as they arise. Chu Xi felt instantly relieved, with only a small concern remaining. She asked uncertainly, then why can't we build a new house properly? Ji Xian was stunned by this. When had he ever said against building a new house properly? After a while, he finally remembered what he had said. As long as it's fully functional, keeping it simple is fine. It seemed that his words were somewhat ambiguous. Ji Xian explained with a mixture of laughter and tears. Okay, I apologize. My wording was flawed. I caused our little Chu to feel sad. To correct it, when constructing the house, the frame must be made of the strongest materials. We must ensure the quality of the house. Even if a mutant beast enters, it won't be easily demolished. As for the exterior glass and other small items, try to choose simple and inexpensive ones. That way, even if they're damaged, we won't be too upset, and we can replace them ourselves. Chu Si blinked. So our house is still there? And it will always be there? Ji Xian nodded affirmatively. Of course. This was their roots, irreplaceable anywhere else. Chapter 402. Everything was finally talked out. Miss Chu was in a good mood. Seeing her still sitting on the small stool in the yard, Ji Xian couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong? Are you still in a bad mood? Chu Si shook his head. You don't understand. I'm just happy now. Ji Xian nodded. How could he not understand? Isn't it just that when she's unhappy, she sits there, and when she's happy, she just laughs there? He reached out and patted the whiteboard beside him. I want to draw a house plan. Are you interested in discussing it? Chu Si's eyes lit up, and he immediately jumped from his seat and ran to Ji Xian's side. He picked up a pen and began to draw the foundation of the house. As he drew, he explained to her, although our area isn't very large, the advantage is that the house is square enough. As he spoke, he drew a rectangle on the paper, 8.7 meters long and 3.9 meters wide. Ji Xian stretched out his hand and cast a shadow above it. This is the location of the wall. He looked up and asked Chu Si, how many windows do you want in the bedroom? They only had one bed now, and honestly, the ventilation wasn't very good. Previously, fearing it wouldn't be safe enough, they had all the windows resized. But after living there for so long, Chu Si realized the home was far safer than she expected. So, she wanted an extra window, at least to allow for ventilation. 2 maybe? Could the windows be a little bigger? Iron bars on the outside shouldn't be a problem, right? Ji Xian nodded. This was enough. The bedroom didn't need to be too big, just enough for 2 people to sleep. He also wanted a dedicated kitchen on the first floor, which would house his workbench and large appliances like the dryer. Chu Si watched from the side and offered a suggestion. A kitchen? Let's get a dedicated kitchen. It doesn't have to be too big, but we have a dedicated place for pots and pans. Ji Xian nodded. Okay, the kitchen can be a little bigger. We can put the dining table in there later, and add a small storage room on the side for any food we need to eat on the fly. Chu Si was stunned. Building a separate small storage room? Wouldn't that be a waste of space? Ji Xian shook his head. We can dig half a meter underground. I want to customize it into storage spaces with grids. That way, it won't be so convenient to get things out, so a separate temporary storage area is essential. Chu Si was shocked. The entire underground area should be used for storage? But what about our hydroponic foxtail grass? We just dug the canal. Ji Xian sighed. There's nothing we can do about it. To make life more convenient in the future, the canal has to be destroyed. I want to set up a dedicated storage area. A hydroponic room would allow for multiple layers of planting and free up some space. Chu Si nodded. That was fine, as long as the original functions weren't lost. And the bathroom? Can we have the whole thing to ourselves? Really, she'd been using public restrooms since arriving, and she almost forgotten about it. Oh, and the shower room. Just put the bathroom and shower together. Can we plan the location? Ji Xian glanced down and nodded after a moment. Okay, let's move it to the hydroponic room. There's a dedicated drainage pipe there, so we don't need to run it twice. The sketch was done, and after the 2 of them saw that there was little else to add, they began discussing the second floor's layout. The first floor was already filled with the essential living areas, so the second floor would be used for growing vegetables, and a drying room would also be built. If their vegetable garden got going, the drying oven at home might not be enough, so a drying room was essential. The design for the 3rd floor was even simpler. It housed the vegetable garden, a completely dedicated planting area. Following the previous greenhouse design, they planned to use a translucent plastic roof on the sunlit side. To prevent the solar panels from blocking the light, they planned to mount a metal frame on the other side of the roof. The frame would extend upward, eliminating the need to worry about blocking the light on the other side. So it was settled. Chu Si clutched the 3 sketches, her heart overflowing with joy. By this point, she had already formed the outline of her new home in her mind. Chapter 403. Just as the 2 of them finished discussing the house design, Chu Si's watch began to chime. The contact displayed was the housing authority. She raised her watch in confusion and asked Ji Xian, "Why is the housing authority calling me?" Could it be that there's also a cyber fraud industry in the Wasteland? Jixian pondered. Maybe they're trying to schedule an appointment for us to renew our property ownership certificates. Our situation is unique, so we need someone to come and measure the property. Chu Xi nodded and answered the call with the speaker. The call was just as Jixian had predicted. They were scheduling an appointment for staff to come and measure the property's area. Chu Xi and the others had chosen a date that was close to home. The sooner the better. Furthermore, through this call, they had also made an appointment with the construction team to start work. It was 3 days later, which was incredibly tight. But there was no other way. The date was 3 days later because the original scheduler had something to do, leaving them with a free day. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to get involved. Although the construction team was running everyone's project simultaneously, they would plan their schedules appropriately to ensure that each new home was completed within the allotted timeframe. Chu Xi was still a little stunned. Their house was a full 3 stories, and the estimated construction period was only 2 weeks. It felt like playing house. Of course, that was the estimated construction period. The exact construction progress would be determined after they came to measure the house area and inspect the specific situation. But from the looks of it, if a 3rd floor was possible, the construction period would remain the same at 2 weeks. If the actual situation didn't allow for a 3rd floor, the construction period would have to be brought forward. Chu Xi couldn't help but feel a little worried. She looked up at Jixian. What if they don't allow a 3rd floor? Jixian wasn't worried about this at all. After all, our 2nd floor is actually an illegal construction project right now. If it doesn't work out, we can build a solarium on top later, just like we have now, made of bamboo. And if we're allowed to build a 3rd floor, we can actually do that later. That's the benefit of owning our own homestead. It's just that the 3rd floor is enough for us for now, otherwise we won't have enough nutrient solution and planting soil. We discussed the details later. Chu Xi's eyes lit up. Yes, we can still stack bamboo slabs on top, and it will be a 4-story building. Jixian pointed to the top floor. They'd be here to demolish the house in 3 days. Our first priority now is to clean up the vegetable garden and then move. At this point, he couldn't help but sigh. He had originally planned to use the Tomorrow Mercenary Group's dormitory for free, but unfortunately, with it in such a mess, and he had explicitly refused to return the job, it would be inappropriate to shamelessly go and take advantage of it. There was no other choice but to rent a cheap basement nearby and stay there for a month. 2 weeks were reserved for the construction team to renovate the house, and the remaining 2 weeks were used to diffuse the odor and install other equipment. Dissipating the odor here simply means opening windows to diffuse the odor. Although the Wasteland has lost a lot of things, relatively speaking, what has been preserved has almost all undergone technological innovation. For example, the construction technology and material selection have been upgraded over the years. Even if you live in a newly renovated house now, apart from a stronger odor, it won't have any significant impact on the human body. As for the equipment, after the house is built, Jixian will need to install it himself. For example, the solar panels. With the addition of more planting area, temperature control, and supplemental lighting require energy. The original few solar panels are already struggling to support the current consumption. Naturally, more panels are needed, and multiple power storage systems are also needed. Most importantly, Jixian needed to personally procure the multi-layer hydroponic equipment. Fortunately, Naming's wife had mentioned this plan before, so he had a good idea of what to buy. Chu Xi nodded, leaving the rest to Jixian. Regardless, the vegetable garden upstairs really needed some attention. The foxtail grass clusters needed harvesting, and the potatoes should be ripe by then. The newly transplanted sweet potato vines definitely wouldn't do, but she remembered that the one she just planted had a small, low-radiation sweet potato growing on top. So what was she waiting for? She immediately grabbed her backpack and clambered up to the 2nd floor. Jixian sighed helplessly. It was all talk and no action. He hadn't even had a proper lunch yet. Little had he known that Chu Xi had already eaten his fill just after the shaman dance. Looking at the time, it was almost 11 o'clock, so he simply began to work on his own affairs, deciding to wait until around 12 o'clock to cook. The first thing to do was to build a cage. Jixian had specially constructed a multi-layered cage with multiple switches. Chu Xi wouldn't be afraid of its toxicity as long as she had the energy stone, but what if Chu Xi was a careless person, and there was no guarantee she'd go into battle without the energy stone? This thought gave him even more trouble. Was there any way to further ensure safety? In the end, he realized that all his preparations weren't as reliable as a pair of bite-proof gloves. Jixian's cage was also quite impressive. He hadn't left any openings in the outermost layer. He had already sealed the openings with bite-proof gloves, thus completely eliminating any chance of the pit viper escaping. Chapter 404. Everything was planned perfectly, but when Jixian dismantled the wicker frame, he realized what true horror was. The short-tailed pit viper had actually laid eggs, 8 in total. Fortunately, the juicy wicker frame was woven so tightly, otherwise the snakes could have escaped. At that moment, Jixian felt a chill on his neck. He immediately placed the snake back into the wicker frame and carefully repaired the damage with wire. No, the cage needs repairing. All the gaps need to be tightened, and tightened again. When Chu Xi came down with a stack of leaves, she saw Jixian's frantic state and wondered, "Why are you wearing such thin clothes? Are you planning to make a mesh?" Jixian looked up at Chu Xi silently, and after a moment, replied, "The snakes have laid eggs." "Laid eggs? Laid eggs?" she said in disbelief. "Laid eggs? How many?" Jixian looked at Chu Xi's excited expression, and was momentarily at a loss for words. Was she really so happy? Did she realize she was raising high-risk animals? No, they needed a separate, enclosed cell for these snakes, with only a mesh ventilation opening. Inside would be multiple layers of cages, and the entrance would also be guarded with multiple layers. The number of snakes would need to be checked regularly every day. Because of these little creatures, he would have to buy a life detector. Absolutely, he wanted to nip any possibility of them in the bud. The first floor was full, so he just created a small cell on the second floor just for them. Seeing that Jixian didn't reply, Chu Xi lifted the rattan-framed cat's eye and looked inside. She knew how dangerous this thing was, so she naturally didn't dare to open it casually. Jixian replied, 8 eggs, plus the 2 we had originally, we have 10 in total. Chu Xi was genuinely happy. This should keep up with their toxin supply, right? Indeed, she already suffered enough from insufficient combat power. She killed a mutant wolf, beaten it to a pulp, and it was still full of life. Sooner or later, the toxin would take effect, and then slowly lose its combat power. They suffered a lot of injuries. If they had the poison back then, they wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble to kill them. As for Jixian's security upgrade strategy, she wholeheartedly agreed. It's better to make an effort beforehand than to make amends afterward. Watching him frantically weaving the barbed wire, Chu Xi took a piece of dried meat from the storage room and placed it to his mouth. Eat slowly. I'm going out to peel the potatoes. Jixian nodded, but the words hadn't entered his mind. Right now, his eyes and mind were focused solely on the barbed wire, and he was completely focused on it, striving to ensure that not a single flaw was left. Before she knew it, he already swallowed a piece of dried meat. Chu Xi gently placed the 7 clusters of caryopsis and the pile of leaves on the table and returned to carrying the basket. She had just reached under and dug a few potatoes. They were almost fully grown, with a few small ones here and there. There was no need to wait any longer. She simply removed the upper part of the plant. It wasn't edible anyway, so she didn't even need to test it. She could just throw it away. She dumped the remaining soil and potatoes into a large plastic bag, making it easier to pick up the potatoes and carry the soil later. The potatoes were truly prolific. The first plant had produced a whopping 48 potatoes. They weren't large, only the size of a fist, but this was still impressive. She settled down to examine them. Of the 48, 9 showed moderate radiation mutations, and 1 showed low radiation. In the afternoon, Chu Xi had peeled all the potatoes, yielding a total of 403 potatoes, 86 of which showed moderate radiation and 3 showed low radiation. To be honest, Chu Xi had previously been somewhat disdainful of potatoes because their leaves were inedible, but now, looking at the yield rate, she felt unworthy. I must plant more of this in the future. It's a definite staple food. I was incredibly excited. After all, in the Wasteland, food is king. As long as they lived in a safe zone and had enough to eat, they were truly well off. And their family was on the verge of prosperity. Once they built a 3-story building, they could immediately expand their planting area. This was definitely the ultimate trump card. The potatoes were planted late, so there were only 8 in total. Chu Xi secretly decided not to eat them this time and save all the seeds for the next batch. She was so good at peeling potatoes that she couldn't resist digging up the sweet potato as well. Well, it was pretty decent, producing 5 large sweet potatoes, only one of which was edible, but each was the size of a watermelon. It looked like the yield was about the same as the potatoes, but with only 5, it was perfectly normal for any sweet potato to be substandard. So, after much deliberation, Chu Xi still felt that potatoes were the most reliable. Of course, sweet potatoes could be grown primarily for their leaves, were delicious, grew quickly, and were easy to divide. So, both varieties seemed quite promising. It seemed there were plenty of good things out in the wild. She had to get out more often when the weather warmed up. What if she came across them again? Chapter 405. The Housing Authority will be here in 3 days. Time is running out. Forget about any sweet interactions right now. Even eating feels like a waste of time. The two of them have a clear division of labor. Chu Xiai primarily looks after the vegetable garden upstairs, while Ji Xian weaves the cages and tidies up the household items. All the potatoes in the garden have been pulled out today, and the sweet potato plant has been pulled up as well. But that's not the end of the story. The sweet potato vines also need to be tested as soon as possible, and those that meet radiation standards must be sorted out and properly stored. Sweet potato seedlings can be grown from the vines. We're not concerned with the number of sweet potatoes they produce right now, but having a daily supply of vegetables is good enough. As a result of the long sweet potato vines, only 3 palm-length tips were usable. 12 mature leaves that met the standard were found. Using the fresh leaves to make porridge tasted quite good. Chu Xiai was a little tempted, but they didn't have the time to make it right now. If they didn't dry them, they would have wilted in 3 days. So, she took a leaf and placed it in a large watering can nearby to see if soaking it in water would solve the problem. If it did, they have found a clever trick. The others were put aside and later taken to the first floor for drying. Food is hard to come by, and every bit should be cherished. The sweet potato vines that had been transplanted a while ago weren't ready for harvest yet. Chu Xi's main remaining crop was the foxtail grass. Let's leave the hydroponics in the yard for now. Not only did the plants need testing, but there were also mutant shrimp underneath, and the water in the canal needed to be cleared. That was a huge project. Chu Xiai shook her head. She couldn't do it alone. She had to work with Brother Xian tomorrow. There was no point in thinking more now. She simply rolled up her sleeves and began working on the mutant foxtail grass. The caryopsis had already been harvested, and the two of them were worried that the nutrients in the soil had been depleted. Ji Xian thought that during the move, they could simply dig up all the foxtail grass. Those that had produced ears would be marked on the roots and placed in water with nutrient solution for a while. They could also use this time to remix the fertilizer and let it rot for a while, just in time for moving back to their new home. Chu Xiai sat on a bench, painstakingly pulling at the grass leaves, the sound of drip-drip incessantly in her ears. Ji Xian was also busy, hustling to finish the pit viper's nest. Theoretically, 3 layers of iron cages should be more than enough, but Brother Xian had built 4, just in case. The first thing he did after finishing the job was to quickly put the little creatures inside. Of course, he didn't dare do it himself. This wasn't the time to be a hero. One mistake could mean Chu Xiai would be left a widow. The unboxing wasn't done outside. To test the safety of Ji Xian's cages, Chu Xiai simply stuffed the rattan frame and scissors into the outermost cage and closed the feeding port. After that, she was ready to operate. Just to be safe, Ji Xian stuffed a few energy stones into her gloves. A little energy wasted, no matter what, it was better than nothing. Chu Xiai slipped her hands into the bite-proof gloves. The gloves were incredibly thick, making them a little less flexible, but they worked just fine. She flipped on the 3 layers of switches one by one. She picked up a pair of scissors and used them to pry open the outer rattan frame, then open the iron frame. After the bumpy ride, the ropes that had originally bound the short-tailed pit vipers had long since come loose, revealing 2 huge snakes slithering freely inside. 8 eggs lay carelessly tossed to the side, one even caught in a crack in the wire. Chu Xiai was heartbroken, and she quickly reached over to dig the eggs out. As soon as her hand reached into the wire basket, with a whoosh, Big Fatty sprang up and bit her. Ji Xian, startled, immediately pulled her out of the snake cage, lifting her hand for a closer look. Chu Xiai remained calm. It's fine, it didn't bite through. Ji Xian finally felt relieved. Seeing that Second Fatty was about to escape during the attack, Chu Xiai quickly donned bite-proof gloves, picked it up, and tossed it, 1 layer at a time, into the innermost wire cage. Next up was the more aggressive Big Fatty. Chu Xiai suspected it might have laid these eggs. A mother is strong, so it's understandable that it's showing a bit more aggression now. After Big Fatty and Second Fatty successfully entered the cage, Chu Xiai locked the iron door on the first level. She planned to temporarily keep all 8 snake eggs on the second level. She didn't know much about snakes, and she didn't know if they would eat their young if startled, but it was always good to be prepared. After finishing her work, Ji Xian took a special look at the damage to her bite-resistant gloves. Fortunately, there were only a few scratches, suggesting they were working well. However, gloves are consumables, and need to be inspected after each use. Thankfully, these mutant snakes can survive a full meal for 2 weeks without food. As long as they could prolong the shelf life of the venom, they wouldn't need to stagger the extractions, and could simply do it in batches. Jixian frowned. While this was a hassle, there was definitely a solution. Chapter 406. The two of them had been busy for 3 days, finally finishing up the house. Chu Xi collapsed on the bed, her eyes dark, a testament to how poor her sleep had been these past few days. While Jixian was out renting a place, she could catch up on some sleep. Jixian would rent a house, and then a car, and then, upon his return, he would have to dismantle all the appliances in the house. Things like solar panels and surveillance cameras were still useful, so they were usually left for last. Jixian returned around 3:20 p.m. Seeing Chu Xi soundly asleep on the bed, he simply loaded everything he could into the car and made the trip himself. The first shipment consisted of relatively insignificant items. Since the rental apartment had security cameras, it was a bit lacking in security, so Chu Xi had to be brought over to hold the fort. After moving nearly everything that could be moved, he went to call Chu Xi over. After all, the bed also needed to be transported. The remaining large items, the two of them, lifted into the truck together. This trip was almost complete. Jixian dismantled the solar panels and other items and brought the final load over. The result was awkward. The basement wasn't big enough. There was no other choice, so the two of them had to split up, each guarding a room. Chu Xi felt a little melancholy. He had thought he finally made it, but now, at such a young age, they were separated. Jixian found it somewhat amusing. After some thought, he went to change rooms. The neighbor's room was gone, so they finally moved to a room across the street. In this way, 2 people can still live in one room, and the other one can be used to monitor the powered camera. However, in this way, they will need to take turns to rest, and keep a close eye on the surveillance situation at all times. Once there is any unusual movement, they will have time to rush over immediately. Chu Xi was delighted. Nothing, as long as she could live a good life, she'd be happy to take the shift. She thought she could finally get some sleep, but Jixian was still busy. Chu Xi lay on the bed, unwilling to get up. No, the battery's dead. Jixian scooped her up with amusement, and gave her a soothing kiss on the top of her head. No, you still have to hold on. I need to go to the black market. It's important. Chu Xi wondered, what for? They didn't have anything urgent to deal with right now, did they? Suddenly, Chu Xi slapped her head, and pulled the gene repair potion from her front pocket. Did you intend to sell this? Jixian shook his head. Xian put the potion back into her arms. You can't sell this. Gene potions are extremely valuable. They have a time limit, and they can also be used as an emergency treatment in the event of another genetic breakdown. The potion is precious, and it won't be easy to buy again. Understood, Chu Xi nodded. Then why did you go there? Jixian explained. I went to the black market to exchange 2 crystal cards. When I come back, I go to Old Lee's place and bring back a refrigerator. Originally, their family didn't need a refrigerator. Even mutant royal jelly wouldn't spoil at these temperatures. But now that they had a precious gene repair potion, it seemed like a low-temperature refrigerator was a must. Chu Xi wasn't too concerned about the refrigerator. After all, she felt it was overdue. Previously, space was so limited that they had no place to store it. Now, that wasn't a concern at all. With a 3-story house, it was definitely over 100 square meters. What refrigerator couldn't fit? She was more concerned about the crystal card. What is a crystal card? Jixian explained. Crystal cards can be used to temporarily store points. They're not tied to your identity. When you spend money, you can also withdraw points directly from the crystal card. They're usually used for gifts. Chu Xi, gifts? They want more gifts? We already paid the workers, and we still have to give gifts to the construction team? Isn't that too much of a rip-off? It's easy for the devil to see the devil, but hard for the little devil to see the devil. Jixian smiled helplessly. What are you thinking? The gift is for the people who come to survey tomorrow. Have you forgotten? The original 8 square meters were given to us for free when we bought the house, but there's no actual lease agreement for them. We're giving them as a gift because we're afraid they get stuck there. Chu Xi sat up with a jerk. Really? If Jixian hadn't mentioned this, she would have forgotten. The 8 square meters were a complete freebie. At most, it was just a verbal agreement, and the housing authority wouldn't recognize it. That's 8 square meters. 3 floors means 24 square meters. This area is larger than their previous home. If it were gone all of a sudden, wouldn't she be heartbroken? Chu Xi held his chest and asked Jixian carefully, Do you think this will work out? Jixian hesitated, then nodded. I'm about 60% sure. Do you know why I'm so anxious to finalize the house? Because we're in the right place now. The people at the base shouldn't go out of their way to cause us trouble. They might even give us a break within their power. This must be done quickly. Otherwise, if it's delayed any longer, who knows how many people will still remember this favor? Chu Xiai took a deep breath and nodded. How many points do you want to prepare for the crystal card? Jixian had already inquired about this matter. The surveyors usually come in pairs. If there are no problems, they're usually given a total of 10 or 20 points. In our case, I'd like to give them 200 points each. Chu Xiai scratched his head. 200 points? Compared to the value of this land, isn't that too little? Jixian shook his head. No, we're not buying land from them. This 200-point bonus is just a plea that they'll, within their power, relax the restrictions on us as much as possible. As for matters beyond our capabilities, forcing them is futile. Chapter 407. Early on the third morning, the surveying team from the housing authority arrived. Chu Xiai, having to guard the supplies, didn't have the chance to go with Jixian. Before the official work began, Jixian had already handed over a red envelope. The two assumed it was just a routine wedding gift, but seeing that it had been exchanged for a crystal card, one employee couldn't help but check the balance. The smile of delight froze on his face. Was he seeing right? Why was there an extra zero? The young man, unwilling to give up, double-checked. It actually contained 200 points. This was way off. They knew Jixian's situation. It was precisely because it didn't seem very lucrative that the job ultimately fell to the two of them, the youngsters with less experience. While surveying jobs are lucrative, getting the job is still a question. Even if everyone gets in through connections, there's still a hierarchy of closeness, isn't there? Although the base is large, there aren't many people capable of building their own houses. Therefore, for each mission, everyone competes based on their ability. Red envelope is a general term, essentially a gift of wedding money. Some red envelopes can be redeemed in points, while others can simply be given as 2 nutritional supplements. They were equally generous. Before arriving, the two had prepared. Jixian had been a mercenary captain before, so he was probably familiar with the custom, and wouldn't let them go home empty-handed. However, they didn't expect too much in the red envelopes. They usually only receive 6 points, never more than 10. I wondered if it was 6 per person or 6 for both. To their surprise, Jixian actually gave each of them a crystal card, even buying one cost 2 points in processing fees. So, generally speaking, red envelopes, using crystal cards usually contain at least 10 points. The two had been quite happy. 2 more points would buy them 3 more nutrient supplements, so they were so happy. Now, surprise had turned to shock. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly asked another companion to take a look. Wow, there were a full 200 points over there too. The young man looked up at Jixian, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. The two weren't fools. Jixian had given them such a large red envelope, definitely asking them for a favor. While surveyors had some authority, it was okay to tamper with leased land. It wouldn't be registered, anyway. But this was a formal survey of residential land. They wouldn't dare falsify something like this even if they had 100 guts. Seeing the two had discovered something, Jixian didn't hide it, and spoke directly, "Don't worry, guys. Here's what's going on here." Jixian recounted the situation, then specifically mentioned what Old Chi had said, about converting their temporary rental of just over 10 square meters into a permanent residence. 20 square meters was only 1 square meter more than 10. Clearly, he deliberately exploited a loophole, mistaking the 10+ square meters mentioned by Mr. Chi for 19 square meters. Naturally, the two weren't easily fooled, but Jixian was operating a blatant conspiracy. He was gambling on the housing authority's current attitude toward them. In the Wasteland, the reputation of a hero is far less tangible than actual benefits. Fortunately, Jixian had a very precise sense of time management. The housing authority's leadership had previously told the two surveyors to give them some leeway, and with the imperial sword in hand, he could still earn those 200 points. But 20 square meters wasn't an option. After negotiation, the additional area was increased to 19.9 square meters. That way, it was still just over 10 square meters, right? After all, Mr. Chi's original intention was to show favor. If the original land area was deducted, wouldn't that just create an enemy? Besides, the wall of the house clearly hadn't been built recently, proving Jixian hadn't deceived them at all. With just this brainwashing, the two men successfully convinced him, and happily pocketed the 200 points. As soon as the survey was complete, Jixian immediately accompanied them to the housing authority to apply for a new property ownership certificate. Finally, the matter was settled. Take a photo and send it to his wife. After leaving the office, the usually stern Ji Xian couldn't help but stand at the door and grin for a long time. After seeing the property certificate, Chu Xi was thrilled. He wanted to talk to Brother Xian about it, but he didn't have the time. The construction team was arriving soon. Although they would arrive slightly later than the surveyors, they wouldn't be too late given the work schedule, so Ji Xian had to hurry back. Fortunately, there was still time. By the time they arrived, he was already waiting at the door. Today's main purpose was to demolish the house, so there weren't many people there, only 3. Besides the leader, only 2 were actually doing the actual work. After all, a job that could be done with a few bombs didn't require many people. The bombs were specially made by the construction team, specifically for basements, using high-precision bombs to ensure a precise blast radius. After a few loud booms, only rubble remained on the ground. It was impossible not to feel heartbroken to see a good house reduced to rubble. Although he had removed the roof and glass and put them aside beforehand, there were still many usable items inside. Several construction team members began to manually process the remaining foundation, while Ji Xian began to dig out the steel bars in the wall. These were all good stuff, with very good hardness and ductility, but unfortunately they were mixed with the cement, so it was not easy to take them out. Chapter 408. Ji Xian was working furiously, and Chu Xi couldn't hold it in any longer either. She at least let him take a look. The moment she opened the video call, she nearly burst into tears. Home. Just gone like that. These people were so efficient. Why had she forgotten before? She should have taken a video to commemorate it. After all, they'd been setting it up for so long, and I already developed feelings for it. She was overwhelmed with emotions. Then she looked at another family member. He was doing fine. Pulling out rebar. It was a wasteland, after all, even waste needed to be reused. Chu Xi sighed. Even though she felt so much reluctance, the matter was over. She considered herself quite open-minded. After all, a 3-story villa awaited her in the future, haha. She watched as others finished demolishing the foundation, but Ji Xian was still laboriously pulling out the iron bars, his progress extremely slow. Chu Xi looked at her anxiously, unable to resist advising Ji Xian on how to exert himself. This is just like mining, Brother Xian. You don't have all the equipment with you. How about, if things really don't work out, you come back and I take over? Chu Xi rambled on and on. Ji Xian smiled and chatted with her. This wasn't urgent, and it wasn't like fighting for resources in the wild. It didn't matter if he took his time. Chu Xi was strong, but that didn't mean she had to do all the hard work. Ji Xian worked with enthusiasm, but by noon, he only managed to work about 20 pounds. At noon, he went back to the basement to eat with Chu Xi. After much persuasion, Chu Xi personally came out to work that afternoon, bringing along a pickaxe, hammer, and chisel. Ji Xian was just enjoying the moment, but in the entire afternoon, Chu Xi had knocked down every wall that could be knocked down, including the ground and the foundation excavated by the demolition team. She finished the work all at once. Before dinner, she came back carrying a large bundle of rebar. Ji Xian was silently increasing his training intensity. Brother Xian prepared dinner, and the 2 of them could finally sit down and eat in peace. Afterward, they just had to wait for the construction team to arrive. In the evening, Brother Xian made a sweet potato leaf rice paste, adding a little meat to taste. Chu Xi blinked at her bowl of porridge, suddenly missing the days in the wild, when she could tuck into a large piece of dried meat by herself. As she ate, Chu Xi suddenly remembered a question. By the way, Brother Xian, how much are the wages for building the house? Has it been settled? Ji Xian nodded. Actually, not only was the price settled, but after finalizing the construction plan, he needed to pay before they would come to demolish the house. He said to Chu Xi, the labor and materials for building 3 floors cost a total of 1,500 points. Chu Xi nodded secretly. 3 floors plus a basement, 1,500 points shouldn't be too expensive. Add in a 400-point red envelope, and you already spent 1,900 points. Luckily, they made some money from the Tomorrow mercenary group before, otherwise, they might not have come up with that much. Well, it's not that they don't have any, it's just that they're reluctant to spend it. Besides, judging by Ji Xian's intentions, they probably have to supplement their savings from their private treasury when buying a house at base 38. But with that kind of calculation, this house is truly a fantastic value. Speaking of this, Ji Xian suddenly remembered something and said to Chu Xi, thank goodness I gave you those 400 points today. When we were discussing the house design today, our 3-story plan almost didn't get approved, but we finally agreed to it based on the standard. If it weren't for those 8 square meters, we have lost far more than just 24 square meters. Chu Xi was startled. Was it that close? Luckily, Jixian resolved this matter early. Otherwise, once the area is marked on the property certificate and the data is uploaded to the system, changing it would be incredibly difficult. Thinking of this, both of them couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Fortunately, even the usually stingy Jixian couldn't help but want to give the two of them 2 pounds of meat strips afterwards. But since everything was settled, he was just thinking about it. After all, no one knew each other, so if he wanted to find someone, he wouldn't even know their name, right? After dinner, the two of them lay side by side in bed, neither of them bothering to move. The work at hand was finally done, and they could finally rest. Chapter 409. Chu Xi had worked all afternoon and was now exhausted. Lying in bed, she couldn't keep her eyelids open. Naturally, she wouldn't be needed to monitor the surveillance for the first half of the night. The small basement, even with the lights on, was dimly lit by the objects. Chu Xi lay in Jixian's arms, took a moment to find a comfortable position, and then fell into a deep sleep. Having been extremely tired recently, Chu Xi's sleep quality was quite good. Perhaps because she was so exhausted, she, who was usually very quiet when she slept, was snoring softly. Jixian smiled helplessly and adjusted her head to a more comfortable angle. Half the night passed with heavy snores, but Chu Xi showed no sign of waking. Jixian let her sleep. He was in good condition and could easily pull through another night. After all, as a mercenary, he was already familiar with some things. His tolerance for fatigue was far greater than Chu Xi's. 2 beeps sounded simultaneously, standing out in the cramped basement. Chu Xi, who had just been soundly asleep, suddenly jumped out of her sleep. She blearily opened her eyes, feeling as if she had just gotten into the zone when she was called back. Resentment welled up in her stomach. Opening her eyes, she saw Jixian already checking his watch. She couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? Another group notification?" She had a bad feeling. She was almost traumatized by these notifications. Aside from the mine advertisement, there hadn't been any good news through the public channel. She checked her watch. It was already 2 o'clock. Chu Xi blushed. She had clearly slept through her shift. Now was not the time for her to think about these things. Brother Xian had already finished reading the notice. He handed Chu Xi's coat over and quickly got out of bed to start packing his luggage. "Hurry, evacuate the West District." Chu Xi shuddered, quickly coming to her senses. Could it be that Jixian's earlier predictions had come true so quickly? No, she hurriedly put on her clothes, confirming, "Are we the only ones evacuating the West District? Isn't the entire base evacuated?" Jixian shook his head. "No, the situation isn't that dire yet. Today, a short circuit caused the high-energy lights at the water outlets to lose power, and now 4 or 5 mutated giant salamanders have crawled out. It looks like they're heading towards the base, but even if the giant salamanders break in, they only cause the same level of damage as last time. The base's defenses are now significantly stronger than before, so whether they can get through is still uncertain. Evacuating the crowd in advance is just a worst-case scenario." Hearing this, Chu Xi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it looks like the problem isn't serious. But they just returned, and the mutant giant salamanders were already attacking the city, which was a bit of a bummer. She saw Jixian packing up his valuables, so she immediately ran to the room across the street, swiped her card to open the door, and found the tent inside. Then she packed up a first aid kit, a backup power supply, some meat sticks, and other things. Unfortunately, the nutrient solution was gone, and they'd been so busy since returning that they hadn't had time to refill it, otherwise that would have been just right. The drinking water was in the room where they slept, so she had to go back and get some. Back in their bedroom, Jixian had almost finished packing. Thanks to his trip to the black market yesterday, he already redeemed all the energy stones he had, except for a few high-energy ones he left for Chu Xi, for points, which he deposited into their shared account. There were simply too many energy stones. It would be inconvenient to escape with them, and it wouldn't be safe to stay here. Fortunately, this problem had been resolved first. Jixian packed up his few valuable belongings, piled a blanket on top, and set off with Chu Xi. Although the situation wasn't critical, since the base had been notified, they had better get to the East District as soon as possible. If they left early, at least they could find a suitable place to set up camp, right? But before they were halfway through the route, Jixian frowned and stopped. Chu Xi asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" Jixian raised his brows slightly, picked up his watch, and made a video call. The call was disconnected moments later. Chu Xiai looked up in confusion, her head full of questions. What happened? Ji Xian's expression was a little more relaxed than before. Nothing, my house was just robbed. Chu Xiai was startled and said in disbelief, my house was robbed? Are you crazy? Instead of running for your life, someone would go to the West District to pick up bargains? She held her chest, and immediately felt like killing them. Everything in their house was extremely valuable. Food, provisions, soil. Everything was precious to her. If someone really broke in, her dried meat would be gone. She couldn't even bear to eat it herself. Wouldn't that be like stabbing her in the heart? Chapter 410. No, Chu Xiai was puzzled. The house had clearly been robbed, so why was Ji Xian so calm? She leaned over to Ji Xian and saw the red signal on his watch flashing, triggering a video alarm. The video feed was empty. The camera only showed a bare ceiling, not a single person. She couldn't help but ask anxiously, did the camera get turned? How could this happen? Ji Xian nodded and pulled Chu Xiai forward. It's nothing. Nothing's missing. Seeing Chu Xiai still eagerly anticipating catching the thief, he continued to explain, it's really nothing. I have a rough idea of who stole the things. We moved late at night, and later rented an additional basement. Unexpectedly, both rooms had the same landlord. The noise from our location must have caught his attention. I was also afraid of accidents, so I tampered with the door card to add a second layer of defense. As long as it's not just one of us swiping the card, my alarm will go off. Just now, both alarms were triggered, but the door lock didn't trigger the vandalism alarm, which means that person definitely had access. So, the person who most meets the criteria is the landlord. As for the fact that the video feed from the opposite room didn't show anyone, that's even easier to explain. In these types of rental properties, they typically embed micro-surveillance equipment and jammers during renovation, making them extremely difficult to detect even with simple detection methods. Knowing their surveillance locations in advance is incredibly simple. All you have to do is use a wooden stick to dismantle the equipment after opening the door. Ji Xian sighed. Actually, it wouldn't have been that difficult. If it weren't for today's incident, they would have been living in the basement, constantly monitoring the room across the street. His thorough preparations would have been useless. Ji Xian had originally thought they'd only be renting the place for a month, and there was no need to renovate it just for a few cameras. Unexpectedly, a twist of fate presented him with an opportunity. Chu Xiai nodded doubtfully, but these are just speculations. We don't have any concrete evidence, so how can we be sure it's the landlord? Ji Xian raised his watch. I wasn't sure at first, but I confirmed it after I video called him. Chu Xiai blinked, wanting to punch Ji Xian. It was already this hour, and he was still showing off his intelligence. Could he just finish his story quickly? Her eyes narrowed dangerously, a small flame flickering in them. With her 2 sacks of dried meat at stake, there was no room for carelessness. Ji Xian surrendered immediately and launched into a detailed explanation. The landlord appears to be very generous and loyal, but I just called him on video, and he hung up the moment the call rang. This basically confirms that he was the one who broke into our house. As for why we don't have to worry about the safety of our supplies, it's because he wouldn't dare steal now. If a theft occurs and the base patrol office doesn't have a clear suspect, the victim can, at their own expense, track down a specific individual's movements for 100 points. If the information is verified as valid, the 100 points will be waived. The landlord has been caught red-handed this time. He can only hope we don't steal anything, otherwise he'd be stuck anyway. Before Ji Xian could finish his words, his watch rang. Chu Xiai followed his gaze, and saw that the caller was their wicked landlord. Ji Xian answered the phone swiftly. The landlord first explained why he hadn't answered the video call in time, and then the two of them engaged in a chaotic exchange of words before hanging up. Chu Xiai was a little confused. She thought Ji Xian would take the opportunity to strike him down. After all, they had some leverage over the landlord, and it wasn't Brother Xian's style not to stab him. Ji Xian gave a helpless smile. Do you think I'm that greedy? Chu Xiai, even worse than that. Ji Xian coughed lightly to disguise his feelings. He had the urge, but now wasn't the right time. We're renting out now, and the landlord is a complete villain. He won't steal our things this time. Even if we call the police, it won't hurt him much, but we have to be on guard against retaliation. If he leaks even a little bit about us, people will surely flock to him. By then, we won't have anything to hold him accountable. I have to hold back on this anger for now. Ji Xian thought to himself. Once their house is built, he installs some hidden cameras in both rooms. The landlord has definitely done this more than once, and now that he's had a taste of success, He won't stop. There's always a chance to catch him someday. Hearing Brother Xian's words, Chu Si could only nod sullenly. Although he was still a little upset, there was nothing he could do. Local tyrants are hard to deal with. Chapter 411. Everyone waited anxiously in the square for an entire night. Fortunately, the base's guards were incredibly effective, preventing the mutant giant salamanders from invading. The problem with the powerful fill light was also solved. They had specially improved the wiring, adding a backup line. This way, even if one line failed, the lights wouldn't go out immediately, giving them enough time to respond. The situation seemed to have been resolved without incident. But it must be said that after this ordeal, the morale of the base residents plummeted. At first, Qi Xian and his team hadn't completed their mission. At that time, everyone had no one to fall back on, and instead, they were fully prepared to fight a desperate battle for a way out. After they completed their mission and learned of a new turn of events, everyone was jubilant. However, before the excitement had even subsided, the mutant giant salamanders attacked again. It felt as if all the base's previous efforts had been for naught. Chu Si couldn't help but sigh. When will this end? She suddenly reached out and poked Qi Xian, whispering, "Tell me, if we hadn't finalized the property deed 2 days ago, would they still give us the 8 square meters now?" Qi Xian didn't answer, but instead asked directly, "What do you think?" Chu Si sighed, "I think it's a long shot." Qi Xian nodded. It seemed she had a pretty good idea. After the mutant giant salamanders' attack, their heroic titles would be infinitely diminished. After all, how could they be considered heroes if the actual problem hadn't been solved? Good food should be eaten while it's hot, otherwise it's hard to say whether there's any food at all. Chu Si secretly congratulated himself. Fortunately, Qi Xian had been more alert and had moved at top speed. Even so, they almost missed the deadline. Just 8 square meters might not be immediately apparent, but when converted into square footage, you could imagine how devastating it would be to lose it. With that little square footage missing, the 3-storied building couldn't be valued, and the house would immediately become 2-story. The remaining square footage would also be significantly reduced, leaving only 26 square meters on the first floor, bringing the total area of the 2 floors to 52 square meters. The basement storage area would also be reduced accordingly. The area listed on their property certificate was a full 102 square meters. If those 8 square meters were missing, their assets would be halved. Chu Si pounded his chest. No, he couldn't think about it. The heartache was so severe that he couldn't breathe. Around 6:30 in the morning, the sun began to rise, and the mutant giant salamanders began to return to their roosts. The crisis at the base was temporarily averted. The people in the West District finally received the notice and began to head back. A group of people walked listlessly down the road. Beep beep. Qi Xian's watch beeped with a series of incoming call notifications. He thought it was from Bowen or Lei Ming, but when he saw the caller ID, he stopped in his tracks. Base Patrol Office? What did they want from him? A series of questions flashed through Qi Xian's mind, but after a moment, they quickly calmed down. Regardless, he picked up the call and saw what was going on. He picked up the call. They didn't talk much, but simply agreed to have the young couple visit the Base Patrol Office later. Apparently, they were trying to invite them to join another mission. Qi Xian thought for a moment, figuring it was another mission about the mutant giant salamander, but he didn't want to participate this time. It wasn't a critical moment, and they had plenty of points, so there was no need to take the risk. That being said, since the official invitation had already been issued, they still needed to go and clarify things. Qi Xian took Chu Si's hand and headed towards the inspection office. Along the way, he specifically shared his analysis with Chu Si. To be honest, he was worried that this sister's heroic complex would kick in, and if anyone goaded her into action, she'd rush headlong into battle. Qi Xian didn't rule out a desperate battle, but the situation was clearly less critical now. The impasse had been resolved, and any further charge wouldn't befall them, ordinary people. Qi Xian was taking this precautionary step, simply because he feared Chu Si might be easily incited. It's no wonder he was worried. It was mainly because, upon returning to the base, seeing Sister Chu Si's inspiring energy, Qi Xian had sensed she had potential. But this time, Qi Xian's worries were completely unnecessary. Chu Si's more down-to-earth attitude was far greater than his. Besides, there were big things going on at home. They were building a new house, and she had to visit frequently to supervise the work and see how it was progressing. The Base Patrol Office was located in the central area, a roughly 20-minute walk for the two of them. They were met directly by the director of the patrol office, a testament to the importance they attached to this mission. The director was a small, 60-year-old man. The harsh wasteland environment had made him vulnerable to the ravages of time, even with his high position and generous living conditions. His temples were already covered in white hair. The director coughed lightly, and upon seeing the two people enter, he immediately asked them to sit down. His attitude was very humble. Then he sighed and said to Ji Xian, "Captain Ji, you have seen the current situation. Because of the mutant giant salamander incident, many people have become negative. If this continues, the base will inevitably lose its credibility among the lower-class people." Chapter 412. Chu Xi quietly listened to the two men practicing Tai Chi. She hadn't expected the inspection office's goal to recruit them into the road-clearing team. She didn't quite understand what road clearing meant, but after listening for a while, she gained a general understanding of their duties. Isn't the base currently facing another crisis with mutated giant salamanders? Procrastinating would not be a solution, so the higher-ups decided to send some personnel to the mountain blasting site and use food to lure the mutated giant salamanders out of another cave. This would speed up the diversion of the giant salamanders. Chu Xi nodded inwardly. This was a possible solution, but why involve them? The routes they had taken on their last mission were recorded. Wouldn't it be better to just have the base send someone there? Seeing the atmosphere was a bit awkward, she couldn't help but ask the question. This finally turned on the patrol chief, who immediately began complaining, "The little girl is right. This is certainly the most convenient and quickest method, but the base is short-staffed. We have to handle internal affairs and defend against sudden attacks by mutant giant salamanders. How can we spare any extra personnel? Deploying 20 members of the Sharp Blade Battalion this time is already a risky move. These soldiers' lives are at stake. To minimize losses, we naturally need to bring 2 people who have carried out previous missions as guides. Once the road is cleared, ordinary people will be able to cross. We offer some rewards here at base, and then naturally, someone will be willing to go and carry out the mission of inducing mutant giant salamanders. This way, the mutant giant salamander problem can be solved, and ordinary people can also gain some tangible benefits." The old man smiled kindly. "Don't worry, little girl. You don't need to charge into battle. Just point the way." Chu Xi's face nearly sank. What did they mean by no need to charge into battle? The wasteland was so dangerous. If they really encountered some powerful mutant beast, would they just sit there and wait for rescue? Don't be ridiculous, okay? She had figured out that the only team that could actually be deployed was someone who, in real danger, even the cooks would wield shovels as weapons. There were no real white-knuckle guys. The old man was just talking big. If they wanted to survive, wouldn't they still have to charge in with their swords drawn? Ji Xian ignored his musings and asked directly, "Director, Captain Lei and Captain Su are more suitable for this mission than us. You can go find them directly." Those two were serious mercenaries, with a strong sense of professionalism. With a good paycheck, they wouldn't have a problem making 10 trips, not just one. The old man's expression froze slightly. Didn't he want to talk to Lei Ming and Su Dong? Isn't it that the Tomorrow Mercenary Group's offer was too steep? Otherwise, why would he settle for second best and try to seduce Ji Xian and the others, demanding gene repair potion right away? How dare they ask for it? The base isn't in a life-or-death crisis right now. Who could possibly be worth that price? Obviously, they could still bargain, but with Ji Xian as a backup, there was no need to even bother. This would prevent the mercenaries from becoming increasingly unruly. Seeing his argument was failing, the old man dropped his smile, picked up the teacup beside him, blew gently, and took a sip. Wow! It's still a little hot. Chu Xi didn't react much. She was used to being a bit carefree. She just felt like they were finally getting to the point. Ji Xian waited silently for the old man to speak. The director's face was a little embarrassed. His expression was serious. Why didn't either of them show any fear? They were even more difficult to manage than his men. The old man coughed lightly and said directly, "Little Ji, that 8 square meters of land wasn't exactly a good deal." Ji Xian remained calm. Old Chi said that the 10 or so square meters of land around us, with temporary ownership, were converted to permanent residential ownership. The 8 square meters were the bonus area given when the house was purchased. This is standard practice. You won't use this against us, will you? The director looked constipated. This was what he had been planning, but after Ji Xian's direct words, he seemed to be making a big deal out of it. This kind of manipulation does happen when buying a ground floor house, like this with vacant space nearby. He was aware of this situation. Everyone relies on connections, and as long as the actions aren't too extreme, the higher-ups will turn a blind eye. So, he simply cut the crap and laid out the commission. Well, let's forget about the 8 square meters for now. If you're willing to take this job, I can have my subordinates allocate you another 10 square meters of leased land. Plus, Each person will get an E-grade special energy stone for emergencies. To be honest, they had originally wanted to hire just Jixian, but QCI seemed to have good luck, so they were willing to spend an E-grade special energy stone to try and get a good start. QCI had no self-consciousness about being a bonus. Upon hearing the offer, she almost made the decision right then and there. The source stones didn't matter to her. What she wanted was the 10 square meters. While it wouldn't be enough to build a house, it would be perfect for a courtyard or a living room, expanding the usable area of the first floor. The moment Ji Xian saw Chu Xi's reaction, he knew she was tempted. In fact, this offer wasn't just for Chu Xi, it was already quite generous for any Wastelander. The two of them bargained for a while longer before finally settling on a 12 square meter area. Chu Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Ji Xian felt a touch of regret. He had hoped to negotiate for a 15 square meter area, but it was a bit of a letdown. Once the plan was finalized, the base urged them to depart as soon as possible. Ji Xian knew he couldn't stay any longer, but our house has been demolished, and we're renting a basement now. Our belongings? The director immediately understood. Don't worry. I grant you a warehouse. You can hire a few people to move in shortly. With the security team here, no one can touch your belongings. Ji Xian and Chu Xi exchanged a glance and nodded. Since the base had agreed to this, there was no reason for them to hesitate. Chapter 413. I hadn't expected to have to move again so soon. Thinking of the workload, even Chu Xi, a reckless man, couldn't help but feel a little tired. Thankfully, the inspection office was relatively honest, and the old man directly assigned them a small truck to assist with the transportation. The two of them followed the truck back, and soon arrived at their destination. Looking at the size of the truck bed, Ji Xian pondered for a moment, figuring that if they packed their belongings properly, one truck should be able to carry them all. As for hiring help, he decided to forget it. He wouldn't trust someone he wasn't familiar with, and the ones he knew weren't always available on call. It would be more practical for them to move things themselves. The truck drove directly to the basement entrance, but unfortunately, there was no elevator, so they had to climb the stairs to get there and back. Thankfully, the items hadn't even been unpacked after being moved in, saving them some trouble. Back at the short-term rental, Chu Xi moved a few easy-to-carry items upstairs himself, while Ji Xian went directly to the landlord to return the deposit and the remaining rent. Less than 10 minutes later, Brother Xian returned from the landlord's place. Chu Xi, unpacking a few pieces of luggage of suitable size, asked, "How much did you refund us?" Ji Xian reached out and took several large bags from her, answering calmly, "All refunded." Chu Xi paused, then felt relieved. While their early departure was technically a breach of contract, it was because they had caught this unscrupulous landlord before. Ji Xian felt a little regretful. Unfortunately, time was too tight this time, and he didn't have time to talk to him properly. Otherwise, he would have made a profit. Chu Xi was quite satisfied. The monthly rent for 2 basements was only 60 points, enough to buy 15 nutritional supplements. Don't underestimate the quantity of these 15 nutrient supplements. When they first arrived, one supplement lasted her and Ji Xian 3 days. In other words, it was enough food for them both to survive for a month and a half. Although their family now has a little surplus, haha, only 2 houses. But she never forgot that this was a wasteland, where all her efforts could be wiped out in a moment. Sometimes, Chu Xi even felt that accidents were the norm in the wasteland, so she always had to be prepared for the consequences. Just like the solar panel she had just replaced at great expense, only to be shattered by a hailstorm 2 days later. This house, which she had painstakingly built, might be toppled by a mutated giant salamander the very next day. Pa, pa, pa! Chu Xi quickly clasped her hands together and prayed devoutly, "I only wish that the bad will not work, and the good will work. The bad will not work, and the good will work." Oh right, she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked Ji Xian, "How should we plan the new 12 square meters we're going to occupy? Aren't the house plans already finalized? At the rate they're building, the house will probably be finished by the time we get back." Ji Xian shook his head. "There's no need to replan. The 12 square meters can't be included in the homestead, so the original plans won't be affected much. We can just fence it off and cover it with a translucent roof, and use it as a living room. If there's any work, we can move it there. As for the original small living room, it's perfect for a separate room to raise mutant short-tailed bream. The first floor was already quite crowded, and I was thinking of raising the vipers on the 2nd or 3rd floor. Now's the perfect spot, saving us the trouble." These changes were simple. Ji Xian could just call the construction team and discuss them while the mission was underway. Chu Si nodded. Okay, minor changes are fine. She quite liked the original design, and didn't want to make any major changes. Ji Xian slung the two backpacks behind him, gripping the knots at the mouths with his right hand, while grabbing another bag from the ground with his left. He then walked out carrying it. They started by carrying food, mostly dehydrated food, the typical showy stuff, which Ji Xian handled effortlessly. Slightly heavier items, like potatoes and honeycombs, were immediately dumped onto the truck by Chu Si. To make matters worse, she also had a pile of, or that had been rolling around before, but Brother Xian had smashed it into small pieces. It looked like the experiment would be a long time before it could be completed. As soon as the two people appeared, carrying their belongings, the young man in the car immediately jumped out from the driver's seat and helped them load the items into the back bed. He knew how tight the time was. Before leaving, the director kept urging him to hurry back, and he understood what he meant. Looking at the 7 or 8 sacks filled with large and small packages, he felt he had finished moving everything and was about to start the car. Ji Xian quickly stopped him. Wait a minute, there's still a little left. With that, the two of them immediately returned to the basement and began their next delivery. Then the naive young man learned the meaning of a little. Chapter 414. To be honest, he was anxious at first, then a bit impatient. Each one was so tightly covered, he assumed they were just some scraps he couldn't bear to throw away. By the end, all he could see was endless envy. He had a general idea of Ji Xian's situation. He used to be quite capable, the captain of the Tomorrow mercenary group. Unfortunately, his genes collapsed, and he and his wife were reduced to living in a shantytown, where life was incredibly difficult. Later, his health gradually improved, and their lives gradually got back on track. Recently, he somehow managed to buy a house in the West District. But if you told him they were wealthy, he wouldn't believe it. After all, they've been poor for so long, and not to mention their current tight living standards, they probably only have the same standard of living as the average base resident. But what was he seeing now? A mechanical operating table? What man wouldn't want that? But he was too poor to afford it, and the two of them just casually carried it past him. In the back, there were several oversized solar panels, heaters, dryers, odor filters. The car was almost full, and the young man wanted to gouge his eyes out. It turned out that the Joker was always just himself, while he was dragging his feet because he truly had money. The emotions that filled his heart couldn't be simply expressed by envy. He had originally thought he was pretty good. After all, a job at the patrol office wasn't something anyone could get. He needed the skills, the good looks, and some connections. He was definitely a standout among the average person. The young man glanced up at the rearview mirror, then at Ji Xian's resolute profile. Suddenly, something in his face collapsed. Scrubbing his last ounce of space, Chu Si finally managed to squeeze her crawling mat in. The two of them reached the front of the car, knocking on the door to signal that they were finished. The young man, a little distracted, understood Chu Si's intention and drove off. Chu Si, She turned to look at Ji Xian. Don't we need to get in the car? If they weren't going, would the team take their luggage with them to explore the wasteland? The car whizzed by, and soon, only its shadow could be seen. This maneuver was truly impressive, and it completely bewildered Ji Xian. After a moment, he raised an eyebrow and smiled helplessly. This style of action was quite Chu Si's, but unfortunately, he wasn't as cute as her Chu Si. Ji Xian picked up his watch and called the inspection office. He had no choice but to contact the young man directly, but he didn't have his contact information. As for the consequences of calling his superiors directly, the young man was likely to receive a scolding. Other matters aside, the effect was impressive. In less than 10 minutes, the car was whizzing back. His face flushed crimson. As soon as the car came to a stop, he immediately jumped out and opened the passenger door. It wasn't pretentiousness, but mainly because trucks are quite high, and Chu Si, who was so short, wouldn't be able to climb in without the right skills. In the end, his help was unnecessary. Ji Xian's outstretched hand wasn't even in line. After settling into his seat, Chu Si curled his lips slightly in a smug manner. We're all useless. Who doesn't have some skill at climbing walls? The two of them sat in the back seat, the car started, and in just 15 minutes, they arrived at the warehouse. As soon as he stood still, Ji Xian's watch received a red envelope transfer notification. Chu Si, hypersensitive to the sound, immediately leaned over to take a look. Wang Gui. Who's that? She didn't remember knowing such a person. Ji Xian, the landlord. He clicked on his watch and saw that the landlord had just proactively transferred him another red envelope of 300 points, along with a plea, implying that, for the sake of these 300 points, he wouldn't hold it against his previous foolish behavior. Chu Xi had a hunch that something was fishy. Why did he transfer the money to us all of a sudden? It wasn't too early or too late. If he had truly been intimidated by Ji Xian, he should have given it to us when he returned the deposit. Why was he making such a fuss now? Ji Xian thought for a moment, patted the car beside him, and said, "Here, that's why." He probably saw that they were being picked up by the base's official vehicle, and was afraid they might be in trouble, so he spent 300 points to buy some safety. Ji Xian smiled and clicked accept. The 300 points were successfully transferred to his account. There really wasn't time right now. Let's just let this matter go. As long as it didn't involve him, he didn't bother to intervene. Many landlords in the base use similar tactics. He wouldn't seek justice for anyone. Even if the landlord was bad, not all tenants were victims. Born in this era, being able to protect oneself and one's family was a blessing. This time, the young man stopped the car, perhaps to express his apology, but he also called a few more colleagues to help them unload the items. Chu Xi wanted to stop him, but then thought better of it. Growing crops in the Wasteland was relatively rare, but not new. They had their own home and could do it openly. No one could say anything. This caused another small stir. Although the items were covered with cloth, some clues were inevitably revealed during the transportation. Mutated sweet potatoes, and so much foxtail grass. Oh my god, they even raised so many mutant shrimp. Food, so much food. This is the luxury of owning land. I'm so envious. This looks big, but it's surprisingly light to carry. A gust of wind blew, and a corner of the covering flipped open. There were so many cages, one on top of another. The young man couldn't help but take a peek inside. He paused, and then his mind went blank. With a cry of awe, he dropped the cages and ran. The man in front couldn't react in time, and was knocked to the ground by the cages. Now, the covering completely fell off. Everyone was silent. Someone said, "Mutated short-tailed pit viper." Instantly, Chu Xi was the only one left within a 5-meter radius. Because of this incident, the warehouse manager immediately contacted the director. "We won't take this batch." Chapter 415. Chu Xi stood there, watching the lively little creatures in the cage. She wanted to make amends, and was about to talk to her teammates, but upon closer inspection, she realized that Brother Xian was also on the enemy team. The atmosphere was awkward. Brother Xian coughed softly, then slowly walked back to Chu Xi's side. Naturally, he stood with his wife. His body reacted naturally, not giving his brain a chance to think. Ji Xian cautiously patted a corner of the cage, his smile a little strained. "It's okay. Look, the cage is sturdy. Don't be afraid." The others were speechless for a moment. If you hadn't run so fast, your words might have been more convincing. Now, all she could do was laugh. There was no other way, Chu Xi thought. If all else failed, she could just drag the cage to the warehouse herself. It was a nice idea, but from a distance, she was blocked by a line of guards. Are you kidding? This is their office. Leading a cage full of 1, 2, 3. 10 short-tailed vipers here? Are they just craving for their lives? The atmosphere was tense for a moment. Actually, Chu Xi's side was relatively calm, but it was mainly the guards, some of whom were even trying to break into the wooden warehouse. Chu Xi felt somewhat helpless. She picked up the iron frame and shook it. There are 4 layers of defense, and the sky-drilling monkey can't even fly out. The situation was clear to everyone, but it wasn't just a matter of a few layers of defense. The situation froze. Fortunately, the director's car arrived moments later. He was genuinely interested. Even at his age, the old man didn't have many hobbies, but this fierce pet had always been a favorite of his. Unfortunately, the ones he set his sights on were all too large when fully grown. While more majestic and imposing, they were completely prohibited from breeding at the base. Chu Xi's mutant short-tailed pit vipers, however, had exploited a loophole. The base stipulated that qualified breeding mutant animals could not exceed half a human's length, and the owner must be fully capable of controlling their range of motion. Despite the mutant pit viper's venom, look at those 4 layers of tight wire mesh and its short, plump body. It fully meets breeding standards. The old man had wanted to buy one from Chu Xi, but after much persuasion, his deputy talked him out of it. Just kidding. If he bought it, his sister-in-law would definitely not let him keep it at home. It would have to be kept in the office. Then, would they still be alive, especially him? He had to report in several times a day, right? Who knew one of those times would be his last? The old man pretentiously circled the cage, marveling at the intricate weaving. He reached in and poked, saying to the warehouse manager, "See? I can't even get half a finger in." "It's okay. The warehouse manager's face darkened, and the old man looked like he was going to take sides. No, you can leave the other luggage, but you have to get rid of this basket of venomous snakes, no matter what. Chu Si nodded. It wasn't impossible. She was afraid they would starve to death if they left it here. Before the director could say anything, a car raced in. The man in the passenger seat bluntly denied the situation. No, leave it here. You can find a windowless room and lock it up. What's the point of coming on a mission with us? Don't let our allies get wiped out without encountering any other mutant beasts. A member of the guard team, huddled in the back, cautiously suggested, no, just kill them. Chu Si's initially dull eyes suddenly sharpened. How much effort had she put into getting it back? Now the nest of the cliff swallows is gone, and she had nowhere to find it again. She didn't have to participate in this mission. These vipers were crucial to their survival. Let's be frank, even without the 12 square meters, these little snakes must be saved. If that's not possible, they can just pack up and go home and take care of it themselves. The young man realized he said the wrong thing the moment he finished speaking. At most, they could refuse contact, but they had no right to dispose of other people's property. Remember, this is a wasteland. Everyone is fighting for self-preservation. Those with even a little ability. Who wouldn't stockpile weapons? Which of those things isn't capable of instantly taking a life? After all, a mutant short-tailed pit viper is just another weapon. As long as it meets the base's breeding standards, no one else has any say. The atmosphere was tense, and the warehouse manager finally took a step back, glaring angrily at the young man who had just made the mistake. There was still some room for maneuver, but if Chu Si and his team had simply refused the mission because of those 2 words, he wouldn't have gotten away with it. Just like Zhang Haochen said, they could just find a windowless room and lock everything in there. This made Chu Si a little dissatisfied. These snakes are fine, after all, they're annoying, but as long as they don't die, that's fine. But we still have so much crops. What if they become paralyzed after being locked up for over 10 days? What if they die or stop bearing fruit? Wouldn't that be a loss? Chapter 416. Raised to be autistic? The old man couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder old Chi liked this little guy. He patted the iron cage with his hand and said cheerfully to Chu Si, of course not. Let's see, how many pots of wild vegetables do you have? If not, how about you plant them in my office as green plants while you're away? I promise to keep them pristine and shiny. Chu Si nodded, instinctively feeling that this old man was capable. She walked to the warehouse, and Kaka dragged out 2 large bamboo tubes covered with coarse cloth. Pulling the cloth aside, she revealed lush sweet potato vines growing underground. Everyone's eyes lit up. Chu Si had successfully divided the pots this time. They didn't know how the sweet potatoes were growing, but at least the vines were starting to take shape. In a couple of days, they could harvest the sweet potato leaves. Unfortunately, they had to go out on a mission, and by the time they returned, they didn't know how many of the good sweet potato leaves would have been wasted. Oh, what a shame. The moment the veil was lifted, everyone's attention was drawn to it. In the dead of winter, fresh vegetables were scarce. While the base's plantations provided some, they were expensive and prioritized for the higher-ups. Only the old man could enjoy a plate of fresh greens with every meal. But even then, all he saw were pieces of freshly picked leaves. How could this look festive? Chu Si ignored them and ran back, panting as he dragged out 4 large bamboo tubes. The coarse cloth on them was unrolled, revealing tightly bound foxtail grass heads inside. These were hydroponically grown, and for ease of transport, each tube was packed tightly. I thought I couldn't eat them all for now, just enough to get more water and avoid starvation. But now, the shock was undoubtedly enormous. So many buckets, suddenly overflowing, appeared before their eyes. This amount was almost as much as a small outdoor planting site. Many of the guards were already envious, their eyes aglow. Don't get me wrong, they were simply admiring. Drooling with envy. Chu Si couldn't help but laugh. Is this the legendary feeling of a wealthy landlord? The director coughed softly, bringing everyone back to their senses. What was the point of staring at a pot of vegetables like a hungry wolf? Hasn't the patrol office been considering rewards for those who participated in the hunting teams recently? Simply giving a few points doesn't seem like much of a motivator. What if the points were combined with harvesting? At this thought, his eyes lit up, and a strategy quickly formed in his mind. A specific implementation plan might be to give everyone a base harvesting time of 10 or 15 minutes for every mission, and then add more harvesting time based on their contributions. But how would the payment be calculated? Should it be based on the market price? But the specific amount picked was theirs alone. Ji Xian was out on a mission, so he couldn't just stare at the video feed every day, could he? The old man shared his thoughts with the two men, wanting to see if they had any other desired rewards. This resonated directly with Brother Xian, who opened his mouth with a chuckle. Director, as you can see, we have several mutant short-tailed pit vipers, so we like 3 high-end test tubes that can store snake venom for extended periods of time. What the hell? Before the old man could comprehend the situation, his deputy's face turned green. He actually asked for something that high-end, and 3 at a time. He shook his head slightly. The director turned to discuss the details with his deputy, then returned to haggling. No more than 1. Ji Xian nodded immediately. Okay, deal. Director, a little argument would be fine. This guy simply didn't want him to feel comfortable. The deputy's face was already green beyond words, and Ji Xian naturally couldn't go too far. He had a backup plan. Then, Brother Xian calmly said, since the director is so generous, we naturally can't be stingy. With that, he walked back to the warehouse, searched, and then pulled out another large wooden barrel. The sound of splashing water could be heard from inside from time to time. Ji Xian patted the barrel. There are 37 mutant shrimp in total, all of them meet edible standards. Each one is now half the size of a palm. Keep 7 for ourselves, and the remaining 30 can be used as rewards for our brothers in the inspection office. With these words, the atmosphere relaxed. Even the director's deputy's expression brightened. While the value of 30 shrimp fry was still far less than a custom-made test tube, at least the losses were smaller. Furthermore, with shrimp fry as a prize, the guards would surely be more motivated to work. The director immediately decided that the highest daily contributor would receive an additional edible mutant fry. This reward might be a bit much for ordinary people, but it was just right for the patrol officers. While their food was scarce, it wasn't that much. Some inedible scraps were just enough to feed the shrimp. Besides, these shrimp wouldn't die even if they weren't fed for a few days. Once they grew to the length of an arm, their meat was delicious, and their shells were tough. They had a lot of uses, and could even be made into a nice, little protective armor for their children. The patrol officers were completely enthused. Before they even left the house, the news had spread to every group, big and small. Chapter 417. Ji Xian and the director had settled the matter in a few words, but Chu Ci was still a little confused. No, what was going on? How could so much food be delivered so suddenly? This unexpected incident was somewhat unexpected. Chu Ci looked at Ji Xian in disbelief. You're talking about the green leaves, which is fine. After all, you've been away for so many days, and your return date is uncertain, so some of them will definitely be lost. It's a good idea to save them to create some business opportunities. But those mutant shrimp fry were not worth wasting. 30 of them, she really couldn't bear to part with them. If they were contaminated by high radiation food or water, they would be a source of food for the future. But the matter was already settled, and she couldn't go back on her word. After much deliberation, she couldn't help but whisper to Ji Xian, what about those snake venom tubes? Can't we just buy used ones? How come they're not cheaper now? Ji Xian coughed lightly, and seeing no one was paying attention, he quietly explained to Chu Ci, you can't buy this stuff without a legitimate source. The used ones on the market are discarded, and can't be refurbished, so the venom's shelf life is significantly reduced. Under normal circumstances, when we go scavenging in the morning and back in the afternoon, a used tube might still be usable. But don't forget, we'd definitely be visiting Base 38 sometime soon, and the journey won't take a few days. Buying firsthand is naturally more reassuring. Ji Xian's eyes assured Chu Ci that he had carefully considered this move. He was heartbroken by the loss of food, but it would definitely be worth it. Chu Ci blinked. Do we even need to go to Base 38 in person? I thought. We could just buy it directly on the black market. After all, the black market isn't just for one base. Its internal relationships are complex, connecting the resources of every base. In theory, Chu Ci's idea was entirely feasible. Traveling long distances in the Wasteland is undoubtedly extremely dangerous, even after the harsh winter, and even in other relatively safe seasons, it's beyond the reach of ordinary people. But Ji Xian shook his head. You can buy and sell on the black market, but you can't transfer property across zones. If we already had Base 38 identities, it would be easy. We could transfer the property directly to our own accounts, but now. Chu Ci understood. They were still in a blank slate at Base 38, and they had to establish an identity there first. This was a good idea. She could get out more. Since crossing over, she hadn't seen any other safe zones. This trip would allow her to see the local customs and living conditions. She thought today's events were over, but after the inspection office had finished admiring the vegetable garden, they started digging up old issues again. The director leisurely laid out the facts. Captain G, While your keeping of mutant short-tail pit vipers is permitted by base regulations, its circumstances are unique and warrant special treatment. He didn't mean to oversee the two of them, but this matter couldn't be left to Ji Xian and the others alone. Seeing Ji Xian listening intently, he simply laid out his conditions. First, the snake room must be monitored 24/7, and the number of snakes must be reported daily. Ji Xian nodded. This was as it should be, and he had been planning to do so. He hadn't considered reporting it to base before, but it wasn't a big deal. It was just a matter of uploading a picture. Seeing that Ji Xian had no objection, the director continued, surveillance must be multi-angle, with no blind spots, and include population alerts, area tracking, and escape warnings. Hearing this, Ji Xian's brows furrowed. Granted, these features were excellent, and indeed suited to their situation, but they weren't for civilian use. To achieve this, they had to connect to the base's administrative system. They naturally didn't have the qualifications, but since the director had mentioned it today, Ji Xian felt it might be feasible. If that were the case, it would be a good thing. This would free up manpower, and the monitoring would be real-time, far more reliable than manual labor. As expected, the old man chuckled and laid it out. Well, I know you lack connections, but we at the inspection office can do you a favor and smoothly connect your surveillance to our system. The program is free, and I can even find a way to buy you a few bio-powered subcutaneous positioning devices. Chapter 418. Ji Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. He had actually done very thorough preliminary work, his only concern being the possibility of not being able to track the snake in time if it got lost. He had considered installing a tracking device before, but unfortunately, the only ones he could find were the most common external tracking devices. Snakes are naked, so attaching them to the outside of the body would be unreliable. As for implanting them internally, a sealed solution would be possible, but that would present the problem of insufficient power supply. The batteries in the tracking device would eventually run out, and he couldn't risk being bitten all day by dissecting snakes, could he? Now, the director's gift had finally touched his heart. After some thought, Ji Xian had a clear idea. The director's intention was obvious. With a patrol agency backed by the base, a few bites of food shouldn't be a problem. Therefore, the only thing that interested him so much was probably snake venom. As expected, the old man's words directly confirmed his suspicions. We don't have any ulterior motives for doing this, except to hope to buy snake venom from you two in the future. Everyone knew the power of the mutant short-tail pit vipers, otherwise, the guards wouldn't have been so frightened. But this also further demonstrated the value of these venoms. With this, hunting mutant giant salamanders would be a breeze. Ji Xian nodded, initially giving an affirmative answer, but importantly, a but not yet. We only just caught 2 adult venomous snakes, and they already released their venom. Plus, one of them just gave birth, so it's not suitable to extract the venom now. As for other small snakes, it is not the time to extract their venom. Ji Xian estimated that by the time it was the patrol office's turn, they would have to wait at least until the 8 snakes were fully grown. After all, the 2 had never raised venomous snakes before, and some things still needed experimenting. If they accidentally gave away a few, they would have some leeway, right? In the final analysis, the venom had to be extracted in moderation, at least to avoid affecting these mutant short-tail pit vipers. Moreover, the newly produced venom must be used by them first. It was a life-saving measure, and the first batch had to be stored in their own hands. No amount of resources could replace it. After all, we only have one life, and we must cherish it with all our might. The director hadn't expected Ji Xian to agree so readily. As long as he agreed, it was fine. As for the delivery date, he couldn't wait another year, could he? He immediately said cheerfully, okay, we can wait. After all, it's not easy to catch these creatures alive. If one dies, it's a loss for everyone, right? As for the exchange price, whether it's for supplies or points will be easy to negotiate. We just follow market conditions. Chu Ci had been listening intently, but the plot went off track. They hadn't even done anything yet. They already provided the vegetable garden and the mutant shrimp seedlings, yet they hadn't received anything. How could they have given away 268 points in the end? Chu Ci took a deep breath, feeling anxious. She secretly tugged at Ji Xian's arm. She couldn't trust these people too much. She rubbed her fingers together. Where's the stuff we were promised? Why haven't we seen anything? Ji Xian couldn't help but smile slightly. One look at Chu Ci's expression revealed what she was thinking, and he couldn't help but reassure her, don't worry, the official base signage will still stand. Don't worry. The test tubes need to be specially customized, and production will take time. They probably won't be available until after the mission is over. As for what the director just mentioned, the account just needs to be authorized. The accompanying cameras will be handed over directly to the construction personnel. As for the trackers, someone will be assigned to anesthetize the snakes and implant them. Chu Si blinked, remaining somewhat skeptical of Ji Xian's words. Forget it, she wasn't going to think about it anymore. She just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. The feng shui was truly impressive. She had only been here for a short time, and the money-giving boy had already vanished without a trace. If she stayed any longer, her family fortune would be ruined, and it would be a horrific tragedy. Chu Si took a deep breath and asked with despair, "Why can we leave? Why are we so reluctant to go out on this mission?" She really couldn't stay in this shabby place any longer. She couldn't afford to get hurt. It would just leave her skin and bones bruised. Chapter 419. Finally, there were no more hiccups this time. After the matter of the mutant short-tailed pit viper was settled, the remaining belongings were finally stored smoothly. As for the crops, they would be temporarily taken over by the patrol officers, and would be handed over after Chu Si and his team returned from their mission. The 30 mutant shrimp fry would no longer have anything to do with the two of them. It was a one-time deal. It looked like Big Fatty, Second Fatty, and the 8 little ones would no longer have anyone to care for them. Before leaving, Chu Si had specially fed them some highly radioactive dried meat, so at least they wouldn't have to worry about starvation. As for water, Chu Si didn't know if snakes needed to drink water regularly, but she figured that if they were fed fresh animals, it might not be a big deal, but if they were fed dried meat, they would probably still need to supplement as needed. Risking a bite, Chu Si, wearing thick bite-proof gloves, placed a bottle of water in the innermost wire cage, with a bowl underneath. This was a simple homemade waterer she learned from the chicken coop, and she even secured it with wire to prevent it from tipping over. Maybe it was because they were so familiar with each other, but Big Fatty and 2 Fatty didn't even bother to attack her. It was just a few of the smaller snakes that kept jumping around on her gloves. Chu Si reached down and pulled them off, then locked them one by one. Several people from the patrol office watched with trepidation. Even though these were newborn snakes, their venom might be less than that of adult snakes, but it was still very reliably potent. Having finished dealing with the mutant vipers, Chu Si carefully inspected the protective mesh at each level, confirming it was intact, before exiting the warehouse and locking the door. When Chu Si emerged, 3 more cars pulled into the yard. She paused slightly. Judging by the attire of these people, they must be members of the Vanguard squad that had been assigned to the mission with the 2 others. The warehouse wasn't just for storage, it was also where supplies could be collected. As the team leader for this operation, Zhang Haochen had arrived ahead of them, wanting to discuss the specific details of the supply arrangements with the warehouse manager. Luckily, they arrived just in time, otherwise, they might have been tricked. A young man with a buzz cut approached Zhang Haochen with a grin and asked, "Boss, how many days' worth of food supplies are we getting?" Zhang Haochen waved his hand. Before he could ask, he took 2 steps to the warehouse manager and put his arm around his shoulder. "Come on, old Wu, let's go inside and discuss the various supplies." Chu Si's eyes lit up when she heard about food supplies. She always brought her own before, but this was the first time she felt the warmth of the team. Chu Si silently pulled a small piece of dried meat from her backpack. It was the marching rations Ji Xian had allocated. Since they were providing the working meals, it wouldn't be a big deal for her to sneak a bite. Seeing her puffed-up mouth, Ji Xian's mind automatically conjured up the image of a squirrel, and he couldn't help but smile. They were both equally greedy. "Never mind, just pretend I didn't see it this time." The originally relaxed atmosphere suddenly became tense after the director received a phone call. No one knew what exactly happened, but not long after, the director's deputy came back and informed them to temporarily stop their preparations. Chu Si looked up at Ji Xian. What was going on? Was he planning to cancel the mission? At that moment, all she could think about was the promised 12 square meters. Ji Xian had no idea what was going on, but judging by the change in the director's expression, it wasn't anything too bad at the very least. He held Chu Si's hand and offered some comfort. They could only take things one step at a time. If things didn't work out, they could simply withdraw from the mission and return to see the project grow. This trip hadn't been in vain. On the contrary, they gained a lot. Even without the 12 square meters of land, they could still secure the advanced test tubes and access to the government system. The specific duration of the harvest was uncertain. If things didn't work out, they have to take a small loss. 2 weeks was plenty. Everyone in the team waited anxiously. After about a quarter of an hour, the old man hung up and returned. Ji Xian raised an eyebrow. The director's face was aglow with excitement. It looked like This was undoubtedly good news. The old man coughed lightly and spoke excitedly. Base just received news that due to the impact of the river, the group of mutant silverback gorillas that had been entrenched in the west have relocated their territory. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell silent, then quickly became noisy. Chusi blinked. It seemed she was the only one whose mind was in a mess. Looking at the excited expressions of the people around her, she could only smile awkwardly, feeling so out of place. Silverback gorillas? What's going on? Why do they all look like they gotten a great advantage? Chusi gently scratched Jixian's palm. Quick, Golden Translator, it's your turn. Chapter 420. Jixian had been lost in his own thoughts. When he regained consciousness, he saw Chusi's resentful eyes, revealing an unusually clear light. It wasn't Chusi's fault for being so slow to react. It was primarily because she had no knowledge of the surrounding terrain or species distribution. Jixian then proceeded to explain. The mutant silverback gorilla is the true king of the western forest. It's robust and powerful, with powerful teeth and claws, and possesses considerable combat skills. Not to mention other mutant animals, even organized combat teams would be a real headache. Furthermore, these creatures live in groups and prefer to fight in unison, employing a truly ruthless style. It's because of their existence that the base has been unable to expand its western routes. All main roads now lead eastward, often circling halfway up the mountain, which is extremely time-consuming and greatly increases the risk. Chusi nodded, immediately comparing herself to King Kong in her mind. Thinking of his size, she winced. It seemed he was indeed quite formidable. At the same time, she keenly sensed that this incident might present a rare opportunity for the base. Jixian affirmed this is indeed an opportunity, and one that must be seized. They needed to clear a path before other mutants took over the area, hunt down the more powerful mutants, and then spread repellent powder over a large area. They could then slowly transform the area into a place suitable for human settlement. Opportunities like this are fleeting. Chusi stole a glance. No wonder the director looked so much like a child again. He called everyone into the warehouse manager's office and excitedly announced, "For this mission, we abandon the original plan and move all personnel to the Western Front. A large number of new members will be joining us soon, so the base must spare no effort to ensure this success. For each highly damaging mutant animal captured, you receive a military merit." After saying this, he glanced at Jixian and the others and added generously, "Jixian, you and your wife are non-staff members, so there's no point in claiming military merits. However, for each highly damaging mutant animal captured, there's also a reward. 1 square meter of temporary land." Chusi was genuinely surprised. Was he so generous all of a sudden? She had a strong intuition. Judging from the rewards from previous missions, she knew the base wouldn't let them take advantage of such a big deal. So puzzled, she asked Jixian, "Aren't highly damaging mutant animals everywhere out there? Wouldn't it be a sure thing to capture one?" The more she spoke, the less reliable it seemed. This always felt like a fantasy. Sure enough, Jixian explained, highly damaging mutant animals require a specific evaluation system, considering multiple factors, such as aggressiveness, attack power, and whether they live in groups. Things like mutant rats and wild boars definitely don't qualify, but pit vipers are. Encountering a swarm of mutant termites also counts. If a single individual is very powerful, then a special evaluation is required, but the likelihood of success is generally low. Ultimately, it all comes down to the degree to which the animal hinders the mission. Chusi was a bit overwhelmed by what she heard, and she quickly grasped the key point. So, we don't have to make our own judgments, there will naturally be a systematic assessment. Jixian nodded. The first step in our exploration is to conduct a comprehensive species scan. Images of every plant, animal, and mineral are needed. Afterwards, everyone will gather all the images, and the team leader will conduct a preliminary screening. Images of basic species, for example, will be deleted, while images of potentially highly harmful mutant animals will be uploaded to the system for review. Chusi understood, and she raised her hand to interrupt Jixian. "Alright, that's all. Excessive talk would only distract from the main point. Meals are eaten one bite at a time, and this was just right." Then she finished her speech in a dazed manner. After that, supplies were quickly distributed, loaded basket by basket onto the vehicles. There were 4 large SUVs in total, and not only were the trunks filled to the brim, but the roof racks were also fully strapped. Afterward, the team quickly set off. They were the first wave, and they had to seize the opportunity. Chusi sat in the car, occasionally glancing back at the boat being towed, lost in thought. Towing the boat, is it going to take on water? But she couldn't swim. She felt the fear of someone who couldn't swim. Chapter 421. The car drove all the way to the river before stopping. 4 jeeps were parked on the shore. Chu Xiai and Ji Xian sat in the last car. The others were loaded with supplies, but theirs had a medium-sized boat tied to the back. After a morning's journey, it was now time for lunch, so everyone stopped to rest and gather for a small meeting. Everyone sat in a circle, and soon Chu Xiai received her lunch. In her left hand was a nutritional supplement, and in her right was a plastic-wrapped tube of mashed potatoes. She was eagerly anticipating the main course that was to come, but when she looked up, she saw that everyone had already started eating. It was clear that all the food had been distributed. She lowered her head, silently bit open the nutritional supplement package, and joined in eating. The first sip was greeted by a strong plastic smell. The texture was identical to what she had eaten before. The mashed potatoes were better, crunchy and soft, with a pure potato flavor. She couldn't help but feel a little melancholic, missing all those food flavorings and additives from the past. Ah, Chu Xiai couldn't help but sigh, swallowing the bland mashed potatoes. If this were modern times, it would taste like braised pork. I thought they at least have 1 meat and 1 vegetable, but now they were eating 2 staples. Although they'd long known that life in the wasteland was difficult, they were the vanguard of the base, and this time, they were on such an urgent mission. Even if the base didn't provide them with any assistance, at least they shouldn't be too harsh on them when it came to food. So, this was a high-standard marching meal. It was almost inhumane. No wonder Brother Xian was always so stingy. Who would have thought that it was actually Big Brother showing mercy? She silently took out a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing it while reciting the motto, remembering the bitterness and thinking of the sweetness. After a moment's thought, she took another piece and handed it to Ji Xian. This was a way to thank him for his daily meat. Looking at the meat suddenly offered to his mouth, Ji Xian smiled and happily swallowed it. Chu Xiai wasn't the only one who had a snack. Several of the team members had brought some food with them, and they were eating with gusto. So, apart from the suspicion of showing off their affection, there was nothing wrong with Chu Xiai and the others' behavior. Seeing that everyone had mostly finished eating, Zhang Haochen clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention, and began to lay out the day's plan. In the previous mission, they only needed to find a safer route, but now it was different. As a new transportation hub, a single route wouldn't solve the problem. He projected the map on his watch onto the ground and used a branch to draw 3 routes. He pointed at the longest, middle route and explained, "This is the route to the mountain blasting site. Theoretically, it should be the closest. We just need to see if there are any powerful mutant animals nearby." Zhang Haochen looked around and continued, "Although this route is the most urgent, it's only available for a short period of time. Therefore, the base is planning to build a number of the most affordable cable cars. Our exploration will focus on arboreal creatures." He then pointed at the other 2 routes. Both of these end on the base-level road transport line. Once this one is opened, we definitely save a lot of time when heading to other bases. The base is likely to build a bridge there, so the routes to these 2 locations must be carefully inspected. Mutant animals in the water and on land must be carefully monitored. We must not lose sight of the bigger picture. The others nodded in agreement. After all, Zhang Haochen was speaking the truth. Furthermore, they were merely a vanguard force, their primary role being to explore the path. Clearing obstacles would naturally be handled by those behind them. While this job was riskier, the rewards were definitely incomparable to those behind them. The base had invested heavily this time. Military merit wasn't just empty promises, it could be exchanged for physical assets or conditions. Real estate was Chu Xiai and Ji Xian's Achilles heel, so they were sure to find the real deal. Next, the specific mission planning began. Chu Xiai was a little nervous. After all, this was her first performance since joining the team. These people didn't particularly trust her to begin with, but she couldn't just go off on a mission and throw the whole thing away. Thankfully, team leader Zhang Haochen didn't single her out. He treated all 20 members equally. 3 routes, 6 people per route, leaving the remaining 2 to watch over the enemy. Each member of the vanguard team was capable of independent work. To complete the mission as quickly as possible, Zhang Haochen opted for a single-person operation mode. Each person on each route was responsible for a 1-kilometer diameter area. Missions were assigned directly to individual wristwatches, displayed as a map with location tracking. Once the entire area had been thoroughly surveyed, the mission status would be updated to completed. Chapter 422. Chu Xiai was assigned to the 2nd mission point on the left route, while Ji Xian was assigned to the 5th mission point on the right route. The 2 of them couldn't even see each other, demonstrating that Captain Zhang's personnel assignments were truly random. No one objected. Before departing, John Houchin even glanced at Chu Si, figuring that if she wasn't up to the task, he could make some adjustments. After all, they didn't have any deep-seated grudges, and he wasn't determined to force anyone to death. However, if that were the case, Chu Si would have no chance of integrating into the team. If a battle broke out along the way, she wouldn't be assigned to the team, wouldn't need to participate in the fight, and wouldn't be protected by the team. She would be completely invisible. After all, everyone was out there risking their lives, and in times of crisis, everyone was very realistic. Thankfully, Chu Si had no objections either. She remained calm and composed. After all, she was someone who could travel thousands of miles alone. Before leaving, everyone began distributing their equipment. Everyone received a first aid kit, a life jacket, and a flying tiger claw. Chu Si hung it around her waist. Below it were several coils of neatly arranged rope, which would allow her to scale walls and climb roofs in a pinch. She touched it lovingly. The claws were sharp, the rope strong. Very good, very good. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about not being able to swim. Even if she accidentally fell into the water, she could quickly climb a tree. Otherwise, even with a life jacket, there was no guarantee she wouldn't be attacked by mutated aquatic animals. She couldn't swim at all, and if she did, she wouldn't be able to get out of her rut. That would be embarrassing. The last item, Chu Si hadn't expected, was that everyone in the team had an inflatable boat. It looked like a truly generous gift. She had assumed that after leaving the team, they would all transform into Tarzan. So everyone could ride their own inflatable boat. Luckily, it was electric, so no hand paddles were required. There was a steering wheel at the front. Chu Si took a look and thought it was no problem. It was just like driving an electric car. Steering and acceleration were perfectly controlled. Plus, there were no other cluttered items. The handbrake was right next to it. It was incredibly simple and straightforward. It was much better than those crappy electric cars. Everyone climbed onto the boat and thrown people down one by one. Zhang Haochen kept instructing them, "Pay attention. The purpose of our trip is to conduct a comprehensive regional survey. Efficiency is paramount. Efficiency is paramount. Try not to alert any mutant animals. We only want data, so take plenty of photos. Understand? After the inspection, everyone will return on their own. Understand?" Everyone nodded immediately. Chu Si also huddled obediently at the stern, waiting to be thrown down. Ji Xian was sitting next to her. Seeing Captain Zhang pause, he took Chu Si's hand, opened her watch, and pulled out the mission interface. In the top corner, there was a red button. He whispered, "This is the distress button. If you're in trouble and can't escape quickly, press it to request support. Clicking it will automatically activate the video function on your watch, allowing you to broadcast your situation in real time." This was basic information to everyone else, so Zhang Haochen didn't mention it specifically. But it was crucial to Chu Si. He not only explained how to call for help, but also subtly reminded her to maintain her privacy. Chu Si nodded gently, understanding Ji Xian's meaning. Soon, they arrived at her mission location. The team helped her inflate the inflatable boat, and Ji Xian offered her a hand as she climbed aboard. The boat wobbled slightly, and Chu Si broke into a cold sweat. After stabilizing herself, she stiffly turned, greeted everyone, and began to steer the boat away. After all, this was her first time using this thing, so she needed some acclimation. Initially, she didn't manage the speed correctly, and the boat rushed out with a whoosh, then crashed into a tree with a loud bang. There were no safety belts on the inflatable boat, and Sister Chu was flung out, tumbling against the tree, and then tumbling into the water. Everyone on the boat was startled, and Ji Xian even stood up. Chu Si, after taking 2 sips of water, finally emerged nearby. She gave an okay sign and climbed back up. After a few bumps, the boat finally responded. Everyone watched her zigzag and swerve away. After a while, a burst of laughter erupted from the boat. The person nearby patted Ji Xian on the shoulder, smiling and giving him a thumbs up. "Captain Ji, your sister-in-law is truly a talent." Ji Xian's face darkened, but he didn't argue. After all, in a sense, Chu Si was indeed a talent. "I have to look carefully later. Otherwise, when Chu Si uses his strength, I don't know if these guys can withstand it." Chapter 423. Chu Si, with a stone-faced expression, sailed the boat about 200 meters away. Turning back, she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Ji Xian and his crew's boat had already sailed away. Just grabbing it, it was truly embarrassing. She couldn't help but cover her face. Never mind. Chu Si was always very open-minded about this sort of thing. It wasn't a big deal after all. She was experienced, and she handled the situation fairly well. When faced with a situation like this, the first thing to do is not to show fear. Maintaining composure is crucial. Don't be cowardly. You must hold your ground. Only when your aura is strong enough can you distort others' perspectives to a certain extent. Don't doubt it. She has experimental data to back up her claims. For example, if she had been evasive after falling into the water, the team would have surely laughed at her, even despised her. But Sister Chu climbed back up without a word, leaving behind a figure as cold as the wind in the water. This scene instantly became incredibly impressive. The fun only lasted a short while, but when everyone savored it again, the only words left in their memories were tenacity. Before Chu Xi could finish her sigh, Ji Xian's message arrived. She reached out and clicked it. There's a quick absorbing towel in the first aid kit. Find a sheltered spot and wipe yourself clean before proceeding. Chu Xi touched the damp hair on her forehead, said Ji Xian an okay message, and then found a spot among the bushes to apply the parking brake. Her situation was actually quite good. The life jacket the team had issued was quite impressive. It had a sealskin-like texture, was waterproof, and had excellent buoyancy. Furthermore, after a violent collision, the neck automatically inflated, releasing a hood that quickly enveloped her head. So, aside from a few strands of exposed hair, very little was wet. Her clothes were even safer. Her clothes were dry, even her life jacket, which had only been soaked for a few moments on the boat. The water dripped down the smooth surface into the cabin. She stretched her feet, and a little water had gotten into her shoes, but it wasn't a serious problem. After all, ever since the snow began, she and Ji Xian had switched to wearing snakeskin boots, which were incredibly waterproof. This time, after falling into the river and floundering around, the only wet spot was a little wet around her ankles, which had been warmed by her body temperature, so there was no need to remove her shoes. So, after looking around, she simply wiped her face with a towel, handed it in, took a photo, and immediately sent it to Ji Xian for review. Ji Xian, pleased with her work ethic, nodded, then solemnly reminded her that there was still some cold medicine in her first aid kit, and told her to replenish it herself. Chu Xi rummaged through the bag and actually found a few potions in the inner pocket, one to prevent colds, one to temporarily protect against high radiation levels, two to temporarily slow down toxicity, and two anesthetics. Oh my god, this is so extravagant. I didn't expect this first aid kit to be so comprehensive. I remember when I went to the potato fields, they sold antidotes, and each one must have cost at least 200 points. She looked down at her bag. All these potions must have cost at least 700 or 800 points. So extravagant, so extravagant. They each had a pack, and there were 20 people in the team. Just for this wave, 14,000 points would be enough. Chu Xi couldn't help but gasp. As expected, they weren't from the same class. The base's wealth was beyond her imagination. No wonder so many people were desperate to get in. After a while, she raised her watch and silently sent a message to Ji Xian. Can you take back this first aid kit? Ji Xian, yes. Oh, and after using the medicine, you need to keep the packaging. It had a special anti-counterfeiting mark and number on it to prevent team members from hoarding and selling it. Chu Xi calmed down. She reached out and took out the cold medicine, tore it open, and drank it all in one gulp, casually tossing the remaining packaging back into her pocket. As expected, only after it's in your stomach can it be yours. While the potion takes a long time to work, it can save us some energy stones, right? She even wondered if she should wait until the mission was over and then just use up all those potions. Ding ding. Chu Xi checked her watch. Ji Xian, all medicines are poisonous. Just know when to stop. Chu Xi felt quite regretful. Whenever she took something back from someone who had been given her, she always felt like she was handing over something that belonged to her. Chapter 424. Forget it. Even a good young man in this new era shouldn't always think about taking advantage of others. Looking at her watch, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Each person's planned mission area was approximately a 1-kilometer diameter circle, which was quite large indeed, roughly the size of an industrial park. The visibility here wasn't very good. The water was about 2.5 to 3 meters deep, and most of the trees were still alive. What Chu Xi considered deep water didn't even cover the grass. As she navigated the boat, she would occasionally climb up the trees to see what was growing there. She also needed to keep an eye on the underwater world. Fortunately, the water was crystal clear, and even from the boat, she could clearly see the mutated critters swimming by. Time was always tight, and now it felt even worse. Exploring the trees and the water was a time-consuming endeavor. It wasn't until then that Chusi realized that every item distributed by the base was actually in demand. She wondered, with all the nice life jackets, were they planning to let them go for a stroll? To make matters worse, around 3 p.m., fog began to form on the water. Chusi frowned, feeling rather annoyed. As the saying goes, spring fog brings wind, summer fog brings clear skies, autumn fog brings cloudy skies, and winter fog brings snow. Alas, conducting missions in the dead of winter is already difficult, and please don't let it snow again. The environment here is truly harsh. The few times it snowed since winter began, each time it was heavy snow that lasted for days. She was fine, it simply made monitoring more difficult. She wondered if Ji would experience any negative effects from being in such an environment with significantly elevated radiation levels for so long. The more she thought about it, the more irritated she became. Chusi couldn't help but sigh heavily. Forget it, the right thing to do was to finish the mission quickly and reunite with Ji. At worst, she still had a gene repair potion in her hand, so things would be fine. But Chusi was clearly overwhelmed by having to manage both the trees and underwater, and it was extremely easy to miss a spot, defeating the purpose of a thorough search. The trees were easy enough. With the help of her flying tiger claws, even if there was still snow on the trunk, it wouldn't slow her down at all. As for underwater work, she simply handed it over to the little mechanical spider. It was waterproof and could function normally even underwater. Its appearance could quickly adjust its skin color to suit the environment, making it difficult for ordinary funeral fish and shrimp to detect it. What's more, even if it was unlucky enough to be swallowed, she was capable of rescuing it. Chusi wandered through the woods, enjoying herself. Along the way, she surprisingly didn't spot any powerful mutant animals. Not even a large mutant fish or shrimp in the water. Presumably they'd been wiped out by the mutant giant salamanders at the source. On land, there were still a few mutant ants and a few insects left, but the ones that remained were mutant grasshoppers, which weren't good at long-distance flight. Furthermore, she looked up and saw the peach tree ahead, only the top of the tree remaining. It was covered in white snow, and the red fruits below were shrouded in a sea of beauty. She slurped her saliva, but couldn't pick them now. She could mark the spot and return to collect them after completing her mission. Further along. Oh, this is a vast peach orchard. Walking along the stream, I forgot how far I had come. Suddenly, I came upon a peach blossom forest, stretching for hundreds of feet along the banks. There were no other trees, the grass was fresh, and the fallen petals were a riot of color. No wonder it's called an outdoor paradise. It's truly beautiful, absolutely stunning. Although the peach blossoms are long gone, they are far more charming than flowers. Then, her eyes met with a small monkey atop a tree. This historic scene always felt familiar, except that her and the monkey's roles had been reversed. The little monkey crouched atop the tree, looking around anxiously, occasionally uttering pitiful cries. It was still a baby monkey, perhaps missing the migration due to its gluttony. Chusi sat on the inflatable boat, her emotions swirling. Honestly, if it were any other mutant, she would have attacked it with a couple of blows right now, but ever since joining the monkey group, she developed emotions that weren't human-like. Seeing the little monkey screaming so miserably, Chusi thought, forget it, maybe just send it to a bigger tree. The little monkey was still very resistant to her approach. No, it shouldn't be called a little monkey, it was a legitimate silverback gorilla. I heard it was incredibly ferocious. Even though it was only the size of a golden retriever, Chusi was afraid it might bite her. The little creature was wary. Chusi approached and took a bite. But it just looked fierce. Chusi felt the force of its bite on her arm, and sighed inwardly. It was probably just scared and helpless, not really biting with all its might. Even without the protective gear, it would only break the skin and bleed. But it kept biting him. Helpless, Chusi, desperate, resorted to the tricks he learned from the monkeys and began combing its fur for lice. The familiar feeling quickly soothed it, and after calming down, it jumped onto the inflatable boat after Chusi, nearly digging him down again with a reckless jerk. I wanted to beat it up so badly, but what should I do? Chapter 425. After a lot of trouble, Chusi and the little gorilla found their balance on the boat. She looked at her watch and saw it was almost 3:30 p.m. She glanced at the map and realized she still had nearly 1/5 of the area to monitor. She had to speed up, otherwise she might not be able to return before 4:30 p.m. But Chusi felt incredibly unsure. She had a feeling that today's mission had gone too smoothly. She hadn't discovered any powerful mutants in her area. So far, the largest mutant she found in the area was on this small boat, and it was a veritable baby. The chimpanzee was crouching at the stern. A rare ray of light filtered through the dappled leaves, illuminating it like a pale butterfly silhouette. Terrified, it clutched the edge of the boat with its claws, afraid to fall, its expression timid. Chu Xiai pursed her lips, suppressing a smile as she sent a message to Ji Xian, checking in on the others. Although they were assigned different mission areas, they were in the same area, so there was bound to be some overlap in species. Ji Xian quickly replied, saying he already completed his search and found similar results to Chu Xi's. No powerful mutants. To be honest, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Every time he captured a highly dangerous mutant animal, it was worth a square meter of temporary land. Such an opportunity was rare. Now that Chu Xiai had sent this message, Ji Xian was 80% certain of her situation. However, this was only normal, otherwise, the base wouldn't have been so anxious to dispatch. This was the moment they needed to seize. Most of the mutant animals on land had either been swept away by the flood or had voluntarily moved away. Those that remained were mostly small, less formidable Karami. The river here was just forming, and many powerful mutant aquatic animals hadn't yet migrated, making it a prime time for human development. After seeing the message Ji Xian sent back, Chu Xiai felt relieved. After all, they were legitimate employees receiving a salary, and she didn't want to mess around. Furthermore, their position was equivalent to that of ancient scouts. The importance of intelligence was undeniable. Any misstep could harm hundreds, or even thousands of people behind them. She reached out and patted the little gorilla's head. Wait a moment. Once I searched my territory, I'd pick a tall tree for you to put up on our way back. The peach orchard was nice, but the fruit trees were too short, leaving no place for it to hide. Luckily, silverback gorillas are omnivores, so any tree they'd be safe from starvation. Saving it once was a kindness. She wouldn't send it back to its parents anyway, so this was already fulfilling their fate. As for keeping it, that was even more impossible. This thing would be a living, breathing King Kong. Not only would it eat a lot, but given its size, it was definitely a high-risk species. The base would never agree to keep it. Yes, speaking of high-risk species, Chu Xiai immediately realized that she hadn't even taken a picture of the little one yet. How foolish. Its species was once the dominant species here. It was definitely worth every square inch. Although, it was still just a baby with no offensive power. Suddenly, a splashing sound caught Chu Xi's attention. It didn't sound like the sound of waterfowl paddling. She carefully reduced the power of her inflatable boat to minimize the noise. She steered the boat around a large tree ahead, and turning, she came into direct contact with a python. As their eyes met, Chu Xi's breath stopped. She had hunted many snakes before, and even kept several highly venomous mutant short-tailed pit vipers, but the impact of those snakes was far beyond the reach of the one before her. It was a massive python, enormous, the part above water thick as a truck. Its body was brown and yellow, with the black rim pattern of a clouded leopard on its sides. Its pupils were vertical, and its gaze was cold. It flicked its tongue, and Chu Xiai suddenly snapped back to reality. Run, run, run! Run now! This thing was definitely her natural enemy. If it swallowed it whole, even Chu Xiai, with her extraordinary skills, would have no chance of a comeback. She immediately increased the power, and the boat rushed out with a whoosh. Not daring to look back, she could only steer the inflatable boat as far as possible toward the densely wooded area, silently praying that the mutant python had no interest in hunting a small piece of meat like her. She heard the sound of the water churning behind her. Perhaps Chu Xi's escape had piqued its interest. The giant python dove its head underwater, then emerged again from a great distance away, mercilessly knocking down several large trees in its path. At that moment, Chu Xi's heart sank. Chapter 426. No, the inflatable boat was still limited. On the water, Chu Xiai realized she was no match for the mutant python. Looking at the crisscrossing branches among the trees, Chu Xiai steeled her resolve and decided to abandon the inflatable boat and swing away directly from the tree. Although she had heard that pythons could climb trees, this one's massive size would definitely hinder its ability to climb trees, let alone jump between trees. Thinking of this, she no longer hesitated. As the inflatable boat moved, she aimed at a large tree and threw the flying tiger claw directly at it. As soon as her body was airborne, Chu Xiai felt herself sink. Looking down, she saw the mutant little gorilla hanging on her leg. At that moment, Chu Xiai felt like she was going to die. It was true that people should not be treated with kindness. At the critical moment, they might deliver a fatal blow. The little black charcoal was quite self-aware. It slid up along Chu Xi's legs, then with a nimble turn, whoosh it landed on Chu Xi's back, clinging tightly to him. Chu Xiai gritted her teeth. Time was precious now, so she had to climb the tree first. Fortunately, it was only the size of a full-grown golden retriever, so she could still carry it. As she climbed, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. You say, you don't need it to help in a critical moment, but you can't just make things worse. The little black charcoal lay on Chusi's back, clinging tightly to it. This time, it would not fall behind. With a few attempts at support, Chusi successfully climbed to the top of the tree. She took a selfie of the snake from a distance, then quickly turned and leaped to another tree. With a loud bang, the tree she had just stood on was immediately slammed into by the giant python. Although the tree didn't fall, the swaying branches and leaves almost knocked Chusi off. She didn't dare pause, immediately using the momentum to leap to the next tree. Along the way, she carefully navigated dense branches and leaves, brushing against her body, subtly coating Chusi with a natural scent. After a few more leaps and bounds, the snake finally lost interest and slowly sank into the water. Chusi was just a joke, not its true target. Unexpectedly, she had escaped danger so easily. Hiding behind a branch, Chusi shivered. This snake was truly terrifying. No wonder people often use snakes as a metaphor for someone cold and gloomy. This creature was truly chilled. Finally, her breathing became even, and her mood gradually calmed. Chusi's first action was to tear the mutant gorilla off her back. This creature was a jerk. They had to part ways from now on. Unfortunately, Chusi's mission wasn't complete, yet she had to abort it. Fortunately, she had already checked most of the area, and the mission progress had reached 96%. As for the remaining areas, she would never venture to them. As for the mutated python, she still had to report it to the team. She also had lost her inflatable boat, and needed someone to pick it up. Chusi sent the python's picture to the group chat, and the silent jungle suddenly rang with a few F***K chants. By this time, everyone had basically completed their missions, and had a little free time to check the group messages. Someone had just been posting photos of some exotic animals, but Chusi's message hadn't been seen. She hadn't expected anything, but she hadn't expected it to suddenly ignite everyone's attention. Damn! Look at the pattern. A large mutant Burmese python. Any approximate dimensions? Leave quickly. This thing is very aggressive. Without heavy weapons, we can't handle it. After a flurry of messages, another popped up. Which area is Miss Chu responsible for? We should take a detour. Chusi, helpless, she could only speak frankly. I lost my inflatable boat while escaping just now. I'm currently second from the left. I sent the exact location. Are there any teammates nearby who can give me a ride? The scene fell silent. No one in the chat group, which had been bustling just now, responded. Chusi gritted his teeth. These are all unreliable. Jishian had just been busy on a mission, and had encountered some problems there. Since it wasn't a private message from his wife, it hadn't caught his attention. When he finally finished, he clicked on the messages and saw Chusi's last one. Jishian frowned. Just as he clicked his watch, the group chat buzzed with vibrations. Chusi looked down and saw that everyone's messages were similar, each one a long paragraph. No wonder no one had spoken in the group just now. It turned out they were all busy sorting out the operational precautions for her. Chusi then realized that the inflatable boat actually had an automatic location tracking function. As long as it wasn't damaged, she could call the boat over by following the instructions provided by the sisters and brothers in the group. It was really advanced. The operation steps were also cumbersome. How long would it take her to enter the address numbers on both sides? Chusi couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Forget it, let's get started. We can't just jump all the way back, right? Jishian looked at him and raised an eyebrow. He sent a message to Chusi on his watch, don't move. I get the inflatable boat over to you in a minute. Chusi immediately smiled broadly in response. Great. Now she had time to deal with the guy in front of her. Chapter 427. Chusi had made up her mind to trade a photo of the little black creature in front of her for 1 square meter of land. It was a silverback gorilla, a dominant mutant species. This group was definitely recognized by the system as highly harmful mutants. She was confident of this. However, she suddenly felt a dilemma. She would be heading back as soon as the inflatable boat arrived. Before that, she had to release this financial sponsor. But where should she release him? As a pioneer exploration team, their primary responsibility was to mark these high-risk species. The purpose was self-evident. To ensure environmental safety, highly harmful mutants would definitely be treated specially, either killed or expelled. While the silverback gorilla was formidable, the little black creature in front of her was clearly a weakling. By the time the second wave arrived, it would most likely be wiped out. Chu Si kicked the tree trunk at his feet, lost in thought. Previously, her feelings toward mutant animals were completely hostile, but after receiving the kindness of the monkeys last time, this perspective had quietly changed. But she wasn't the type to use someone else's life for charity. The little creature would still be very formidable once it grew up, and she didn't want to take the gamble. After weighing the pros and cons, she decided to send the mutant gorilla cub out of her patrol area. She was already on the leftmost route, and running further out would completely avoid the area that needed development. When the area was completely cleaned up, they would sprinkle repellent powder all over the place, eliminating the possibility of it wandering in this direction. As for helping the little creature find its parents, haha, don't be ridiculous. How many lives did she have? Was she willing to risk her life? Chu Si raised her hand and patted Xiao Hei's head lovingly. Hey Xiao Hei, even if we weren't on a mission right now, even under normal circumstances, she wouldn't dare act rashly. This is a wilderness forest. If she encountered another mutant python, she probably wouldn't even have time to leave Brother Xian a last word. We can only do what we can. We must know when to stop. She just built a house in the city, and has a handsome husband by her side. There's no way she can let Brother Xian remain a widow. Otherwise, she'd be devastated. The black-haired little gorilla stayed by Chu Si's side, waiting for her boat to find itself. The two waited in the tree for about 20 minutes. From a distance, Chu Si finally spotted her small inflatable boat. She swiftly descended from the tree, followed closely by the little gorilla. Chu Si had a plan in mind, and without further delay, she immediately steered the boat to the left. It was almost 5 o'clock, and she had to hurry back to reunite with everyone. As it turned out, her plan was perfect. Little Black Charcoal refused to cooperate. As they passed a certain area, for some unknown reason, it lost its fear of the river and paddled the boat relentlessly. Chu Si was a novice, a complete landlubber, and her fear of water was no less than Little Black Charcoal's. She was a little angry. After several gentle persuasions, to no avail, her face darkened and she spoke angrily, "You want to stay, right? If you get shot by Team 2 in a couple of days, don't come looking for me." The little gorilla was stunned by her yelling, its expression shrinking. Although they couldn't speak the same language, they shared the same aura, and he instantly sensed the pressure from his elders. Perhaps it was still young and didn't understand the weight of the word tigress. Little Black Charcoal was quiet for a moment. Although it stopped tossing the boat afterward, its whimpering was pitiful. Chu Si was stunned. Could this be the den of the silverback gorillas nearby? She had really picked a good spot. No, Chu Si thought. Wasn't this a stroke of luck? A free opportunity for her to snag a bargain? She followed Xiao Bao's gaze and swiftly changed direction. Soon, the boat came to rest against a large tree. To be honest, the location of the gorilla's den was a bit unexpected. She had expected them to find the thickest tree, but it turned out to be so unremarkable. Compared to the surrounding trees, this tree was unremarkable. She looked up and saw. The branches and leaves seemed particularly dense. As the boat landed, the baby gorilla leaped onto it. This time, it must have used all its strength, chirping as it climbed, likely hoping to find its mother for support. Alas, it was destined to be disappointed. Before she could finish her lament, she had just reached the canopy when she saw a large gorilla lying in its den. At that moment, her mind was filled with exclamation points. However, the gorilla was seriously injured and must have been unconscious, which was why it hadn't thrown Chu Si down when she barged into her home. Chapter 428. Chu Si now felt like dying, and not just because she had so carelessly wandered into someone else's territory. At this moment, she was deeply doubting her own ability to do her job. Failing to investigate such a massive monster was a complete dereliction of duty. She hadn't climbed every tree in this area, so could this be inferred to be a complete failure of her job? Chu Si felt deeply depressed, deeply feeling that she had failed the organization's trust. She should at least ask Ji Xian if there was a set routine for such missions that would prevent her from making such a serious mistake. But if she had to climb every tree, how could she possibly complete the investigation in an afternoon? She couldn't think of a solution. Her only option was to come up with a quick fix. Chu Si felt a little anxious, but after some thought, she decided it would be more reliable to tell Ji Xian about the situation first. After hearing her description, Ji Xian couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and walked towards the car where the boat had just been stored. As he walked, he asked, "Did you find an adult silverback gorilla?" Chu Si nodded, then remembered and quickly added, "Yes, but it's unconscious. I've been in its den for quite a while, and the gorilla hasn't woken up yet. Its body is moving, which means it's still breathing." Ji Xian was truly frightened by her. She was gasping for breath even at this moment. Hearing that Chu Xi was not in danger, Ji Xian's sanity finally returned. Now, there was no need for him to rush over immediately. Ji Xian's composure had calmed down considerably, and he continued, "Are you asking how to kill this mutant silverback gorilla?" He was a little unsure. Since he was already unconscious, he should be able to kill him no matter how hard he tried. He instinctively felt that Chu Xi's problem wasn't that. Sure enough, Chu Xi flatly denied it. "No, I meant that during my patrols, I didn't climb every tree to check. If I did, I'd definitely miss a lot of mutants and then..." Ji Xian understood that Chu Xi was anxious because of this. But patrols didn't require every corner to be covered, otherwise, even 5 times the time wouldn't be enough. He explained to Chu Xi, "It's okay, you done a great job. Actually, you completed the mission once you walked the designated area. As for how many photos you take, that's a matter of personal preference, a way to earn extra income. Don't be afraid of missing out on powerful mutants. Once you enter their territory, they attack you. Unless you're a parasite like this, it's impossible for you to easily cross their territory." Chu Xi blinked, and after careful consideration, she decided to believe Ji Xian's words. Because, as he said, if everything was perfect, even 5 times the time wouldn't be enough. With that thought, she finally relaxed and began to survey the nest before her. The young gorilla was lying beside its mother, scratching at her face with its claws, trying to wake her. After a long moment, there was no movement. Little Black Charcoal grew anxious and nudged the mother twice. Seeing still no response, he called out anxiously, finally remembering the Chu Weijia he had brought with him. He immediately ran over, dragging Chu Xi with him to the mutant silverback gorilla. Despite being in a coma, Chu Xi remained remarkably calm. She first took a little blood and ran it through her watch. Ding! Highly mutated due to radiation. Not recommended for consumption. Well, while this was expected, it was still a little disappointing. The little gorilla didn't understand Chu Xi's actions. He remembered that if a member of the group was injured, the other gorillas would bring some leaves for him to apply. He didn't recognize any herbal leaves, so he immediately scooped up some leftovers in the den with his paws. Chu Xi took a look. "They're just chewed leaves. You're so embarrassed to pay for your consultation? That's too stingy." Seeing Chu Xi didn't want to use them, the little gorilla assumed it was the wrong kind of leaves, so he searched for more and brought them to her. Seeing how hard it was for him to collect, Chu Xi reluctantly tested each leaf, but found nothing that met the edible standards. Finally, when the leaves were gone, the little gorilla actually started throwing rocks at it. These were toys it had picked up, and it was simply thinking of giving its all to save its mother's life. Chu Xi's hand paused. This was a piece of ore, but she didn't know what kind. Thinking for a moment, Chu Xi took a picture of the ore and tossed it into her bag. Ji Xian had said that the ore was within the search range, so since she had come across it, she would take it back and take a look. The little gorilla screamed in panic. There was nothing she could do. Chu Xi pretended to inspect the wound, and quietly placed her wrist on the gorilla's wound, firing a series of poison needles. Unfortunately, these were only ordinary poisons, and the 2 short-tailed pit vipers were not yet suitable for extracting poison. Otherwise, this wave of poison would have immediately sent the giant creature packing. Chu Xi had some compassion, but it was definitely not much, especially for a mutant animal, and it was almost imperceptible. The little gorilla's attack power was within her control, and she could still find a way to spare it. But this silverback gorilla was no match. As a full-grown adult, even severely injured, it could easily overwhelm Chu Xi. Furthermore, its presence would undoubtedly cause significant trouble for future road development. Chu Xi couldn't transport both of them together, so the best solution was to prevent it from waking up. She reached out and stroked the silverback's abdomen. It contained the crystal core. Then, with a loud bang, Chu Xi was flung from the tree. She was completely unprepared, and her fall was a grievous one. Chapter 429. After being blown down, Chu Xi was completely dazed. Her body kept bumping against the branches as she fell, leaving her face scratched and her body covered in wounds. She felt pain everywhere. Finally, like a cannonball, she slammed into the water with a thud. She narrowly avoided fainting. The pain was truly intense, like landing on concrete, without a hint of softness. She felt like her lungs were about to burst. She had no strength left to climb back up. Fortunately, her life jacket held her aloft. Chu Xi painstakingly pulled out an energy stone and placed it in her palm. After a long moment of recovery, she finally had the strength to climb onto the nearby boat. It was impossible not to be afraid. She didn't dare move, crouching quietly at the base of the tree, fearing the mutant silverback gorilla would chase her down and kill her. What the hell was going on? Fighting poison with poison? Or a last gasp, when she first seen it, it looked like it was about to be buried. How could it have come back to life after the poison needle was injected? Chu Si glanced at her hidden weapon box in disbelief. She didn't have any cardiac stimulants at home, did she? Chu Si had no idea. She didn't dare ask Ji Xian right now. She simply wished she could get out of this hellhole alive. After all, she had saved its cubs. There was absolutely no mercy at all. Her feelings now finally resonated with the Wastelanders. Mutated animals might have a conscience, but you couldn't guarantee it would always be there. Even the slightest misunderstanding could cost a human life. Therefore, some of the base's rules were still necessary. They were honed through countless trials and tribulations, and they must not be broken. Chu Si didn't dare leave now, fearing the noise the boat made while moving would attract the silverback gorilla's attention. Under normal circumstances, this might have been a good idea, but now that the silverback was seriously injured, Chu Si feared any noise would draw its attention, perhaps making an example of it. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey? Chu Si was wary and prepared below, but fortunately, things didn't turn out as she anticipated. A moment later, the scarred gorilla actually left with the baby. This was something Chu Si hadn't anticipated. Fortunately, their departure was in the opposite direction of the detection zone, effectively achieving Chu Si's original intention. The baby gorilla lay in its mother's arms, humming contentedly. After walking a long way, it finally remembered its teammate, Chu Si, and immediately poked its head out to greet him. Chu Si, In that instant, 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind, finally settling on the image of the baby gorilla being skinned and its tendons pulled out. The moment the mother gorilla stopped, Chu Si felt her heart stop. She nervously watched the adult mutant silverback gorilla, reaching out to gently cover the wooden magazine at her waist. It was filled with ordinary bullets. A shot wouldn't even penetrate her defenses. There was no telling how much time she could buy to escape. The adult gorilla's eyes met Chu Si's, and honestly, the scene was terrifying. Chu Si felt as if 10,000 years had passed before the mutant gorilla turned around and, carrying the evil creature in its arms, departed. Finally, like a thawing ice sculpture, Chu Si's body function slowly began to recover. The moment she turned back around, she immediately started the inflatable boat's engine. She checked her watch. It was already 5:20. Visibility in the forest was gradually dimming. Driving with lights on in the wilderness was undoubtedly foolish. She had to turn back. Before leaving, she glanced back at the tree again. Finally, she steeled herself and decided to spend 5 minutes climbing up to take a look. If she missed this opportunity, there would be no more. Competition in the wasteland was fierce, and she had to seize every opportunity. Although she had previously conducted a general inspection and found nothing new, she had never thoroughly searched the area where the mutant gorilla lay. What if she had missed something? Chu Si quickly climbed up the treetops and reached the level where the gorilla's hut was built. She didn't dare to waste any time and immediately ran to the spot where the mutant gorilla had just crouched. All she could see was leaves, a few pieces of ore on the ground, and nothing else. To be honest, she was somewhat disappointed. After all, the shabby appearance of a local overlord did not fit their image setting. Chapter 430. Chu Si complained, but she still had plenty to take. She'd take all the ore back and see what happened. Maybe she could even detect some rare elements. Wouldn't that be a win for her? Throwing a few pieces of ore into her backpack, she caught the flying tiger claw and sped down, landing on the inflatable boat. She quickly began to drive backwards. Thankfully, there were no directional issues. She knew to just follow the navigation in a straight line. Sticking close to the 6 o'clock line, she finally returned to the team's rendezvous point. Perhaps because today's heroic deeds were so impressive, Chu Si's acceptance within the team had significantly increased. The team wasn't entirely male. There were 20 people in total, 4 of whom were women. In the Wasteland era, not only were men attracted to strong men, but independent women were even more attracted to strong men than men. With this, Chu Si immediately found her way into their circle. Of course, she wasn't just rising rapidly by now. Just as she approached the shore, a short-haired woman, beaming with joy, offered to help her pull the inflatable boat ashore. Chu Si was a bit flattered. This was something she had never experienced since joining the team. At best, they were cold to each other, the kind of people who discussed matters when necessary and then retired when not. Now, they were actually willing to interact with her privately. Chu Si was drawn into their circle by the beautiful women. Although all 4 had short hair for mission convenience, each had their own unique beauty. The somewhat ruffian-like Rui, the gentle Shualan, the short-haired girl who approached Chu Si at first was Su Lejin, and the remaining, more shy Chi Ruiying. Surrounded by the four of them, Chu Si felt incredibly comfortable. As lunchtime approached, everyone received their boxes, and Chu Si offered some dried meat to treat them. Of course, resources are limited, so sharing is more important than quantity. It's all about trying something new. As a result, the other girls didn't let her lose out. They each brought several snacks, like fried grasshopper legs and pickled mulberry leaves, which Chu Si shared. Even more surprising, Chi Ruiying even brought some French fries. Sister Chu was incredibly satisfied with her meal, reluctant to leave. Ji Xian sat quietly not far away, silently tucking into his lunch box, occasionally glancing over there. Alas, his flirtatious glances were all for the blind. It was the first time Ji Xian realized that his enemies weren't necessarily all men. After finally finishing dinner, Zhang Haochen began to gather the team. Everyone gathered to review the day's monitoring results. The team members projected their photos onto the ground. They were mostly ordinary, small mutant animals, hardly worth discussing, so the process passed quickly. The first member's photo took only 5 minutes to review. Naturally, there wasn't anything special to be found. The others who followed were in a similar situation. The odd thing was the sighting of a mutant beaver, but its lethality was truly lackluster. But surprisingly, it was actually worth a military merit. Chu Si was astonished. This is possible, Ji Xian explained to her. Beavers are very capable of destroying trees. The 3 routes we're planning today will all be constructed as aerial cableways combined with flight paths. This way, the beaver's destructive potential will hit the mark. Chu Si nodded. She understood. She remembered Brother Xian had previously summarized the common definition of a highly damaging mutant animal as the level of difficulty it poses to project progress. But military merit isn't easy to earn. After a round, only one lucky winner emerged. Finally, it was Chu Si's turn. Everyone knew she photographed a mutant Burmese python, which was a guaranteed bonus. No, Chu Si and Ji Xian weren't on the payroll, so for her, it was like earning a square meter of land. Even so, everyone was excited. After all, your today is my tomorrow. Who doesn't want a good omen? Chu Si coughed. Everyone, I'm about to start the fight. First, he took a few photos of common mutant critters, grasshoppers and sparrows, and then the first Easter egg appeared. Ding ding ding. A mutant silverback gorilla cub. Captain Zhang, does this count? Zhang Haochen nodded. Of course it did count. He hadn't expected a cub to remain after the entire herd had migrated. Chu Si's luck was truly incredible. He said to Chu Si, okay. Wait a minute, just send me this photo and I upload it. Chu Si nodded immediately, happily scrolling through the images. Here, this is today's highlight photo, a mutant Burmese python. Captain Zhang nodded. Anything else? Chu Si thought about it and realized she had basically run out of options for exchanging land, but she was in a good mood today and could offer them a free bonus. Chu Si shared the photo of the peach orchard. Everyone stared at the fields of red-lit peaches, awestruck for a moment. Chu Si smiled and said, peach picking spot? We can go pick some on our way back. I share the address with the group later. Of course, she wanted to monopolize such a large orchard, but that was clearly impossible. The situation was uncertain, and she didn't dare go alone with Ji Xian. So she figured, let's just give it to everyone. With so many highly skilled people, wouldn't that reduce the risk? Ji Xian stood aside silent. He understood Chu Si's thinking and agreed with her approach. Although he valued food, he also knew to be selective. Wanting everything would only harm oneself. Su Lejin hugged Chu Si excitedly, oh, and kissed her hard on the cheek. Chu Si was delighted, her smile showing through her teeth. Ji Xian's face was completely dark. Chapter 431. Out of a love of beauty, Chu Si took numerous photos of the peach forest. Seeing everyone so enthused, she simply shared them all, from every angle, covering everything. A series of ellipses flashed through Ji Xian's mind. If it weren't for that last python, Chu Si's mission would have been truly enjoyable. Of course, at this point, he didn't know that Chu Si had nearly been killed by the resurrected silverback gorilla. Suddenly, Ji Xian's gaze fixed, and he hurriedly stopped Chu Si from continuing to flip through the images. He frowned and said to Chu Si, flip 2 photos up. Although it was just a quick glance, and it was very possible that what he saw was a dead leaf stuck on a tree trunk, it was still better to be sure. Chu Si was a little confused, but he still obediently switched the photos back. A closer look revealed a fairly ordinary aerial view of the peach orchard. She'd taken it from atop a nearby tall tree, and the angle was truly remarkable. The others, upon hearing Jixian's words, immediately piqued their interest. Unfortunately, after a careful look, they still couldn't spot anything unusual. The team members exchanged bewilderment, wondering if it had just passed so quickly, or if Jixian had misjudged them. Leroy leaned to the side, half a nutrient supplement still dangling from her mouth. She took a few sips out of boredom, joining the others in watching the excitement. Suddenly, she stood up, pointed to a spot at the very edge of the frame, and excitedly nodded, "Look here, look here." Following her gaze, several team members immediately reacted, "Damn, a shrike." "Hiss, there's a mutant shrike here." Chu Si looked in the direction Leroy pointed. "Seriously, forgive my ignorance." She pointed her finger everywhere, but still couldn't spot anything. Seeing the others excited and amazed, she felt a little embarrassed. It was definitely like being the only underachiever among the highly educated. Chu Si couldn't understand it. It was just a few leaves. How could anyone tell it was a bird? She dared to risk her life. Never mind. Chu Si still had some self-awareness. Cursing casually would easily backfire. Watching the others excitedly discussing, she silently shrank to Jixian's side, bewildered. She reached out and stealthily tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Why are they all saying there's a mutant shrike there? But I haven't even seen a feather? Could it be that I could now single-handedly isolate everyone else?" Jixian suppressed a smile, reached out, and grabbed Chu Si, pulling her to sit next to him. Jixian tapped her watch a few times, finally freezing on a mutant brown bird. She then sent the photo directly to Zhang Haochen, saying, "Captain Zhang, upload it so we can see the specific species of this bird." Captain Zhang nodded, then explained to Chu Si, "I'm not entirely sure. There's something fishy about that aerial view of the peach forest you took. There's something fishy about the edge. While it looks like dried leaves, if you look closely, it looks more like brown dried meat on a branch. But there's not much in the shot, and the focus isn't there, so it's a bit blurry. It's just a passing resemblance. It just so happens that you photographed mutant sparrows before. There's a branch of shrikes called the red-tailed shrike, and it looks very similar to mutant sparrows. However, I haven't encountered this species much before, so it's more reliable to have Captain John look it up for us." Chu Si nodded, finally understanding the student's focus. After all this fuss, they'd seen some dried meat hanging out to dry. After Jixian finished speaking, she took a closer look. Indeed, the more she looked at it, the more it resembled a small piece of torn meat. She had long heard of the shrike's fame, its most popular nickname being the Butcher and the Ripper. Despite its small size, it was a true bird of prey, with exceptional hunting abilities and a unique way of eating. Its hobby was skewers, and it used a wide variety of species, including sparrows, grasshoppers, mice, frogs, and more. Not long after, Zhang Haochen responded. Seeing the affirmative answer on his watch, he looked up at Chu again. Chu Si's emotions were mixed for a moment. Chu Si's combat prowess wasn't particularly impressive within the team, perhaps even at the bottom of the heap. Yet, this single individual had completely crushed the entire team's gains. It was truly, and not an exaggeration at all. Including the newly discovered shrike, Chu Si's gains today totaled 3 square meters, while the entire team, excluding her, had only earned 1 military merit. This disparity couldn't be explained to outsiders. In fact, under normal circumstances, achieving gains on the first day was considered a truly fortunate event. Sometimes, on such a pioneering mission, an entire trip might yield nothing. But after comparing the two, Zhang Haochen touched his chest, feeling a surge of excitement. Chapter 432. Chu Si had already been standing aside, beaming with joy at the unexpected harvest of another square meter of land. Captain Zhang coughed lightly and warned her, "Keep your mouth shut. You're showing disrespect to all of us." This remark instantly brightened the somewhat eerie atmosphere. Everyone laughed and booed. Zhang Haochen reached out to calm them down. "Okay, if everything else is fine, let's go back and rest. Tomorrow, the second team will arrive to meet us. The route ahead is not suitable for driving, so we leave our cars behind. They bring a boat, and each of us will be equipped with an off-road motorcycle. Once we reach the other side of the river, 2 people will remain on the boat, while the rest of us travel light. Their primary task remained clearing a path to the site of the mountain blasting. Everything else was just a side job." Everyone nodded, except Chu Si, who stiffened her neck. However, no one paid her any special attention this time, as her abilities had already earned the team's initial recognition. It's just riding a motorcycle. In the wilderness, any hunter with some skill wouldn't know how to ride one. It probably felt as natural as riding a bicycle for a modern person. So Zhang Haochen hadn't even considered asking her this question. All he could say was that it was a beautiful misunderstanding. Seeing no one else talking, Captain Zhang assigned 2 people to the night watch, while the rest of the group dispersed for rest. Chu Xi picked up her backpack. It made a few clacking sounds, and she paused slightly before continuing on as if nothing had happened. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask about the ore in my pocket. Ji Xian had said it was within the scope of the evaluation, but she wasn't planning on taking it out just yet. Chu Xi thought about it carefully. After all, her family could perform mineral testing. If they did find some good ore, wouldn't they be able to come and dig it themselves once the road opened? Wouldn't that make them a killing? Chu Xi had a nice idea, but she wasn't sure if it was feasible, so she decided to ask Ji Xian about it later. The car had plenty of space, but there were only 4 of them, so there was no way they could accommodate 22 people at once. Each car could only sleep 3 at most, meaning 12 people could sleep inside. The rest would have to sleep on the floor in groups outside. As a girl, Chu Xi should have been given preferential treatment, but she just wanted to talk to Ji Xian about the ore. So, they formed a group of 2 and slept on the floor outside. Chu Xi had definitely incurred public outrage today. As soon as they disappeared, the 20 members of the Sharp Blade Battalion immediately started discussing in their small group chat. Oh my god, 3 square meters of land a day? Is that crazy? This isn't just a mission, they found a way to accumulate wealth. Yes, that's almost equivalent to 6 months of hard work for me. Have you any nerve to spend 6 months on this level of land reclamation? Li Rui suddenly interrupted. Captain Zhang, how much are they paid for this mission? Zhang, 12 square meters of land, plus 1 E-level special energy stone per person. Wow, that's 15 square meters of land in one go. That's enough to build a house. Yeah, there are 6 people in my family, and we have 22 square meters. I want it. I want one. Want one. 111. Su Lijin couldn't help but laugh when he saw so many male teammates following him, wanting one. He joked in the group chat, it's not a big deal. I heard that their 3-story villa went to Miss Chu. If you guys work harder and steal Ji Xian's girl, you won't have to struggle for the rest of your life. Everyone joined in the laughter, and some couldn't help but lament, too bad, I already have a wife. Xiao Su, you're still single and you're so handsome, you could give it a try. Xiao Su, being mentioned, was actually a little tempted. A 3-story house right away, what kind of life would that be? His family conditions were decent, but if he wanted to split up, they would only buy him a 15 square meter house. Nothing like the grandeur of a 3-story villa. He tentatively replied in the group chat, try? As soon as he typed this, the chatter in the group chat, which had been bouncing happily, suddenly stopped. After a long pause, Zhang Haochen finally replied, do you want to challenge Ji Xian to a duel? Let's not talk about his previous iron-blooded tactics. Some time ago, the Tomorrow mercenary group wanted to recruit him back. As the captain, Wang Zhong must have put some obstacles in his way. Now, I've been dismissed. Those who've been given trouble by him before are now lining up to cause trouble for him. Do you want to give it a try? Xiao Su's breath hitched, and he immediately straightened his attitude. I want to try to get closer to Brother Xian and get along with him better. Then, a series of TSK drifted by. Zhang Haochen scoffed, you're out of your mind. Seeing that it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, he sent a message to the group chat, okay, we're finally disbanding now. Everyone rest up. Perform well tomorrow, and don't let those little girls outdo you again. The group chat was filled with solemn promises, and after 2 minutes of noisy chatter, it finally quieted down. Outside the window, snowflakes are already slowly falling. Tomorrow's adventure won't be any easier than today's. Chapter 433. Chu Xi excitedly entered the tent with Ji Xian, but before she could even open her mouth, Brother Xian grabbed her and began questioning her about the silverback gorilla. She deliberately avoided describing the twists and turns of the journey. In the end, the mutant gorilla had spontaneously left with its cub, so it wouldn't pose any challenges to the mission. Ji Xian pursed his lips and remained silent for a long moment before nodding, seemingly accepting Chu Xi's explanation. Next, it was finally time to learn about the ore. After a detailed discussion, Chu Xi realized that ore in the Wasteland world simply couldn't be mined on its own. All minerals in this world belong to the base. They belong to the base where they were discovered. Chu Xi couldn't help but feel a little dazed. I thought I found another way to make money, but it turned out to be just wishful thinking. Ji Xian rubbed her head amusedly. What are you thinking? Every base keeps these resources under tight control. How could they allow someone to mine them? That's a serious violation. Chu Xi was a little lost for words. She lifted the bag, a wave of worry building in her stomach. I have several pieces right now. Will I get into trouble? It seemed she had to get rid of them quickly. No, she shook her head. Can this be mined? It just requires some paperwork. I remember the mines around here were privately contracted, weren't they? She remembered clearly that Brother Xian had mentioned before that the mine owner and the parts processing company were the same person. Ji Xian nodded, then shook his head. Well, mine contracting is a special case. Unless the discovered deposit is extremely poor, or like the one we dug before, it's already abandoned, no base would rent it out. This is the cornerstone of the base's development. Many of the rare raw materials are refined in-house. After all, no one wants to be overly dependent on others. It's better to have supplies in one's own hands. Of course, picking up a few pieces of ore in the wild wouldn't be a big deal, but using equipment to mine them is definitely out of the question. Chu Xi nodded. She had thought that simply getting some documents approved would get the job done, but it seemed difficult. At least for those at their level, it's out of the question. Feeling slightly depressed, she opened the tin a crack, and snowflakes flew in. Chu Xi reached out to catch them, and surprisingly, it's snowing again. Her heart sank. Honestly, Chu Xi used to love snow. Although her hometown was in the north, the snowfall was rare, and it often arrived quickly and vanished even faster. As a child, as soon as she saw snowflakes falling outside, she immediately throw on her cotton coat and rush out. A slight delay could cause her to. The snowflakes had stopped falling. So, in her mind, snow had always been precious and beautiful. But now, while still pure, it had become a walking source of high radiation. Even Chu Xi felt uncomfortable after spending too much time in the snow. Even she, who could automatically spawn bugs, felt daunted by such things, let alone others. The only way to describe it is to avoid them. Seeing Chu Xi playing in the snow again, Ji Xian felt helpless. He stood up, closed the gap in the tent, and pulled her into his arms. Okay, get some sleep. It's snowing tonight, and tomorrow's a tough battle. Chu Xi leaned his head against Ji Xian's shoulder, rubbed his dry eyes with his right hand, and then yawned. It was indeed time for bed. Today had been truly exciting, chased by a mutant python and attacked by a silverback gorilla. It was miserable. It really was time to get some rest. Chu Xi had thought she wouldn't sleep well, after all, out in the wilderness with the howling cold wind. But perhaps she was just too tired. The 3:30 a.m. alarm didn't wake her up. Out in the open, there wasn't much physical training required, and seeing she was still sound asleep, Ji Xian didn't bother disturbing her. Around 4 o'clock, the members of the vanguard squad began to rise one after another, yawning and crawling out of their tents. Chu Xi was finally awakened by the noise outside. She gathered the blanket around her and, in the dark, checked her watch. Why were these people up so early? Oh my! It's already 4:15. Chu Xi herself was surprised. Even at home, she rarely slept past 4 o'clock, but now that she was out, she let herself go. Could it be because someone was keeping watch? Was she being too careless? At least she should have been more alert. Chu Xi deftly folded the blanket, and then began to fold up the tent. Her intentions were undoubtedly good, but the tent wouldn't stay together. She had no choice but to pack it up and stuff it into her backpack. Ji Xian stopped her, saying, "Go wash up and get your lunch first. I take care of the tent." Chu Xi nodded, and was about to leave when she saw the tent quickly yield in Ji Xian's hands. She looked a little embarrassed, thinking she didn't need to help him anymore. She said, "Let's go together." Chapter 434. Just as the group finished breakfast, the second wave of troops from the base arrived. Ji Xian looked around and saw only 3 vehicles, all ordinary off-road vehicles, each seating only 7 or 8 people at most. This clearly defied common sense. After all, their squad was a scouting vanguard, so numbers were more important than numbers. The second wave would be actual combat troops, needed to clean up each area. What good would such a small number of troops do? The other team members looked at each other in bewilderment, confused as to what was happening. The leading vehicle on the opposite side stopped, and Zhang Haochen, the leader of their own team, took the initiative to go over and meet the newcomers. When he returned, his face wasn't looking good. Everyone's heart sank, hoping something had gone wrong at the base again. However, it was clear that Captain Zhang's return wouldn't be good news. The atmosphere in the team was somewhat heavy. Chu Xi looked up at Ji Xian, feeling a surge of anxiety. Ji Xian actually breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the situation. Zhang Haochen's emotions were clearly under control. It looked like the situation was, at most, a bit more complicated, but not unsolvable. He gently squeezed Chu Xi's hand reassuringly, and glanced at their watches. The meaning was self-evident. Even if they took a step back, he and Chu Si still had a way out. After all, they could afford to buy another house. With this respite, any difficulties became merely temporary. With this new escape route, their lives suddenly felt much less stressful. As long as they could maintain their basic living conditions, he and Chu Si could always start over. Thinking back to the past, Ji Xian couldn't help but sigh. In the past, everything he did was tied to Base 46 and the Tomorrow mercenary group. If he ever encountered a difficult situation, all he could do was follow orders and risk his life to fight his way out. But now it was different. His life felt more like his own. Ji Xian pulled Chu Si into a hug, feeling immensely satisfied. This was probably the true meaning of a man with gold in his pocket, fearless. The others were incredibly nervous, caught off guard, having been fed such a slap on the wrist. Chumeng Dci, Ji Xian had always been a rather reserved person, rarely showing any affection outside of their homes. What had happened today? Could it be that the base was doomed? At this moment, Sister Chu's mind was devoid of any romantic thoughts. She felt as if Brother Xian was providing hospice care. She wanted to ask more, but seeing Captain Zhang approaching, Chu Si decided to give it up. She knew the details of the situation would soon be revealed. Zhang Haochen waved his hand, signaling everyone to come and sit down for a brief meeting. The situation turned out to be far less serious than Chu Si had anticipated. It was simply the mutant giant salamanders giving birth. This morning, the guards at the cave entrance spotted a small number of brown eggs floating out of the cave. This situation was far less serious than the destruction of the base she had imagined. The others breathed a sigh of relief. While the mutant giant salamanders laying eggs would cause significant trouble, and the subsequent spawning would undoubtedly increase the difficulty of clearing them out, that was a matter of the future. At the very least, they wouldn't be a viable combat force for nearly a month. On the contrary, they're undoubtedly good prey for the time being, perfect for alleviating the panic of the general public. If they can't kill the big ones, they can probably kill the small ones, right? That being said, the situation has indeed reached a critical juncture. The base can still handle a small number of giant salamander eggs, but if these mutant giant salamanders start laying eggs en masse, they undoubtedly be unable to cope with many areas, especially within the underground river. When the mutant giant salamanders hatch, they find shelter in any crevice. Even if the base sends personnel in, they won't be able to kill them all. If they grow into several, they become a danger to the base. Furthermore, there's the worry that they won't be eradicated for generations. Zhang Haochen coughed and directly announced the base's leadership's intentions. This time, the base leadership has decided to temporarily abandon our exploration mission in the river area. The team must advance at full speed and establish a route to the blasting site as quickly as possible. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although they were disappointed that their chance to earn military merit had been lost, they had hoped to show their skills today and avenge their previous defeat, only to have their mission cancelled. But this was understandable. After all, the base was more important. Captain Zhang, noticing the slight decline in their spirits, offered encouragement. If you still want to earn military merit, then quickly explore the route. Maybe you can get a share of the spoils when you return. The others grumbled indifferently, feeling that Captain Zhang was playing a trick on them. Now they finally understood why only so many people had come this time. So, they were clearly the vanguard, the ones who had come directly to perform scouting duties for them. The remaining personnel and equipment, due to their large size, would arrive later. Fortunately, the boat and off-road motorcycle were delivered, which did not delay the progress of their team's mission. Chapter 435. The team had finished their meal. The mission was urgent, so everyone stopped procrastinating and immediately packed up and set off. This time, the members of Team 2 were joining them. Fortunately, the two teams were not on the same boat, so it wouldn't be too awkward. The reason Team 2 had to follow was because Chu Si and his team not only had to abandon their car, but since today's mission was no longer to explore the river area, they naturally couldn't transport the boat. From then on, their luggage consisted of only a motorcycle and a few backpacks. This time, everyone was focused on speed, choosing the middle route, which was the shortest distance and offered reasonable safety. The others stayed on the boat, their bags at hand. Chu Si glanced at her backpack, frowning as she pondered the few pieces of ore in her pocket. From what her teammates were saying, it seemed her days of expanding territory were over. Should she quickly have Captain Zhang test the ore for her, in case the system on Captain Zhang's side couldn't submit the data? Chu Si wasn't sure if the timing was right. She glanced at Ji Xian, her eyes inquiring, "Are we going out?" Ji Xian nodded subtly. They were already stuck at the end of a mission, So naturally, they take whatever profit they could get. Just as Chu Xi thought, if they missed the deadline, wouldn't the family be completely destitute? Chu Xi, carrying her backpack, trotted over to Zhang Haochen. Captain, I picked up a few pieces of ore yesterday and forgot to take them out. Can you show them now? Captain Zhang was a little surprised, but nodded. Su Lejin, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim. She thought Chu Xi was truly remarkable. No, the floodwaters are over 2 meters deep, and you're still picking up ore? Did you dive down there on purpose? Chu Xi smiled without saying anything, handing several pieces of ore to Zhang Haochen. As the team leader, he had a mineral detector for missions like this. While the measurements weren't always precise, they could still determine the general type of ore. The first piece was ordinary magnetite, with a low iron content, making it unprofitable to mine and too expensive. The second piece the same. After testing the third piece, Zhang Haochen picked up the detector and looked at the data. Unconvinced, he lifted the stone again and looked at it again. After about 30 seconds, the data began to appear on the screen. The first 3 words were particularly eye-catching. Sapphire. Raw sapphire, a rare and precious mineral, possesses high hardness and excellent optical properties, and is used in semiconductors, laser technology, and other fields. Chu Xi naturally saw it too. She pointed, Can this be exchanged for land? Zhang Haochen nodded mechanically. He hadn't expected a few stones to bring him such a splendid return. He said, Yes, but the exact number of square meters of land you receive will be determined based on the discovered mineral reserves. We also collect a sample of the ore. The base will compensate you at market price. You can choose to sell some, or all of it. Chu Xi turned to look at Ji Xian. She didn't normally deal with these things, so she didn't know which ores required special reserves. Ji Xian shook his head. For ordinary ore, they could just buy the smelted ones. As for the sapphires, they had no use for them themselves. Such advanced fields were simply beyond the reach of ordinary people like them. I understand, Chu Xi nodded to Captain Zhang. We sell them all. Chu Xi said this lightly, but the others on the boat were completely blown away. Not to mention the land we found yesterday, we even found something else today. Oh my god, what kind of luck is this? Everyone was speechless with excitement. This was a rare mineral discovery. Even if they bought just this sapphire, it would cost. Never mind, I never sold anything before, so I'm not qualified to appraise its value. But just thinking about it, it's clear that this is a rare sapphire. One, roughly the size of an egg, would be worth at least 5 square meters of land. No, at least 6 or 7. If she was incredibly lucky, smoke would rise from Chu Xi's ancestral grave. What if the base had truly discovered a mineral vein here, huh? Several people sighed in unison, exchanged glances, and then silently lowered their heads. They couldn't even imagine such a thing. After a long while, some gradually recovered from this shock. Leroy pushed his way through the crowd, approaching Chu Xi with a flattering smile, and said to her, Miss Chu, we both have the surname Chu and Li, don't we seem to get along? I add you as a friend in a minute. If you need a teammate when you go out on a mission alone, feel free to contact me. Chu Xi, Before she could reply, Leroy was pushed aside by a group of people. It was ridiculous. It was as if you were the only one with brains in the entire team. How could you possibly be taking all the benefits? Everyone gathered around, their watches pressed against each other, waiting to be added as a friend. Chapter 436. Chu Xi is definitely a lucky charm. Yesterday, she acquired 3 square meters of land. At the time, everyone just thought she was lucky, but luck is so elusive, it comes today and disappears tomorrow. While everyone envied her, they didn't take it too seriously. But today, she produced another rare ore, a sapphire this large. She's definitely a chronic user of good luck. If not now, when will it be? If we don't add friends this time, who will remember who's who after the mission is over? Chu Xi's mouth twitched. She raised her watch and scanned the faces. She smiled politely. Thank you for not disrespecting me. Everyone just assumed she was being modest. Zhang Haochen was smarter. He walked right up to Ji Xian and patted his shoulder with a smile. Captain Ji, can you add me as a friend? Ji Xian smiled and nodded. He picked up his watch and scanned it. He said to Zhang Haochen, just call me Ji Xian. After all, he wasn't captain anymore. Zhang Haochen smiled and nodded. We're all brothers, we're all brothers. His interruption instantly caught the others' attention. The 4 girls were relatively calm, but the men felt a chill down their necks. Instantly, they reverted to their original path and swarmed towards Ji Xian again, silently cursing Captain Zhang for his despicable nature. If he thought of this, why hadn't he come sooner? Why had he waited until they added each other as friends before pulling this tactic? However, Brother G was such an upright man, they certainly wouldn't try to harass them. Everyone was confident, but then, remembering the little story about Ji Xian last night, they couldn't help but feel a pang of trepidation. Should this be okay? Ji Xian smiled. What could be the problem? He wasn't the type to settle personal scores. The boat moved at a brisk pace. The first half of the route had been scouted yesterday, so everyone was relatively confident. The journey went smoothly. As for the second half, thanks to God's blessing, they had several narrow escapes. The shore was in sight, and Chu Xi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing had happened along the way. She had been really worried about getting into a fight on the water. It turned out that her sigh of relief was definitely premature. As soon as they docked, everyone began distributing off-road motorcycles. They were camouflaged, tall and imposing, with sturdy lines that exuded a sense of power. Both tires were treated off-road tires, very thick and sturdy. Not to mention the men, even a woman like Chu Xi was impressed. It was truly wild. Really, no wonder so many people are obsessed with racing cars. Really, they designed the cars to look like domineering CEOs, so who wouldn't love them? However, no matter how much she loved them, it couldn't mask the fact that she couldn't ride. Watching others so handsomely mount themselves, she also shakily took her own car. Zhang Haochen turned around and saw that everyone had received their mounts, then began to arrange the task groups. To ensure success, they were once again divided into 3 routes, 2 groups of 7 and 1 group of 6. This time, Chu Xi and Xian Ge were finally assigned to one group, totaling 7 people, responsible for exploring Route 3. Chu Xi listened disjointedly, secretly asking Ji Xian how to start the bike, which one was the accelerator, which one was the acceleration. Ji Xian patted her shoulder. It's easy to learn. Just memorize these key buttons. He wanted to ride with him, but alas, a dirt bike was a single-person bike and couldn't carry anyone. So Chu Xi would have to rely on herself. But he didn't think it would be a big deal. It only had a few buttons, plus handlebars for speed control, and hand and foot brakes. At worst, they could ride slowly at first, and once they were familiar with it, they could take Chu Xi and catch up with the group ahead. Chu Xi studied very hard, and she didn't think it was a big deal. Besides, she was a skilled scooter rider, and the controls seemed pretty similar. Captain Zhang had almost finished assigning the tasks, and he told everyone to split up into teams and begin their mission. After the team dispersed, everyone left, no longer lingering, and headed towards their destinations. Chu Xi sat cautiously in her car when she heard the roar of another car, and she subconsciously jumped. Seeing the other 2 teams rushing out, her team also began to take off. She mustered her courage, turned the key, and boom! My soul felt like it was half gone. Everyone else had left, leaving only Ji Xian to cover her. Chu Xi knew she couldn't delay any longer, so she simply started the car, and the car shot forward. Luckily, it only stumbled at the beginning. Sister, hold on. Chapter 437. Chu Xi rode her motorcycle, cautiously following behind the others. Drawing on her experience with the inflatable boat, she applied the throttle with great control this time, maintaining a very steady, albeit slightly slower pace. Seeing the others ahead were about to lose her, Ji Xian couldn't help but remind them, we can try to slow down a bit. Chu Xi nodded, then solemnly stepped on the throttle. Good, the bike remained stable. Ji Xian accelerated slightly, and the bike was past Chu Xi. He quickly braked and looked back in confusion. Chu Xi had indeed shifted to the highest gear, but the speed was still a crawl. Really, this was the first time he'd seen someone drive an off-road motorcycle like an electric one. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Looking at Sister Chu, who was concentrating completely on maintaining her balance, he suddenly laughed. Ji Xian took 2 quick steps over and offered his hand to help Chu Xi brake the bike. At first, Sister Chu was a bit confused, but once she caught on, she was furious. What are you doing? Doing that while driving is dangerous. What if I hit you? Ji Xian lowered his head to suppress a laugh, glancing at the driving template. Sure enough, a yellow dot flashed in the upper left corner. Clearly, she had activated push mode. This mode is specifically designed for moving vehicles short distances. While off-road motorcycles are considered lightweight, they're actually quite heavy. Pushing them is incredibly strenuous, but using the accelerator makes them even more difficult to control. Off-road motorcycles pack a lot of power. If you're not careful, they could lurch out of control, potentially injuring yourself or others. Furthermore, they're quite expensive, and even crashing into a car would be heartbreaking. Therefore, the push mode was created, which directly locks the lowest gear to prevent accidents. But for genetically modified humans like Jixian, this mode is practically useless, as they have no use for it. Even when the car is not in motion, they can push it effortlessly. But Jixian never imagined that someone would actually use it to drive at speeds comparable to electric cars. It was his fault, too. He never used it, and had long forgotten about this feature. He hadn't even mentioned it to Chu Ci today, which led to this misunderstanding. Seeing Sister Chu still looking furious, Jixian could only speak frankly, "Don't worry, this is just a stroll. At this speed, it won't hit anyone." As he spoke, Jixian fiddled with the screen a few times, following his memory and turning off the small, flashing yellow light in the upper left corner. He patted the bike. "Okay, now you can ride normally. We both speed up slowly. We don't want to be left too far behind." Chu Ci glanced at the screen and then down at the bike. There was no one left in front of her. The truth was self-evident. She was suddenly speechless. She had thought her efforts were paying off immediately, only to discover in the end that she had inserted the pole into the wrong spot. It was quite embarrassing. Honestly, she didn't know if it was because she was too nervous, but she felt like her little bike was speeding like lightning. Chu Ci took a deep breath and placed her hands on the handlebars. Jixian soothed her. "It's okay. Accelerate slowly from the lowest gear. Don't be afraid." Chu Ci nodded. She still had some resilience. With a roar, the engine started, and a roar. Sister Chu flew out with the car, clutching the handlebars tightly, her whole body huddled against them. Luckily, fortunately, nothing's wrong, she's got the car's balance right. Chu Ci silently cheered herself up, her mood gradually relaxing, and she dared to straighten up a little. Jixian drove beside her, and once Chu Ci had stabilized, they began to slowly accelerate. Chu Ci's face was serious as she shifted into second gear. After a quick test, it seemed alright, just a little faster than first, but she had no trouble accepting it. It seemed she had mastered another mode of transportation. Chu Ci thought it was quite beautiful. How does that saying go? Those who can't defeat me will eventually become my assistant. After a moment of adjustment, she took a deep breath and suddenly accelerated. The car roared, and the speed soared instantly. The wind whistled across her face, and the hair on her forehead brushed against her camouflage helmet. She gripped the handlebars tightly, her gaze fixed on the road ahead. As the speed continued to increase, she felt her blood pounding. Every turn, every acceleration set her heart racing. The ultimate sense of control, and the thrill of speed made her blood boil. Jixian raised his eyebrows. He had thought she would need some time to adjust, but he hadn't expected her to be so uncontrollable. This was actually quite good, because off-road motorcycles are noisy, and riding in the wilderness always depends on speed. It has to be able to outrun mutant beasts to be cost-effective, so in the wilderness, every off-road motorcycle driver is a true racer. But judging by Chu Ci's current condition, he could be considered an entry-level rider. Jixian didn't waste any more time, increasing the speed to maximum and heading straight for Chu Ci. Chapter 438. Chu Ci had found her form, but unfortunately, this exhilarating racing didn't last long. She had previously gained a square meter of land for nothing thanks to the Shrike, and now, as retribution, it had come to her. Chu Ci was speechless. The 4 people ahead hadn't been attacked, and she had just arrived just as this creature was returning to its nest. Although this creature was ferocious, honestly, under normal circumstances, Chu Ci felt she could still fight. But now, under the sudden attack, the motorcycle lost control before she could even get hurt. Chu Ci knew that her luck was sometimes off, but she hadn't expected such bad luck. After losing control, she swerved to avoid hitting a tree and rushed towards the grassy area. After crushing the grass in front of her, Chu Ci rode her motorcycle out of it, only to find it was directly into a wetland. Her first feeling was that the motorcycle was losing balance. Chu Ci was startled, and upon closer inspection, she saw that both the front and rear wheels had begun to sink. At that moment, Chu Ci's mind was filled with only 2 words: swamp. Then, "It's over, it's over, it's over." Seeing the grassy plain across the way was only about 7 or 8 meters away, she simply accelerated, causing the bike to tilt and tumble, sending her plummeting into the mud. Chu Ci didn't dare move, hoping to hold on until Jixian could rescue her. However, the weight of the off-road motorcycle was immense, and with it, the mud in the swamp accelerated significantly, pushing Chu Ci towards the bike. She frantically tried to recall the self-rescue method she read before, but her mind went blank. The fear of being swallowed by the mud intensified within her. Chu Ci forced herself to calm down, taking several deep breaths before her mind finally returned to normal. There were no branches nearby to support her, so all she could do was lean back, increasing her contact with the swamp. But the speed of the sinking was too fast, leaving her no time to recover. Just then, she heard the roar of a motorcycle, a sound like heavenly music. At this point, not caring about attracting the mutant beasts, Chu Xiai shouted, hoping to get Ji Xian's attention. They must not stray from each other at this moment. Thankfully, Ji Xian was still very capable. He turned onto a side road on his motorcycle, and Chu Xiai hurriedly warned, "Don't come over here. There's a swamp. Hurry up. She's sinking up to her chest. If I don't rescue her, she's really going to die." Hearing Chu Xi's cry for help, Ji Xian quickly stopped his motorcycle. He took a rope from his backpack and tied it to a tree at a distance. Then, while dealing with the mutant Shrike, he quickly ran towards her. Ji Xian was well aware of the horrors of the swamp. He didn't know what was happening on Chu Xi's side, but he naturally wanted to move as fast as possible. Fortunately, the rope was long enough to reach Chu Xi's location, but when Ji Xian actually saw her, he still gasped. Chu Xi's hands had already sunk down, with only her shoulders still exposed. Chu Xiai knew things were going to get worse, and tears couldn't help but flow. In this situation, was there really no way to save her? She just stared at Ji Xian, wanting to offer a few words of encouragement, but the moment she opened her mouth, all she could do was cry. She was still a young woman. Ji Xian hurriedly soothed, "It's okay, don't cry, I'll be there to save you." With that, Chu Xiai saw him tether himself to the rope and climb over. Seeing he was slowly sinking in, Chu Xiai frantically shook her head, "Don't come over here, don't come over here, go back." Ji Xian took a deep breath, but still climbed forward with determination. Chu Xiai cried, "If we all die here, won't all our wealth just go to someone else?" Ji Xian paused, then struggled even harder. "So you have to be good? If we die here, I don't think I'd be able to rest in peace." Chu Xiai, Hearing Ji Xian's words, she suddenly felt that perhaps there was still hope. The rescue had been a spectacular success, but in the end, it was Sister Chu dragging Brother Xian down to hell. The rope had indeed worked, but Chu Xiai was sinking too quickly. Soon, she had sunk to her nostrils. Ji Xian was extremely anxious, but the rope had reached its limit. He had no choice but to untie the knot around his waist to increase the rope's length. His method did work, but the results were less than ideal. The swamp was so slippery that the rope felt like it was coated with lubricant. Ji Xian had considered this issue beforehand, so he tied a knot at the end. However, under the weight of the two people, the knot slipped open. Afterward, the two men disappeared completely. Chapter 439. Chu Xiai had never imagined that she would end up like this. The mud filled her nasal cavity and ear canal. As she sank completely under, the world fell into an eerie silence, as if she had been abandoned by the world. Suddenly, a hand pierced through the mud, firmly grasped the clothes on her shoulders, and then pulled them up. Though it ultimately failed, she felt less alone. Of course, at that time, she had no idea that Brother Xian had joined her in a suicide of love. An unknown amount of time had passed before she suffocated and passed out. When she regained consciousness, she was jolted awake by a wave of pain. The sound of rushing water filled her ears. She was wearing a protective vest and lying face down in the current. Below her were schools of fish, swooping down to feed with considerable force, pounding against her body. Her hands had fallen into the water, unprotected by a life jacket, and were already bitten to a bloody pulp, the source of Chu Xi's excruciating pain. Without even caring about the wound on her hand, Chu Xi's first action upon waking was a labored cough. She used blood-stained water to wash away the mud and sand that had caked her face. Under normal circumstances, she would never dare drink such untreated water. But even if she didn't drink the river water, what good could that swamp mud be? Chu Xiai wasn't afraid of getting hurt, but she was terrified of parasites. She wondered if the energy in the energy stone could kill the parasites in her body. In the wasteland, being parasitized by insects would lead to a horrific death. Suddenly, Chu Xiai felt the bag of her backpack, and her mind was instantly struck. Oh, the backpack. There seemed to be a disinfectant in it. Wasn't that just for this situation? She struggled to stand upright, her feet flapping vigorously in the water. This way, she had the strength to fight these mutant fish. Chu Xiai drew her armor-piercing hammer from her waist and struck it all directions, finding success. The fish that were killed or injured weren't wasted either. They were quickly pushed aside by their little friends. After a few flutters, they were dead, their bodies slowly sinking, and a swarm of mutant fish followed them. The density of fish on the surface of the water decreased, and she finally had time to turn on the flashlight on her watch. What caught her eye was a sea of gray-black backs. In the front row, Two men with upturned noses, fierce eyes, and a mouthful of sharp triangular fangs. At that moment, Chu Si's skin crawled with goosebumps. This was too fucking terrifying. It was like a 5-star horror movie. She swallowed hard. Thankfully, the life jacket she was wearing was made of safe and reliable material and kept her face upwards. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened to her now. While fighting fiercely, Chu Si scanned her surroundings with her watch. Suddenly, her gaze froze. The cave was too dark for her to see clearly, but on a small stretch of riverbank not far away, there seemed to be someone lying there. Could it be her brother Xian? Chu Si shook her head frantically. Impossible. If she fell, she might still have a chance of survival. But if her brother Xian fell, he would be dead. Ji Xian couldn't be so irrational. She'd been thinking that all along, but the more she looked, the more likely it seemed. Even though Chu Si couldn't see it clearly, and it was most likely just a strangely shaped rock, she still had to get on the island and investigate. Besides, she couldn't really keep fighting these mutant fish in the water, could she? She raised her flying tiger claw and, with a whoosh, launched it towards the opposite rock face. However, the rock and soil above had been washed clean by the current, making it difficult to land effectively. After several attempts, she finally found a crack in the rock. The chain of the flying tiger claw quickly retracted, and Sister Chu was sprinting towards the opposite wall. When she felt she had reached the desired position, she released her grip on the rope, jumped out of the river, and onto the riverbank. The flying tiger claw's catch released, and it fell from the rock face, quickly retracting into Chu Si's hand. This was truly a great item. Chu Si loved both the flying tiger claw and the life jacket. She had already made up her mind. After completing this mission, if the base was still stingy enough to take her combat uniform back, she would persuade Brother Xian to buy her a second-hand one. Especially since the life jacket could trigger an emergency evacuation mode in times of danger. Without time to lament, Chu Si landed and quickly headed towards the humanoid object. At a glance, she recognized it. It was undoubtedly Brother Xian. To her surprise, he actually jumped down after her. Chapter 440. Chu Si's first reaction was that Brother Xian loved her deeply. Such a rational person would actually choose this way to complete their lives. A little frightened, Chu Si reached out and felt Ji Xian's breath under his nose. After 5 or 6 seconds, she couldn't detect a breath. Chu Si's heart sank. Cold sweat broke out on her hands and feet, and her fingers trembled in the air. No, she slapped herself on the forehead, then quickly began to feel for Brother Xian's pulse on his neck. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. He still had a pulse. Ji Xian was still alive. She immediately seized the opportunity to turn Brother Xian over, manually clearing the mud from his nose and mouth, and then began CPR. Instantly, Brother Xian regained consciousness. He struggled to reach out and grasp Chu Si's arm, his voice hoarse. That's enough, my sternum's almost broken. If Ji Xian's injuries were any more serious, Chu Si's attack would have taken him out. Coughing, he sat up and glanced around in the light. We've fallen into an underground river. Chu Si nodded. It seemed so. I heard before that there might be an underground river beneath the swamp, but I hadn't expected it to be true. Ji Xian leaned against the rock wall, cleaning the mud from his body. He had almost spit out the mud from his mouth, but his nasal cavity and ear canal still needed some work. Taking advantage of this moment, Chu Si pulled out the disinfectant from her backpack. After a moment's thought, she gulped down half of it and handed the rest to Ji Xian. Ji Xian tilted his head back and drank it. In a sense, he was more fragile than Chu Si. No matter what, they had to persevere until they met their other teammates. After cleaning up, Ji Xian went to the water's edge, ready to clean the mud off himself. Before Chu Si could say anything, he pulled a mutant fish up with his bare hands. Chu Si's mouth dropped open in silence. Although these mutant fish weren't very large, one must have been at least the size of a medium-sized dog. Ji Xian shoved sideways, knocking it to the ground. With his left hand, he pulled a dagger from his leather boot and stabbed it directly into the fish's brain, following its gills. Within moments, the fish was no longer able to move. For the first time, Chu Si realized that Brother Xian was no longer the delicate flower he once was. He was a powerful genetically modified human. Ji Xian raised an eyebrow. It's actually a mutant piranha. And judging by the size, the population here is definitely quite large. He handed the dead fish directly to Chu Si, tested. Chu Si nodded. Their long collaboration had established a tacit understanding. Sister Chu would be responsible for seeking divine intervention, while Brother Xian would handle the rest. Chu Si took a little of the fish's blood and dropped it onto his watch. Ding! Highly radioactive and mutated, Not recommended for consumption. Chu Si nodded, as expected. Next came the touch the gold phase. She slashed the fish's belly with a dagger. As soon as the skin was broken, an energy stone fell out. Chu Si looked up at Ji Xian. It seems we're finally getting our reward. Ji Xian couldn't help but smile. After a day of misfortune, was this finally a turning point? He smiled and gestured for Chu Si to continue. And then, the arm-length little fish unexpectedly harvested 3 energy stones at once. And they weren't particularly low grade. 1D grade, 853 energy points, 1E grade, 378 energy points, and 1F grade, 207 energy points. Chu Si rubbed her hands together excitedly. Aside from that time collecting bird droppings, she hadn't had such a blast in ages. Ji Xian smiled and nodded, then began to peel the fish skin. It didn't take long, 2 or 3 strokes were enough. Ji Xian wanted to catch 2 more, but he was still on a mission, so he had to put his own affairs aside for now. He picked up his watch and glanced at it, then circled the riverbank with it. Sadly, the signal was still weak. It was only a faint signal, but sending a message would be difficult. Chapter 441. This place is indeed a good hunting ground, very safe. The river is full of mutant piranhas, and there are no mutant frogs or anything like that. They are safe on the shore. The only downside is that the 2 of them have now lost contact. Chu Si was a little anxious. What should we do? We definitely can't return the way we came. How are we going to contact the others? This place is nice, but we can't be out of sight again, right? Ji Xian frowned and thought for a moment. Let's count the things we brought down first. Ji Xian looked at his watch, which contained a previously cached map. He found that the direction of this river was roughly the same as their current mission target. In this case, perhaps they could reach the same destination by different routes. Of course, this was the ideal scenario. They didn't dare to gamble. The signal in undeveloped areas was weak. They could only try to stay close to where people gathered. For example, on this mission, as the team leader, Zhang Haochen was equipped with a secret base-made signal booster, which was much better than the second-hand one Ji Xian had bought. His device could only reach an area within 2.5 miles, while Zhang Haochen's was rumored to have a range of 25 miles. But the wilderness was vast and sparsely populated, and Ji Xian didn't dare rely entirely on the ethereal providence of heaven. Therefore, he and Chu Si's ultimate goal was to reach their destination on their own. The base there couldn't be abandoned anytime soon. As long as they could reach their destination, they would definitely be able to return home. Chu Si nodded and unpacked her belongings. Fortunately or unfortunately, she had still had her backpack on when she fell into the mire. She was so nervous that she didn't dare move in the mud, so she hadn't been able to take it off. Unexpectedly, this would become their most important supply. To be honest, Chu Si felt a tinge of pride because her backpack was so well packed. It had all the basic necessities, including a bottle of Ji Xian's royal jelly. Then, there was food and a power bank. Food and a power bank. The importance of food goes without saying. For Wastelanders, food is paramount. As for the power bank, you need it in the dark, right? You need it for tracking, right? Especially in this situation, with the river stretching endlessly and pitch black everywhere. Besides, you could occasionally resupply food from the river, so having enough power was actually more important to them. Afterwards, the 2 began to count their weapons. Chu Si searched carefully and discovered that her wooden barn had been lost in the swamp. Her bright mood suddenly darkened. That was her most powerful weapon, and she hadn't even used it much, only to lose it like that. Her heart ached. The other weapons were fine, like the crossbows, hidden weapon boxes, and armor-piercing hammers. Oh, and there were also the flying tiger claws distributed at the base. They were really useful. Thankfully, Ji Xian had brought the flying tiger claws down with him. At this moment, a plan was already forming in his mind. Although the mudflats in the river were quite safe, they couldn't stay there forever. Once they entered the river, the mutant piranhas would dominate. Even someone as brave as Sister Chu was terrified by those creatures. Truly, they were fearless, had a long-standing reputation for ferocity, and were so numerous that they felt like an ant could kill an elephant. Of course, they weren't elephants, and these mutant piranhas weren't ants. Not only were they excellent at fighting in groups, they were also quite capable individually. Chu Si was a little worried. How can we get out? Ji Xian pulled the 2 flying tiger claws from the ground, handed one to Chu Si, and said directly, "Fly over the eaves and walls." Chu Si, Ji Xian didn't beat around the bush. His idea was very simple. Since the lower path isn't working, let's go up. We stay together, and take turns using the flying tiger claws. I just observed carefully, and although many areas above are still relatively smooth, the flying tiger claws aren't very effective for gaining a foothold. But this tunnel is primarily made of rock, so it's still very solid. There's no need to worry about rocks slipping. We can even take a break when we reach a riverbank along the way. Chu Xi nodded hesitantly, wondering if Ji Xian's plan was a bit too improvisational. But she couldn't come up with a better one, so in the end, they could only resort to the two of them cosplaying as Tarzan. This method was a bit awkward, but surprisingly, it worked quite well. The steel claws were designed to be retractable and ejectable, so she and Ji Xian only needed to use their feet for leverage, saving a lot of effort. Chapter 442. On the first day, the two of them had a relatively smooth journey. The biggest problem was finding a mudflat for a midday rest. Chu Xi and Ji Xian ate lunch while hanging from the ceiling, digging a few shallow holes in the cave wall and leaning against them for support to eat a quick bite. Although the pace was a bit slow, this place had the advantage of allowing them to work overnight. The night outside was undoubtedly very dangerous. As we've seen from previous missions, even the first-tier team had to return to camp when the time came. But this place was different. Due to its enclosed environment, Chu Xi and Ji Xian couldn't leave. However, it also made it difficult for other mutant animals to enter, effectively providing an additional layer of protection for their safety. At least after a day's journey, the two hadn't seen a single mutant animal other than piranhas. So, the two tentatively decided to explore 2 more points tonight, and see how things went. The situation went smoothly. The situation was largely similar to that during the day, with no unexpected incidents. But on second thought, it's understandable. After all, there's no light inside the cave, and aside from a slight temperature difference, there's little noticeable anomaly between day and night. They could have held out for a while longer, but Chu Xi released the mechanical spiders, which discovered no suitable resting beach nearby. The two rescuers would have to dig a resting hole in the cave wall. Staying up too late would affect their work efficiency the next day, which would be a waste of time. Furthermore, the cave walls here were difficult to dig. The soil was quite solid, and as they dug, they would occasionally bump into rocks, which undoubtedly made their excavation even more difficult. Even worse, they didn't have any suitable tools for digging. After much deliberation, they finally had to make do with a hammer. It wasn't deliberately shabby, it was simply a makeshift. The hammer had been made by Ji Xian specifically for Chu Xi. Back then, Chu Xi was still relatively young, and her physique wasn't as robust as it is now, even inferior to many ordinary people. All Ji Xian could do was repeatedly reduce the hammer's size, aiming for a compact and lightweight design. The handle was barely longer than a forearm, and the head maximized its short and powerful nature. It was brave enough, but lacked stamina. They were both used to mining with pickaxes. Each strike could get them at least 6 or 7 times, demonstrating their impressive efficiency. Even though Chu Xi swung the hammer with flying gusto, digging a hole, progress was still slow. The frustration. Let alone the words. 15 minutes later, it was Ji Xian's turn. Sister Chu leaned against the shore, counting the items in her backpack. Looking around, it seemed only the flying tiger claw could be of any use. But it was too important to them right now. Chu Xi was afraid of damaging it while digging. That would be like crying out to heaven and earth for help, but no one would answer. Not daring to dwell on it, Chu Xi quickly abandoned her rebellious thoughts. There was no other way now. Well, just hammer and dig. After all, they come this far, what else could they possibly let go of? After much effort, the two finally dug a hole roughly 1 meter square. At least they could stand in it, and the flying tiger claw needed a break after a busy day. Chu Xi held them in his hands, carefully examining the components. Fortunately, at least there was no obvious damage. Ji Xian sat nearby and took one with a smile. It's okay. They're made of special steel, and all the parts are protected. They haven't been subjected to strong external forces, so the likelihood of damage is minimal. Chu Xi's eyes lit up at this, and she immediately wanted to inquire about the feasibility of using this thing to dig a hole, but she ultimately gave up. If it were truly feasible, she wouldn't have even had to ask. Seeing that Chu Xi was still a little hesitant, Ji Xian took a small piece of meat from his backpack and stuffed it directly into the palm of the flying tiger claw. Pulling the rope, his 5 fingers automatically closed, firmly holding the meat. Chu Xi looked up in confusion. Why was he putting the piece of meat in his palm instead of eating? Ji Xian took the armor-piercing hammer from her hand and placed the meat-stuffed flying tiger claw in hers. Ji Xian said, I slowly expand the hole myself. You take this flying tiger claw and go fishing. The flying tiger claw certainly couldn't be used for digging. Its exterior was hard, but its interior was intricately constructed. Ji Xian was worried about wearing out the internal components of his fingers by constantly pushing against the force. This wasn't like home, and there weren't any proper repair tools. If it broke, it would be completely useless. But fishing was different. With the 5 fingers clasped tightly together, completely enclosed in the fist, piranhas couldn't bite through its shell, so it could be used safely. Chapter 443. Chu Xi held her iron fist, still feeling a bit lost. She understood Ji Xian's point, but this was fishing. Bait alone wouldn't cut it. At least a hook was needed, right? She peered out. Piranhas would occasionally swim past, scavenging whatever edibles were in their territory. Chu Xi turned and saw that Brother Xian was already busy digging a hole. She steeled her resolve and threw her iron fist down. Wouldn't it be a test? The piranhas here had probably never experienced the treacherous nature of human beings before. As soon as the bait was dropped, a fish, smelling the meat, rushed over, and the rope in her hand suddenly sank. Chu Xi seized the opportunity and, with a powerful upward thrust of her right hand, pulled a large fish with a gray-black back out. Surprisingly, after leaving the water, it didn't immediately open its mouth and jump back in, just like a crab, so foolish and bold. Chu Xi was amused. She hadn't expected this to work. She silently lifted the piranha into the cave, then took out her dagger and stabbed it along its gills. Its skin was still very tough, its teeth were sharp, and it swam quickly, but it was foolish to be unable to resist. One catch after another. Although none of them could be eaten, there were energy stones to be had. Chu Xi was so beautiful. One after another, she dissected them and threw them into the water. This attracted more piranhas, forming a dense layer underground, scrambling to jump in. Chu Xi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, when they chose their residence location, they had deliberately moved it up a bit so that the mutant fish could just jump in. What else could they do? There was no need to sleep at night, just be on constant alert for piranhas that might bite. Ji Xian's initial surprise gradually faded to numbness. He thought the fish should be catching, but he hadn't expected it to be so easy. Chu Xi's harvest continued uninterrupted. The skin had already been torn into a pile. Suddenly, Chu Xi paused and pulled out a tattered piece of food from the fish's belly. Although it had been badly bitten, she could still recognize it at a glance. Chu Xi immediately pulled Ji Xian over and showed him what she was holding. It's a baby mutant giant salamander, right? Ji Xian took a closer look and nodded affirmatively. The two of them exchanged glances, finally feeling relieved. To be honest, they'd been agonizing over this question ever since they fell, but no one had raised it. Without evidence or results, what good would it do? It would only increase their anxiety. The two men had been worried that this river channel wasn't aligned with the one they already dug. This was perfectly normal, given the complex underground water system, and it wasn't uncommon for two tributaries to diverge. But if they couldn't join the mutant giant salamander's channel, and the two sides kept drifting further and further apart, could they really get out? Ji Xian was prepared. If they found the river channel was drifting further and further away, they would have no choice but to dig upwards. But this was the worst-case scenario, unless there was absolutely no other option. He really didn't want to do that. He remembered that when he'd been testing the blasting point before, it was often hundreds of meters away, and he had no idea what the situation would be like once he got out. If they were too far away from the team members, they still wouldn't be rescued. The uncertainty was too great, so this plan could only be a backup plan. Now, the appearance of the mutant giant salamander fry at least proved that the two rivers were connected. As for the lack of adult giant salamanders here, that wasn't a concern. Perhaps it was simply due to geographical factors. Perhaps a barrier at one of the entrances or exits directly restricted the size of the fish entering. Nature's marvels were also time-honored. The giant salamander fry were able to enter this area by chance, but only because they were of sufficient size. However, this place was already dominated by piranhas, leaving them no chance to grow. That was why Chu Xi and the others hadn't seen a single mutant giant salamander. Regardless, the two were now relieved. It was around 10:30 that evening, but Chu Xi and Ji Xian weren't feeling sleepy at all. With the high reward, Sister Chu wanted to keep going until the end of time, feeling no fatigue at all. Ji Xian was even worse. But they still had to travel tomorrow, and hanging on wires was quite exhausting. Falling into the water wouldn't be fun. Reluctantly, Chu Xi put away her tools. She manipulated the flying tiger claw to open her palm and pulled out the piece of meat that had been acting as bait all night, intending to give it back to the fish. After some thought, she wrapped it up again. Although the meat was contaminated, it could still be used as bait tomorrow, which was safer than carrying fresh meat. After packing up, Chu Xi began to count her catch: 18 pieces of fish skin, 18 sets of fish teeth, and 42 energy stones in total. 1 C grade, with 908 energy points, 7 D grade stones, ranging from 600 to 900 energy points, 17 E grade stones, ranging from 300 to 600 energy points, and the rest were F grade stones, capped at less than 300 energy points. But Chu Xi was already very satisfied. This place was much better than Yashan's. Even after deducting the money for buying a house, she would be a wealthy woman again in a few minutes. Chapter 444. The cave was only about 1.5 meters deep. Ji Xian held Chu Xi, and the two of them lay inside, legs curled up and fully clothed. Although this place seemed safe, sleeping in the wild would inevitably require someone to watch the night. After a brief discussion, the two decided that Ji Xian would cover the first half of the night, and Chu Xi the second. Ji Xian's shift was at 2 a.m., and he needed to catch up on 3 hours of sleep before the two of them set out. Chu Xi woke up at 2 a.m. for his shift, his eyes green with sleep. He turned around and smiled. The night dragged on, and while Brother Xian was on duty, he returned to his fishing adventure. The sound of fish tails slapping the water continued from underground. After listening for a while, Chu Xi didn't notice anything unusual. Next to him were 2 whole fish, carefully spread over the skin. It was clearly edible. She immediately sat down to test it, and sure enough, it showed moderate radiation mutation. In addition, 11 pieces of leather and 12 crystal cores were spread out on the ground. This yield rate was indeed quite impressive. Chu Xi couldn't help but test them all. The sound of beeping continued. Ji Xian sat beside him, eyes closed, pretending to sleep calmly. He was still a little dissatisfied. Ji Xian secretly clenched his fists. He just couldn't believe that he could only produce 1 crystal core every time. It was really unbelievable. After a while, Chu Xi pursed her lips and shoved all the crystal cores into her small pocket. 1 E grade, 11 F grade. Chu Xi took a deep breath, then stole a glance at Ji Xian, secretly grumbling inwardly. Never mind the saying, 3 days of absence is enough to make you look at someone with new eyes. Chu Xi had a feeling that even after another 30 years, Brother Xian might still be completely clueless when it came to touching gold. Chu Xi gathered his thoughts and began his fishing adventure. Time soon reached 5 in the morning, and Ji Xian woke himself up to the alarm clock. He yawned, then noticed a row of fish skins surrounding Chu Xi. Wisely, he didn't ask about her catch today, otherwise, he'd feel like he was asking for trouble. He pulled 2 nutritional supplements from Chu Xi's backpack. Now that they had a fresh supply, the pressure on food was less intense. After a night and a morning of hard work, Sister Chu finally satisfied her fishing craving. After breakfast, they were about to leave when they realized something incredibly awkward. They had so many fish skins and teeth that they couldn't bring any with them. Otherwise, their carelessness would hinder their activities. Ji Xian frowned, silent for a long moment. He hadn't felt so frustrated in a long time, since he had such a catch, but couldn't take it with him. She was truly reluctant to leave, but she couldn't take them with her. She couldn't risk her life for a few fish skins. There was no other way, so she had to give them up. The two of them pushed the organized supplies to the innermost area. Ji Xian took a photo on his watch and marked the location. He forced comfort on Chu Xi, saying, "Let's leave these things here for now. If we can come back again, we come and get them." Chu Xi, Thinking back to the fear of being drowned in the swamp, she rubbed her arms. Forget it. It was just a few pieces of skin. She could have let them go. It was better not to say such unlucky words. Regardless, these things were left here, and a new day of exploration began. I have to say, if it weren't for the rather unsettling entrance, Chu Xi would have been quite optimistic about this place. It was so safe. She had never felt so comfortable during her adventures outside. The overlords here have obvious weaknesses. If you stand high enough, they'd be left dwarfed, leaving you helpless. They're powerful, but not very intelligent, and the rewards are incredibly high. In a sense, this is a kind of alternative paradise, provided you don't have to cross the swamp. Unfortunately, their good mood couldn't last forever, because they encountered a high radiation area ahead. Ji Xian looked down at the map on his watch, feeling a little annoyed. He hadn't expected the underground river to turn here, heading straight for the high radiation area. This was something they hadn't anticipated. Chu Xi tilted her head to look. The river didn't seem any different. She wanted to continue exploring. And she was indeed the most suitable candidate. After all, she had harvested quite a few crystal cores yesterday, and now they were ready to use them. Ji Xian didn't stop him. Firstly, the overall environment here was relatively safe. Secondly, he hoped the river would return to its current course. If that didn't work, they would have to dig upwards. How long would it take to dig through it? Jixian thought. If the river's bend was close, they could dig narrower tunnels at the two nearest points. In their free time, they could catch some mutant piranhas, which wouldn't be a waste of time. At the very least, they could still earn some supplies and avoid running out of money. Chapter 445. Due to an unexpected encounter with a high radiation area, Chu Xiai and Ji Xian's advanced plan had to be temporarily halted. Well, there was nothing else to do now. After discussing it, the two decided to find a suitable location and dig a temporary cave. Sister Chu wasn't sure how long she'd be out this time, and with unfamiliar terrain, anything could happen. To make the journey easier, she had to keep both flying tiger claws. So before leaving, they had to dig a shelter for Brother Xian, preferably one that was large enough, otherwise staying huddled in the cave would be exhausting. The two dug the cave for an entire afternoon. That evening, Chu Xiai slept soundly, and after breakfast, they set off immediately. It's better to explore sooner rather than later. Don't go in circles, only to find everyone else gone when you finally get out. Chu Xiai left Ji Xian some basic necessities, and the bottle of royal jelly. She carried all her energy stones with her, which jingled and clanged as she walked, giving her a special sense of security. To prepare for emergencies, Chu Xiai kept an energy stone close to her hand. As soon as she entered the high radiation zone, she could clearly feel the energy within the stone being rapidly drained away, at a speed even more terrifying than in the high radiation zone she had previously entered. This clearly demonstrated that the radiation intensity here should not be underestimated. As she approached, Chu Xiai noticed that the mutant piranhas beneath her feet seemed to have grown in size. The school of fish was mobile, so she couldn't be too sure. However, the closer she got to the high radiation zone, the more noticeable the change in size. By the time she had penetrated 700 to 800 meters, a single mutant fish had grown 1.5 times its previous length. Not only had their size grown significantly, Chu Xiai also discovered that their attack power had also increased significantly, their desire to attack becoming even stronger. Previously, Chu Xiai had been hanging 2 meters above the cave ceiling, barely needing to worry about her feet. But just now, she had nearly suffered a setback because of this habit. A mutant piranha leaped from the water and bit Chu Xi's ankle. Although it didn't break, the immense accumulated force nearly made her cry out in pain. After finally dispatching the creature, she immediately manipulated her flying tiger claw to slide up another meter. This would undoubtedly slow her progress even further. She could only advance 4 or 5 meters at a time, but now she could barely reach 2 meters. This undoubtedly significantly increased the workload of her river exploration. But other than this, everything else was fine, and Chu Xiai could barely accept it. Unfortunately, if this happened, she would definitely return later than expected, and Brother Xian would have to worry again. Alas, we're in a high radiation area, so we can't communicate. Otherwise, she could have sent a message to Brother Xian. She walked forward, her mind full of thoughts, when suddenly, she bumped into something. Chu Xiai was startled. Looking closely, she discovered several extremely transparent threads running through the cave. Instantly, a terrible thought struck her. Is this a spider? But don't be ridiculous. In this environment, her 2 flying tiger claws couldn't possibly match the speed of these spiders' 8 legs. She struggled, but the silk was sticky. Bang! Everything she stood on was sticky. Before she could finish her struggle, a spider that had been lying on the rock wall came to life. Chu Xiai watched it transform from a dark stone into a complete transformation, its body soaring into the air. After a shadow appeared, its 8 legs emerged. Before she could even finish gathering the spider silk around her, the giant mutant spider came scurrying towards her. Its 8 toes rhythmically tapped the cave wall, and then it crawled along the spider silk towards Chu Xiai. Chu Xiai frowned. Fighting in midair was undoubtedly extremely disadvantageous for her. She could imagine it. Several long legs would wrap around her, and a cloud of spider silk would shoot out from its rear end. With a snap, Sister Chu would be carried away. No matter what, she had to control the situation. Since she couldn't break free, Chu Xiai raged fiercely, swinging her body several times. Then, using her flying tiger claws for leverage, she finally crashed into the cave wall, wrapped in the spider silk. The mutant spider, clinging to its silk thread just moments ago, suddenly lost its balance. Chu Xiai instinctively reached out to scoop it up. She had no other thoughts at the time, only the realization that it was her prey. Chu Xiai watched helplessly as her outstretched hand swished empty, and the spider before her plummeted into the water. Then, from below, a ferocious, agonizing struggle and biting noise emanated, a sound so loud it was terrifying. Amidst the splashing water, a mutant spider the size of a millstone was devoured clean by a swarm of hungry piranhas in the blink of an eye. The spider's struggles gradually weakened as it was dragged into the water, vanishing completely. Only a pile of shattered limbs floated to the surface. Chusi gasped. The crisp, crunching sound gave her a new understanding of these mutant fish. She didn't know the spider's defenses, but even if they were weak, they were still mutants. Just tearing them apart like rags was too brutal. She had to stay away, farther away. Chapter 446. Chusi hadn't expected that a formidable enemy could be defeated so easily. She was stuck to the cave wall in a spiderweb, staying quite safe. Now she didn't dare to move forward. These spiders all possessed the art of invisibility. She was confident she could handle a single spider, but what if there was a whole group? After a moment's thought, she adjusted the direction of the light on her watch and continued along the river. She carefully observed the rock faces on both sides, and actually spotted some rather abrupt mounds of earth. She wasn't sure if they were just ordinary rocks or spiders camouflaged, but she couldn't take any chances. If she were attacked by several spiders, injected with poison, and then tightly wrapped in spider silk, she had no idea she could escape. But what should they do now? They couldn't just return to the capital, could they? Find the problem and solve it. After all, Chusi was used to it, facing no danger in the wild. Even if they went back now to dig a hole upwards, who could guarantee they wouldn't encounter other problems along the way? Hole. Suddenly, Chusi's eyes lit up. She didn't know how many spiders there were ahead. What if there was only one section? Chusi wanted to dig a tunnel about 30 meters along the riverbed, then dig an exit from the other end. She'd see what the spiders were like there first. If there were any, she wouldn't be afraid. She'd just dig a small hole, guaranteed they couldn't get in. Such perseverance. She's relieved. Isn't that a perfect situation where one man holds the fort against 10,000? Chusi nestled comfortably in the spider web, mentally pondering her next strategy. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. She's truly a female Zhuge Liang, unparalleled in her wisdom and strategy. Ha ha ha. It goes without saying that anything used in the right place can yield unexpected rewards, just like this spider web. Its immobilization ability was far stronger than the flying tiger claw, and it didn't require active climbing, which undoubtedly greatly reduced the difficulty of digging. After finally finding a depth suitable for one person, she diligently removed all the spider silk from her body. But that wasn't the end of it. Every spot she touched was sticky. To avoid interfering with her other work, she rubbed the dirt back and forth on her body, finally cleaning off the glue that didn't belong to her. Suddenly, she felt more grounded. She prepared for a long battle. If there were still mutant spiders 30 meters away, she'd just stop and pull some silk. It was so convenient, she wondered if Brother Xian could use it. But excavation was definitely more arduous than surveying the river alone. If Chusi couldn't complete her task on time, she'd have to go back and tell Ji Xian that someone was waiting at home, and she couldn't stay out all night. Chusi was working hard when she suddenly paused and swinging her armor-breaking hammer. Chusi leaned forward and peered carefully. There was a black hole. The armor-piercing hammer had just made a small dent, and its force was lost. Chusi hesitated. Digging someone else's hole in the wild meant there were only two possibilities. One, it was naturally formed, and the other, it was dug by the mutant animal, or perhaps a human. In Chusi's case, the first possibility could be ignored. Besides her and Ji Xian, it was unlikely that anyone else would dig a hole near the river. The only possibility left was that it was a mutant's lair. She paused, then carefully decided to enlarge the gap. Quietly, she first assessed the mutant's size, who knew if it could still fight. The hole slowly opened, revealing a tunnel with Chusi crawling inside. Due to its proximity to the river, the soil inside was quite moist. The inside was incredibly smooth, and the surface was evenly thick and thin. What kind of hole was this? A rat's? Could rat holes be that deep, or were they already very close to the outside? Thinking of this, Chusi couldn't sit still any longer. She immediately crawled in. She had to see if this place led directly to the surface. She crawled forward, filled with anticipation, and then she encountered the first fork in the path. She paused. Could rat holes have forks? It seemed perfectly normal. Chusi steeled herself and continued crawling forward. Then, she encountered a second fork in the path. 10 minutes later, she saw a third. But this one was clearly even more treacherous, because this hole was significantly higher than the previous one, at least twice as high. Chu Si's mind was now growing even more uncertain. Could it be that the rats in the Wasteland had customized different passages for small and large rats? It was ridiculous, wasn't it? So, these holes definitely couldn't be made by mutant rats. Chapter 447. Previously, fearing she'd taken the wrong path, Chu Si had been choosing the left fork. Now that the passage had suddenly widened, she felt a little hesitant to proceed. Even worse, the cave was actually trending downwards. Could she have gone the wrong direction? Chu Si pondered to herself. Things were becoming increasingly unsettled. She became apprehensive and retreated to the more normal section of the path, continuing her digging. After half an hour, Chu Si paused. The area she had dug herself, combined with the length of the crypt she borrowed, was at least 150 meters. Chu Si decided to temporarily halt her advance and dig towards the river wall. She must have strayed a bit from this path. When she first entered, she only dug about a meter inwards. After a 150-meter deviation, she was now 4 meters outwards, and still hadn't reached the end. Chu Si was a little anxious. She wasn't sure if the passage she borrowed had misdirected her sense of direction. But now that things had come to this, she could only grit her teeth and press on. Finally, when she was about 6 meters deep, her armor-piercing hammer felt like it was hitting nothing. She immediately stopped what she was doing. Spiders have well-developed sensory organs. Chu Si's banging might have attracted danger. She took 2 steps back and, just as she shone her watch forward, saw a dark shadow flicker at the cave entrance. Chu Si held her breath in fear. She hadn't expected it to be there. It seemed the mutated spiders were quite widespread in this area. She frowned. If that happened, she wouldn't be able to continue through the river outside. What should she do? Should she just turn back? She felt a little resigned. After all this time and effort, she only managed to gather a few spider webs and nothing else. She even used up several energy stones. What a loss. After the spiders near the cave entrance slowly left and the surroundings returned to calm, Chu Si cautiously approached. Holding her breath, she shone her flashlight outward, hoping to try one more time, to see if there was any hope outside. What she saw was still a lifeless rock face. But judging by the rocks above, the number of mutant spiders here was probably no less than in the previous place she visited. Some spiders had already dropped their disguises, and were nibbling at the takeout. A ball of watermelon-sized clumps. Chu Si couldn't help but squint. What were these spiders' takeout? She crouched at the cave entrance, observing carefully for a moment. Before long, she saw a small mutant bat fly over and, with a swish, crash into a strand of spider silk. Its hair instantly became stuck to the thread, and after struggling, it successfully caught the mutant spider's attention. Chu Si's mind raced with countless thoughts. Perhaps this creature could solve her current predicament. Luckily, the mutant spider already had a meal, which bought both Chu Si and the mutant bat valuable time. In a split second, Chu Si made a quick decision. She hurriedly and quietly enlarged the cave entrance, stopping only when it was the size of 2 wash basins. Seeing the mutant spider begin to crawl toward the center of the river, Chu Si swiftly attacked. With a whoosh, her flying tiger claw flew out, grabbing the bat and pulling it back. This must have frightened the mutant bat. It struggled desperately along the way, nearly breaking free from the flying tiger claw's grip and falling directly into the river to feed the fish. Chu Si was also startled, but fortunately, she managed to pull the creature out of the water after a narrow escape. Her blatant robbery tactics hadn't proven effective against the mutant spiders. Their eyesight was poor. At most, they thought their prey had slipped away again. But Chu Si couldn't boast for long, because the sound of her digging had attracted the nearby mutant spiders. This time, they weren't so easily fooled. After noticing the new hole, they thrust their claws in, stirring up the mud at the entrance and sending it crashing down. Chu Si's heart sank, and she quickly entangled the small mutant spider in her web, then fled with it in her arms in the same direction she come from. Fortunately, they escaped unscathed. This spider wasn't particularly adept at burrowing, and at the last moment, it hadn't followed them. Chu Si couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Truly, there were dangers everywhere. She didn't dare to show off anymore, so she simply stayed far away and began fiddling with the mutant bat she had just caught. Chapter 448. Chu Si pulled her little mechanical spider from her bosom. She loved it. It was practical and lightweight, but now it was time to give it up. Since she couldn't continue advancing along the river, what about using external forces to explore? And this bat was Chu Si's chosen target for leverage. In fact, after observing for a while, perhaps other more suitable targets would appear, but Chu Si had another reason to choose it. She remembered that bats, even if they lived in caves, would go out to forage at night. So, after passing through this high radiation area, could they directly locate the cave exit? Of course, this was just a wishful thinking. What if these bats were always active in the underground river? She would be powerless to do anything about it. But regardless, it was still possible to use it to predict the river's direction. It was just a pity that her little mechanical spider would be gone from now on. It was probably never going to come back. But there was no other way. At critical moments, one had to make choices. The only thing she had on hand that could locate it were her watch, and this little spider. Chusi couldn't help but sigh. It was a shame she didn't know how to disassemble it. If Ji Xian were here, he'd probably only need to remove the positioning components and power supply module. The rest could be repaired and used again. Ah! Chusi caressed the little mechanical spider's head lovingly. From now on, the journey is long and winding. You must take good care of yourself. I hope your release will bring me good news. Then, Chusi wrapped the little creature around the mutant spider's neck and flipped on the switch, ensuring the recording and live streaming functions were enabled. That way, after passing through the high radiation zone, they could constantly monitor the situation inside the cave. With sufficient power, they might even be able to observe the exit. Chusi's thought instantly made her feel less of a loss. Next, she released the mutant bat. She hadn't dared go back to the previous spot. She quietly dug around it for a while, then advanced another 50 or 60 meters before digging a hole toward the rock wall. Chusi was lucky. The area she chosen was relatively devoid of mutant spiders, so she shouldn't risk a tragic recapture right after releasing it. Chusi lovingly caressed the mutant bat's head and removed all the other webs, leaving only the coil of web around its neck where the mechanical spider had been wrapped. Then she coiled the bat's wings and shoved it toward the cave entrance. Chusi was hopeful it would make its way towards the light. But the next moment, her blood pressure skyrocketed. What the hell? I'd gone to all the trouble to dig it so far back, and it was actually running back into the cave. Pia! Chusi couldn't help but cover her face. What the hell was this? The bat she just released was already online. Chusi's face darkened. She had a feeling this path wouldn't be easy. There was no time for regret. With only this one idiot to choose from, she had to grit her teeth and accept it. Chusi quickly launched another rescue operation. It was only thanks to her quick action that she managed to rescue it from the mutant spider's claws. As soon as she pulled it back into the cave, Chusi quickly began to move. It was a blessing in disguise. These spiders had no digging skills. Otherwise, if she released them a few more times, her newly dug cave would have been reduced to a sieve. After finally stopping, Chusi didn't bother with the mutant bat, pinning it down and giving it a beating. I'm giving you a face, huh? You can't even tell the difference between inside and outside? Suddenly, her movements paused, and Chusi noticed that one of the bat's ears was completely torn apart. A thought suddenly struck her. Is it unable to locate itself? Chusi remembered that bats use echolocation to determine direction. They emit ultrasonic waves through their throats, and their ears receive the reflected echoes. To enhance their hearing, bats typically have large ears. Could it be that its positioning function was impaired, and that's why it couldn't escape? Chusi pondered this, and rewrapped the torn ear with spider silk, hoping to improve its reception. She sighed softly. This certainly wasn't going to be that simple, but she had no other options. She'd try her best. It should work, right? After Chusi splices its ear back together, the mutant bat found it incredibly curious and kept changing the angle of its ear, trying to replicate his previous feeling. Slightly relieved, Chusi ate lunch and dug another 20 meters further before finding a new place to release it. Thankfully, this time, it worked perfectly. As soon as the mutant bat was released, it chirped briefly, and quickly flew out of the cave. Chapter 449. After successfully releasing the mutant bat, Chusi immediately prepared to return. After crawling through the bumpy cave, the ground behind her suddenly became much flatter, indicating that she had entered the lair of one or other mutant animal. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but Chusi felt the soil beneath her hands was much moister. In the tunnel, she had been using low-light mode, otherwise the light from her watch would have been too glaring, which also affected her vision. Suddenly, she saw a large cluster of transparent spheres not far away. Chusi's heart sank. She was certain that these things hadn't been in the tunnel when she first arrived. Her first reaction was that she had taken the wrong path, but that was impossible. She had always chosen the path at the edge, and the bumpy cave she had dug connected directly to this path. So, her route was definitely correct. There was only one possible scenario now. Chusi couldn't help but gasp. This meant that while she was busy releasing the mutant bats, the cave's original owner had returned and laid eggs there. What a close call, truly, she almost been trapped in the den. Chu Si carefully crawled to the edge of the pile of transparent balls and saw, within the pale yellow spheres, a faint trace of a long mutant baby. The scene was remarkably similar to when a short-tailed pit viper lays eggs, only the size and color of the eggs were slightly different, yet the eggs that emerged were all mutant baby animals. Chu Si narrowed her eyes. Could this be a snake den? She turned on the highlight mode on her watch, and the light traveled far along the passage. It seemed the mother had passed away after giving birth. Reaching out and prying one of the eggs towards her, she prepared to crack it open to see what was going on. To prevent these eggs from being venomous snakes, Chu Si had deliberately stuffed 2 more energy stones into her gloves. If they were indeed venomous, it would be a good thing. She could take all the eggs home and raise them together. Chu Si tried to cut open one of them with her dagger. Its skin was very flexible, and the liquid inside was thick, so breaking it with the dagger took considerable effort. The little snake flowed out of the eggshell. But no matter how Chu Si looked at it, something felt off. This thing had no head or tail. Wasn't it just a large earthworm? She held her forehead, feeling a little anxious. In modern society, earthworms are quite docile creatures, and they certainly wouldn't attack humans. But, after the mutation, who knows if their habit of consuming dirt will change? Inside the cave, it's their world. Chu Si knew her digging speed would never match its consuming speed. Forget it, let's get out of here. This place isn't a place to stay for long. Chu Si's crawling speed increased immediately, and once she reached the spot, she would leave immediately. But once she finally reached the spot, she hesitated, because a new passage appeared ahead. It was clearly the one the mutant earthworm had just dug. She picked up her watch and glanced ahead. It was at least 200 meters long. At the end of the light, there was only a single earthworm tail. Chu Si stood still, thought for a moment, and then fired a crossbow arrow forward. She wanted to see the mutant earthworm's attack power. Would she dare to follow it and take advantage? Its speed in climbing a cave was definitely much faster than cosplaying as Tarzan. Time was running out, so she wanted to give it a try. The crossbow bolt flew and pierced its body, but it only paused for a moment before crawling forward, barely reacting at all. To Chu Si, this situation was even more exaggerated than if it had simply turned around and counterattacked. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead. Counterattack? Counterattack what? It had gnawed this passage, but the height and width left it no chance of turning around. So what was there for Chu Si to fear? She immediately continued crawling into the new cave. The mutant earthworm was indeed straightforward. Since this was a newly opened acupuncture point, the ground was already covered with a thick layer of feces. It was just some nutritious soil, so Chu Si was now calm. Following behind her, she also picked up 2 special energy stones and 1 ordinary energy stone. Truly, one should never underestimate the potential of any mutant animal. If only we could control its direction. Then, mining and clearing roads would be a breeze. Unfortunately, in the Wasteland, the possibility of humans taming mutant animals is slim, let alone making them do what they're told. Chu Si followed behind, happily collecting them, but alas, the mutant earthworm man turned. The free earthworm tool had reached its limit. She had no choice but to dig through the cave and resume her Tarzan days. Chapter 450. Although Chu Si's borrowing force wasn't long, the 10 minutes or so she spent following the mutant earthworm were enough for her to hop around outside for over half an hour. This ride wasn't in vain, it saved Chu Si a considerable amount of time. It was then that she remembered a rather crucial problem. It seemed the mechanical spider's data transmission had a distance limit. How long was that? Chu Si vaguely remembered Jixien mentioning a straight-line distance of no more than 2.5 miles. Oh my god, 2.5 miles? With the speed of the mutant beast, how could that even be useful? She couldn't help but quicken her movements. As soon as she left the high radiation area, Chu Si immediately connected to the mechanical spider's channel. Unfortunately, the signal underground was far too weak. Even within the same area, information transmission was extremely slow. Chu Si's watch remained silent, and she felt uncertain. She didn't know if she hadn't even left the high radiation area, or if she had already flown beyond the 2.5-mile range. Chu Si was deeply troubled. She desperately needed to see her little spider destroyed. Her sacrifice had to be worth something, right? She continued to rush towards Jixien, closely monitoring the movements on her watch. Finally, her efforts paid off. As they neared the temporary settlement, Chu Si's watch screen suddenly lit up. She paused, suspended in midair, carefully observing the scene on the other side of the screen. This video wasn't a live stream, but a historical record. In other words, It had been disconnected. Apparently, the little mechanical spider had already left the 2.5-mile range limit. Chu Si checked the time. It showed it was filmed half an hour ago. She couldn't help but feel a slight pain in her teeth. This was almost as long as her travel time. So, did that mean she was only a fraction of a second away from leaving the high radiation zone? She couldn't help but feel a slight pain in her teeth. She truly regretted it. If she'd known it was only this short distance, she would have dug it herself, ruining a perfectly good mechanical spider. But knowing is always better than not knowing. Never mind, Chu Si sighed. Knowing was better than not knowing. So many people had perished before dawn, she's simply taken a few more detours. Chu Si clicked on the video, and saw that it looked essentially the same as the river section she'd seen before. There were still many mutant spiders lining both banks. She hurriedly opened the cached map, and overlaid the mechanical spider's location on it. She saw that while the spider's location didn't quite match the route map, it was close, remaining within an acceptable range. She breathed a sigh of relief. At least the most important information was confirmed. However, the situation was a bit grim. 2.5 miles was already quite a challenge, equivalent to 1,250 meters. If she and Jixien dug the hole, it would take them until the next year. Furthermore, there were many more mutant spiders lining the riverbed. They were extremely difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Chu Si was about to give up. After all the hard work, was he still going to dig upwards? It seemed he would have to fight the mutant animals on land anyway. Looking at the cave that loomed ahead, Chu Si calmed down and quickly controlled the flying tiger claw in that direction. Whether it would work or not, she would have to discuss this with Jixien. As soon as she approached the cave entrance, she smelled a strong aroma of barbecue. Unfortunately, she had been upwind, and had no idea Brother Xian had saved her a feast. Chu Si's mood instantly improved. As expected, the hustle and bustle of life is most soothing to the hearts of ordinary people. Chapter 451. Hearing the clatter of flying tiger claws hitting the stone wall, Jixien had already been waiting at the entrance of the cave. Due to the height restrictions, he could only sit on the edge of the cave entrance, his legs dangling outside. Turning his head and their eyes met, Chu Si suddenly felt as if he were seeing the past. However, the spirited young man, but the melancholy-filled handsome man of yesteryear, was gone. Alas, Chu Si couldn't help but sigh in regret. It was too late. Jixien raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Why aren't you coming in? Oh, Chu Si nodded quickly. Business was the priority. There were plenty of opportunities to lament the passing of time. As long as she could get out of here, she could set aside a day specifically for this matter. Jixien handed Chu Si a piece of grilled fish. Seeing that she had finished her dinner, he continued to ask about the river. Chu Si thought for a moment, then recounted the details to Jixien. But honestly, she wasn't holding out much hope at this point. After all, the reason they'd chosen to follow the river, besides safety concerns, was primarily because it was close and would save them time. But now, with just that 1,000+ meter tunnel, using an armor-piercing hammer would take them forever to dig. Contrary to Chu Si's expectations, Jixien didn't immediately dismiss the original plan after hearing what she learned. On the contrary, he remained very optimistic about the original route. Jixien pulled the bottle of royal jelly from his backpack and said to Chu Si with a smile, "With this, I can even briefly travel through high radiation areas. I just need to repair myself in time." His physical condition had returned to its peak, and his genes wouldn't collapse so easily. As long as he could quickly pass through the high radiation area and immediately strengthen his body, he wouldn't be in serious trouble. Chu Si frowned and nodded. But even so, the mutant spiders that appear later won't be easy to deal with. Their silk is transparent, making it hard to defend against. And once you get it on, it's incredibly difficult to remove. It's incredibly sticky and resilient, even sticking to a knife. Jixien didn't panic after hearing this. He waved the fish fillet in his hand. Chu Si scratched his head. Piranhas? You want to use piranhas to hunt mutant spiders? But that won't work. They don't live in the same area. Jixien tapped Chu Si's forehead in annoyance. What are you thinking? What I'm saying is use fire. Use fire to burn through the silk. As for the difficulty in finding it, you dug so many caves, and you never thought of throwing some dirt around to solve the problem? Chu Si lowered her head and bit her lip. She had actually thought of a way to solve the problem of finding spider silk before, but it was nothing compared to Jixien's. She was more talented. Chu Si had gone through a lot of trouble, and the solution she came up with was to tear open her cotton coat and spread the cotton out. However, due to her limited cotton-padded jackets, she ultimately rejected this idea. Thinking about it now, she was truly moved to tears by her own stupidity. No, Chu Xiai suddenly looked up, bewilderedly gazing at Ji Xian. No, brother Xian, how do you manage to grill fish? She knew Ji Xian had a habit of carrying a lighter when he went on missions, but grilling fish couldn't simply be done with a lighter. The first thing she thought of was the cotton she hadn't used. Would brother Xian be so reckless as to just burn through his own cotton-padded jacket? You know, while it's a little warmer underground, they still have to get to the surface, and who knows how long they'd be out there. Being cold and hungry wouldn't be a good situation. Seeing Chu Xiai about to reach for his cotton-padded jacket, Ji Xian felt helpless. He reached out and grabbed Chu Xi's hand, then pulled out a ball of brownish-yellow fluff from inside the cave. Chu Xiai took it in her hands, puzzled. Is this dried moss? The ball she held was completely dry, crumbling at the slightest touch. Because it was so similar in color to the rock wall, Chu Xiai didn't realize it at first. She suddenly perked up. So doesn't that mean this method is feasible? Ji Xian nodded. It's feasible, but we still need to make some preparations. Although moss burns easily, it burns so quickly that achieving the desired effect might be difficult. We can mix fish oil with dried moss, wrap it in fish skin, and throw it directly onto the spider web after ignition. I think that should solve the problem. Chu Xiai nodded immediately. Sure. Tomorrow we go out and collect moss and hunt the mutant fish. Oh, I forgot something important. Chu Xiai took the 2 special energy stones from his pocket and handed them to Ji Xian. Here, these are souvenirs from my trip. Unfortunately, they didn't dare stay here for too long. Otherwise, they have to find a worm to grind for a whole day. Just walking around and getting energy stones would be a dream. Nothing could be better. Ji Xian reached out and took the 2 energy stones in his hands. Suddenly, he felt that his slight sense of intellectual superiority had vanished. Chu Xiai yawned, set her backpack aside, and then obediently hunched over to sleep. Once she was sound asleep, Ji Xian gently kissed her forehead and began his night watch. The fact that the mutant bats could fly nearby meant the exit was probably not far away. After all this whirlwind of wandering, could they finally catch up with the main group? Chapter 452. The 2 of them woke up at 4 o'clock the next morning. Although their mission today was simple, it was packed with activity and not a breeze. After a quick breakfast, they began catching piranhas. This was the first step in Chu Xiai and Ji Xian's plan. Their priority now was quantity, catching as many mutant piranhas as possible as quickly as possible. Once caught, they would be killed without rushing to examine or dissect them. This would all be Chu Xi's job, while Ji Xian would leave the cave to search for more dry moss. The first battle was a success. In less than half an hour, they had filled the cave to the brim with fish. They weren't satisfied yet, but unfortunately, there wasn't much room left. If more fish accumulated, it would affect Chu Xi's movements. Ji Xian looked at the wall of fish filling the cave, and realized there wasn't much room left. He left Chu Xiai to deal with the mutant fish carcasses, while he took his 2 flying tiger claws, and went out alone to collect dry moss. Unfortunately, he already harvested all the nearby fish yesterday, so he had to go further today. After Ji Xian left, Chu Xiai didn't waste any more time and sat down on the ground to get to work. The pile of fish looked quite large, filling a whole cave after all, but they were incredibly large. Each one was at least as long as an arm, and some of the particularly plump ones were comparable to salmon. So while it looked like a lot, there were only about 20 of them. Chu Xi's job was to skin them, remove the fat, and then test the flesh to see if it was edible. Then came her favorite part, opening the blind box. Aside from removing the fat, Chu Xiai was already familiar with the other steps, so she naturally didn't want to expend too much energy. Chu Xiai had originally thought that obtaining the fat would be a tedious task, and since it was slippery, it would be even more difficult to handle. The results were far beyond Chu Xi's expectations. The piranhas were incredibly rich in fat, and even beneath the skin, a thick layer lay. Previously, when Chu Xiai peeled the skin, she only taken the thin outermost layer. Now, with a simpler cut of the knife, the skin was completely covered in fat. Chu Xiai actually thought this would be much easier. After taking photos and discussing it with Ji Xian, they confirmed that this plan was feasible, and preparing the fish became much simpler. There were 21 in total in this batch, one of which was edible, containing 2 large strips of meat. She carefully cut open the fish's belly. In Chu Xi's experience, if the meat of an adult mutant animal was edible, there was a high probability that it contained a special energy stone. Unless it was unlucky, it might have just expelled the special energy stone, just like the one Ji Xian caught yesterday. She felt something hard. Chu Xiai carefully cut open its intestines with a dagger, and a pink jade stone fell out. Chu Si reached out and picked it up from the ground. The stone was about the size of a walnut, and it was undoubtedly a special energy stone. Energy test. Sea level, 979 energy points. Chu Si took a deep breath, a little unsure. This was a real deal. After repeated testing several times, she was finally sure the data was true. With this energy stone as a guarantee, they were sure to make a killing on this trip. Excitedly rubbing her hands together, Chu Si wanted to go out for a run, but unfortunately, the conditions were limited, so she could only squat there. Due to the height of the cave, she couldn't even stand up straight. Unable to vent her excitement, Chu Si felt pent up. Sharing joy is worse than sharing it alone. She raised her watch, instantly wanting to share this exciting news with Ji Xian, but luckily she managed to hold back. There was no rush. Brother Xian was still up gathering dried moss. What if he got carried away and fell into the river? She tried hard to suppress her restlessness, then picked up her knife and began to dissect the fish, skin it, test it, and search the body. To Chu Si's surprise, before she had even finished her work, Ji Xian returned with a bag full of moss. He had compressed the moss's elasticity to its limit, a truly impressive sight. Opening his backpack, Ji Xian shook the moss onto the ground, and soon a large pile had formed. So quickly, Chu Si raised an eyebrow in surprise. Ever since Ji Xian reminded her yesterday, she had deliberately peeked out to observe. There was indeed moss on the rock wall, but not too much. Ji Xian was indeed incredibly lucky to have found so much in such a short time. Brother Xian's face remained composed, yet a hint of self-satisfaction lingered within him. I was lucky today. There's a lot of moss growing behind a large rock to the east, and the top layer is completely dry, so I was able to gather it all. Used to being suppressed, even a calm and composed Brother Xian sometimes couldn't resist showing off his skills, a bit like a stress disorder. Chapter 453. Unfortunately, Chu Si only perfunctorily provided the emotional value Xian Gu needed 2 points. She was truly sorry. The impact of the sea-level special energy stone had been so severe, she hadn't recovered yet. But Chu Si was still very authentic, giving Ji Xian plenty of time to savor the experience. After Chu Si finished processing the fish, she deliberately dragged him to the innermost part of the cave and carefully handed him the gleaming king bomb. The reason she led him there was mainly because she was worried that Xian Gu would become too excited to control himself. If he accidentally dumped the king bomb into the river, they would both be dead. In that case, they probably would have to go down for a walk. When Ji Xian first received the energy stone, he remained relatively calm. After all, Xian Gu had seen the world now, having accepted 2 local specialties as a gift yesterday. Chu Si, C grade, 979. Ji Xian didn't react at first, and after a while, he still couldn't. Truly, his CPU was overloaded, and he felt like he was floating in midair. Ji Xian felt like he was going to go mad with shock. C-grade energy stones were rare to begin with, and he had never even heard of a special energy stone reaching C-grade. Looking down at the stone in his hand, Ji Xian felt like he was dreaming. After a long while, he finally remembered to test it himself. When the data on the watch appeared, Brother Xian jumped up in excitement. He had done what Chu Si hadn't dared to do, and then endured the pain Chu Si hadn't. Because of the excessive force, Ji Xian took a long time to recover. This comparison instantly reassured Chu Si. A man should save face. She took several deep breaths and finally, suppressing a laugh, said to Brother Xian, "Next, let's proceed according to the original plan. You stay here and make the fish skin bullets, while I dig the remaining section of the road to the high radiation area." Ji Xian, enduring the after effects of his concussion, feigned composure and nodded silently, not daring to look up. He could feel the burning sensation on his face. He still felt a sense of dreamlike surrealism about the C-grade special energy stone, but Brother Xian was quick to accept his own embarrassment. In fact, this was perfectly normal. Not to mention the common people. Even the higher-ups at the base would jump for a few seconds upon receiving such a precious stone. They were generally conservative. When he finally recovered, he remembered that Chu Si seemed to have left before lunch. Turning back, he saw the dried fish meat, 1/5 of which was missing. Never mind, Ji Xian silently retracted the thought that had just surfaced. Chu Si wouldn't go hungry anywhere. The child could find food on his own, and he should be proud. Ji Xian suppressed his heartache and broke off a finger-thick strip of fish for lunch. He wouldn't be leaving the cave again that afternoon, so it would just be enough to fill his stomach. After finishing his meal, Ji Xian gathered his thoughts and prepared to make the fish skin bullets. He didn't know how many mutant spiders he would encounter on the road ahead, but the more of these things the better. At least, it would help them get through the transition zone. He took a piece of fish skin and cut it evenly into palm-sized rectangles. He wanted to be more meticulous, but the materials were limited. Besides, he only wanted to prolong the burning time of the fish skin bullets, so a cruder one would work just as well. Wrap the inside with dry moss, then tie the two sides of the fish skin into a knot. This way, there's still enough space for the moss to show through. Jixian grabbed a lighter and ignited the moss. The flames quickly ignited. The fish skin was rich in fat, so the flames instantly grew much larger. However, thanks to the outer layer of skin, even though Jixian was holding the fireball, he didn't immediately drop it due to the burns. This outermost layer of skin gave the thrower time to react. As long as he positioned himself correctly, he wouldn't burn himself. He randomly aimed at a stone and threw it. The fireball traced a quick arc and hit the bull's eye. With a pop, it left a black mark on the stone and rolled into the river below. With a sizzle, a rich, burning aroma wafted in, and the piranhas below quickly devoured the remains of the incendiary bomb. Jixian was quite satisfied with the results, though a little disappointed. They arrived so early today, they should have stocked up a bit. After all, the video from the little mechanical spider indicated the route ahead wouldn't be easy. But it would work for now. He could wait for Chu Xiai to return. If he could make it in time, he could still go out and find some more moss. As for the fish skin, it should be enough. He could even spare 2 skins to make a large backpack specifically for carrying these incendiary bombs. Chapter 454. Jixian's mission was a complete success, and Chu Xi's progress didn't slow down either. She encountered few obstacles along the way, arriving smoothly near the tunnel she dug yesterday to avoid the mutant spiders. She didn't dare go directly over, as this was already close to the spider's territory. She held onto the rope and quietly dangled from the riverbed. Chu Xiai was quite clever. After hearing Jixian's plan, she even placed some dirt on her front before leaving, saving herself the trouble of shoveling dirt down the drain. But she still felt a little annoyed. Why had she thought of bringing dirt with her? Why couldn't she have also brought 2 fish skin bullets? That would have given her more tools to deal with the mutant spiders. What a shame. Her brain just wasn't working right. There was nothing she could do about it. It was a difficult problem. Chu Xiai sighed dejectedly, then reached into her arms, scooped up a handful of sand, and threw it out. A few seconds later, a stain appeared in the air 7 or 8 meters away. Her expression immediately grew serious. She hadn't expected it to start right here. She looked ahead carefully, but didn't see anything unusual on the rocks on either side. Chu Xiai couldn't help but feel wary. It seemed these mutant spiders were truly not to be underestimated. Their camouflage was remarkable. Thankfully, she'd been cautious. She hadn't expected to catch anything, considering this place was still at least 100 meters from where she'd been attacked the last time. But the results were clear. The spider colony had expanded. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a sense of foreboding building within her. She had no idea what this was all about. Was it simply individual activity? Or was it a case of animal territorial seizure? Or perhaps, the most direct example, territorial expansion? In short, it wasn't a good thing. Her brow furrowed tightly. Regardless, the current situation wasn't good news for either her or Jixian. The spider swarm could be extremely uncontrollable. They might be encroaching on the river's living space, and they were already expanding over 100 meters a day, a truly terrifying rate of expansion. It seemed that unless they continued to dig holes in the river, a fight would inevitably ensue. She carefully skirted the spider thread, spreading dirt as she advanced. In just 100 meters, she had discovered 7 or 8 strands of spider thread. This rate of expansion, this density of spiders, was truly astonishing. It seemed that action was urgent, or the cave wouldn't be safe for much longer. She advanced cautiously, finally reaching the entrance to the cave she had dug. Before entering, Chu Xiai raised her watch's flashlight and shone it inside. After all, this was an open cave entrance, and she was worried spiders might crawl in. Luckily, there was nothing inside except pitch blackness. Thankfully, to save time, she had dug the entrance narrowly. Those mutant spiders probably couldn't get in even if they wanted to. She carefully crawled into the cave, then sheathed her 2 flying tiger claws and tucked them around her waist. Due to the height of the passage, she could only crawl through by crouching. The flat ground was easy enough, but some areas were difficult to dig, with some sharp rocks still on the ground. Fortunately, it was winter, and Chu Xiai was dressed warmly, but visibility was poor. Even though she had been prepared, she found several places unsuitable for climbing, and her palms were probably swollen from the pokes. As she crawled, her clothes rustled against the cave walls, making a continuous rustling sound. Suddenly she stopped. Chu Si turned her head back, still seeing darkness behind her. She switched the flashlight on her watch to high-intensity mode and followed the beam of light. Nothing, but she seemed to hear the sound of falling sand and rocks, very soft and gentle. Chu Si shook her head. Could it be the wind rushing into the cave? She didn't know. She frowned and looked back for a moment. After confirming that there was nothing amiss, she continued crawling forward, but this time her speed was noticeably faster. Hurry faster! The priority was to finish digging the tunnel in the high-radiation area. She struggled to crawl forward, but the more she climbed, the more panic grew. It felt like the cave was echoing with the rapid thumping of her heart. Unconvinced, Chu Si was about to turn back to check again when she felt the ground beneath her tremble slightly. Her first reaction was, is an earthquake about to happen? It wasn't long before she realized the tremors were quite regular and steady. Looking at the smooth rock faces around her, Chu Si's mind flashed with an incredible thought. But thinking back to the pile of earthworm eggs from yesterday, she felt her thought wasn't so bizarre. Chu Si thought this route was likely a common path for a certain mutant earthworm. Chapter 455. Chu Si's forehead immediately broke into a cold sweat at the thought of this possibility. No, she looked at the narrow cave beside her. Even a mutant earthworm wouldn't be her match, would it? Chu Si calmed herself and drew her armor-piercing hammer from her waist. If that thing dared to attack her, she would smash its head in. Ha, at least it had to pay for its madness. Because the pressure of the enclosed environment suddenly eased, Chu Si felt more and more relaxed. She could probably even fight a mutant snake this size, let alone an earthworm this large. What was there to fear? The vibrations of the soil beneath her feet grew faster and faster. Chu Si took a deep breath, knowing the battle was about to begin. She shone her watch backwards, and this time, she finally saw the mutant earthworm's true form. To Chu Si, who cared for mutant animals, the mutant earthworm's appearance wasn't too abnormal. The entire head was about the width of a large bucket. But Chu Si didn't relax at all. Instead, her face turned ashen, and she didn't dare hesitate. She immediately crawled forward with all her might. It wasn't the mutated earthworm's terrifying nature, but Chu Si was horrified by its miserable state. She couldn't see what was happening behind her, but the mutant earthworm's struggles, ramming, and desperate attempts to escape deeply intimidated Chu Si. She didn't dare gamble. Moreover, she was still inside a confined cave. If an unbeatable opponent appeared, it would be a disaster for her. So Chu Si didn't dare gamble at all. She could only crawl forward desperately, hoping to quickly reach the passage she had dug specifically to release the mutant bats. Since she began her escape, Chu Si hadn't dared look back. Feeling the rock walls around her vibrate more violently, she couldn't help but glance back. This moment, she was so frightened that she almost gave up resistance. She had thought the mutant earthworm might be attacked by some mutant ant that lived there. Ants devouring elephants, the mutant earthworms, being bitten, would surely not have it easy. But Chu Si never expected that the game would start with a hellish difficulty. She watched helplessly as another giant earthworm, a full 1.5 meters tall, emerged from behind her. The one in front must have been blocking its path, and then it devoured the small earthworm piece by piece, quickly devouring it completely. The earthworm's ferocity was evident. Thankfully, it had to widen the hole as it advanced, which slowed its movement. Chu Si saw it with her own eyes. Its mouth extended, and a large cloud of dirt and rubble was swept up. While the scene wasn't particularly bloody, Chu Si felt it was terrifying enough. She had no desire to fight it. On the contrary, Chu Si was terrified of facing it head-on. This creature was clearly not to be trifled with. With that massive mouth, even if it wasn't attacking intentionally, being accidentally swallowed by it wouldn't be pleasant. Furthermore, the tragic death of a small, mutant earthworm just ahead proved that it didn't mind a quick meal. The thought was terrifying, and mutant earthworms ate dirt. Chu Si didn't want to experience that. What if its stomach was also filled with a swamp-like atmosphere? It would be truly horrific. Finally, just before the giant beast caught up, Chu Si reached the fork in the road leading to the riverbank. Above was the entrance to the cave she previously dug, where mutant bats were spawning. It wasn't large, barely the size of a wash basin, but the remaining area was certainly not far from the outermost stone wall. It was much more convenient than digging a new 4-meter tunnel herself. After entering, she immediately threw a few handfuls of dirt outside. A cold sweat broke out on Chu Si's forehead. She needed to first confirm the distribution of the spider webs outside. Fortunately, there was only one, about 8 or 9 meters to her right. From this, it could be roughly inferred that the area outside was most likely the territory of a single mutant spider. Dig! She could still fight with one, at least better than leaving them here to feed the earthworms. But even with her best efforts, the giant mutant earthworm still caught up before the path was cleared. Chu Si's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a fierce determination. Perhaps the time for a life-and-death battle had arrived. Her brain quickly determined that bows and crossbows wouldn't be much use against this thing. Chu Si's right hand tightly gripped the armor-piercing hammer, and with her left, she pulled the dagger from her boot. Then she held her breath, awaiting the battle. The massive mouth swept away the sand and gravel in front of her, and moments later, the giant bulldozer roared past. It was indeed invincible, but it didn't turn around to bother Chu Si, even though she was already within striking distance. After about 30 seconds, Chu Si let out a deep breath. Before she knew it, cold sweat had drenched her entire body. Watching the massive body scurrying past, Chu Si felt a mixture of emotions. Fortunately, she wasn't on its menu. Her allure wasn't high enough to warrant a grudge. Chu Si slumped to the ground. Truly, thank you, big brother, for not killing me. Chapter 456. After the behemoth had completely passed, Chu Si peered out. Only after the back of the car gradually receded did she dare to shakily crawl out of her hiding hole. But this time, she didn't dare follow closely behind and take advantage of the situation. Chu Si glanced at both sides of the tunnel before finally choosing to go back the way she come. Perhaps out of awe for the powerful, she felt it was best to stay as far away from the giant as possible. The image of the mutant earthworms feeding frantically surfaced in her mind, and she shuddered. Only now did Chu Si realize how naive her previous thinking had been. Thinking back, she previously boasted that the mutant earthworms wouldn't be able to defend themselves even if they were damaged. Now, it seemed like they were simply too lazy to bother. Chu Si shook her head. She couldn't afford to offend them, she really couldn't. After the devastation wrought by that giant mutant earthworm, the cave suddenly felt much more spacious. She patted her butt and stood up, reaching out to hold onto the wall. With a slight bow of her head, she could walk freely within. This was one of the few benefits after the disaster. Chu Si trudged forward through the muddy ground, feeling far more arduous than yesterday. The mud was so high it reached her calves, and after only 2 steps, her shoes were sucked into it, saving her the trouble of reaching in to dig for energy stones. Sadly, this giant creature only looked impressive. Its production wasn't very substantial. So far, not only had she failed to find a single energy stone, she hadn't even touched a single piece of ore. It was completely disproportionate to its level of danger. Chu Si raised an eyebrow, feeling a little relieved. He couldn't help but grumble. It seems that Black Koi has taken leave again to treat his work injury. Perhaps it was because the last incident with the B-level special energy stone had exerted too much force, causing it to completely collapse. Tying her shoes around her waist, Chu Si hurried on, calculating the distance to go. Every 20 or 30 meters, she dug an escape tunnel into the cave wall. She didn't want to suffer the same loss as today. Next time, if the mutant earthworms chased her, she might not be as lucky as today. So, digging an escape tunnel was imperative. Once she had dug nearly everything, she boldly chased the mutant earthworm in the direction it had left. Logically, with the same momentum as before, as long as the mutant earthworm didn't stray, breaking through the tunnel in the high radiation area would be just around the corner. But just in case, she decided to go and see for herself. The road was smooth and broad, and Chu Si walked easily. This was much easier and faster than crawling along the ground. They hadn't walked far when the indicator on her watch slowly lit up. The indicator icon had 5 bars in total. Chu Si glanced down and saw that 2 bars were now lit, meeting the standard for a river signal. This meant they had passed the high-risk area, and the entire route was open. Chu Si said Jixien an OK emoji through her watch. The screen slowly loaded, but she paid no attention. Although there was still a way ahead, she wasn't planning to explore further today. Chu Si had more important things to do. She needed to collect more dried moss. The mutant spider's territory had suddenly expanded by over 100 meters, giving Chu Si a bad feeling. She decided to prepare more fish skin incendiary bombs, just in case. She had a feeling the journey ahead might be more difficult than they expected. Stopping along the way, Chu Si finally filled her backpack with a brimming bag of dried moss, which should be enough to make a lot of incendiary bombs. She was already halfway there when Jixien finally received the message Chu Si had sent her. Apparently, the road had been successfully cleared. He took the fish skin backpack and began to gather all the supplies. The fish meat was placed at the bottom, and there was still some leftover fish skin that he couldn't bear to throw away. He had previously estimated that the exit of the underground river was almost here, so it would be best to take as much of this harvest with him as possible. The intact fish skin would have many uses after they were out. It would be a waste to just leave it here. The topmost item, of course, was the fish skin incendiary bomb, which he needed to be readily available. With the materials he had on hand, he had made around 60 of them today. He couldn't make the incendiary bomb too small. If it couldn't burn through the spider silk, everything would be in vain. Not only would they lose resources, but they would also miss their chance to escape. It would be a waste. Ji Xian never took a losing trade. To the side were 2 small bags made of fish skin, filled with fine sand, useful for finding spider silk. When he had almost finished packing, Chu Xi returned with a large bag on his back. Ji Xian raised an eyebrow and glanced at it. He was so familiar with the bag's condition that he recognized its contents at a glance. Reluctantly, he pulled Chu Xi closer and said, "We already prepared a sufficient supply of fish skin incendiary bombs, about 60 in total. Any more would hinder our mobility." Chu Xi glanced down at the large bag Ji Xian had packed earlier. Seeing it so full, he felt reassured. "But? Where are those 2 pieces of edible fish meat?" Ji Xian pointed to the bottom of the bag. "They're at the very bottom." Chapter 457. Chu Xi shook his head and told Ji Xian directly about his discovery today. He wasn't overly worried about the mutant earthworms. Chu Xi had handled it well, discovering them in advance, so their chances of escape were still very high. He was very concerned about the mutant spiders' unprovoked expansion of their territory. It had expanded by 100 meters in a single day, a terrifying rate. At this rate, their incendiary bombs might not be enough. He reached for the backpack next to him and dumped everything out. It seemed some things were destined to be lost. Chu Xi watched in wonder. Wow, there were not only 2 large pieces of fish meat underneath, but also several intact pieces of fish skin. Seriously, carrying all this wouldn't affect their mobility? Ji Xian was feeling distressed, so Chu Xi didn't dare ask. Wasting food out of the question. Ji Xian cut the fish into strips, and then used ordinary crossbow arrows to impale them on the cave wall to dry. When it was nearly dry tomorrow morning, he cut it into smaller pieces, significantly reducing the space it took up in his backpack. The rest of the day was spent on another round of busy work. Luckily, the moss and fish skin were readily available, and the 2 of them, working together, were incredibly efficient. By 9 o'clock that evening, all the materials on hand had been used up. This time, they had crafted another 46 incendiary bombs. Now, their bag was truly overflowing. Chu Xi gnawed on a piece of dried meat as they leaned against each other to rest. Tonight, Ji Xian had gone to bed first, leaving Chu Xi only 3 hours for himself. There was no other way. Brother Xian had to be in top form tomorrow. They had to speed through the high radiation area. Although Ji Xian had some relief supplies, the damage from high radiation couldn't be underestimated. Mutated royal jelly and special energy stones were extremely precious items, so he naturally had to save as much as possible. Halfway through the night, Ji Xian suddenly woke up. Chu Xi looked down and saw that his eyes were bright, not at all like he just woken up. Chu Xi checked his watch. It was only a little before midnight, so he whispered, "Let's sleep a little longer." "It's still early." Ji Xian shook his head. He sat up, picked up his backpack from the ground, and reached out to pull Chu Xi over. "No, I thought about it. We can't wait any longer. This isn't going well. We need to leave quickly." Chu Xi, confused, quickly followed Ji Xian to collect the dried fish hanging outside and reload the crossbow bolts into the quiver. Ji Xian patted her head. "The area near us is relatively safe. If you get sleepy later, hold me and sleep for a while. I wake you when we're close to the bend." Chu Xi shook her head. She wasn't that sleepy yet, so she wouldn't drag Ji Xian down. The mutant spiders were already a major uncertainty. Who knew if the previously safe place would still be reliable? Ji Xian nodded and kissed her forehead. "Wait a little longer. I think we find the exit soon. Once we're out, I find you a place to rest." "Yeah," Chu Xi nodded. He swiftly picked up his backpack and slung it over Ji Xian's body. Unleashing his flying tiger claw, he and the 2 of them dashed out of the cave. The real journey finally began. But not long after, the 2 were forced to stop because they were blocked by a spider silk thread. Ji Xian pulled out an incendiary bomb from his pocket and directly severed the connection between them and the mutant spiders. Chu Xi also burned the other side. Although there was no damage, both of them looked very grim. "Where are we going now? We haven't even reached the bend yet. How did these mutant spiders get here? This speed is more than just 100 meters a day." Ji Xian didn't stop, throwing sand forward while swiftly moving his flying tiger claw to advance. This was a high radiation area, and he had no time to tangle with them. They dodged as many spider silks as possible, and if they couldn't, they would use incendiary bombs to clear them. Chu Xiai felt caught off guard by these mutant spiders. What's going on? Are these mutant spiders going crazy? Have they discovered this river is a prime location, and are coming in to seize territory? Ji Xian shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. After all, we walked quite a bit, and we barely spotted any mutant animals roaming above the river. They simply can't catch enough prey here. Then there's only one possibility. They're being hunted. Chapter 458. The two fought as they advanced. Even at their maximum speed, they were nearly entangled by two mutant spiders before entering the cave. From a distance, Ji Xian used his foot to gain momentum, kicking a mutant spider into the water. He and Chu Xiai quickly used the recoil to sprint into the cave. The cave entrance was not large, and Ji Xian's control was truly masterful. If she had been in charge, everyone would have likely been slammed against the wall by now. The spider behind them tried to catch up, but Brother Xian launched an incendiary bomb at it. While the bomb wasn't powerful, spiders naturally dislike fire. Even if it didn't harm it, it could still repel it to some extent. The cave entrance was already narrow, and the mutant spider's legs were blocking the way. Even if it tried to rush in, it couldn't. Furthermore, with the help of the incendiary bomb, it could only leave in disgrace. The two of them didn't dare rest, crawling forward without stopping. After 7 or 8 minutes, they finally reached the highway. With the addition of the large mutant earthworms, they were fortunate enough to have access to a high-end track with a ceiling height of over 1.5 meters. As Ji Xian continued to run, he took out a special energy stone to cushion the radiation damage. The muddy surface in the tunnel had slightly hardened, and after drying overnight, it had become much easier to walk on. At least there was no need to worry about shoes sinking. Chu Xiai, due to her height and light weight, could easily outrun Brother Xian in terms of speed. Leaving the dust in the dust, she even managed to scoop up 2 pieces of unfamiliar ore from the surface of the mud. Perhaps it was because they'd chosen the right time to leave today, but they hadn't encountered any unexpected incidents along the way. Chu Xiai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Her biggest worry had been getting stuck in the cave again by that giant mutant earthworm, unable to get up or down, a real hassle. Unexpectedly, today's section of the journey had turned out to be the easiest. After turning a few corners, they were about to reach the high radiation area. Suddenly, Chu Xiai almost stopped. At some point, a swarm of tiny spiders, each the size of a wash basin, pitch black, darted around, and piled up like a pyramid. Chu Xi's expression froze. She didn't dare move a muscle, slowly backing away, hoping not to disturb these little creatures. The original path was blocked, but that wasn't Chu Xi's biggest concern. After all, she opened so many escape hatches before. Now, if they could just dig through any one, they could lead directly via the river. But now, she discovered a new species. That's right, this group of mutant spiders wasn't even the same species as the previous ones. Thinking of those giants' recent escaping life, she hesitated to act rashly. Even though the spiders looked very weak, she didn't dare to provoke a single one. Thankfully, they didn't seem particularly interested in her. It seemed they preferred to stick together. If Chu Xiai, the intruder, could retreat on her own, no spider would bother her. Retreating to Ji Xian, she quietly pulled him up, and together they quickly retreated to a rear escape hatch. Chu Xiai shone the light of her watch outside. She gasped instantly. The riverbed was completely occupied by those black spiders. Even more shockingly, those in the cave were clearly newborns. The ones outside were the real force. Their size and large fangs were every bit as large as the mutant spiders we've seen before. Each one was as big as 1.5 of the previous ones. It was clear that this area had been completely taken over by these black spiders. No wonder the mutant spiders had migrated so far. Ji Xian reached out and grabbed a handful of sand and sprinkled it out through the observation port. The sand dispersed and fluttered back into the water. Strangely, there were no spider silk here. Ji Xian raised an eyebrow. These spiders' original habitat wasn't here, and they hadn't yet fully adapted to their new environment. That's why they could immediately see how many of these giants were swarming along the shore. Ji Xian glanced to his left. The spider density over there was already quite high, but now there wasn't even a single strand of spider silk. This was quite unusual. Chu Xiai blinked. She had seen the situation clearly. An opponent who didn't know their strength was indeed difficult to predict. She couldn't help but suggest, how about we attack from the path we just came from? There are young spiders there, so they'd definitely be easier to deal with than here. Ji Xian pondered for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. No, he couldn't gamble. Mutated spiders are usually cared for by adult mothers. There's very limited space in the cave. If there are multiple adult mothers inside, we'd be in a very vulnerable position. Chapter 459. Now that the matter had been decided, the two of them wasted no time, and quickly used their armor-piercing hammers to smash through the last remaining barrier of the escape hatch. Thanks to their quick action, as they had just evaded the cave with a flying tiger claw, no fewer than 3 mutant spiders had already leaped over to where they had been. Chusei let out a slow breath. Was it really that ferocious? But before they could even breathe, they were attacked. Fortunately, Brother Xian reacted quickly switching the flying tiger claw's position, and the two of them kept brushing past the mutant spiders intent on attacking them. Chusei drew his armor-piercing hammer, ready for action. Ji Xian quickly shifted positions. Seeing she was about to engage, his hands were tied, so he could only rub his chin against Chusei's head and warn her, "Don't attack proactively. Try to avoid them, otherwise it will affect our movement speed and predicted landing location." After observing them for a while, Ji Xian finally confirmed the identity of these mutant spiders. This was his first true glimpse into the power of jumping spiders. The bad news was that they were truly formidable. They didn't rely on silk to hunt. Their leaping ability and vision were excellent, allowing them to easily leap from one side of the river to the other. This way, attacking the two people hanging in the middle of the cave wall would be effortless. The rest of the journey was destined to be difficult. The good news wasn't all bad. This creature's good eyesight meant it must have been able to see light where it had lived before. If that meant the cave exit wasn't far away. He reminded Chusei, "Use bows and crossbows for long-range shooting. We should avoid any contact with them." Ji Xian gripped the rope tightly, ready to charge at full speed. Even after leaving the high-radiation zone, he didn't slow down at all. This was Chusei's first experience witnessing the endurance of a genetically modified human. They managed to keep such a large group of mutant spiders at bay, even with her as a burden the entire way. Finally, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. There was finally hope of escape. Chusei was thrilled. That glimmer of light instantly brightened her mood. It was magical. She discovered that no matter how good the underground river was, she still had a phototropism instinct. Humans, by nature, must live in sunlight. Ji Xian, however, was not so relieved. He noticed that almost all the jumping beasts here had withdrawn. He didn't know if there were any other dangers here, but with the cave entrance right before his eyes, he wouldn't retreat. Even if it meant risking everything, they had to rush out. As they approached, they discovered that the exit of the underground river was buried deep beneath the surface. Faint sunlight, refracted by the current, filtered faintly into the cave. Even without a flashlight, Chusei could see a dense school of swift-swimming piranhas below. Before he could even sigh, a mutant giant salamander thrust its claws out. Then the piranhas scattered, only to regroup again shortly thereafter. Chusei looked up at Ji Xian. What should we do? Even if they escaped the piranhas here, they would still face being devoured by the mutant giant salamanders once they emerged. At this point, the situation looked daunting, but Ji Xian remained calm. They weren't just two people, but a team. Ji Xian picked up his watch and sent a message to team leader Zhang Haochen, detailing the situation and including their coordinates. The signal transmission was slow, and he patted Chusei's back reassuringly. They should have left the area, but it's not a big deal. We can wait. This was a good spot for them. There were no jumping beat attacks, and they had food and water. Just hanging there all the time wasn't a problem, so the two of them returned to their work of setting up a nest. One team should have left, but once they received the message, they would definitely send someone else to help them out. Half a morning had passed before Ji Xian's watch finally received an okay response. About 20 minutes later, he received a voice message from a stranger. It turned out that their rescuers had arrived. After a negotiation, a torpedo exploded in the water. Ji Xian immediately jumped into the water with Chusei, then cast a large net, and they were immediately pulled out. Chusei couldn't help but burst into tears. Finally, they saw the light of day. Chapter 460. The rescuers were from the 2nd Echelon Engineering Department, staying to build a temporary camp. The base had categorized the induction of giant salamander mutations as a long-term project. The distance involved made daily transportation impossible, so they planned to set up a small temporary base for people to rest during the journey. After such a long period of wild man life, Chusei and Ji Xian could finally ride in a car again. Alas, before they could enjoy it for a moment, they arrived at their destination. Chusei had just taken a nap when he had to get out of the car. The leader, Su Jiang, asked Ji Xian, "The first team's mission is complete. Do you want to stay with us for 2 days and return, Or leave directly with the truck tomorrow? Chu Xiai, still a little dazed, suddenly regained consciousness. She glanced at Ji Xian. After being out for so long, she naturally wanted to go home. When they left, the house had just been demolished. Several days had passed, and the three-story structure should have been erected by now. She wanted to watch their home gradually become complete. Ji Xian smiled, pushing back Chu Xi's sleepy hair. Then, turning to Su Jiang, he replied, "There's some stuff going on at home. Let's leave with the truck tomorrow." Su Jiang nodded in understanding. He, of course, wouldn't want to stay in this shabby place for long. After confirming everything and having tents set up for the two of them, they left. Ji Xian carried the tent and led Chu Xiai around the camp to look for a suitable place to set up camp. Most of the places were occupied now, with tents of all sizes scattered here and there. Everyone was probably busy with their own things, so the place was completely empty. Chu Xiai couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Judging by the number of tents, the second group had quite a few people. She couldn't help but wonder, I see this camp isn't very big. The new facilities around it are just a simple wall with a layer of repellent powder sprinkled around the outer edge. They can't possibly need that many people, right? Compared to them, this second group was really generous with their personnel. Ji Xian shook his head, pointing to a small tent nearby. These weren't distributed by base. Once we set up the tents, you see they're all directly from base, and they all have their own unique logos. Chu Xiai took a closer look. Sure enough, some of the tents were of a standard design, while the majority were a disorganized mess. Ji Xian guessed, perhaps ordinary people have already started migrating here. Ji Xian's guess was correct. To most people, luring out the mutant salamanders was a free bonus from the base. While the route to the newly opened area was dangerous, the guards had been following the instructions. What was there to fear? As for luring out the mutant salamanders, while it might sound dangerous, it wasn't. The two were completely incompatible. They simply had to keep luring the salamanders out with meat. Their only task was to refill the bait when it ran out. Besides the difficult journey, it had been years since such a good opportunity had occurred. So everyone who arrived had been given temporary accommodations. The base later assigned some new personnel, and now the area was nearly overcrowded. To deplete this redundant combat power, the underground river's blast holes had been increased to 5. Now, everyone was out fishing. The two of them were casually strolling around the camp, and unexpectedly ran into someone they knew. A girl bent down and walked out of a tent. Chu Xi's eyes lit up, and she shouted, "Wan Wan, Qin Wan Wan." This person, besides Ji Xian, was practically her best friend. Chu Xiai was delighted, especially since they had previously accomplished some great things together. Leaving Ji Xian behind, she scurried off. Ji Xian, Watching the figure disappear without even a glance back, Ji Xian could only nod to Qin Wan Wan from a distance before leaving, carrying his large bag. He still had to find a place to set up the tent. It would be almost 4 in the afternoon, and the people who had been out should be returning one after another. With so many people coming and going, it would surely be even more difficult to set up the tent. Glancing at the two people in the distance, who were already happily reminiscing, Ji Xian found a relatively flat spot nearby, unpacked her tent and backpack, and reassembled it herself. Her good teammates were already having a blast playing. Chapter 461. What? You're married. Chu Xiai was immediately furious. Qin Wanwan seemed even younger than her, wasn't she? Wanwan smiled shyly, lowering her head awkwardly. You know that guy too. It's Zhang Yu from the Thunderfire squad. Chu Xiai frowned and thought for a moment. He sounded vaguely familiar, but she couldn't place him. Zhang Yu, the Thunderfire squad? She suddenly remembered. Isn't that the team that took us there when we went cotton picking? Qin Wanwan blushed and nodded. We were already talking about it. Brother Zhang Yu would sometimes stay with me. This completely brought back memories for Chu Xiai. Later, they were attacked by mutant wild boars, leaving her running around, while Qin Wanwan had a protector. She was already pretty, and now, with her shyness, she looked even more charming. Chu Xiai remembered that young man. He looked shrewd, but at least he knew how to love his wife. The two stood outside and chatted for a while before Qin Wanwan suddenly pulled her toward the tent. She pulled a red cake from her backpack and handed it to Chu Xiai. Here, wedding cake. Chu Xi's hand paused, hesitant to take it. She knew how precious food was in the Wasteland. Ji Xian had previously told her that even weddings here weren't exactly a thing, with a grand banquet. Typically, the closest relatives of two families would gather for a meal. With the exception of unmarried siblings, everyone else would bring 2 items of food, no matter how much, to at least cover their own meals. This wedding cake was specially prepared for these relatives. As for Chu Si, while they had a good relationship, they were just ordinary friends, far from being worthy of wedding cakes. Qin Wanwan grabbed her hand. Take it. When you get married, don't forget to save one for me. She winked at Chu Si. Who was that man standing next to you just now? He's so handsome. Are you two dating? Chu Si nodded happily. I invite you over for dinner when we get married. No, she remembered then. Aren't you 21? Can you level up? Qin Wanwan blushed. I'm already 20. I was thinking of waiting a little longer, right? She said, gently placing her right hand on her belly. Chu Si, shock. She took a deep breath. She was already leveling up at 20? She couldn't accept it. This was a wasteland. She couldn't even get enough to eat, and the environment was so harsh. Getting pregnant so early wasn't a good idea. Qin Wanwan felt a little embarrassed and annoyed by her stare, and she muttered a laugh and scolded, What are you looking at? If I weren't pregnant, could I stay in the camp and relax? By the way, when are you planning to get married? Chu Si scratched his head. Brother Xian said the woman must be at least 21 years old, and I still have more than a year. Qin Wanwan nodded, then, somewhat worriedly, warned, He's so good-looking, are there any flirts out there? Hearing this description, Chu Si couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, there aren't any. If there are, they'd be dead. Qin Wanwan smiled and nodded, covering her mouth. That's good, but you still have to be careful. This guy is really popular. You have to keep a close eye on him, and don't trust him with anything like good friends, okay? She spoke from the bottom of her heart. Although Zhang Yu wasn't particularly good-looking, he was a member of the Thunderfire squad, making him quite popular in the shantytown. She knew exactly how many admirers she had attracted. Chu Si's husband was so flamboyant, his romantic debts were likely even greater than theirs. By the way, don't you have a brother with poor health? How does he treat him? Qin Wanwan knew that Chu Si had only one relative, and they had always depended on each other. Her attitude towards Chu Si's family was a good indicator of his sincerity. Chu Si's expression paused, and Qin Wanwan felt anxious. She hoped she had guessed right, and that the man was just playing around. Just as she was about to launch into a long speech, Chu Si interrupted her, That's my brother. Isn't that recycling? Qin Wanwan, She felt her brain was running out. After a moment's pause, she hesitantly asked, Not kissed, right? Chu Si couldn't help but laugh. Of course not. Look at how good we look. Do you think we could have the same parents? Ignoring her complaints, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Thinking about it later, Qin Wanwan couldn't help but give Chu Si a thumbs up. You found yourself a husband to support you. Chu Si nodded. Of course. We've been hardworking since we were young, doing things ourselves, and we had enough to eat and wear. She gave a helpless smile. Okay, she glanced at her watch. It was 4:15. Everyone had to be home soon. Qin Wanwan quickly shoved the wedding cake into Chu Si's hands. My boyfriend and my parents-in-law will be home soon. How about we find time to talk tomorrow? Chu Si nodded immediately and accepted the wedding cake, thinking she'd go back and get some meat strips later. Just as they left the tent, a group of 5 people approached. Recalling what she'd just seen, Chu Si immediately recognized Zhang Yu. She smiled, nodded, and greeted them, then turned to leave. But before she'd taken 2 steps, one of the girls, about 14 or 15, lunged at her and reached out to grab her wrist. Chu Si dodged, and the girl fell to the ground. Chu Si was still a little stunned, as the person on the ground pointed at her and cursed, She's a dirty trick. She stole our wedding cake. Qin Wanwan's face darkened, and she quickly stepped in front of Chu Si. Xiao Yi, I gave her that wedding cake. Don't talk nonsense. What a shock. What followed was a miniature version of a palace intrigue drama. 6 people, divided into 3 factions, all for one wedding cake. It seemed as if her parents-in-law and Zhang Yu were all supporting Qin Wanwan, but their underlying message was that she shouldn't waste food. Her sister-in-law lay on the ground, hurling uncontrolled curses, while her 2 brothers-in-law stood by and watched. Chu Si was overwhelmed with emotions. Qin Wanwan's shy and happy expression just now was still vivid in her mind, yet now she was being betrayed by her family. She held the wedding cake in her hands, feeling neither able to return it nor accept it. She couldn't even hit anyone, which was a bit frustrating. Seeing Xiao Yi about to charge forward, a man's strong arm blocked her path. Ji Xian held a piece of dried fish, about the size of a palm and 2 fingers thick, and handed it directly to Qin Wanwan. Congratulations, congratulations. Chu Si immediately stood beside Ji Xian and said, Wanwan, congratulations. I wish you a son soon and all the best. Qin Wanwan accepted the gift with a forced smile. After a few more pleasantries, Ji Xian led Chu Xi away, leaving the mess behind. Chapter 462. On the way back, Chu Xi clutched the wedding cake, feeling rather gloomy. Ji Xian pulled her aside, smoothed her hair, and asked with a somewhat cold tone, "What's wrong? Are you still feeling unsatisfied and want to go back and give them a beating?" "It's not impossible," Ji Xian raised an eyebrow. That family had tried to attack Chu Xi several times, and he naturally seen it all. When it came to Chu Xi's friends, he hadn't taken any drastic measures. But Chu Xi was different. He supported whatever she wanted to do. Chu Xi was genuinely interested in this suggestion, but ultimately, she could only shake her head sadly. "Forget it, not today. My limited martial arts skills couldn't hurt me anyway. Besides, Wanwan just got married, and if I were to cripple her sister-in-law over this, it would be a bit excessive." Ji Xian, this powerful ability to control oneself. After a moment's thought, he stiffly replied, "At most, he'd be put in a sack. This isn't a capital offense." Chu Xi nodded dejectedly, her mood still lingering. She sighed softly, took a bite of the wedding cake, chewed it twice. And chewed it twice more. Then, her face contorted in disbelief. Chu Xi stared at the remaining half of the cake in disbelief. What a bummer. It was just a dyed potato slice, a finger thick, but the skin had been toasted, so it felt a bit doughy in the hand. Thinking of the piece of jerky they'd given away, Chu Xi's heart bled. She turned to look at Ji Xian, her lips trembling and her eyes fragile. "From now on, I no longer believe in love." Ji Xian's face twisted. Was this rising too high too fast? He felt a little overwhelmed. After a long pause, he tried to offer comfort. "Not all marriages are like theirs. You're not Qin Wanwan, and I'm not that monkey spirit. When it comes to matters of the heart, you have to see with your own eyes. I'm willing to give you everything I have." Just like the house, it was now registered under Chu Xi's name. Ji Xian was a very rational person, but ever since Chu Xi took him out of the nursing home, she was destined to be that special existence. The initial feelings had slowly deteriorated, and now he had become even more greedy. He wanted not only all the fearless sacrifice, but also every meticulous reward. From the moment she stood by the hospital bed, a web had bound the two of them, and from then on, it would only tighten, from name to reality, from life to death. The sudden burst of affection caught Chu Xi off guard, but all she could think of was monkey spirit. Brother Xian's description was spot on. No wonder it felt so familiar. Seeing Brother Xian still looking at her intently, Chu Xi felt like saying something, but being too exaggerated didn't seem right. Her mind raced, and after a while, she managed a sentence, "Yes, you're a sight to behold." Ji Xian felt a little frustrated. She felt like her sincerity had gone to waste. Seeing Brother Xian's face darken, Chu Xi immediately realized she guessed wrong. She quickly retorted, "Don't worry. Even if you're no longer a sight to behold, you always be my brother." "Great." Now Brother Xian's face was completely dark. He turned around and strode briskly towards the tent he had pitched. Chu Xi quickly slapped his lips and trotted after Ji Xian, explaining, "No, I just spoke too quickly. No matter what the future holds, you will always be my beloved husband." Unfortunately, his steps didn't even pause, as Ji Xian's anger was still flaring. This wasn't just a quick talk. This was too quick to conceal. Chu Xi didn't understand. He had been the one being comforted just now, so why had the situation taken such a dreadful turn? The two of them entered the tent, and Chu Xi crouched beside him, coaxing him for a long time, but Ji Xian still refused to calm down. Chu Xi couldn't help but wail inwardly. It wasn't working, it was simply impossible. What was he supposed to do? They had dinner together, and then Ji Xian laid down in his clothes. Chu Xi reached out and poked his waist. "You can't sleep without me holding you." Ji Xian didn't turn around, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Chu Xi continued to poke. "I know I was wrong. No matter what, you're the most important person to me." Ji Xian still didn't react. Chu Xi rolled his eyes. With no other choice, he continued to poke and coax. "Okay, don't be angry. I haven't kissed you goodnight for days, and I haven't even contacted you." Ji Xian, It's not that he couldn't contact her, but the situation was critical before, and he had to make sure she had enough energy. By this point, Ji Xian's anger had almost dissipated. After all, even if they argued, they would always be just Ji Xian and Chu Xi. Chapter 463. Ji Xian then lay on his side, waiting for Chu Xi's next sweet attack. But where was she? There was no movement, and Ji Xian couldn't help but turn around to take a look. Goodness, sleeping with her arms and legs spread out. Is this what she meant by not being able to sleep without someone holding her? Ji Xian stared at her for a long time, but Chu Xi was completely oblivious, still sound asleep. He had no choice but to give in and take Chu Xi in his arms. But just moments into their sleep, they heard the sound of someone running. Chu Xi jumped up immediately. Could something be wrong with their makeshift base? Ji Xian immediately put his coat on her, then quickly opened one side of the tent. The camp was dark, with only the backs of a few figures hunched over as they passed by. A few patrols were nearby, but it didn't look like anything serious was happening. Chu Xi wondered, what's going on? Temporary bases have their own rules, like no heating food, no lights at night, and no loud noises. Of course, wandering around at night is forbidden. So what's going on with this group of people? Evaluating their route, Ji Xian coughed softly. They're probably going to the restroom. Chu Xi, Judging by their haste, they must be in a hurry. She looked up. Outside, it was a quiet night, the sky ablaze with stars. Suddenly, she felt like taking a stroll. After Chu Xi told Ji Xian her idea, he fell silent for a moment. There was no way around it, so the two of them ended up on a sightseeing trip that ended at the public restroom. With so many night watchmen outside, they naturally had to put on a full show. But hearing the noise inside, Chu Xi regretted it a little. Finally, she had no choice but to accept it. Whoosh in, and then whoosh out again. Chu Xi immediately retreated. Why were Qin Wanwan and her sister-in-law inside? They were both vomiting profusely. Chu Xi immediately went over and helped Qin Wanwan up. She anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" In the moonlight, he could see her face was pale. Startled, Chu Xi hurriedly helped her out. Qin Wanwan blinked at him. Chu Xi was puzzled, but he still helped her out. After emerging, Qin Wanwan looked noticeably better. She whispered to Chu Xi, "I'm fine, don't worry. It's just morning sickness." Chu Xi, She's having morning sickness, but what about her sister-in-law? Qin Wanwan's lips curled up slightly. Not far away, someone emerged from the men's restroom. Chu Xi looked over, and saw it was Qin Wanwan's spirited husband. He shuffled over to Qin Wanwan, nodded to Chu Xi, and then reached out to lightly support his wife. Concerned, he asked, "How are you? Are you feeling any discomfort?" Wanwan leaned weakly against him. "I'm fine. I just feel sick to my stomach. I feel weak all over. It's just that I was vomiting quite a bit in there." Before she could finish, Zhang Yu angrily erupted. He interrupted her suddenly. "Don't even mention that damn girl. She dares to cook anything for everyone. Besides, you're pregnant now. What if something really happens? After this, Mom and Dad will definitely skin her alive." As he spoke, he looked up and saw 3 more people hurriedly approaching from a distance. He hurriedly helped his wife sit on a large rock nearby and walked quickly towards the 3 people. Before leaving, he instructed Qin Wanwan, "Rest here for a while. Dad and Mom are still behind, and my second brother can't take care of them alone. I go get them." After they had gone far away, Chu Xi turned to look at Wanwan in a daze. She pointed at the people nearby. Qin Wanwan nodded, then raised her hand to her lips and made a hushed gesture. Chu Xi nodded stiffly, then remembered to give her a thumbs up after a moment. Awesome, she thought. Now she felt much better. It seemed the Zhang Yu family would have great luck in the future. Chu Xi couldn't help but smile. Haha, this trip to the toilet hadn't been in vain. Chapter 464. Unsatisfied with watching the show from the toilet, Chu Xi sent Ji Xian away and, acting as a helpful citizen, supported Qin Wanwan all the way back to base camp. Unfortunately, adhering to the principle of keeping dirty laundry private, Zhang Yu's family never got to the point of quarreling. Chu Xi, feeling rather sorry, could only dejectedly prepare to return home. And then, Qin Wanwan fainted. It can only be said that the timing was perfectly timed. The Zhang family immediately fell into chaos, and coupled with a few sarcastic remarks from his sister-in-law, Zhang Yu immediately lost his temper and slapped her in the face. The world suddenly fell silent. Zhang Yu was the pillar of the family. Honestly, he had more say than his parents. Zhang Xiaomei was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into tears. She didn't dare make a loud noise, but even so, it alerted the night patrol. There was no need to complain about the late-night noise. Zhang Xiaomei was immediately ordered to be deported. "If you make any more noise, your entire family will be sent back tomorrow." With the patrol's words, Chu Xi's theater-watching adventure was forced to end early. When she emerged from Qin Wanwan's tent, she felt a little regretful, a sense of wanting more. But today's drama hadn't been in vain. The twists and turns between the family members had her blood boiling. Her brain must have been full of it. Chu Si stayed there for a while, feeling like she just watched a 40-minute TV series. The door to a new world had suddenly opened. She felt like she was outsmarting someone. When Chu Si returned to their own tent, Ji Xian had already slumped into his sleeping bag. He made way for her, and Chu Si took off her coat and slipped in. She lay in Ji Xian's arms, chattering away all that had happened tonight. Finally, clinging to his arm, she reluctantly offered him, "How about we leave in 2 days? I want to learn some martial arts." Ji Xian's heart rang with alarm. Learning martial arts? Chu Si now understood the importance of verbal embellishment. It seemed like today's lesson had paid off. Sadly, her wish was destined to fail. Was Ji Xian asking for trouble by sending Sister Chu to a palace fighting training class? There were only the two of them at home. By then, Chu Si would have mastered all sorts of skills, and wouldn't he be able to practice on him? The thought was overwhelming. Ji Xian coughed lightly and coaxed Chu Si. "According to the date, the house should be almost finished. Don't you want to go back and take a look?" Chu Si hesitated. Of course she wanted to see it, but the house wouldn't be finished in the next 2 days. A few more days would be perfectly acceptable. Seeing she was still hesitant, Brother Xian continued his trap. "Those mutant plants of ours are still being stored at the patrol office. Don't you want to take them back as soon as possible?" Chu Si, yes. She was afraid the people at the patrol office would destroy her precious crops. "Ji Xian, it's been so many days, and we don't even know what's become of your mutant snakes. Don't you want to go home and check it out? And your electric bike? I want to go back and fix it for you soon." Before Ji Xian could finish, Chu Si nodded and said, "Go back. Go back, go back." When Chu Si heard about the electric bike, she immediately gave in. After buying the house, her biggest obsession was having a car, even if it was just a 2-wheeled electric bike. "That's fine, no problem." Seeing the deal finally come to fruition, Ji Xian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No, it seemed he'd have to keep an eye on her from now on. Chu Si was really ruthless, and would learn anything, especially something like this that harmed others and benefited himself. He had to keep a close eye on her. Chu Si was quite carefree. After the matter was settled, she immediately dozed off to prepare for the return trip the next day. She leaned into Ji Xian's arms, and slept soundly and comfortably. Xian looked down, his lips curling up slightly. Forget it. With her personality, what kind of twists and turns could possibly enter her mind? He leaned over and embraced her, resting his chin on her forehead. His eyes gradually narrowed, and the fatigue of the past few days finally eased a little. Chapter 465. The next day, the delivery vehicles arrived earlier than Chu Si had expected. Before 9 o'clock, 3 large trucks arrived at their camp. Before they could see what they were transporting, a large group of people scurried out of the truck beds. They all carried their own simple luggage, clearly planning to stay for a while. After the crowd dispersed, the guards began to move in the supplies, mostly quick-drying cement. After that was finished, the food supplies arrived at the end. There were baskets of potatoes, juicy dried meat packed directly into sacks, and at the bottom, a row of boxes of nutritional supplements. The supplies were so abundant that Chu Si couldn't help but swallow. It gave her the illusion of a bountiful harvest. Many people stood by, their eyes fixed on the sight, but no matter how rare it was of no use. They were the guards. They had the will, but not the nerve. After a while, the crowd dispersed. Instead of that, they might as well go lure some mutant giant salamanders. Successfully catching one would earn 5 points. Some people, with their fresh bait, could easily earn 30 points in a day. Some, I heard, had earned 65 points in a single day. By comparison, this was truly incredible wealth. This statement was no exaggeration. Take Ji Xian's work as a parts polisher, for example. Normally, he only earned 2 or 3 points a day. During mining, many people couldn't even earn 3 points in a day. So, 65 points was indeed something to make many people jealous. It's precisely because of this news that large numbers of people follow the transport convoys daily to pan for gold. Of course, the vehicles don't carry passengers for free. Their primary function is to transport goods. If there's a gap, they squeeze in a few people, and the fare per person is 6 points. While the price isn't cheap, luring 2 mutant giant salamanders will pay for itself. Furthermore, there's a temporary base here, so as long as you bring enough supplies, you can stay as long as you want. This business is almost a guaranteed win. Furthermore, I heard that the ticket price will drop further after the road is fully repaired, but no one wants to wait even longer. The sooner you go, the more mutant giant salamanders you find, and the easier it will be to fish. Those points are all points. Of course, as people come, others leave, but the number of people leaving is far smaller than the number of people coming. Aside from a handful of people who were sent back for violating the temporary base's rules, most others left because they ran out of supplies and could no longer hold on. This meant that many of the Lone Ranger's positions were taken by others, and the next time they returned, they would have to find accommodations in those marginal locations. Thankfully, everyone has learned their lesson now, like Shin Wanwan's family, working together in groups. This way, they only need to send people back regularly to resupply supplies. The task of transporting supplies was urgent, so the truck didn't stay there for long. As soon as the supplies were unloaded, people began to pay and board. Chu Xi had assumed that she and Ji Xian would also have to pay for tickets, but unexpectedly, the second group of people were very helpful. Not only did they confiscate their tickets, they also moved them to the front driver's seat. Chu Xi's heart was filled with joy. The two of them had saved 12 points in a flash. The base was truly generous. She could finally experience the treatment her brothers received. The truck sped along, taking a slightly different route than they had come. The trees along the way had been leveled, and the roadside had been sprinkled with animal repellent powder. Compared to the previous trip, it felt infinitely easier. They still took a long detour to get to the river. The cableway and bridge were being built simultaneously, but unfortunately, they weren't operational yet. Otherwise, they could have saved at least 2 hours. The entire journey took 6.5 hours, so the 6 points seemed justifiable. In the distance, the base's main gate finally came into view. Chu Xi sat up straight, unable to conceal her excitement. She calculated carefully, and it seemed like they would only be out on their mission for a few days. But after all that had happened, she felt a surge of longing. The truck was in a hurry to load, and everyone got off at the west gate. After thanking the driver, the two of them stepped out of the cab. Having arrived here, the first thing they did was to check on the progress of their new house. Their house wasn't far from the west gate, so they arrived in no time. From a distance, Chu Xi could see the 3-story building. The frame had been erected, even the glass had been installed. The windows were open, presumably for ventilation. Several security cameras were set up nearby, presumably to prevent vandalism. After swiping through the security card, the two of them walked into the house. Unfortunately, it was still mostly frame work. The basement was open, and the flooring above hadn't been laid yet. The whitewash had been scraped off the walls, but the stairs were rough and hadn't been installed yet. Ji Xian looked around and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, the main stuff is done. I have them work overtime tomorrow, and we can move back in the day after tomorrow. Chu Xi, She looked up at the empty shell before her, feeling a bit unbelievable. Am I being too surprised? Just 2 days of work. Chapter 466. After viewing the house, the two prepared to report to the inspection office. Because the size of the courtyard hadn't been determined, the wall had been delayed in repair. Now that they were finally back, no matter how the mission was completed, there should be a fixed number of square meters to be awarded. Chu Xi, somewhat worried, anxiously asked, "We didn't complete the final phase of the mission. How much will be deducted from the mission reward?" Ji Xian shook his head. It's hard to say. It all depends on the inspection office's judgment. If it's less, they could deduct 1 or 2 square meters, or even 3 or 4 square meters. In fact, Ji Xian didn't mention that if the inspection office wasn't respectable, it wasn't impossible for them to directly deduct more than half of the reward. Chu Xi clutched her chest in pain. Even 1 or 2 square meters was cutting into her flesh. Should the inspection office be respectful? If they dared to deduct 3 or 4 bottles from her, they would sell her fake medicine, no. Fake poison. They would mix it up, selling it good today, fake tomorrow, rotating it to ensure he couldn't defend himself. Ji Xian remained quite calm. Regardless, he'd go over and take a look first. If all else failed, he still had a mouth under his nose. He could argue when the chips were down. Unexpectedly, the old man was very easy to talk to. His expression even had a hint of embarrassment. What was he embarrassed about? Chu Xi suddenly had a bad feeling. The only thing he could possibly get through to the inspection office was the mutant short-tailed viper and those few dishes, right? Chu Xi's heart sank, and he asked directly, "Director, did you kill the mutant snake for me?" The old man quickly shook his head. How could that be possible? Something so important. Even if I didn't eat it, I have to take care of it. Hearing that the mutant snake was fine, Chu Xi finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the mutant snake was fine, losing a few vegetables didn't matter. They were already rented to them. As it turned out, she'd been too reassured. Chu Si had expected the mutant vegetables to have problems, but she hadn't expected them to be so serious. Not a single mutant sweet potato survived, they all rotted and died. What a pity for the seedlings she just planted. The situation fell into an awkward moment, and the old man coughed lightly and suggested something. It just so happens that you haven't completed your mission yet. Now, I have two options. First, the matter of the mutated sweet potatoes will be written off, and the mission reward will be paid out normally. Second, our inspection office will compensate you for the vegetables based on the market price, and correspondingly, 1 square meter of land will be deducted from your mission reward. The two exchanged glances. What was there to choose? How could a few pots of vegetables compare to a square meter? Chu Si was grinning foolishly, but Ji Xian unconsciously narrowed his eyes. Just as Chu Si had said, how could a few pots of vegetables compare to a square meter? So, when something is out of the ordinary, it must be something wrong. He sat there quietly, waiting for the old fox to make his next move. He had never expected that there was something wrong with the family assets they had stored in the warehouse. Chu Si jumped to his feet in shock. What did they mean by there was something wrong with the family assets? Ji Xian had been mentally prepared, so he was naturally a bit calmer than Chu Si, but his expression was no better. There were some very important items inside. Ji Xian asked directly, "Director, what did you just say? Was our warehouse robbed?" The old man was a little embarrassed and didn't respond directly. You know, you were in such a hurry to leave that the supplies weren't even put into storage. We allocated a small warehouse for your use. A few days ago, someone from my office went to collect the supplies and said they thought they saw someone coming out of your warehouse, carrying a bulging package. It's just that they were too far away to see who it was, and as for whether anything was stolen or how much, we have no idea. Ji Xian's voice fell. What about the surveillance? Every warehouse in the base is equipped with surveillance. Even though he asked this, he had already given up hope. Sure enough, the director sighed helplessly and continued, the surveillance is broken, and we can't check it. To be honest, the old man himself was also very annoyed. He had already promised that Chu Si and Ji Xian would store the supplies there, and now this had happened. It was like a slap in his face. He was also fuming. If he found the chance, he skinned this idiot to death. Hearing the surveillance was broken, Chu Si couldn't help but get anxious. The supplies haven't been put into storage, and the surveillance is broken again. Isn't this forcing us to swallow this loss in silence? The old man was speechless. There was nothing he could do. They were truly in the wrong. At most, he could make some personal compensation, but this loss was still a loss in silence. Not only Chu Si and Ji Xian would have to swallow it, he would have to swallow it too. Who told them? They had no evidence. The old man sighed helplessly and leaned back in his chair. If that doesn't work, you can take the supplies out first, then go home and count them. Report the number of missing items to me, and I compensate you accordingly. But Ji Xian flatly refused. Just pretend you don't know about this. Chu Si and I will go over and claim the supplies shortly. As for evidence, it's not impossible. I submit a report then. Please proceed with the review. Chapter 467. After leaving the inspection office, Chu Si was still apprehensive. She wondered why Brother Xian had been so confident just now. Suddenly, her steps paused, a hope rising within her. Could it be that our own surveillance equipment is still functioning? Ji Xian coughed softly. He wondered that, too, but alas, the answer was no. The warehouse had no electrical connections. Their only surveillance device had a backup battery, but since renting the apartment, they hadn't recharged it. Within 2 days of being in the warehouse, its battery had completely depleted. Ji Xian had just reviewed the footage it had recorded. Everything was normal. Nothing suspicious at all. Chu Si didn't let his disappointment last long. Ji Xian laid his cards on the table. I was afraid of this happening, so after the items were put into storage, I filmed inventory videos of a few important items in the warehouse. Unfortunately, time was tight, so I only filmed a few. Hearing him say this, Chu Si expressed some concern. What if someone else didn't steal those items? Ji Xian shook his head, absolutely certain of this. No, even a thief would take a risk by making this trip. They only pick items that didn't take up space and were valuable. Chu Si took a deep breath, feeling a mixture of emotions. He hoped the thief hadn't touched their valuables, but also hoped he leave some evidence. Without on-site video evidence, all they had to look at was this comparative data. To put on a complete show, Ji Xian even rented an electric tricycle. In reality, this was purely for display. Taking all the stuff out of the warehouse today would be a disaster. As they were almost there, he instructed Chu Si. For a moment, Don't worry about anything. Once we have the keys, stand outside the warehouse and activate the video recording. The footage must include the entire warehouse entrance and the interior. Make sure no one obstructs your camera. Chu Xiai nodded. Ji Xian implied that he wanted to conduct an on-site inventory. Thinking about it, the warehouse's surveillance cameras were broken, so the items couldn't leave the warehouse. Otherwise, there would be no explanation. After confirming Chu Xi's understanding, Ji Xian drove in. They parked in the courtyard and then headed to the warehouse manager's office. In the room, 4 people worked, each at a small desk separated by a partition. Ji Xian went straight to the one at the edge and said, "Hello, I'm going to get some supplies from warehouse 709. The girl's hand, holding the cup, trembled slightly. Ji Xian raised an eyebrow. It seemed that this thief might not be just one, but perhaps a whole group. At the very least, the person in front of him definitely knew about it. The girl coughed lightly, stood up, and knocked on the glass next to her. "Brother Wang, the people from 709 are here." Chu Xiai turned his head to look to the side. This middle-aged man named Wang was definitely not someone to be approached with. His identity was unknown, but he was putting on a very arrogant attitude. Brother Wang, a cigarette dangling from his lips, didn't even look up from his lips. He pulled a key from a drawer and tossed it onto the table. He pointed at the table, motioning Ji Xian to take it. Brother Xian said nothing more. He walked over, bent down, and picked up the key. Then, the old, smoking voice finally spoke. He shouted directly to the guard outside, "Xiao Wu, warehouse 709 is clearing out. Watch them move everything out." Then he turned to Ji Xian and said, "Hurry up. We've been occupying it for so many days. Do we still need it?" Chu Xiai clenched her fists. Ji Xian grabbed them and pulled her out. Sister Chu felt furious. Damn, what's with this guy? Perhaps because she made such a loud noise, the people inside sneered. Don't you think about it? We're not afraid of the people from the inspection office, so why would we care about these mercenaries, who only know how to use their strength? Chu Xiai glanced back in disbelief. Her anger hadn't reached her peak, but she was just a little curious. Is this guy okay? In the Wasteland, anyone who could say that was a talent. Ji Xian remained silent, but his summary was spot on. It's just a sense of superiority from being a parasite. He muttered to himself, Wang ***. This time, Wang *** would definitely be on the list of suspects. Unless he had no prior criminal record, he would be punished with death or at least a skinning. Chapter 468. Xiao Wu followed the two men, following closely, intent on escorting the prisoner. As soon as they arrived at warehouse 709, he yelled at them to move the supplies quickly. Of course, he wasn't usually so tactless, but what a scene had Chu Xiai and Ji Xian made when they first came to put the supplies away. Everyone at the warehouse naturally knew that the two had offended their boss over the mutant snake incident. So now, they were all vulnerable targets in everyone's eyes. Ji Xian opened the door, and Chu Xiai, as planned, began recording the video outside. He also took the opportunity to take a photo of the chattering Uncle Wu. Seeing that Ji Xian didn't rush to move the supplies, but instead started counting them in the warehouse, he immediately became anxious. Clearly, this wasn't Xiao Wu's first time doing this, so he naturally understood why Brother Wang had asked him to follow. He immediately wanted to rush over to stop them, but Ji Xian wasn't in a hurry at all. He pointed at the door. If you go through this door, and something's lost here, you definitely become a suspect. Xiao Wu's movements faltered at the door. If Brother Wang knew he messed up things here, he'd definitely not bring him along if there were any benefits. But Xiao Wu was actually extremely reluctant to let him in to stop them. Who knew what these two people had lost? He could only get a small amount of money at best. There was no need to risk his life for others. So, he could only keep threatening them outside the door, saying they were taking up public notice resources and being shameless. But this had no effect on Ji Xian at all. The more furious he got, the more confident Ji Xian became. He might even catch a big fish this time. Or maybe, they could just call the internet. Ji Xian calculated carefully, then, his eyes narrowed, and he picked up his watch to call the police. Xiao Wu was anxious. What are you doing? We're the warehouse management agency affiliated with the base. Didn't you know? Ji Xian nodded. Of course he knew. Xiao Wu took a deep breath. No, the warehouse's surveillance cameras were broken. He consoled himself by thinking, even if Ji Xian and the others discovered something was missing, they wouldn't have any evidence. But seeing Brother Xian and Sister Chu's remarkably calm demeanor, he became unsure. What if? What if they left evidence behind? Xiao Wu gritted his teeth and reported the situation to Brother Wang. The middle-aged man instantly jumped up from his stool, his mind racing. He shouted at Xiao Wu, "What are you waiting for? Waiting for the patrol to arrive? Hurry, throw all their stuff out of the warehouse. As long as the stuff is out, it doesn't matter to us whether it's a lot or a little." Hearing this, Xiao Wu hesitated. "But I don't have the right to throw their stuff away. When the patrol arrives, they definitely arrest me." Brother Wan threw the water cup off the table in anger. "Are you stupid? You're the warehouse manager. They got the keys, but they're still standing there. You're cleaning up the deadbeats. Who has the right to say anything?" Hearing this, Xiao Wu's mind instantly cleared up. Yes, he was going in because these people were occupying the warehouse and refusing to return it. As a warehouse manager, it was natural for him to intervene. Gathering his strength, he rushed in. Chu Xi locked the door with a click from the outside. This warehouse had no windows, but due to the snakes, it did allow for proper ventilation. Therefore, locking the two people inside wouldn't cause them to suffocate. The warehouse door couldn't be opened from the inside. The young man was stunned, feeling like he'd been caught in a trap. His responsibilities as a warehouse manager were completely gone. Looking at Ji Xian, also imprisoned inside, he simply assumed they were trying to silence him. In fact, a moment of calming down would reveal how ridiculous this idea was. Even if they were going to silence him, the role should have been reversed. Ji Xian and the others would be the victims. But Xiao Wu was already terrified by his own fantasies, his mind filled with the thought of escaping. Ji Xian walked to the side and peeled back the cover of the iron cage, revealing a cage of adorable, short, and thick-bodied snakes. Unfortunately, not many people in the base could appreciate the mutant short-tailed viper. Frightened by this, Xiao Wu had a hunch that Ji Xian was going to fight to the death. He lay on the gate, banging frantically, tears streaming down his face, begging the people outside to let him out. This scene completely stunned Chu Xi. Brother Xian hadn't said they would have to use force. Luckily, the patrol officers arrived quickly. With the help of someone above them, they had been guarding the phone the entire time. After hanging up, they immediately rushed over. Hearing the man's shrill cries inside, the leader paused unconsciously. He turned to look at Chu Xi. "Is it convenient to come in?" Chu Xi was a little unsure. "Wait a minute, let me ask." Ji Xian was also helpless. He hadn't done anything yet, and the man was already lying on the door, sobbing uncontrollably. When he received Chu Xi's message, he immediately nodded and let the person in. No matter what, he had to end this farce as soon as possible. Chapter 469. Chu Xi opened the warehouse door, and 7 or 8 inspectors rushed in. She saw a cameraman outside filming the scene, so she felt safe enough to run in and watch the action unfold. As soon as she entered, she saw the 5 feet 8 inches tall man clinging to one of the inspector's legs, crying, "They're going to let the snake bite me to death." Chu Xi almost burst out laughing, but luckily she managed to stop herself in time. She had just noticed that everyone's expression seemed rather strange, and their positions were uniform, all standing diagonally across from the snake cage. Only Ji Xian stood alone beside the cage, clutching a rag. Although it looked somewhat pitiful, Chu Xi couldn't help but grumble inwardly. "Doesn't this scene feel familiar?" Ji Xian was also helpless. He explained, "Xiao Wu, you're completely overthinking it. You're not the only one afraid of short-tailed pit vipers." As he spoke, he raised his palm, exposing his skin directly to the air without any protective measures. This realization suddenly dawned on everyone. It was true. Ji Xian wasn't invincible, he was just as afraid of snake bites. Xiao Wu was still unwilling to give up. "Then why did you remove the cover from the snake cage?" "It's just that the patrol officers showed up before we even started." As the young man began to accuse, his mind raced. Xiao Wu had now realized that he had just made a mistake, but he was determined to prosecute the case of intentional snake release and murder. Even if he couldn't convict him, he had to divert the inspector's attention from the missing items. Ji Xian didn't argue with him about this, instead using this as an excuse to bring the conversation back. "I'm just doing a normal inventory of supplies, putting them in the base warehouse. You're failing to fulfill your oversight obligations, but are you being so overbearing as to not even allow us to count the supplies?" Hearing Ji Xian's harsh words, the young man couldn't help but retort, "Don't be so blunt. What makes you say we haven't fulfilled our oversight obligations? There wasn't even a record of the goods arriving. How could you possibly be trying to extort money? We're all legitimate base officials here. Who cares about your little tricks?" Ji Xian couldn't help but smile. "Then please tell me about the last 3 days. Bring up the surveillance video from the past few days, and show it to us." Xiao Wu choked, thinking that Ji Xian wouldn't be able to produce any evidence, So he decided to throw in the towel and say, "We can't produce the video. The surveillance in this warehouse isn't working, but the locks had never been broken, so there's no way your stuff could have been stolen. You're refusing to leave now, aren't you hoping to get some compensation? Tell you, it's impossible. I've seen situations like yours before. If anyone were to take action, we all be left hanging, and we have no business managing the warehouse." Until now, he still firmly believed that Ji Xian couldn't produce any evidence. Without it, he could turn the tables on Ji Xian no matter what he said. Unfortunately, it was wishful thinking. Ji Xian had spent so much time inside because he was comparing the data he had previously entered. The reason he decided to call the police was because he had already found evidence. He raised his watch and walked directly in front of the members of the inspection bureau. "I have evidence to prove that we have a bag of special energy crystal ore. It was previously labeled. I even filmed a video in the warehouse when it was put into storage. Now, the ore number 3 and 8 are missing." Upon hearing that Ji Xian actually had evidence, Xiao Wu's hands subconsciously trembled. Clinging to a last glimmer of hope, he couldn't help but ask, "Perhaps it's somewhere else? Could you have missed something? There's so much stuff in the warehouse, after all." Ji Xian glanced up and casually made eye contact with one of the inspectors. With a hint of a hint, he heard him say, "That's a possibility. Why don't you move everything to the small square and count it?" Xiao Wu instantly gained strength. Okay. They definitely can't move all this stuff. I get a few guys to help." Ji Xian hesitated, but ultimately remained silent. The young man couldn't help but give him a shrewd look. Seeing that the inspectors had no objections, he immediately went outside and quietly made several voice calls. The inspectors exchanged glances. Even Chu Si felt that Xiao Wu was truly clueless. Little did she know that the young man was confident he had gotten the message across. After all, the leaders of both sides were in close contact, and it was normal for the subordinates to help each other. But this time, they hit a wall. The connections among the upper echelons were as stilted as plastic flowers. So, the shrewd young man brought a group of people to fall into the trap, and they even brought their own stolen goods. Chapter 470. The young man had just finished his phone call and entered excitedly when he was immediately apprehended by the patrol officers. His watch was removed, and he was shackled and locked next to the snake cage. Chu Si, This was a bit heartbreaking. Xiao Wu was terrified and wanted to scream, but Ji Xian quickly covered his mouth with a cloth to prevent alerting the enemy. The arrest of the sole enemy agent immediately lightened the mood in the warehouse, and several people even gave Ji Xian a thumbs up. As expected of a member of the first echelon, he was quick-witted and agile. Then it was time to wait and see. Ji Xian hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Some of the items he had originally thought he couldn't recover were recovered by these people. Thankfully, he had a teammate who was as stupid as a pig. Originally, the warehouse manager was just a suspect, but now he's caught with the evidence, and a case has been filed. The patrol officers, having made a successful contribution this time, became even more friendly towards Chu Si and Ji Xian. The leader patted Ji Xian on the shoulder and said, "Brother, things are almost done. You can take your belongings and leave." Chu Si had been quite cheerful, but suddenly stopped laughing after hearing this. If he had known the patrol officers were so efficient, they would have come a day later. The house at home isn't finished yet. Wouldn't they have to find a place to store their belongings after they move back? Even worse, they have to move again after the house is finished the day after tomorrow. It's really depressing just thinking about it. Ji Xian had naturally considered this, but he didn't agree immediately. The leader looked at him for a moment, then realized, oh right. Word has spread throughout the base that this guy is still building a 3-story house at home. So, it seems like now isn't a good time to move. He spoke cautiously. Will we temporarily seize this stuff as evidence for 2 days? Ji Xian nodded immediately. Then we definitely support the work of the inspection office. All right, the leader scratched his head. Thinking carefully, Ji Xian and his men could now be considered, to some extent, members of the inspection office, so they could still receive some preferential treatment. Seeing Ji Xian nod, he instantly felt reassured. Okay, then, come to the inspection office in 2 days to claim the supplies. You can leave now. Outside the gate, Chu Si sat on the unoccupied tricycle. After much deliberation, she couldn't help but ask Ji Xian, are we handing our supplies over to the inspection office again? Aren't you afraid they steal from us? It's no exaggeration to say that Chu Si was still very confident in their assets. Ji Xian shook his head. No, because they recorded a video for record, uploaded directly to the internet. It can't be deleted even if they want to. And the evidence is strictly monitored. Just be at peace for the next 2 days. After returning the tricycle, the two slowly walked towards their new home. Ji Xian had originally wanted to rent a place to stay for the night, but the basement was only SOSO. Their new house, with its glass windows already installed, was perfectly adequate for a night in there. Even though the conditions were basic, they were definitely more comfortable than living in the underground river. After clearing the gate, the two found their way to the first floor bedroom. Spreading their sleeping bags on the floor, they instantly felt at home. It was much more comfortable than the makeshift base. Furthermore, they had electricity. Although they didn't have heating equipment, the lights were on, making it much more comfortable than living outside. Chu Xi grumbled to himself. The new building was great in every way, except for the running water. The base's water was all hauled back bit by hand, and no one was an exception. Well, I can't say for sure. Perhaps those mid and high-level officials received different treatment than them. Chu Xi turned to look at Ji Xian and saw him fiddling with his watch, sending a message. Chu Xi asked, puzzled, "What are you doing?" Ji Xian pointed outside. "We decided on the size of our yard. It's 15 square meters. I just talked to the construction team, and they build the wall tomorrow." Chu Xi nodded. Speaking of the mission, she suddenly remembered a question. She asked cautiously, do we have to pay for those 2 dirt bikes? Ji Xian shook his head. "The mission is over. Not mentioning it means we don't have to pay. Besides, the dirt bikes have tracking devices, so the base will send someone out to look for them later. And even if it's compensation, there's no need to worry too much. Damaged items during missions include both consumable and non-consumable items. Logically, the off-road motorcycle falls into the second category, being an auxiliary tool provided by the base. Once damaged, the situation can be judged based on the circumstances. Generally, if it's personal error, compensation is proportional, but generally speaking, this percentage is very low. Especially for large items, the base will intentionally lower the compensation percentage. Otherwise, who would dare to go out on a mission? One misstep, 10 years of work in vain. The compensation issue is actually primarily a problem for those who maliciously sabotage the finances or exploit this loophole for personal gain. However, the inspection office was quite effective in this matter. It seems the first-tier team took the responsibility directly, and no one else even mentioned it when submitting the mission. Chu Xi couldn't help but nod secretly. The people in the inspection office are quite good. Especially the girls in the first tier. They're quite nice people. Chapter 471. The house stealing incident ended just like that, and the two of them returned to their normal lives. The next day, just before 3 o'clock, the construction crew arrived. The glaring lights shone down, blinding Chu Xi. The construction workers were also startled, not expecting the owner to move in. Several pairs of eyes met, and the atmosphere became quite awkward. The foreman hurriedly led his men back. Sorry, we're interrupting your rest. We can move on to other areas." Chu Xi quickly waved her hand. No, we need to get up soon." With a yawn, she slid out of her sleeping bag. It was freezing cold, and since they slept in their clothes, there was no need for them to be embarrassed by their disheveled clothes. After all, renovating the house was the real work. As for sleeping, they were already back home, so they could rest whenever they wanted. Ji Xian nodded, said thank you for your hard work, and began to pack their sleeping bags. Today's workload was tight, and seeing this, the foreman didn't hesitate, immediately getting everyone to work. Everyone was a skilled worker, with clear divisions of labor, and they worked with swift dexterity. Due to the height limitations of the basement, Chu Xi and his team opted for cubicle-style storage. This required multiple access points, similar to cabinets. This was a major project. Once completed, they would need to lay uniform floor tiles to conceal the structure, making it invisible, and allowing it to double as a darkroom. A group of people were busy on the first floor, and Chu Xi had the privilege of witnessing the efficiency of the Wasteland workers for the first time. The lifting gadgets were incredibly easy to use. A single person could easily operate such a thick security door. Chu Xi suddenly felt useless, her brute strength ineffective. Of course, this was a purely technical job. Installing equipment and handling materials required skill, and a layman like her couldn't help even if she wanted to. Ji Xian, on the other hand, reviewed the blueprints with the foreman. After finalizing the layout of the outer courtyard, he took the initiative and took over the work. There was no other way. Everyone was so busy right now. If they wanted to finish the project by tomorrow, they had to contribute a bit. Chu Xi was quite happy to be able to do some work. It was better than just watching stupidly. The most time-consuming part of the outer wall construction was digging the foundation. Although the wall construction was assigned to 2 people, The construction team had specialized equipment. A small excavator could complete the foundation work with just one pass along the route, equivalent to 2 strong men working tirelessly for a whole morning. After the cement was mixed, Ji Xian took charge of the masonry work, while Chu Xi was responsible for transporting bricks to him on a wheelbarrow. At first, everyone thought Ji Xian didn't care about his wife, but after a while, they slowly came to their senses. Things weren't quite as they expected. Ji Xian wasn't actually slow at laying the wall, but Chu Xi was moving the bricks even faster, practically exhausting him. It seems some things really can't be judged by appearances alone. Sister Chu, after finishing her own work, would kindly help others. The key is someone who has a keen eye for work, willing to keep others busy just to keep themselves busy. The worker had just finished laying the floor tiles, and hadn't even stood up to stretch when Chu Xi, with a shy smile, immediately joined him. Big brother, thank you for your hard work. The simple man quickly shook his head. It's not hard, we're all used to it. Before he could finish his words, Chu Xi thoughtfully wheeled a cart of bricks towards him. The humble words stuck in her throat. She looked at Chu Xi, then at the cart of floor tiles next to her. Okay, squat down and get back to work. After I'm done with the other guys, it's time to get back to Ji Xian. Chu Xi was incredibly busy, single-handedly driving the entire project forward. While her approach was somewhat costly, her efficiency was truly remarkable. The project, originally scheduled to require a night shift, was declared complete by 3 p.m. that day, which was astonishing. Chapter 472. Ji Xian settled the balance, and Chu Xi marveled at his efficiency. The older brothers, listening with dismay, now wanted to keep their distance. After hearing all this, everyone could see that some people were truly unaware of their own incompetence. After seeing them off, Chu Xi couldn't help but look around excitedly. The flooring and door panels were all there, and the house felt completely different today than it did yesterday. However, they still needed to install many things themselves, like the security cameras and the solar panels. Chu Xi entered the bedroom, where she found an electric-heated Kong made of wooden planks. This was a sudden, brilliant idea she had come up with today, and surprisingly, it wasn't at all difficult. Electric-heated Kangs were common in the Wasteland. Ji Xian hadn't mentioned it before because, firstly, he was physically strong and didn't find winter that difficult. Secondly, it was because it consumed a huge amount of energy, and their family's resources were so high that they might not be able to sustain it. But never mind. Chu Xi liked it, so what? Great. They could just add solar panels. They already had plenty of points anyway. Ji Xian hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Since the house had already been delivered, they naturally wanted to move their belongings back as soon as possible. Thankfully, it was a semi-managed property, so they weren't harassed when collecting their belongings. It was just a lot of stuff. It took the electric tricycle 3 trips to haul it all. After being harassed so much outside lately, neither of them had the energy to organize their belongings, so they piled everything on the first floor. The batteries had already been removed by the construction team, but the solar panels and surveillance equipment had to be installed today. Tonight was sure to be a cold, cold night. Chu Xi took out her long-unused spring mattress and placed it directly on the smooth bed, covered with 2 thick quilts. Finally, tonight, she could finally sleep in a proper bed. By the time Ji Xian came down, Chu Xi had already undressed and fallen asleep inside. This time, without a coat, she slept extra soundly. Checking the time, it was only 7 o'clock, and Chu Xi hadn't eaten dinner yet. Ji Xian stared at her profile for a long moment. Never mind. The electricity at home was low today anyway, and since they were going to have to eat cold food anyway, he might as well let her get some sleep. Life seemed to return to peace and quiet. A few days later, the two of them received a notification on their watches, neither too big nor too small. This notification was sent to everyone at the base, a bit like news from the real world. The reason for their surprise was that this matter had a slight connection to them. The head of the warehouse management department has fallen. Chu Xi was incredibly surprised. Honestly, in the eyes of the base's higher-ups, they were probably just 2 tiny, insignificant shrimps. But under the influence of a butterfly's wings, they unexpectedly accomplished something significant. Chu Xi was quite pleased, feeling that he had rid the people of a threat. Ji Xian took a more far-sighted view. The base was probably making an example of someone, showing zero tolerance for corruption, and cracking down on it much more severely than before. Such changes were definitely not groundless. Hunting the mutant giant salamanders required weapons, the full development of the new route required financial support, and the rewards for the bait missions to activate the mutant giant salamanders were extremely generous. Undoubtedly, all of this put pressure on the base. In that case, Killing the chicken to scare the monkeys wasn't surprising at all. It could warn those within the base who might have ulterior motives, and at the same time, he could recover some of their losses. Why not? Seeing Chu Si's delight, Ji Xian remained silent. These were just his conjectures. He would wait and see. The outcome would unfold naturally. In the days that followed, Chu Si went out with the team to collect mutant giant salamander eggs, while Ji Xian stayed home tinkering with his now-jumped electric car. For the first few days, Chu Si harvested a large harvest every day. They kept the edible eggs themselves, and even those with high radiation levels were not wasted, feeding them directly to the mutant short-tailed pit vipers and fire ants. The number of giant salamander eggs peaked 3 days ago. Even with such a large group out, Chu Si was still able to find them along the riverbank, demonstrating just how plentiful they were. But in the past 2 days, the situation had suddenly changed. The eggs had dwindled considerably, and there were virtually no mutant giant salamanders crawling out of the base. Even the underground river blast hole had reported that the mutant giant salamanders had become increasingly difficult to lure in recent days, leading everyone to believe the crisis was over. Those who truly understood the situation sighed, realizing the base's ordeal had only just begun. How could these mutant giant salamanders have truly left? They simply stopped roaming after laying their eggs. Once their young hatched, they would leave the river basin and return to their own territories. But this area had already been designated as their breeding ground. Every year, as long as they couldn't be eradicated, there would always be more mutant giant salamanders following in the footsteps of their predecessors. After a moment's thought, Ji Xian raised his watch and sent a message to every trusted friend. Specifically, it asked them to keep an eye out for any teams that had recently visited Area 38. Yes, things had gotten so bad that Ji Xian was considering a backup plan. Chapter 473. Ji Xian had been waiting for news for the past few days, but unfortunately, he still hadn't assembled a suitable team to go to Base 38. It was mainly because he had chosen a bad time, in the dead of winter. Without a huge profit motive, who would take such a huge risk? The only people he could wait for were those who, like him, were eager to buy a house in the outer districts. But think about it, it's not easy. Ji Xian was a commoner who had suddenly become rich, and the little money he had on hand was just enough to solve the current problem. As for those who discovered the crisis, they basically fell into 2 categories. One was already wealthy. The other was still broke. Let's not talk about the broke, because even if they discovered the problem, they didn't have the ability to solve it now. They could only be pushed by reality, and take it one step at a time. As for the wealthy, it seemed that owning multiple properties in different safe zones was standard for them. So, in the end, there weren't many people who were as anxious to buy a house as Ji Xian. Fortunately, his wait wasn't in vain. On the 7th day, the money from the base for the sapphire arrived. Chu Si held out her watch for him to look at, her expression somewhat gloomy. Here, a total of 1,325 points. To be honest, that was much less than she had expected. Perhaps it was the influence of the present world, where a sapphire could easily cost 1,800,000, or even 1,000 or 800 million, while her walnut kernels only cost a little over 1,000. Ji Xian was quite satisfied. Excellent. This is enough to rent a place of 7 or 8 square meters. Chu Si blinked. She felt much better when it came to land. However, the courtyard wall had just been built, and with a 3-story house and 15 square meters of space, she felt it was enough for the time being. He then transferred the points directly to Ji Xian as a fund for purchasing a house in the new district. Ji Xian shook his head. They didn't need a particularly fancy house in District 38, just a temporary refuge. 120,000 points would be more than enough. But before he could say anything, a message arrived on his watch. He opened it, and saw it was from Lei Ming. Chu Si leaned over. Have you found a team? Ji Xian clicked on it. Phew, it was good news, barely. A 10-man C-rank squad from the Sirius Mercenary Group has been assigned to deliver a mainframe device to Base 38. They can take someone along. Chu Si frowned. It seems the Sirius Mercenary Group doesn't have a very good relationship with the Tomorrow Mercenary Group. Ji Xian nodded. Don't worry too much about that. I'm not a mercenary anymore, so they have no reason to target me. Besides, a C-rank mercenary squad probably doesn't have a strong sense of belonging to the organization. Ji Xian was well aware of this. Everyone was just trying to make a living, especially the lower-level mercenaries, who didn't want to get involved in the struggles of the upper echelons. Chu Si nodded. That put her at ease. However, this team is clearly not very strong. Should we wait a little longer? Ji Xian pondered for a moment, then shook his head. After waiting for so many days, it was already a rare opportunity to encounter such a team. The sooner things were settled, the sooner he could rest assured. While the news hadn't spread yet, he still had a chance to pick up a bargain. After a while, with all sorts of speculation flying around, it would be difficult to suppress housing prices. Now that the decision had been made, Ji Xian no longer hesitated and immediately sent a message to the captain of the mercenary team to discuss the details of forming a team. After all, accepting someone's protection was bound to cost him some money. Ji Xian nodded, satisfied. The price was within his acceptable range. In fact, it was mainly because no one dared to ask for too much. These points were merely the gas money calculated for him. After all, he needed a car to travel, right? A 10-day round trip, the gas consumption still needed to be shared among everyone. After finishing this, Ji Xian still had to call the inspection office to ask for leave. After all, they had previously agreed to upload detailed information about the mutant short-tailed viper daily. A sudden disappearance for a month meant no one had to report it. His request was rejected outright. They were very strict. Even with the fully upgraded surveillance equipment, there had to be someone alive at home. Surveillance photos had to be uploaded daily, otherwise, they would consider it an anomaly. After all, the mutant short-tailed viper was too dangerous. This was the bottom line, no room for negotiation. After the conversation, Ji Xian hung up the call and turned to look at Chu Ci. Chu Ci heard everything on the call. She understood the inspection office's decision. Since they couldn't both leave at the same time, they could only go about their own business. Ji Xian went out to buy a house, while she stayed behind to look after the house. After all, buying a house wasn't her forte, and when it came to raising snakes, she was truly the only one who had the best solution. Alas, despite saying so, Chu Ci still felt a little sad. She looked at Ji Xian pitifully. I didn't expect to be separated so soon. Ji Xian didn't know how to comfort her. To be honest, he was also reluctant. 10 days, I'll be back in 10 days. Chu Ci instantly perked up. Only 10 days? It's okay then. Ji Xian, The words of comfort got stuck in her throat, and she felt like she was suffocating. Sister Chu had originally thought this trip would take at least a month. With the Wasteland's depopulation, she assumed the safe zones would be far apart. To her surprise, the round trip only took 10 days. She instantly felt healed. Chapter 474. The team's departure time was set for 5 the next morning. In addition to the original 10 members, there were 3 more temporary members, including Ji Xian. But Chu Ci wasn't concerned with these matters right now. Time was running out, and her first priority was to pack Ji Xian's belongings for the trip. Luckily, the test tube specifically used to store snake venom had already arrived. Chu Ci had taken the first dose of venom from the 2 big treasures yesterday, while it was still hot. He didn't dare use too much, but it was enough for Ji Xian's use on this outing. He carefully poured out a little, and quenched the poison on the tips of all the crossbow arrows. There was still a little left at the bottom, so he naturally couldn't waste it. He took out the silver needles from his hidden weapon box, and dipped the tips of each one. Then he patiently checked his various weapons. The dagger needed to be repolished, and the wooden barrow needed to be adjusted again. After finishing all this, Ji Xian reviewed his existing weapons and realized he was still missing some items. He better get some more tracking balls. They're very useful in the wild. Chu Ci's mechanical spider had been lost and needed a replacement. With this thought in mind, he didn't hesitate any longer, donned his coat, and headed out. He turned to look at Chu Ci. I'm going to Old Lee's to get some supplies. Do you want to come with me? Chu Ci blinked. Naturally, she was tempted. What woman could resist the natural urge to shop? But looking at the pile of things she had, Chu Ci could only sigh helplessly. I'm not going today. While you're there, buy some nutritional supplements to take home. Also, buy some small refill bags, like royal jelly. It's best to bring them in small portions to reduce the risk of exposure. Ji Xian nodded, pushed open the door, and walked out. Their family now had their own electric car, which made getting around much more convenient. Not to mention, Ji Xian had thoughtfully equipped it with a small, removable bed, making transporting things much more efficient. When the car arrived at Old Lee's shop, the door was already locked. Old Lee's standard off-get-off work time was 7 p.m., and by then, he'd already been asleep. Aside from his smoking habit, Old Lee had managed to live to such an old age in the Wasteland. In other ways, he was quite disciplined. Now, even if you banged on the iron door loudly, the old man wouldn't respond. But Ji Xian was different. He had Old Lee's phone number, so he had no choice but to interrupt his sweet dream. The old man cursed, but despite his fatigue, he went over and rolled the door shut for him, saving his sleep. After opening the door, Ji Xian recited a lengthy shopping list. Since Chu Ci had requested an electric heated Kong, he might as well just buy the solar panels this time. Thinking of the food lost at home, he bought a box of nutritional supplements, deliberately choosing the ones with the longest expiration dates. He bought the mechanical spiders secondhand as usual. He tested them on site to see if they worked properly before fine-tuning them himself back home. This time, he also picked out a few extra parts, planning to add a small ejection storage feature to both mechanical monitors, housing a tracking ball. This way, they could locate mutant animals at close range. The rest were just miscellaneous items. Oldley could just pick them up according to the list. After they finished their work and loaded the items into the car, the old man, looking at the battered, second-hand electric bike, tapped it. Wow, it's made of genuine materials. The color is understated, and the quality is impressive. He couldn't help but raise his thumb, his tone tinged with envy. Captain G, you accomplished quite a bit this year. At this point, he didn't know that Chu Ci and Ji Xian's family had already successfully settled in the safe zone. All Oldley could see was purchasing power. He remembered clearly how Ji Xian had leaned his wheelchair against him during the young couple's most difficult times. Now, looking at the tall, straight young man before him, and then at the cart of supplies. It was a completely different story. Watching the car's receding silhouette, the old man leaned against the doorframe, his heart filled with endless emotion. All his life savings, combined with his father's, were now in this grocery store. He sold his goods there, ate there, and lived there. He had a child before, but tragically, he died young, and in the end, all he had to keep company with were these inanimate objects. But this was already good enough for him. At least, he had something to rely on. Life would have to go on. When he could no longer work, there would always be someone willing to provide for him, out of respect for the grocery store. Putting out the cigarette in his mouth, Oldley turned and walked into the house. Chapter 475. Chu Ci hadn't expected Ji Xian to bring back so many things. Was this still the same Ji Granddad Xian? Ji Xian ignored her grumbling, and together they helped carry the solar panels to the third floor. Seeing Ji Xian about to go up to install them, Chu Ci stopped him. There's no rush. Why don't you wait until you get back? Ji Xian shook his head. She had been negligent. The electric heated comm consumes too much energy. It would be best to run a separate line to prevent power shortages elsewhere. He climbed up and made a few minor modifications to the distribution box. Then he got out his electric drill and secured the two solar panels. However, it might be too late to weave the wire mesh, so he had to put that off until he got back. Ji Xian came down from the top floor and tinkered with their little mechanical spider again. Seeing that he'd been busy until midnight, he finally finished his work. When he got into bed, the heartless Chu Ci was already asleep. Thanks to the electric heated Kong, the bed was indeed much warmer. He sighed comfortably. It turns out that not being afraid of the cold and liking warmth are two different things. After hugging Chu Ci, Ji Xian finally entered sleep mode. The meeting was at 5 a.m., so he had to be out by 4:30 at the very least. Turning to look at Chu Ci, he saw that she had also woken up. They'd been away for so long recently, and after returning, they'd both been getting up around 5 a.m. Since there weren't many missions, they could just consider sleeping in for 2 more days a day off. Chu Ci silently dressed without a word, then handed the large bag he prepared the previous night to Ji Xian. In her hand, she held a roasted mutant mantis egg. This would be his breakfast for the day. After seeing Ji Xian off, the two of them strolled to the mission's rendezvous point, where 2 cars were already parked, painted with the insignia of the Sirius mercenary group. Ji Xian caressed Chu Ci's head and kissed her against her hair. Okay, let's go back. I ride in the car, so I won't be too tired. Don't worry. Chu Ci nodded. On the way back, she felt a sense of emptiness inside. Never mind, she should just go back and catch up on some sleep. Upon waking, Chu Ci's mind was indeed much clearer. Why would she be thinking about men? She still had a lot to do in the next 10 days, so it was best to minimize any personal emotional entanglements. She had been home for so many days, and the hydroponic plants were still in the water bucket. She could use this time to get the hydroponic room up and running. Chu Ci quickly stood up, grabbed the bucket, and headed out. The daytime water limit was 2 per person, so she could fill up today's allotment and then ride her tricycle back at 9 o'clock. By that time, the water truck would be getting off work, so she could take all the remaining water. However, the remaining water was difficult to measure. Sometimes there would be none at all, and sometimes there would be no problem with 6 or 7 buckets left. Chu Ci carried the buckets and walked out of the house. This morning, she had 2 buckets of water. There was no need to ride a bike. She could handle it all by herself. Including the time spent waiting in line, she was back before midnight. Now, the mutant giant salamander eggs were almost impossible to find outside. Chusi was a little confused, and suddenly there seemed to be nothing to do. Mainly, the vegetable patch was almost completely destroyed, leaving her with nothing to tend to. Upon reaching the second floor, the planting area was completely bare. The potatoes had been picked, and the sweet potatoes had all perished. Only a few foxtail grass plants at the edge were still standing strong, but the edible leaves had long been plucked by the patrol officers, leaving her completely useless. In the wasteland, leaving the land idle is a grave sin, and Chusi couldn't bear it. She rummaged through the food at home and picked out some potatoes and yams. Unfortunately, Ji-Xian had stored the food very well, and not a single sprout had appeared on it. Lacking any information, Chusi could only message Brother Xian to inquire. The message went back and forth, and for a long time, it couldn't be sent. The signal connection between the two sides was getting weaker and weaker. It seemed like it would take Ji-Xian a long time to reply. So Chusi decided to try it herself. All crops need sunlight to germinate, right? So, could they just be left outside in the sun? After careful consideration, Chusi rejected the idea. She remembered buying potatoes before, and they had sprouted due to improper storage. She had forgotten to remove the plastic bag after bringing them home, and when she saw them again, they were already inedible. If so, conversely, could she also use this method to promote sprouting? Whether it worked or not, she could still give it a try. Just be careful not to waste the potatoes. But Chusi still felt that this alone wasn't enough. Potato leaves were definitely inedible. They contained alkaloids, which could easily cause poisoning. She had never eaten yam leaves before, and there were no samples for her to test. She would only know after they grew. If they weren't edible either, wouldn't their family be short of vegetables? Chusi pondered this privately, feeling a little unhappy. She still had to get some vegetables. But the outside world was completely covered in ice and snow. How could she find edible plants to transplant back home? She couldn't buy them, could she? Besides sweet potato vines, she couldn't think of any other plants that could survive on just a single rootstock. If only it were spring, there would be a fern forest not far away, with low radiation ferns there, perfect for transplanting back home. Chapter 476. Ferns. Chusi suddenly remembered that they had discovered an underground outdoor paradise. There were not only ferns, but also many snails, and even shrimp in the river. Although the underground river had been taken over by mutant giant salamanders, the water level in the area they had discovered was not high, so it would probably be difficult for the mutant giant salamanders to crawl through. She suddenly perked up. She had just heard that the mine had changed hands, and it was unknown whether it would reopen. Chusi scratched her head. She seemed to have heard someone say that ownership of the mine was awarded to the first mercenary group to complete the demolition mission. So, that would be tomorrow. Since she didn't know the situation, she might as well just call and ask. Chusi raised her watch and finally called Fu Bowen. The call was quickly connected. For some reason, Fu Bowen seemed extra polite this time, even a hint of excitement lingering in his tone. Sister Chu, what can I do for you? Chusi, Sister Chu? What the hell, why is she suddenly being offered such a high salary? She coughed softly, suppressing her scattered thoughts, and asked directly, Bowen, has the ownership of the mining area passed to the Tomorrow Mercenary Group? Do you know if it's open to the public now? Fu Bowen nodded. He happened to know this because he was currently a member of the patrol team. Bowen was excited. Could Sister Chu be taking him on a mission? No, he sighed regretfully. As a patrol member, he was not allowed to leave without permission. Even if he wanted to join a team, he couldn't. Seeing that Fu Bowen didn't respond, Chusi replied with a Bowen quickly recovered. Yes, both mines are now open, but they've been redesigned for treasure hunting, requiring 5 points per entry. Chusi nodded. She could accept the 5-point entrance fee, but have you apprehended the gang of bandits in the mines? Fu Bowen nodded. They almost caught them, and the patrols are so intense now, they don't dare to show their heads. Thinking of Sister Chu's fighting prowess, Fu Bowen felt her worries were completely unnecessary. Even if the two sides really met, it was hard to say who would get the better of them. After all, our Sister Chu is a formidable force, who can take on 12 people alone. After hearing Ji-Xian's words, Chusi immediately decided to go to the mines tomorrow. She had to get some food. She had to get more bracken and mutant snails. With 5 points for each entry, she had to make back her money anyway. With a new goal, Chusi felt much more relaxed. Fortunately, Ji-Xian had repaired her mechanical spider before leaving, Otherwise, it would have been quite inconvenient to navigate the mines. After a busy afternoon on the second floor, she finished dinner and began packing her belongings for tomorrow. Not to mention the usual tools, the main thing was to prepare a few spare bags. There were quite a few mutant ferns on the riverbank, and she wanted to dig up a few more. And since they were already treasure hunting in the mines, maybe she could also dig up some planting soil. After dinner, Chu Si went to bed early. The next morning, at 3:30, her alarm clock awoke her. Chu Si, clutching a bag of nutritional supplements, hurried out with her belongings. Chapter 477. That morning, Chu Si didn't walk directly to the mines, but instead headed to the Tomorrow Mercenary Group. Fu Bowen and his team also had a mission today, and since it wasn't confidential, they simply gave her a ride. When Chu Si arrived, a row of cars were parked outside the Tomorrow Mercenary Group. A quick glance revealed no fewer than 8 large off-road vehicles. Chu Si paused. What was going on? So many people moving together? She hesitated. This was a situation Chu Si hadn't anticipated. It didn't seem convenient for Bowen and the others to bring along an outsider. Just as she was thinking, Fu Bowen popped his head out of a car, extended his hand, and called out, "Sister Chu, over here." As he spoke, he got out of the car and hurried toward Chu Si. As he reached her, he immediately reached out and took the large bag from her back. "Sister Chu, over here. We need to hurry. The convoy will be leaving soon." Chu Si hesitated for a moment, then nodded and followed Fu Bowen's lead. She couldn't delay their business. Her most important thing to do now was to avoid causing trouble. The car door opened, revealing 3 other people besides Fu Bowen. They were all younger, and Chu Si had never met any of them before. Bowen introduced them with a smile. "Sister Chu, I'm leading the team today. These 3 are new to the group, and we're here to practice our missions. The guy in blue is Jonyan. The kind-hearted guy next to him is Shiryu. The girl in the back seat is Zhojin. You sit next to her later. She's Jonyan's sister. They're all members of our team." After greeting the others, Chu Si hunched over and made her way to the back row. She was so overwhelmed with stuff that her backpack accidentally rubbed against the girl next to her. She screamed and shrank back. Chu Si stood nearby, her eyes narrowed. Her first reaction was that this person was trying to scam her. But after watching for a moment, she realized that wasn't the case. The girl seemed genuinely afraid of her. This was too much for her to accept. With a thud, she slammed her backpack under the stool and turned to look at the beautiful girl. How could she have tears streaming down her face in just a few moments? Perhaps realizing she overreacted, the girl quickly sat back down, forced a smile, and said stiffly, "Sorry, I overreacted just now." Chu Si raised an eyebrow. She knew it herself. Although the girl was frightened, she didn't seem to harbor any real hostility towards her. Chu Si was speechless, so she just assumed it was some kind of stress disorder. Suddenly, she thought of the relationships Fu Bowen had just introduced. It seemed like her brother was watching from the front. Annoying, she felt trouble was approaching. Looking up, she saw that the people in the 2 seats ahead were looking at her with a hint of starry eyes. Chu Si, She looked at Bowen in confusion, her eyes questioning what kind of talent was in this carload of people. Fu Bowen didn't hold back, and spoke directly. "Sister Chu, you're incredibly famous in the group now. You taken on 12 people, both men and women, and you beaten them all. Plus, with your impressive assets, you got tons of fans." Bowen couldn't help but feel a little proud. He knew this would happen, so he deliberately didn't pair Sister Chu with the 2 men, just to prevent Brother Xian from getting pried out. Hearing this, Chu Si's face twisted. Aren't these people changing so fast? She only remembered how she'd been practically a pariah, a target of public outrage. How come she's so popular now? As expected, the Wasteland reigns supreme, strength reigns supreme. Had she carved out a new world for herself? She pointed at the girl next to her. Her reaction was a bit strong. Fu Bowen shook his head. No, she was the one who got beaten, so she might still be a bit traumatized. Chu Si, Shouldn't you have said something like this earlier? She felt a little embarrassed. As a good person, she shouldn't let herself become psychologically challenged. It wasn't a big deal. Who hasn't been beaten? Why would she be so frightened? She was about to talk to someone, but as she approached, the car swerved sharply, and the girl was slammed directly into the window. To avoid Chu Si, she had been turning her face slightly outward, but now, with the force of the collision, 2 bloody streaks immediately flowed from under her nose. She couldn't open her eyes in pain, and Chu Si was also very embarrassed. Her intentions were good, but the result was obviously unsatisfactory. Forget it, there was nothing she could do. After holding it in for a long time, she finally said, "You still have to wear a seat belt when riding in a car. You see, if you don't tie it up, you be in bad luck." After a long while, the girl said quietly, full of will to survive, "You two are a perfect match. I hope you have a son soon." To be honest, her heart still aches when she says this now. It's not that she really has much obsession with Ji Xian, it's just that she feels sorry for her conscience. Chu Xi nodded, she liked hearing this, and took the girl's bloody little hand. "Thank you, don't worry, as long as I don't play Ji Xian's idea, I won't beat you again in the future. Take it easy." Chapter 478. Chu Xi's sincere comfort was, unfortunately, not very effective. She had no intention of becoming a therapist, and after all this trouble, she was done with it. Forget it, it would be better to close her eyes for a while and focus on the mind. The car fell into an eerie silence for a moment, until they were almost there, when the atmosphere slowly brightened. Chu Xi huddled in a corner, silently counting the cars passing by. She hadn't expected the mercenary group to put such a big effort into cleaning up the mine tomorrow. It looked like there was indeed a future for them. Chu Xi thought again of their paradise. With such a massive search, she wondered how long they could keep it hidden. No, she thought to herself, it would be best to move everything back home. After all, this wasn't their territory. If anyone discovered it, it could easily change hands. It was just too unprofitable. The car quickly arrived at the mine's small square, and everyone gradually disembarked. Chu Xi looked around and found that the square had been mostly cleared. There was no trace of the avalanche cap seen from before. However, a closer look revealed that the surrounding shops had all been replaced. Neither the people nor the shops were the same as before. The large pillar holding the display screen in the middle was still there, but the screen was noticeably smaller. Fu Bowen led the team to gather with the rest of the group. After greeting them, Chu Xi scanned the code and entered the mine alone. Maybe it was because they arrived early, but Chu Xi felt like there were fewer people here than before. Thinking about it, it made sense that most of the base's manpower was probably still tied up at the temporary base. After all, the rewards for fishing for mutant giant salamanders were so high that even if the market wasn't good, many people wanted to wait and see. However, judging by the current situation, Chu Xi guessed they would be back in a couple of days. But the mine itself was still a bit risky. There was no way around it, since there were treasure-hunting mines on both sides. Ordinary people were willing to spend 5 points a day. Chu Xi shook her head. This wasn't her concern. Now that she had a vegetable garden at home, she figured she'd be coming here less often. The elevator clanged down to the bottom. She avoided the crowd and headed alone towards the secret base. There were already relatively few people underground in the mine today, most of whom were afraid to venture into remote areas to avoid possible bandits. Chu Xi quickly left the crowd behind and reached the path filled with poisonous miasma. Placing an energy stone in her palm, she stepped in. She reached the entrance to the underground river and took a closer look. It was still very well hidden. To prevent the unexpected appearance of mutated giant salamanders below, she had cautiously placed a small mechanical spider inside. Unexpectedly, the first thing that caught his eye was two people tied together. Is this impossible? Good things don't work, bad things do. Her feng shui treasured spot had truly become someone else's lair. Chu Xi's eyes darkened as he guided the little spider slowly downwards. Wow, they're really playing tricks. They even dug a hole in the wall just to tie the two men up and prevent them from running away. The little spider continued to approach. Chu Xi zoomed in on them, observing them in a frightening manner. Their eyes were tightly closed, their lips chapped, their heads drooped against their chests, their cotton coats stripped off, clearly indicating they were not to be spared. The little spider approached cautiously, but the two showed no reaction. Judging from the situation, the two men were probably already dead. Who were they? Ordinary miners who had been captured, or miners fighting among themselves? Chu Xi preferred the latter. A person's prolonged physical exertion would shape their physique. The muscular lines of these two men clearly didn't resemble those of ordinary miners. They were well-proportioned yet powerful. Having made up her mind, she controlled the little mechanical spider to crawl back into the mine they had dug. There was no one else inside, but a wooden barrel was used to house a large number of snails, with a bundle of harvested fern leaves beside it. It seemed the culprit had left. Chu Xi didn't want to confront him. He was clearly a desperate criminal, and she wouldn't get the upper hand against him, and she'd get hurt anyway. Why bother? She could quickly collect her belongings, and then notify Fu Bowen and the others to come. Since everyone knew about this place anyway, she couldn't keep it a secret for long. Chapter 479. Having explored the interior thoroughly, and seeing that no one else was around, Chu Si prepared to go down herself. She first used the little mechanical spider to conduct a counter-reconnaissance, but found nothing amiss. However, she still didn't dare go down directly. She lacked experience in this area, so she didn't want to be reckless. She simply donned a hood and went down. Regardless of whether the two men were truly unconscious or not, she administered an anesthetic injection to each of them. The result was quite fruitful. One appeared to be truly unconscious, the needle didn't react at all. As for the other, Chu Si saw him struggle, but it was clear that he wasn't in good condition either. After a while, the anesthetic quickly took effect. His head dropped completely, and his eyes gradually closed. After confirming that both men were okay, Sister Chu opened the upper barrier and swung down from the top on a rope. Without further delay, Chu Si had a hunch that the miners wouldn't be out for long. After all, in such a prime location, anyone would be afraid of being discovered by outsiders. She decided to make a quick decision, so she naturally took all the mutant snails and bracken she had gathered from the cave. There were some bedding nearby, but Chu Si hadn't taken it, as they didn't need it at home. She looked through the contents, but wasn't surprised to find anything. It was just simple household items, nothing valuable, not even a single decent weapon. But thinking about it made sense. This wasn't a real place to live, after all. Just like them, they were forced to live here, and when they left, they always carried their weapons and valuables with them. There was nothing to be surprised about now. As for transplanting the ferns, she had originally intended to remove only the area closest to the water source. But given the current situation, it seemed unlikely she'd be able to return again. Since the mudflat was so small, she simply dug everything out. To be honest, this was truly a rare feng shui location. Even the fern growing in the outermost area had a higher yield than the more common plants outside. As for the soil, she dug up all she could. Chu Si was incredibly strong, and she dug a large pit for them on the flat ground. While working, she felt the two people on the ground were taking up too much space, so she threw them into the water for a while. Of course, there was no ill will involved. They were just so exposed that most of their bodies were visible. After finally finishing the soil, she threw them back into the pit. Chu Si stacked the bags nearby, quickly packing up the items. There were 3 large bags of soil alone, 2 large bundles of ferns, and a backpack full of assorted snails and ferns that had been tested as edible. This time, she was lucky to have brought so many bags, otherwise, she might not have been able to fit everything. She glanced at the pile of things at her feet, feeling a sense of urgency. Chu Si rolled up her sleeves and immediately got to work. It took 6 trips back and forth before she finally transported everything to the mine's top. Finally finished, she breathed a sigh of relief. Before leaving, she took a photo of the 2 people lying on the ground, attached their location, and would send it to Fu Bowen later when she found a place with a better signal. This was considered a meritorious report, I guess. I wonder if there would be any reward. After leaving, Chu Si tied everything together. The 3 bags of planting soil were placed at the bottom, and the 2 large bundles of rooted plants were tied on top. She hung the snails and other items on her back. Chu Si immediately became a boatman, picking up a rope and pulling away. After exiting the mine, seeing that the signal was improving somewhat, she casually sent a message. Underground in the mine, even if the signal was good, it wasn't great. The icon kept spinning, and it probably took over 4 minutes to send the message. The speed was even slower than 2G. She strolled out leisurely, but Fu Bowen, upon receiving the message, was completely blown away. The 2 people in Chu Si's photo weren't some squabbling miners, but their long-missing team members. He immediately texted Chu Si, "Sister Chu, we're heading there right away. These 2 are our team members. Please do your best to ensure their safety, if conditions permit." For minutes later, Chu Si received a beep. She casually checked her watch, and then her heart ached. Unexpectedly, the villain she imagined had turned the tables. Thinking of the anesthetic injections for each person, she felt a surge of anxiety. If the kidnappers returned and discovered their lair had been robbed, these 2 would likely be dead. She took a deep breath, looking back at the way they come. Never mind, let's get them out first. Luckily, she was familiar with the area. She was familiar with the mines dug there. She found a secluded spot, stuffed her belongings inside, and hurried back. She wasted so much time, hoping the kidnappers hadn't returned yet. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. As long as she could, she was willing to give it a try. Luckily, the 2 of them were lucky. When Chu Si returned, there were still no outsiders there. She quickly climbed down the ropes and untied the 2 men one by one. As soon as she turned around, a blade was placed at her neck. Chu Si's heart trembled. She had thought the miners had returned, but a sidelong glance revealed that it was her friendly forces who had turned against her. Chapter 480. Sister Chu was speechless. It was already this late, and you were still wasting time. She had a safety guard on her neck, so she wasn't afraid of an ordinary blade. Chu Si pulled up the chat with Fu Bowen from her watch and thrust it into the man's face. Look, friendly, don't waste time. I need to get you two out of here quickly, or we be trapped by the miners. The young man checked carefully. His watch had been taken away, but he still had a vague memory of Fu Bowen's ID number. This dispelled some of his doubts. With his guard down, the young man lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Give me a nutritional supplement. He desperately needed nutrition. Chu Si glanced at it, then handed the remaining half of his morning drink to him. The man didn't seem to mind, just gulping it down. Chu Si, remember to return it. The young man nodded silently. After finishing the nutrient solution, he added, Okay, I return 10 of them. And if you can successfully rescue me, I give you a generous reward afterward. Chu Si immediately perked up. Are all mercenaries so efficient these days? Without hesitation, he sent the young master to the summit. The young man raised an eyebrow. They had always used boats to get out before, and they hadn't realized there was an exit at the summit. After settling the young master down, she went to retrieve the other person. Sister Chu didn't consider herself the type to be obsessed with money. After settling the young master down, she naturally couldn't stand by and watch the other unconscious person die. Although Chu Si was strong, she couldn't carry two people at once. After all, her physique wasn't broad enough. VIP customers naturally deserved preferential treatment. The young master hung on her back, while she placed the unconscious man in a sack and dragged him along. To avoid possible pursuers, she walked quickly. She heard a clang and a muffled groan. Chu Si opened the sack and saw the man was still unconscious. With no other choice, she continued walking. The young man's expression was complex. At that moment, he felt deeply that some people's salvation might be to send others to hell sooner. He gently reminded her, the mine tunnel above hasn't been discovered by the bandits. We can go? A little more cautiously. Chu Si hesitated, then nodded slightly. She breathed a sigh of relief. She had actually been very careful while dragging the sack. They had been walking on mostly flat ground, but there were always some sections where it wasn't. She had no choice but to ram the man into a corner. She had finally saved someone, and she didn't want him to die like that. The young master initially felt he shouldn't embarrass a young girl, but after a moment's deliberation, he decided to do his bit to save his colleague Li Hang's fate. He coughed softly. I think Li Hang will repay you for saving his life. Chu Si paused, rubbing her hands in front of her. Do you have this? The young man nodded naturally, having already decided to sacrifice his wealth to save Li Hang's life. Otherwise, he doubted the young man would ever see his account balance again. Now their relationship was equal, he couldn't carry two people at once. Chu Si pondered briefly. Since this was already the case, she couldn't give either person special treatment. To be fair, she simply carried each person on her arm. The young man's treatment plummeted, and he felt suffocated. However, considering his temporary discomfort could save his teammate's life, the slightest bit of suffering was worth it. At first, the two of them could still chat, but as they talked, the young master lay there motionless. Did she faint again? No, Chu Si snapped back to her senses. How could she have forgotten the poisonous miasma in this cave? She clearly remembered it when she came here, but in her rush back, she completely forgotten it. The only solution now was to get out as quickly as possible. Chu Si thought hard, and she seemed to have an oxygen mask in her first aid kit. She glanced up at the mine, which was not far away. She placed the two men on the ground and immediately walked over. In such a situation, oxygen masks were very useful. Chu Si hurried back with the supplies, first letting each of them breathe for a while, then the other. After all, prolonged oxygen deprivation could lead to brain death. Chu Si still wanted to minimize the possibility of such a tragedy. The young master was quite stable in his coma, though his breathing had become slightly rapid. The other young man, however, was in a very grave condition. Chapter 481. Li Hang's condition was already critical. His prolonged coma, coupled with days of hunger and the sudden onset of the poisonous miasma, nearly cost him his life. Chu Si, having just come to her senses, immediately went to check on him. Then her face suddenly turned green. This man, it seemed, truly had died. His breathing and heartbeat had stopped. Unconvinced, Chu Si tried again, but still felt nothing. A cold sweat instantly drenched her body. She hadn't expected a life to end so easily. Her heart pounded, but Chu Si's mind quickly forced itself to clear. Perhaps he could still be saved. Yes. Yes, that's CPR. Time was running out, but fortunately, they were about to exit the poisonous miasma area. This place was clearly not suitable for emergency treatment. She only had one respirator. If she gave it to one of them, the other would likely be left to die. She immediately scooped them up and began to run for their lives. Chu Si nearly fell several times, stepping on gravel and puddles below. Even with a sprained ankle, she persevered to get the other person out first. After about a minute and a half, they finally reached a safe area. She immediately laid them both down, giving the young master the respirator. She wanted to perform CPR on the other person. To be honest, Chu Si was a bit clueless. She only had a general idea of CPR, but she had no idea of the specific frequency or duration of compressions. At that moment, Chu Si's mind was completely confused. She wasn't afraid of not being able to remember, but she was afraid that she was truly ignorant. The sad thing was that in such a critical moment, she had to rely on her meager experience to attempt a rescue. She couldn't recall the specific steps, but Chu Si knew the sooner this was done, the greater the chance of survival. She helped Li Hang lie flat on his back, clasping her hands together and pressing on his chest. The rate should be similar to her own heartbeat. She couldn't press too gently, otherwise she wouldn't be able to activate his heart and lungs, so Chu Si consciously increased her pressure. No, it felt like her bones were straining under the weight. A little softer. Bang, 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 bang. A minute passed, and Li Hang showed no signs of life. 2 minutes, still no response. Suddenly, Chu Si paused. Did this even involve artificial respiration? Or was it only for drowning people? No, her mind was in a mess. Chu Si took a deep breath. There was definitely something wrong with her procedure. No time to waste. She turned to look at VIP number 1, who was still unconscious. After shaking him twice, he didn't wake up. To save him, the young master had to accept 2 slaps. Papa! 2 slaps and he passed out. The young master's eyelashes fluttered slightly. There was hope, there was hope. Chu Si gathered his strength and prepared to strike again. Perhaps Dong Hui had somehow activated his self-preservation mechanism, and he struggled tenaciously. Chu Si put her hand away guiltily. Her intention was simple, to slap VIP number 1 awake. The process was inhumane, but the results were promising. The pain stimulated his senses, and he finally woke up slowly. He didn't care whether it was a toothache or a sore face, he was immediately pulled over by Chu Si. Hurry, hurry, your brother has no heartbeat. How do you perform CPR? Quick, describe it verbally. Dong Hui's mind was still a blur, but after hearing Chu Si's words, he reacted quickly. Having just regained consciousness, his words were still a little unclear. First, find the chest compression point, the intersection of the 2 ribs. Then, move your fingers upward 2 layers. The position must be accurate. Start pressing. When pressing, place the base of your palm close to the intersection of your 2 fingers. The intersection of the ribs serves as the pressure zone. The frequency should be at least. Chu Si's brows furrowed. She pressed her hands against Li Hang's chest, but she couldn't even find the compression point. At this moment, all she could vent seemed the fury of an incompetent student. Chapter 482. Chu Si looked up at Dong Hui, who immediately understood. I do it. There should be an epinephrine injection in the first aid kit. Take it out and give it to Li Hang. That's fine. Chu Si immediately gave up his seat and turned to dig into his backpack. A moment later, he returned with a syringe. The young master immediately took it and administered the injection. Although he had just regained consciousness, he had clearly regained some strength. Dong Hui quickly located the compression position, clasping his hands together and applying pressure with the base of his palms. He pressed at a rate of at least 100 times per minute, to a depth of at least 5 centimeters. Opening the airway, Li Hang had no foreign objects in his mouth. Tilt his head back and lift his jaw to open his airway. Pinch the patient's nose and blow mouth to mouth twice, each time for at least 1 second, observing the rise and fall of his chest with peripheral vision. The young master quickly performed a textbook rescue on Chu Si, performing this operation several times in a row. Fortunately, the patient was saved in the end, making his small sacrifice worthwhile. Li Hang's ability to breathe on his own gradually returned, but he still wasn't conscious. Dong Hui stopped and sat down, a little exhausted. After all, he was in a shabby state, and it was already a great achievement for him to persevere and rescue VIP number 2. He looked up at Chu Si and asked, "Do you have any more nutritional supplements? Bring some out for him." Chu Si nodded. Her luggage was still in the mine to the left, so she simply dragged it along. Thankfully, the packages were tied together, making transporting them easy. After arriving, she fished out a nutritional supplement from her backpack, unscrewed the bag, and slowly dripped some along the seam between Li Hang's lips. Once the breathing mask was on, it couldn't be discontinued. Dong Hui's condition had clearly improved, so he simply kept it on VIP number 2's face. His condition was extremely poor, and he clearly couldn't walk on his own. Chu Xi thought for a moment, and simply piled him on top of the luggage and dragged him along. However, the space was limited. Chu Xi looked around and saw that with number 2 lying down, there was clearly no room for the young master to sit. She frowned. It seemed like she was being unfairly treated. She had to use both hands to pull so much, leaving her with no time to spare for anyone else. But after all, she was being paid, and Chu Xi felt she couldn't let him down. So she tentatively asked, "Can you help me walk?" Dong Hui shook his head. Before Chu Xi's expression fell, he continued, "No need. I'm a genetically modified human, with excellent physical fitness. With the energy I received, I can now barely walk on my own." Chu Xi's expression lit up, and he immediately started forward, pulling the things. Dong Hui, Looking at the overflowing pile, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He'd been completely dazed before. Upon waking, all he could think about was how to deal with the girl in front of him. Something felt off, but he hadn't given it much thought. Now, he realized it immediately. She plundered everything there. And the mutated snails and fern leaves in the backpack showed they raided the bandits' lair as well. He had to admit, he was a real talent. No wonder the difference between paying and not paying was so significant. He couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Fortunately, they were paying members. Otherwise, in this situation, he wondered if he even had a second chance at rescue. He rubbed his aching face. It seemed swollen. Dong Hui slowly walked forward, holding onto the wall. He looked up at Chu Xi, who was walking briskly ahead, lugging a pile of stuff. He had a vague suspicion in his mind, but wisely didn't ask, to avoid awkwardness on both sides. Since he'd been unconscious for a while, he had no idea how much time had passed. His biggest concern was how long it would take to meet up with the support team. The young master felt a little unsure. Looking at Chu Xi's equipment, he saw a crossbow strapped to his left waist and a small armor-piercing hammer on his right. It looked like he had some fighting power, but that was all. The miners had wooden silos, and even Chu Xi, with his immense strength, was useless against bullets. He asked directly, "When will the support team arrive?" Chu Xi shook her head. She didn't know. Communication down there was poor. Some areas had a strong signal, others were very weak. She looked up at her watch. "No, I can't send messages from this area. I ask again after we get out?" The young master nodded. There was no point in getting anxious now. He could only take things one step at a time. Suddenly, he paused, his hand raised in a stop gesture. There was movement outside. When she turned back, she saw Chu Xi already dragging her luggage and quietly heading into another narrow mine tunnel. Dong Hui? Chu Xi was still feeling a pity. This mine tunnel wasn't very deep, probably because the yield was low, probably only about a meter deep. They couldn't hide everything inside. If anyone came through this mine tunnel, they would inevitably be discovered. Her heart was pounding. She expected these people to be just ordinary miners. She didn't want to get into a fight. Putting people first, Chu Xi prioritized protecting VIP member number 2, unloading him first, and then pushing him into the mine tunnel and hiding him. The young master had no time to defend himself, as 3 people had already emerged from the opposite corner. Both sides had headlights, shining their heads against each other's, preventing them from seeing each other's faces. Unsure whether they were friend or foe, Chu Xi dared not move rashly. However, their movements towards their waists were deeply unfriendly. Chapter 483. Chu Xi's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of the butt of a rifle. Regardless of whether they were bandits or not, her life was paramount. She absolutely could not allow them the opportunity to strike first. Thinking this way, without waiting to negotiate, she swiftly drew her crossbow with her right hand. Swish, swish, swish. 3 shots, each hitting its mark, crippled the right arms of several men. Unsure of the situation, Chu Xi didn't dare to kill them. Shooting them in the right arm merely limited their fighting power. The crossbow arrows were anesthetic, and would take effect in about 6 or 7 minutes. Dong Hui hadn't expected the young woman's quick reaction. From a single cry of pain, he knew one of the men was the bandit holding them hostage. Well done. He couldn't help but give Chu Xi a thumbs up. Now Chu Xi had solved his biggest problem. With his right arm crippled, The men would no longer be able to use their wooden crossbows to attack. Dong Hui took a deep breath. As long as he didn't use his gun, and it wasn't a fatal blow, he was confident he could hold his own, even though his body was already at its weakest. Having secured the initiative, the next crucial moment would be the Mad Dog's counterattack. To be honest, the young master was already prepared for a delaying battle. Judging from the girl's condition, she clearly had some skill. Dong Hui firmly believed they could hold out until the mercenaries arrived tomorrow. The three men were truly desperate men. In this situation, their advantage completely extinguished. Instead of turning and fleeing, they were provoked into a bloody frenzy, and rushed towards Chu Xi and his men with knives in hand. They dispersed, advancing swiftly along the wall. At first, it was too far away to see clearly, but as they got closer, Miner Bandit number 1 immediately recognized Dong Hui's identity. Fuck. The prey's gone. Now they were even less panicked. After all, they were already defeated. Even if they were afraid, the roles should be reversed. The three miners' faces grew increasingly gloomy, their expressions suddenly becoming much more fierce. One of them even shouted directly, "If you run into me again, you're unlucky. Since you don't want to be an undercover agent, then you just have to die." Before he could finish his words, Dong Hui swept his leg, and his words flew out, along with his two front teeth. Chu Xi turned his head to look at him, silently applauding him. These miners have grown mouths. They talk too much nonsense. The remaining two members of the enemy group proved quite reliable. They spoke little, and their skills were clearly much more solid. As miners, they were hardly soft-hearted. Previously, they had simply assumed they were just ordinary miners trying to steal resources, engaging in a brawl and playing along. Now that their true identity had been exposed, they couldn't let them escape. The Tomorrow mercenaries were hunting them down very aggressively, and they were all like rats in a cave, forced to hide from place to place every day. Most of the underground river had been overrun by mutated giant salamanders, leaving them severely short of food. They had finally found a prime location, and they absolutely couldn't let anyone else discover it. The miners had anticipated these events, as there were man-made caves along the riverbank. They had been waiting for an opportunity to kill and silence them. But they hadn't expected it to come so soon. They were lucky to have taken this mine today, otherwise they might have let these men escape without a trace. Unexpectedly, the two men were quite skilled fighters. Even with a single blow, they held their own. Soon, the older man with the missing front teeth rejoined the fray, and even 2 against 3, they were able to hold their own. Mine Bandit number 1 winked at the other two, and they immediately understood. They used all their strength to try to contain Chu Xi and Dong Hui, their daggers sharp, each strike aimed straight at their vital points. Chu Xi was surprised. She hadn't expected them to be so skilled with their left-handed knives. Life in the Wasteland wasn't easy. Being a mine bandit required mastery of both arms. But she wasn't afraid of close combat. With my physical prowess, whoever got close would be beaten. She snatched the knife from one man, and the young master also stopped the other. Just as the situation looked promising, she heard the sound of a rifle being loaded. Chu Xi's eyes flashed, and she quickly glanced at the vanishing third person, only to find the black muzzle of a gun pointed at her. Sister Chu's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected this to be a high-level game. Did she need to use 2 guns to fight her? No. Were the miners' demands so high these days? Are they taking advantage of her Jixian's absence? Otherwise, they definitely trick you into not even having a chance to draw your gun. But complaints aside, running for your life is running for your life. Chu Xi immediately pushed the person in front of her aside, using the reaction force to scurry to the left. The bullet blasted out of the gun with a resounding bang, but unfortunately, it missed its target. At this moment, it was Chu Xi and his gang who should have been afraid. After all, letting their opponent touch the wooden barn was their fault. But the miners were also filled with fear, if for no other reason than the anesthetic was gradually taking effect. Even with the wooden barn, they no longer had any leverage to threaten others. The hand pulling the trigger had already begun to stiffen. It was clear they still had no chance to fire a second time. Mine Bandit number 1 remained steadfast, his grip on the gun rigid. With a bang, he hit one of his own men. It was quite sudden. With a scream, one man collapsed to the ground. Chu Xi was delighted. One of the enemy had been crippled. Hit in the thigh, Mine Bandit number 2 fell, unwilling to resign. Chapter 484. Chu Xi didn't care if they were fully anesthetized or not. Just letting them counterattack was already a big concession. The demon bared its fangs, and she couldn't help but smile. She had nailed a crossbow bolt into each arm and leg of the 3 miners. After confirming they were all safe, she stood up to check on VIP1. She was unlucky. Even with 3 crippled men in her way, she was still shot in the calf. It was her bad luck. Mu Song had just loaded his gun, but hadn't found the right moment to fire. Now, that Parkinson's-like opponent had managed to hit his target. Although the man's arm was broken, his fingers could still bend slightly. Mu Song fell onto a small rock, the muzzle of his gun tilted upwards. Using the force, he slowly retrieved the pistol. It was obvious that he had been aiming for Chu Si's heart. Unfortunately, his arm injury, coupled with the anesthetic's effects, meant he couldn't control the gun's stability after pulling the trigger, causing the bullet's trajectory to deviate and ultimately hit Chu Si's calf. Looking at the bloody hole in her leg, she stumbled uncontrollably. The rupture of her leg muscle tissue brought intense pain, and she felt her entire brain numb with pain. It was a penetrating wound. Even though Chu Si was wearing snakeskin armor, he couldn't withstand the damage of this special firearm. Chu Si's first reaction was, "What a good gun." The intense pain stung her, making her unable to stand. She took a deep breath, and a burning sensation quickly spread over the wound. She wondered if it was the burn from the bullet, or if the energy stone had taken effect. Catching sight of VIP number 1 anxiously approaching from the corner of her eye, Chu Si took a deep breath and slowly peeled the energy stone from her palm. The enemy was now practically exhausted, and without life-threatening danger, she couldn't let anyone notice anything unusual about her. After the bullets were fired, Miner number 1's wooden barn flew out of his hand. He was now desperately crawling forward, trying to reclaim it. But how could all the good things be his? Chu Si dragged his crippled leg straight over, leaving a footprint with each step. Blood splattered everywhere. As Chu Si slowly approached, the dwarf suddenly emerged with a 2.8-meter-tall aura, his eyes piercing, the chill of winter approaching, like a killing god. A wave of fear rose in the hearts of the 3 men opposite him. Chu Si walked over with a stern expression, and then pulled out the knife he carried. "If you dare to attack me, then I have to show you my true abilities." Chu Si was no longer the innocent child who had never seen blood. With a swish, he raised his knife. Dong Hui quickly called for a halt. "No, wait a minute. Don't kill them. We need to take them back for questioning. We can't put their lives in danger." Chu Si, Afraid Chu Si wouldn't listen, Dong Hui hurriedly explained, "There are still some miners hiding down there. We can definitely get some clues from them." "Never mind." Sister Chu nodded noncommittally. She wasn't the inflexible type. The death penalty might be spared, but the punishment of life was unavoidable. She wouldn't feel relieved until she gave him a beating. She dragged her crippled leg into the fight herself, narrowly avoiding beating Miner number 1 to death. Then her rage shifted to Miner number 2 and Miner number 3. Chu Si wasn't short-sighted. After settling her personal grudge, her first act was to gather up her equipment. She put away several wooden guns, wondering if they all been modified. These were worth a fortune and absolutely couldn't fall into the hands of others. But as soon as she made her move, the young master started to act up again. "These are criminal weapons. They can't be taken personally." Chu Si ignored him, tucked the scavenged guns behind her waist, pulled down her mask, and cast a sharp gaze in the direction of VIP number 1. Fearing assassination, Dong Hui paused and tactfully added, "I'm already unconscious. You can get on with your business." Chu Si nodded. "Don't make me regret saving you." Dong Hui instantly understood the subtext of her words. She probably had a way to remedy her regret. Thinking of his own physique, he dropped to the ground, eyes closed, as if he had truly fainted. Chapter 485. When Fu Boen led the team over, everyone was stunned by the sudden sight of the scene. After the entire battle, Chu Si was the only one left standing, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Fu Boen couldn't help but gasp. This battle had completely redefined his understanding of Sister Chu's combat prowess. But her leg was covered in blood, clearly a serious injury. He hurried over and supported her. "Sister Chu? How's your injury?" Chu Si winced in pain. She looked down at her leg, still oozing blood. Didn't that tell the whole story? She reached out to grasp her cotton pants, and blood began to drip down. After a moment's thought, Chu Si replied with dignity, "It's fine. Just a penetrating bullet wound." Fu Boen, At that moment, Chu Si's image instantly rose to prominence in the minds of the uninformed team members. She's no longer just a simple macho woman, she's a madcap, enhanced version. It's a shame that this characterization ended when she slipped and fell into a puddle. Falling wasn't shameful, especially since she was limping, but the injured side happened to be pressed against a rock, and the cave suddenly erupted in screams, like a pig being slaughtered. The secondary damage came so unexpectedly, and so fatally that Sister Chu was thrown completely off her feet. Great, the fake aloof goddess fell from grace. Now everyone was lying on the ground. Fu Bowen saw that this situation couldn't be delayed any longer, so he helped call on several teammates and carried all the injured people off the ground. Then they planned to return to the capital. Their wounded needed to be accommodated, and the newly captured miners needed urgent interrogation. Wait! Chu Xi hurriedly called a halt. VIP2 and the supplies she had just collected were still in the nearby mine. They had come mainly for those things, and she had to take them home. Fu Bowen paused. For a moment, he didn't realize what VIP2 was. But everyone understood the rest of the sentence, though it was a bit unbelievable. The mine had only been operating for a short time, and this girl had not only fought a tough battle, but from what she said, she also found some time to go out mining. Isn't that a bit satisfying? Fu Bowen had seen a lot, after all. After being surprised, he quickly realized what was happening and immediately called someone over to gather Chu Xi's belongings. Seeing only one person had been found, Chu Xi wanted to offer some advice, but her wound had just experienced a severe secondary attack, and the pain was at its peak. After groaning for a long time, she only managed a sign. The others asked, "What's the deal?" But Chu Xi's expression didn't suggest that. Thankfully, there was a top-notch translator. Dong Hui didn't pretend to be unconscious. To ensure his teammates could get help as quickly as possible, he immediately spoke up, 3 people, let 3 people go. Thinking of Sister Chu's pile of luggage, he honestly thought 3 people would be too much. 3 people? Are they crazy? Though everyone was surprised, they all had their professional ethics. Now was clearly not the time for idle talk. There were already some idle people in the team, and 3 of them immediately stepped out. Several people were still wondering how much Chu Xi had unearthed. But when they arrived, they were stunned. They hadn't expected to find a living person, and their situation appeared to be the most critical. One person immediately bent down and carried him on his back. Then came a pile of things. The heaviest were 3 bags of planting soil. One person carried 2 bags, which was already the limit for their small bodies. The last person was dumbfounded. He couldn't carry it all. On the ground lay a large bag of planting soil, 2 full bundles of mutant fern plants, and next to them was half a basket of mutant snails, and a full basket of edible fern leaves. So much food and planting soil. Who was this going to blind? The initial sense of fun had long since vanished, leaving only a deep sense of envy and jealousy. He couldn't carry it all, so he simply called another person to help. The young man loaded up the food and left, earning amazement. This scene was even more dramatic than the wreckage they seen when they first entered. Fu Bowen, a man who's seen the world, coughed softly and warned, "All right, let's get back up there quickly. Several of our teammates are seriously injured and need immediate attention." Especially the last one out, who was clearly racing against time. He was carried out with no problems, much faster than before. But the perks of being a patient certainly weren't easy to come by. Chapter 486. The car drove all the way to the interior of the Tomorrow Mercenary Group, where several wounded soldiers were taken directly to the group's medical room. Li Hang, still attached to an oxygen tank, was wheeled away. The remaining personnel were the miners, pierced by several crossbow bolts. Judging by the noise, they were screaming the most miserably. Chu Xi felt quite pleased. He let them boast about it. Even if they didn't collapse immediately, they were definitely getting their comeuppance now, right? Dong Hui's condition was the least severe of the group. His biggest problem was his lack of energy replenishment. He could just lie down and replenish it slowly. As for the scrapes and bruises, they only needed to be rubbed with medicine. It was simple. After treating his wounds, Chu Xi leaped over. The doctor took one look at her wounds, and called over the 2 nurses nearby. "Hold her down for a while." Chu Xi, ? Why is there another bad premonition? The doctor stood up and found the special cleaning tools. He pinched Chu Xi's injured leg, looked up at her, and said, "This wound of yours will be painful later. Bear with it." Chu Xi could only nod stiffly. The cold liquid brushed over the wound. At first, she felt quite comfortable. The coolness seemed to cool it down. But within 2 seconds, the reflex arc of intense muscle pain finally reached her brain. She had originally decided not to scream, but when that moment came, she realized what it meant to be truly helpless. She had never known that treating a wound could be so painful. Chu Xi had to treat more than just the surface area. He also had to disinfect the trajectory of the bullet. The wound, exposed to the cold liquid, was as painful as if she had been shot again. In the end, the 2 nurses couldn't hold her down, and the extravagant team was upgraded to 4 strong men, and the task was finally accomplished. After finally completing the task, Chu Si didn't need to pretend. Her clothes were already soaked with cold sweat, and her face was pale. She couldn't even stand up now. There were rewards for capturing the miners and rescuing the team members, but Fu Bowen would have to follow up on these matters later. As for Dong Hui and Li Hang, the promised rewards would have to be paid a little later. Not to mention that VIP number 2 hadn't woken up yet. Even the young master, who was in relatively good condition, had to complete the watch before her payment. So Fu Bowen had to follow up on this matter. After sitting for a long time, Chu Si finally gathered her strength and shakily stood up, holding onto the back of the chair. Fu Bowen hurried over to support her, saying with concern, "Sister Chu, don't worry. I can get you a bed, so you can recuperate here for a while." Chu Si shook her head frantically. "You're kidding. Changing the medicine every day? Isn't that just killing her? She might as well go home and rely on the energy stones for support instead of suffering here." Seeing Chu Si's resolute attitude, Bowen had no choice but to drive her back. While in the car, Chu Si secretly refilled her energy stones. Compared to the two, it was like an angel's healing method. Her complexion quickly improved. By the time she got out of the car, she was able to walk on her own with the help of crutches. She slowly moved to the bedroom, while Fu Bowen helped her unload the day's harvest into the living room. This was his first time here since the new house was built. The 3-story debut was indeed very exciting, but unfortunately, he felt little excitement this time. Fu Bowen knew this was going to be a big deal. Chu Si had already escaped, but it was only at his request that she returned to rescue the two, resulting in her serious gunshot wound. Brother Xian would definitely kill him when he returned. Thinking of Chu Si's miserable state just now, Fu Bowen couldn't help but shudder. He feared his own future would be even worse. He couldn't help but persuade Sister Chu, "If you don't want to stay in the infirmary, I come pick you up and change the dressings for a few days, okay?" He thought, trying his best to take care of Chu Si's wound, hoping that by the time Brother Xian returned, it would have healed better, and he would have suffered less. But how could Chu Si possibly do as he wished? Not to mention the unnecessary suffering she had endured, not to mention that she had already started using the energy stone to repair her wound on the way back. Going all the way to the doctor, were you afraid they wouldn't notice the problem? Why bother? There was no other way. Fu Bowen could only prescribe her some extra medicine after returning home, and let her use it herself. This was a windfall, considering the sealed packaging meant it could be stored for quite a while, adding to their family's medicine reserves. After this ordeal, even for the sake of acting, Chu Si had to rest at home for 2 days. She wasn't idle either. She had moved the planting soil and ferns to the second floor. After transplanting them and waiting for the plants to take root, Chu Si was surprised to discover that the ferns, once vibrant in color, had slowly turned green in the sunlight, becoming ordinary. Thankfully, the sales rate was still very good, so this didn't affect her at all. However, the water requirements were far greater than she had anticipated. To keep the plants lush and growing, she had to water them twice a day in the dead of winter. Fortunately, the family had stockpiled some water beforehand, in anticipation of the hydroponic room's opening. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been enough. She took a look at the situation, and thought it might be possible to grow this thing directly in water. If she had time, she could dig up a few and try. A few days passed uneventfully, and just when Chu Si was about to settle into this peaceful state, a sudden thunderclap struck. She clicked on the message on her watch, feeling a faint sense of unease. Another long overdue notification from base arrived, again regarding a severe weather warning. Orange cold wave warning? Chu Si's hands clenched slightly. As far as she could remember, only that devastating hailstorm had ever reached orange level. How terrifying would a similarly severe cold wave warning be this time? It was fine for her at home, but what about Ji Xian, who was away? Chapter 487. Following the orange cold wave alert message, the base, like a hornet's nest, released several more related messages. These messages were like bombs, constantly bombarding people's fragile nerves, each one foreshadowing the severity of the upcoming situation. The base was in chaos, and the price of anything related to warmth began to soar. Then came food, and everyone went into a new round of stockpiling frenzy. After receiving the message, Chu Si immediately sent a message to Ji Xian to confirm. Her biggest worry was that Ji Xian and his group would be trapped outside by the sudden cold wave, and this worry was not unfounded. In extremely low temperatures, it was normal for a car to not start. If they were stranded outside, survival would be extremely difficult. Chu Si forced herself to calm down. Counting the days, Ji Xian and his group should be arriving at base 38 soon. As long as they could get in, and Brother Xian had plenty of points, With his adaptability, he'd definitely survive. Not long after she sent the message, her watch chimed, signaling a message had been received. With such a short time interval, Chu Xi had initially given up hope, but then she clicked on it, and saw it was indeed from Ji Xian. The message arrived so promptly, the two had probably sent it at the same time. Chu Xi clicked on it, and saw the message read, "Don't worry, speed up tonight. We definitely make it to base 38 before the cold wave arrives." Chu Xi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as they could get in, it was fine. At worst, they wouldn't have to buy the house for now. With so many points, she didn't believe Ji Xian wouldn't survive. A message has a limited length, and before long, she received several messages from Ji Xian, including one about a transfer. Chu Xi clicked on them, and saw a total of 3,000 points. She pursed her lips. After transferring the funds, she wondered if it would affect Ji Xian's house buying plans. Never mind, she shook her head. She didn't have many points, and it certainly wasn't enough to buy more supplies. Especially after Ji Xian had outlined some areas for her to spend money on, she felt she had more places to spend money. The first and foremost thing to consider was warmth, like quilts and fuel. These weren't things their family was short of, so Ji Xian suggested she buy some thermal insulation wall panels. While they were expensive, they could prioritize arming their bedroom. Second, they needed to upgrade their home's security. Ji Xian said he had already ordered an electrical grid from Oldly, so she didn't need to worry, someone would come and install it. However, the grid consumes a lot of energy, so it should be avoided unless it was dangerous. Third, there's food storage. This needs no elaboration, Chu Xi is very skilled at it. The fourth point, and a crucial one, is water storage. This is also the most easily overlooked aspect. Precisely because water is plentiful here, completely free, and in a stable supply, at least while at the base, we never run out of water. So, people might subconsciously overlook this point. Chu Xi, however, felt it was essential. After all, these levels rely on vehicles to transport them daily. If there were any problems with the transportation, the base would immediately be in a state of water shortage. After reading Ji Xian's message, Chu Xi didn't dare waste a moment. Given the base's frequent severe weather warnings, once the message went out, they likely wouldn't have much time to prepare. She hurriedly wheeled her beloved electric bike out of the living room and attached it to her homemade bed. Unfortunately, the space was limited, so she could only fit 8 buckets. Before leaving, she deliberately ran to the warehouse, grabbed a potato, and stuffed it in her pocket. Then, she pushed open the door and rode away. Everyone was busy scrambling for supplies, so the water connection was relatively empty. But those few who were there weren't to be underestimated. They clearly recognized the importance of water, each carrying at least 4 or 5 empty buckets. Chu Xi's drive inevitably attracted a lot of attention, but everyone's attention quickly shifted back to their own business. After all, now wasn't the time to watch the excitement. The guy in charge of distributing water was standing nearby. Chu Xi locked her car and immediately went over. After paying a fee equivalent to a potato, she was granted access to 2 taps for half an hour. Without hesitation, Chu Xi immediately brought the bucket over and began collecting water. Her home was relatively close, so if she hurried, she could get 2 taps. Chapter 488. After fetching water, she drove immediately to Oldly's place. This was the first time she witnessed a huge crowd in a grocery store. Most people were there buying quilts, and a few were specifically looking for heaters. Chu Xi secretly listened to the prices and exclaimed inwardly, "Wow! These were at least 10 times higher than usual." The price of nutritional supplements had also soared to 8 points per tube. Of course, his store only sold near future products, so these had previously been 4 points per tube. Grinding her resolve, Chu Xi squeezed forward. "Uncle Lee, I'm here to buy some insulation boards." Oldly was sweating profusely from his busy schedule. Hearing Chu Xi's voice, he immediately pushed a stack of prepackaged boards out to her from the corner. "Here, these were cut to the dimensions Ji Xian gave me. Just snap them together when you get home. Ji Xian gave me the points, so you can take them home. Anything else?" Chu Xi thought for a moment, and then asked for 10 more detection sensors, which used infrared alarms. As she walked along, she could clearly sense a significant change in the atmosphere of the base. For safety's sake, she decided to buy some security gear. When they went to check out, Oldly handed her 2 first aid kits. Of course, they also required payment. Chu Xi glanced at them, said nothing, then obediently paid the points and left with the items. Oldly nodded in satisfaction. The little girl was very considerate, and his kindness wasn't in vain. When Chu Xi returned home, 2 people were already waiting at the door. They were holding tools in their hands, and it was obvious that they were the people who were installing the power grid. The two men, growing impatient, didn't exchange a few pleasantries with Chu Si, immediately diving into the intense installation process. They completed the installation and testing of the power grid with the greatest speed they ever achieved, then quickly departed. They were also rushing to buy supplies for their home. If they hadn't needed to continue doing this work, they wouldn't have taken this afternoon's order. Chu Si took a look and saw that the power grid had a low power mode, essentially maintaining basic operation. If it detected any interference, it would immediately switch to high current mode, effectively striking an intruder. Chu Si was very satisfied. She could now sleep peacefully. After seeing the two off, she dispersed the 10 newly purchased sensors and then went into the bedroom to apply the insulation board. Her bedroom already had an electric heated Kong and a heater, and with the addition of the insulation board, Chu Si thought, they would definitely be able to survive the winter. After finishing all her work, Chu Si turned on the electric heated Kong, moved a small bamboo table to the head of the Kong, cut 2 slices of dried meat, and boiled a potato. All she had to do now was wait quietly for the cold wave to arrive. Her only concern now was Ji Xian. She had to reach Area 38 before the cold wave arrived. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, the long-awaited cold wave finally arrived quietly. There was no howling north wind, no blizzard. Instead, everything was utterly silent, as if even the breath had frozen. In that instant, Chu Si felt the once warm room temperature drop rapidly. The warm air suddenly turned icy cold, and she watched helplessly as thick frost quickly formed on the window. Ding 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 ding. The sound of the message alert was particularly distinct at night. Chu Si clicked on it. It was another push notification from the base, primarily detailing the cold wave. The sudden cold wave was a severe test of nature for humanity, and it would last for about a month. The temperature plummeted, reaching a staggering -80°C, and the entire world was blanketed in ice and snow, a blanket of white. Faced with such severe weather conditions, the base took urgent action, issuing an appeal to the public. Everyone must unite and respond together, making every effort to prepare for the severe cold. For those families facing more difficult living conditions, the base offered a very thoughtful suggestion. Multiple households could choose to live together. This would not only pool resources, but also strengthen mutual assistance, allowing them to overcome this difficult time together. At this critical moment, everyone should actively respond to the base's call and act swiftly. Whether it's stockpiling enough food and fuel, improving insulation in our homes, or helping each other and sharing warmth. As long as we work together and unite as one, we will surely overcome this severe cold and usher in the day when spring arrives. Chu Si shook her head. The nagging feeling she felt after reading this message only intensified. Soon after, she heard a remarkably loud knock on the door. She reread the message. This multi-family living situation must have been incredibly depressing news for her. Chapter 489. The weather outside suddenly grew colder, and the people knocking on the door didn't leave. Instead, the banging grew more ferocious. Chu Si could faintly hear the voices of several women and men. "Little girl, open the door. We mean no harm. We just want to move in temporarily. It's not safe for you to be home alone. We can help you out with our numbers." Chu Si, wrapped in her quilt, checked the video feed at the door. She listened to the chatter and yawned in boredom. She projected the surveillance video onto the snow-white wall and retrieved a piece of dried meat from the bedside table, chewing on it while watching the show. They exchanged glances. There were 7 or 8 of them, both men and women, dressed rather simply. Chu Si had a vague impression of a few of them. They seemed to be homeless people from the West District. Homeless people were those who had the status of base residents but had, by chance, lost their property. Before, they would likely find abandoned rooms or set up shacks in secluded locations, just like when Chu Si and his companions first moved into their new home, the guardhouse, which already bore traces of homeless life. The sudden onset of the cold wave was undoubtedly a devastating blow to them. Without their own property, their living conditions were even worse than those of the slightly better-off slum dwellers. The only options left for them seemed to be surrendering to others, or conquering the land. It was clear that these people were more interested in the latter. Seeing no one answer from inside, the leading men pointed out a frail girl in the group. The child immediately collapsed to the door, tears streaming down her face. "Sister, please open the door. It's so cold outside. If we stay any longer, we could die." Chu Si silently gave a thumbs up. Her acting was excellent, but these people probably didn't know there was a surveillance camera at her door. Whatever they did, they were right under her nose. Despite the howling of ghosts and wolves outside, Sister Chu remained unmoved. Unfortunately, before the show could last long, these people, seeing that soft tactics were futile, actually considered scaling the wall. Quickly, Chu Si called the police. This was the first time she had experienced adequate public security services since moving into the base, and then the line was busy. Chu Si's face turned green. Looking at the heads that kept jumping up and down, she decided to give up. She put on her coat, then a cotton-padded jacket, and walked into the courtyard alone. Although her house was powered by electricity, these people clearly weren't at a level that would waste the stored power. Therefore, she had to do it herself. As soon as she stepped outside, the cold air instantly chilled her to the bone. The very air she breathed felt like ice. Chu Si paused for 5 seconds, the stinging in her lungs finally easing. From outside, she could hear the thumping sounds of someone climbing the wall. The wall was built very smoothly, making it difficult for them to gain leverage, making the climb a bit challenging. She glanced around and picked up a brick from the base of the wall. Then she waited at the base, waiting for someone to show up. Since the inspection office couldn't help her, she could only seek justice herself. Excellent! Someone showed up. Chu Si took the brick, took a running leap, and swung it, hitting the target with a crack. There was a cry of awe from the other side, followed by the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. There was a sudden commotion outside, followed by the sounds of someone climbing the wall even more intensely. Chu Si frowned. What? Are they going to fight? Of course, she wasn't going to hold back. With a few quick bangs, she eliminated 3, but one still managed to slip through. They were incredibly savvy, knowing Chu Si was alone, and had deliberately spaced out their climbing positions. But before the man could rejoice, a crossbow was raised, and a bolt blasted towards him. He screamed and fell. Seeing that he was still armed, the wanderers outside were truly terrified. A brick would at most cause them some serious injuries, but this could be fatal. Despite their reluctance, the group quickly retreated. This bone was too tough to chew. They might as well save their strength to find other families to share the rent with. Seeing the group dragging the wounded away, Chu Si turned off the projection and climbed to the top floor in miniature. The 3rd floor was high enough to see far. Tonight seemed particularly lively. It was clear that there were more than 1 or 2 people involved in the misappropriation of other people's property. No wonder the patrol officers were so overwhelmed. It wasn't that their enforcement efforts had weakened, but rather, faced with a more severe survival crisis, many people chose to take risks. Using the base's promotion of shared living as an excuse, many people on the brink of collapse couldn't help themselves. Chu Si sighed, wrapped her coat tightly around her, and slowly descended from the top floor. She only cared about their own little family. There was nothing else she could do. Chu Si glanced at her watch, a hint of worry crossing her eyes. There was still no news from Ji Xian, and the temperature was dropping. She wondered if they had successfully entered Base 38. Back in the bedroom, the temperature suddenly warmed up. Chu Si took off her coat and slid into bed. I thought my situation was over, but within 2 minutes of lying down, the house alarm went off again. She checked her watch and couldn't help but laugh. It was a group of defeated soldiers, clearly remnants of a defeated army from elsewhere. This was going to be a busy day. Could she still maintain a 24-hour shift? This group was clearly more impatient, or perhaps even furious. Without even a second thought, they simply scaled the wall and rushed into the house. Seeing them from behind, they looked quite impressive. Chu Si had barely lain down, barely warmed up, when another group of thieves arrived. She couldn't help but curse, but she quickly put on her clothes and rushed out. Thankfully, this group was tactful. After beating a few of them, they hid their wounds and fled. This time, she didn't rush back. Sure enough, just 10 minutes later, someone else arrived. The 3-story house was truly eye-catching, and the family's living conditions were actually well known to many in the neighborhood. Chu Si couldn't help but explode. There's no such thing as a thief being on guard for 1,000 days. She scratched her hair in annoyance. She had to find a way. She was alone here. She couldn't just wait for others to attack her. She had initially considered recording a video of herself designing a target, but then she decided it wasn't impressive enough. It might have been fine under normal circumstances, but now it clearly wouldn't be enough to intimidate those already rabid with rage. Chu Si pondered, realizing their most lethal species seemed to be their snakes, so she recorded a video of the mutant short-tailed viper, along with a venom test report. The symptoms of the poisoning, along with a video of the poisoning, were included. Furthermore, a website address was thoughtfully included, a viewing window reserved by the base patrol office. Looking at the finished product, Chu Si was quite satisfied. She even marked a few words on the ground. Patrol Office official website, certified professional breeder of mutant short-tailed viper. Chapter 490. After Chu Si's news spread, the crowd outside did indeed quiet down. Although not everyone was aware of the dangers of the mutated short-tailed pit viper, Sister Chu was very clever in doing so. She directly recorded a literacy video for everyone. Appearance sampling and venom testing were conducted on site. Even those who initially thought she was bluffing were forced to give up after self-examination. Most of the wanderers were connected, and it wasn't long before word of this juicy piece of meat spread. If there's nothing to gain, why bother trying so hard to stick to it? What's more, the large man touched the gauze wrapped around his head and was completely convinced. The girl is a verbal fighter and fearless in physical combat, capable of wreaking havoc on others at any moment. Why bother provoking her? They're ruthless, but they're not stupid. At this moment, time is of the essence. If you go in and show off even when you know you can't win, you deserve to freeze to death. After weighing the pros and cons, no matter how much resentment there is, you can only retreat obediently. Sister Chu clapped her hands, and seeing that there was indeed no more fighting, she trembled and returned indoors. This matter wasn't over yet. After returning, Chu Si immediately began reviewing the videos. The inspection office was busy right now, but it wasn't going bankrupt. There would be plenty of opportunities to deal with these people later. What she needed to do now was to find all those who intended to attack, take screenshots, and report them one by one. Wow, why is this guy still with 2 teams? Then he must be the one selling the information. Chu Si marked him, and when the time came, he might be able to impose a heavier punishment. How old is this kid? Alas, Chu Si couldn't help but feel a little bored, and the joy of complaining was gone. She quickly pointed at a few of the thorny ones, and the matter was over. But she still had a doubt. She hadn't had much contact with these homeless people, at most only seeing them from a distance. Although her family had an electric car, it wasn't that prominent in the overall environment of the base. This small amount of assets wasn't enough to warrant checking their residence. Don't forget, this is within the base. Unless it was an emergency like this, security was usually very strict. At most, they would dare to commit petty thefts against pedestrians. Something like a burglary was unthinkable. If it weren't for the life-threatening situation, and the base's advocacy giving this group some support, they wouldn't dare to take such a risk no matter what. Later, more and more people came to stay overnight, and the gathering brought them strength, perhaps because they felt the law couldn't hold them accountable. More and more people who couldn't survive joined the robbers. The homeless inside the base, those in the shantytowns outside the base, and gradually, some bolder civilians also wanted to get a piece of the action. When the authorities discovered something was amiss, they immediately dispatched patrol officers to suppress it. However, these homeless people were constantly active in the base, like rats in the sewers. They knew every little path intimately, and their escape speed was astonishing. Arresting them was indeed a major undertaking. Chu Si frowned. Logically, the base announcement wasn't issued until the early hours of the next morning. Even if these people wanted to investigate, they couldn't have reacted so quickly. She scratched her head, feeling incredibly certain that someone was behind this. She pondered it over and over, but couldn't figure it out. Could it be a neighbor? But the people here had some idea of the couple's fighting power, so they wouldn't make such a rash decision. She opened the video, watching it over and over again, and unexpectedly, she found something unexpected. Finally, the treacherous villain behind this had been revealed. Chu Si zoomed in on the video, squinting her eyes, as she observed it for a moment before finally remembering who it was. Chu Si had never met him directly, only catching a glimpse from afar when Ji Xian went to pay rent. It was the wicked, smoldering basement landlord. It seemed she had found the source of the trouble. Chu Si quickly took a screenshot and highlighted the person. When Brother Xian returned, she would submit the case along with his previous theft charge. He would definitely be punished for all his crimes. This guy was a mean-spirited person. He must have felt so bad about being wronged last time that he was looking for an opportunity for revenge. Moreover, the gang immediately mentioned only the little girl, clearly knowing Ji Xian wasn't home. This shows that this idiot must have been holding back for a long time. He must not be allowed to stay. He's too narrow-minded, always looking for someone to prey on. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a thief who can steal for 1,000 days. Once you have this kind of person in your possession, you have to torture them to death. Who told you he's so vicious? The landlord was very cautious. During the vagrant siege, he stayed far away and didn't participate. If it weren't for Chu Si's carefulness, they might not have noticed. It seems he's still very wary of their relationship with the base patrol office. Even so, he wants to use someone else to test the waters. Unfortunately, This guy probably never imagined that the surveillance cameras in self-built houses can be adjusted, and Ji Xian, with his cautious personality, would naturally try to expand the surveillance range as much as possible. Then, the fish fell into the net. It can only be said that the net of heaven is vast and wide, and nothing can escape it. Chapter 491. Things had calmed down on her end, but Chu Xi showed no signs of relaxation. With no news from Brother Xian, her heart was still hanging in the balance. Indeed, Ji Xian's situation was dire. They hadn't been able to reach base 38 before the cold wave arrived. The temperature plummeted by over 50 degrees, seemingly in an instant. Frost quickly formed on the car windows, completely obscuring their vision. They had no choice but to increase the heating. Thankfully, they were not far from the base. If they could manage a night trip, they should be able to enter the base around midnight. The captain urged the convoy to speed up. The extreme cold was causing more than just trouble. The snow piled on the trees had instantly become very solid. Some snowflakes were already drooping, and with the added force of gravity, they fell from the trees with a clattering sound. Each drop was no less destructive than hail. Fortunately, the density of the falling rain wasn't that high, and neither car's windshield was hit. Alas, good luck doesn't last forever. Less than half an hour after the convoy set out, they spotted a herd of mutant bison ahead. The combat effectiveness of these creatures was far superior to their two fragile vehicles, and the team had no choice but to halt and lie low. They didn't dare turn off the engines. The temperature was too low. If they did, they'd likely never start again. Everyone was worried. The amount of gasoline they had brought was limited. The group wouldn't have an unlimited supply of such a resource. Although they had previously run the air conditioning at night, they never cranked it up that high. Plus, since everyone was crammed into one car for the night, they only needed a spare tank of gasoline. But now, everyone could only pray that the herd of bison blocking the road ahead would quickly depart. Otherwise, their only option was to abandon one vehicle and pool all their gasoline resources to power the other. But the team wouldn't do that unless it was absolutely necessary. They would have to report the loss of these supplies and mission items to the mercenary group. The Tomorrow mercenary group wasn't some charity. Their compensation rate was significantly higher than the official base rate. This group simply couldn't afford it. The team dispatched the mechanical bees, and everyone huddled in their seats, quietly awaiting word. They found blankets and wrapped them tightly around themselves, but even then, they shivered uncontrollably from the cold. Clearly, minus 80 degrees wasn't something a blanket and a few layers of clothing could handle. After a long wait that lasted a full 7 hours, the little bees the team had sent out to scout finally returned with news. The captain exclaimed in delight, "Hurry, hurry! The bison have moved on. The team is leaving now." They hurriedly started the car. They had to leave immediately. The temperature continued to drop. Every minute they stayed outside was a minute more risk of freezing to death. But the worst-case scenario happened. There were 2 cars in the group, and one wouldn't start. The driver tried several times, then pounded his fist on the steering wheel in frustration, cursing, "I kept the engine running, how could I die here?" The captain's face was also grim. Seeing that he showed any sign of delaying, Ji Xian frowned. "Pump out the gas, pull the car closer to the nearby bushes, and cover it with weeds. Leave quickly. We can't wait any longer." He had a premonition that if he didn't leave now, he might not even be able to leave the car. You know, extremely low temperatures have a significant impact on a vehicle, affecting multiple components and systems. For example, the engine oil might become thicker and less fluid, increasing engine resistance. The battery's performance might decline, leading to insufficient charge and insufficient starting current. The fuel might condense, affecting fuel supply, and some rubber components might become hard and brittle, affecting sealing performance. For them now, each of these options was extremely risky, and they couldn't afford to take any chances. After weighing the pros and cons, the captain still felt that his life was more important. Gritting his teeth, he followed Ji Xian's plan. Even though they fled without stopping, it wasn't until nearly noon the next day that the car finally arrived at base 38. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They truly were moving slowly. It was a dangerous situation. The car now felt as if it was about to die. Perhaps the low temperature had affected the efficiency of the engine and transmission system, making it impossible to increase its speed and even slowing down. The whole way, everyone was in a state of panic, truly worried that it would suffocate on the road. Now, I was extremely grateful that I had taken Brother Xian's advice, otherwise they really might have been dragged away and unable to return. After pulling into the parking lot for temporary storage, everyone immediately began to buy cold weather supplies and stock up on food. 2 people from the team were assigned to find housing. Renting would surely be very expensive right now, so they decided to make do with just one apartment. Ji Xian politely declined the captain's invitation. The team was a mixed bag, and he disliked the character of several people. Since he had a house fund, there was no need to join them. Chapter 492. After separating from the team, Ji Xian found several stores selling supplies on his own within the base. He had conducted missions there before, and he knew the general purchasing locations for some supplies. Unfortunately, many stores were closed. The only two remaining stores also saw skyrocketing prices. Previously, the price increases had mostly been limited to items like warmth and medicine, so a slight increase in food prices was understandable. But now that the cold wave had arrived, those who still came out to buy supplies were necessarily in urgent need. Naturally, the stores had increased prices across all categories to varying degrees. Forget warmth, these items were already sold out. Not to mention cotton and leather jackets. Even basic raw materials like cotton and animal hides were hard to come by. Ji Xian walked around the stores and ultimately only managed to buy 3 bolts of coarse cloth. These pieces of cloth were summer fabric, very thin, woven from red leaf vines. The fibers were so sparse that they offered virtually no warmth, which was why they had survived until now. The shopkeeper glanced through them and asked for the price of a good quilt, but it had to be said that in these times, it was a steal. The middle-aged man casually tossed the cloth over. Anything else? Ji Xian nodded. Do you have tung oil? The shopkeeper looked up in confusion, thought for a moment, and nodded. He turned and retrieved something from the storage compartment, the tung oil can in his arms. Then, suddenly realizing something, he praised Ji Xian, smart. Xian smiled and took the can from the shopkeeper. What's the price? The shop owner was generous, double the usual price will do. He had a favorable impression of Ji Xian, even a hint of regret. If only the young man had come earlier, he could have made some tung oil cloth and sold it. It was windproof, and would have definitely made a killing. How could he not have considered that he still had 2 large barrels of tung oil at home, and that he had a fair amount of this cloth at the beginning, but it had all been disposed of? The shop owner sighed in regret. What a pity! Time is running out. Ji Xian put the cloth into his backpack and walked out of the shop, clutching the tung oil can. He had to finish the remaining matters quickly, get his household registration, and then he could purchase other supplies as needed. Thinking for a moment, Ji Xian didn't delay. He first went to get his household registration, then went to the government agency to select housing. Unfortunately, the apartment he had originally planned to buy, around 30 square meters, would now be reduced to around 25 square meters. He called up the map navigation on his watch and quickly made his way to the office, where he was handling his affairs. There was only one person on duty now, and the vast trading hall was completely empty. A staff member, wrapped in a thick cotton coat, huddled on a stool, shivering, the heater beside her blazing directly at her. Ji Xian walked in with stiff steps. His feet had lost all feeling as he walked, and his facial muscles had lost control. He stood in front of his desk, his face a mass of ice. He tried to open his mouth several times, but couldn't speak. The girl was quite easygoing. She smiled shyly. Nothing, just stand here for a while. After all, handsome men deserve a little treatment. The girl was a little shy, so it seemed that being on duty wasn't entirely without its drawbacks. After 5 or 6 minutes, seeing Ji Xian's condition improve slightly, she continued, Is there something urgent that needs to be handled? Anyone who can still be out in this weather is a true hero. The girl shrank back, reaching for the computer in front of her. But you came at the perfect time today. We're closing tomorrow, and we have to wait until after the cold snap before we can do any business again. Ji Xian nodded, coughing softly. I'm looking at houses. I'd like to pick one around 110,000. The girl looked up in surprise. A typical successful person. Although 110,000 points might not seem like much to the truly powerful, she was just an ordinary person. Ji Xian was an extremely rare and valuable asset. He was handsome, had a house, and would surely dazzle countless young women. Her face flushed. He was young and promising, but she wondered if he was married. The girl quietly clicked on the information Ji Xian had just registered. Wow, single! She immediately perked up, her demeanor brightening. If she could land such a high-quality man, then all the extra shifts she worked today would be worth it. The girl straightened her back, revealing the curves of her beautiful neck. Of course, she probably wanted to show off more, but unfortunately, she was wearing so much that no matter how much she tried, it would be useless. Ji Xian frowned and checked the time on his watch. Please hurry up, I'm in a hurry. The temperature was dropping, and he still had a lot of things to do. After he found the house, he He had to send a message to his family, Chu CI. Chapter 493. The girl froze slightly, her composure beginning to falter. Seeing Ji Xian's expression, she hurriedly pulled out 7 or 8 properties from her database. After a moment's thought, she added 2 more from her own small collection. To be honest, this already affected her interests, but what if this house was meant for her? Images were projected onto the whiteboard behind her, scrolling through the information, showing the structure, house number, photos, and floor height. The images scrolled slowly, enough for Ji Xian to take in all the information. After 3 views, the girl finally asked, "Are there any you like?" Ji Xian's brows furrowed slightly. The areas of these properties vary greatly. The smallest was only 7 square meters, the largest a mere 26 square meters. Sure enough, it was about the same as he had expected. Excluding location, he narrowed his search further. Ji Xian clicked on a few images for a closer look, but unfortunately, none of them satisfied him. Buying a house is a big deal, so he wanted to pick the tallest one among the short ones. Suddenly, his gaze fixed, and he reached out and pointed. Enlarge number 67. The girl's expression brightened slightly. This was the house she had secretly placed there, so naturally, she was quite optimistic about it. Compared to other houses, it had one significant advantage: a 3.2-meter ceiling height. Although the area was only 23 square meters, it could easily be partitioned off into a 1-meter-high storage area. How much space could that save? Seeing Ji Xian discover this Easter egg, she began to explain, "This house is right next to the wall, near the east gate. It has 4 floors, and this is the topmost. Due to the height of the protective shield, adding a 5th floor is impossible. Building only the 4th floor would have created more space, so the construction team simply built a house with a 3.2-meter ceiling height. The price is a bit above your expectations, at 115,700 yuan, and the transfer fee is 622 yuan. Ji Xian thought for a moment, and immediately decided, "Okay, this is it. Please put both names on the transfer." He then handed over his ID number, and Chu C's. The girl's expression froze for a moment before she asked in a formal tone, "Okay, but what's your relationship with this second resident? I checked here and found out she only has a temporary residence." Ji Xian nodded. "She's my wife, and she didn't come with me this time. Can she still be registered?" The girl's face turned green, and after a long pause, she replied in a businesslike manner, "Okay." It's really infuriating. After all this planning, this guy actually got married in another base. Thinking of the information she had just looked up, the girl felt a little depressed. Perhaps this guy had just arrived at base 38, and some of his information was still incomplete. What a huge mistake. She even lost her own prime apartment. After leaving the office, Ji Xian followed his memory, and went straight to the underground black market near the East District. Now that the house was booked, he could buy the remaining supplies. He had taken a little over 120,000 points with him when he left. He transferred 3,000 to Chu Ci. He had previously spent another 189 points on cloth and tung oil, leaving him with just over 500 points. Under normal circumstances, these 500 points would have been enough purchasing power, but at this time, 3 pieces of coarse cloth and a bucket of tung oil could be sold for nearly 200 points. By that calculation, the purchasing power of 500 points could be estimated. This time, Ji Xian wanted to buy a few more big items. Fortunately, buildings like this all had solar panels installed, usually 1 per family, saving him some money. For the rest, he wanted to buy some nutrient solution, 2 large buckets of water, a boiler, a pot, a hot plate, a hair dryer, and a heater. There were no shortcuts for the nutrient solution. Since it wasn't available in stores, he had to go to the black market. 10 bottles were nearing expiration, each costing 12 points, for a total of 120 points. 2 large buckets, each costing 10 points, left him with 370 points. Buying those big items was naturally out of the question. Ji Xian first bought a toolbox. Thankfully, the price hadn't changed much, and he got it back for 25 points. As for the hot plate and other items, he had to go to the recycling station. He picked and chose, finally finding all the parts he needed before freezing to death. He then found a few less damaged devices as requested. After paying a $20 deposit and renting a small pushcart, he finally managed to push all his belongings back to his residence. Before leaving, he agreed with the shop owner to return the cart after the cold snap, and he agreed. The weather was so cold, he had to close up shop and go home immediately. He couldn't stay here any longer. After leaving the scrapyard, Ji Xian's points were almost gone. He looked down, good 8 left. Back home, He used his watch to sweep the door open and gradually moved his belongings inside. Finally, he could rest easy at home. Not caring about anything else, Ji Xian immediately took a selfie inside the house, edited the information about the house, and sent it to Chu Ci. At the last minute, unable to bring himself to do it, he added a heart icon. Especially after arriving at his new home, he really missed his wife. Chapter 494. After successfully purchasing the house, the power supply automatically connected. Without time to do anything else, Ji Xian immediately opened his toolbox, plugged in the power cord, and began repairing the heater he found at the recycling station. Although he was inside, the situation wasn't necessarily any better than outside. The room was empty and cold, like a large ice house. He rubbed his hands vigorously. Ji Xian's hands were numb, and even gripping a wrench was difficult. He kept blowing hot air onto his hands. No, he had to warm himself up quickly. He was in a dangerous situation. The heater Ji Xian had found had a noticeable crack on its exterior. Logically, it shouldn't have been the best choice. There were several other broken heaters, all of which were in better condition. But Ji Xian chose this one because it had 3 heating modes. They are convection, electric heating, and infrared radiation heating. When purchasing, Ji Xian had already given the device a rough inspection. The heating element wasn't the problem, the thermostat wiring was disconnected, a minor issue. The heat sink needed to be replaced, and he had already prepared for that. After plugging it in, the heater didn't work, but Ji Xian wasn't worried at all. After testing it so far, he was almost certain the problem lay with the circuit board. This was his forte, and repairing it was a breeze. After painstakingly disassembling the device and cleaning the dust inside, Ji Xian turned on the flashlight on his watch and carefully examined it. He finally pinpointed the problem. 2 components had likely been damaged by voltage instability. He replaced it, and then removed a few of the older ones. After plugging it back in, the indicator light on the front lit up, and the equipment began to function normally. Phew! Ji Xian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as one thing was fixed, he wouldn't have to worry about freezing to death. Ji Xian dug a nutrient solution out of his backpack and, while warming himself in front of the heater, replenished his nutrients. Today had been a busy day, nearly hanging by a thread. Now, finally, I could sit down and take a deep breath. Ji Xian had barely taken a few bites of the nutrient solution before setting it aside. He decided to keep it warm by the heater. The last time a nutrient solution froze was about 7 or 8 years ago, wasn't it? Back then, he was still a member of the Tomorrow mercenary group, leaning against this huge tree. The supplies weren't plentiful, but no one had ever frozen to death. It was just that everyone shared a large dormitory. Training and missions had ceased, and everyone hunkered down in the dormitory, sometimes even playing cards leisurely. To be honest, he didn't have a vivid memory of the cold snap back then. Ji Xian rummaged through his bag again, and found a few mutant mantis eggs. These were the food Chu Ci had packed for him before he left, along with some wild boar jerky. Unfortunately, there wasn't much left. After all, they hadn't expected to be stuck here for so long. As for the royal jelly, it could be saved for later use as medicine. Ji Xian had originally wanted to eat a mutant mantis egg, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to do so. He had to be frugal with his food. He only had 8 points left, and couldn't even afford a single nutritional supplement. What's more, it's only the beginning of the cold snap. Prices will only continue to rise as time goes on. I'm afraid by the end, I won't even be able to find a place to buy anything. After a short rest, Ji Xian's body finally warmed up a bit, and the nutrient supplement finally reached room temperature. As he drank it, he surveyed his newly purchased apartment. He was extremely pleased with this place. 23 square meters wasn't actually small, at least significantly larger than the guardhouse he bought when he first bought it. And there was even a dedicated storage area upstairs. This place was truly worth the price. Ji Xian hadn't expected to find such a great deal at this time. He had to admit, he was incredibly lucky. Ji Xian couldn't help but curl his lips. Even if Chu Ci came over later, she'd definitely like it. Okay, I'm done with that. He hurriedly gathered up some debris and began repairing the heating plate. He flexed his fingers, they were barely recovered yet. Once he fully recovered, the aftereffects of the extreme cold would set in. His hands and feet would swell rapidly and itch unbearably. He knew his own body well. There was no doubt he had frostbite all over. While his fingers still hadn't recovered, he had to finish the delicate repair work. Afterward, Ji Xian retrieved the heating plate and carefully examined it under the light. Chapter 495. Ji Xian was bustling with activity, while Chu Ci was much more relaxed. The outside affairs had been settled, and the temperature in the cabin was now warm. Although it was still a bit chilly, it was well within her comfort zone. The family had plenty of food and drinking water, so Chusi simply stayed in her small room, eating and sleeping. At most, she would spend a little time each day walking around the floors to see if any of her precious vegetables had frozen to death. Not to mention, some couldn't withstand the severe cold. The mutant foxtail grass was growing vigorously, seemingly unaffected. As expected, weeds have the strongest vitality. And the ferns she had transplanted from the mine were already looking like they were about to be frozen. Some of their branches and leaves had even begun to change color, clearly showing signs of frostbite. Chusi watched anxiously, but the bedroom's limited space meant she couldn't move in even if she wanted to. She figured she still had plenty of cotton left at home, perfect for making some quilts to keep them warm. But she had no idea that fern frostbite was just the beginning. After a night without it, all the mutant fire ants in their cage had died. Chusi hurried to the room where the mutant short-tailed pit vipers were kept. Oh my god! She thought the snakes hadn't hibernated by now, but it turned out the temperature wasn't cold enough before. Her knowledge was limited, and Ji Xian's signal was weak, so she asked Fu Bowen to check. Only after confirming that there was nothing wrong did she feel relieved. Chusi's trip wasn't in vain. To her surprise, Fu Bowen had already approved her reward application. Together with VIPs 1 and 2, he gave her a total of 600 points. Chusi checked her watch. She still had over 200 points remaining. She had everything she needed, so she decided to transfer them all to Ji Xian. After all, when away from home, having more money was essential. Little did she know that this would truly solve Brother Xian's urgent need. Chusi cleared the bodies of the mutated fire ants, feeling a sense of regret. It seemed these mutants weren't invincible when it came to adapting to their environments. But before she could finish her sigh, the alarm at the base went off again. This time, it wasn't the notification on her watch, but a more urgent beeping alarm. Chusi had only heard it once before, and that time was when a mutated giant salamander attacked the base. Clearly, another mutant animal had broken in. She hurriedly got up and climbed to the rooftop. Looking around, the west area was relatively quiet, with no unusual figures. Soon, a notification message arrived from her watch, explaining the specifics of the alarm. Fortunately, the situation isn't too dire. A few small mutant owls have simply flown into the northern section of the base. Presumably unable to withstand the harsh cold outside, they targeted these houses. As for the attacks on humans, they're merely a sideshow. They aren't particularly aggressive. Except when hunting, they usually remain quietly within their nests, refusing to move. The owl's lethality is limited, so they don't pose a significant threat to the patrol office. The base will deal with them as quickly as possible. During this period, the base urges the public to minimize outdoor activities and ensure their own safety. Let us all hope that this problem can be resolved satisfactorily and swiftly. Chusi, however, felt little relief upon hearing this news, her brow furrowed slightly. That's not right. We laid down a large amount of repellent powder around the base, so why would mutant animals still come? This incident was different from the mutant giant salamander incident. The incident happened suddenly, and then the river channel led directly to the base entrance, practically creating a path for them to follow. But these owls were using aerial routes, so how could they accurately locate the base? Could it be just a coincidence? But the successive attacks of mutant animals clearly shattered her illusion. Clearly, there was something wrong with the repellent powder. The base had naturally discovered this problem, but unfortunately, distant water could not quench immediate thirst. This time, Base 46 was truly unlucky. The base's repellent powder was specially formulated, with excellent longevity and diffusion properties. Even covered by several meters of snow, the scent of the repellent powder could not be masked. However, the sudden drop in temperature this time caused large swaths of snow on the ground to freeze, rapidly disappearing any remaining pores. The repellent powder was completely sealed beneath the snow, naturally weakening its effectiveness against mutant beasts. Ordinarily, the base would have stockpiled this kind of stuff, but they had just opened a new route, and most of their stock had been moved there. As a result, even if they wanted to use it, there was nothing left. As for production, well, sorry, production requires raw materials, and with temperatures approaching -90 degrees Celsius, many of the equipment is extremely difficult to start. So, the base can only do what it wants, but not what it can. Hopefully, everyone. What little they had was distributed, but unfortunately, it didn't have much of an effect. Every day, there were always 3 or 4 mutant little animals, or 1 or 2 groups, that would settle down. Even on Chusi's side, she managed to take down 2 mutant lizards. Luckily, they were small, barely more than a man tall, so she could handle them. Unfortunately, the 2 windows on the second floor were ruined. Now the cold air was rushing towards the house, and she couldn't bear it anymore. She braved the freezing cold, and ran to Old Lee's house to buy 2 more windows and install them. Only then did she finally give up. But this matter wasn't over yet. Chapter 496. Over the next few days, Chu Si's side enjoyed a bountiful harvest. Perhaps because the newly built house looked sturdy, it was particularly attractive to the mutants. Thankfully, they were small, and Chu Si could handle them on his own. After all, these were losers eliminated by nature. The reason they found the base was simply because their ability to withstand the cold had reached its limit. In fact, Chu Si had always worried about the arrival of powerful mutants, but after so many days, the base remained relatively stable. Every day was neither good nor bad. Although new mutants joined the base daily, their combat power was within the controllable range of the patrol office. But on closer inspection, it was understandable. As long as their strength was sufficient, there was no shortage of places in nature for mutants to shelter from the cold, such as caves or sheltered areas. Furthermore, most of them had thick hides, and with their teamwork and warmth, the cold wave wouldn't be able to do anything to them for a while. This, by some strange coincidence, gave the base some breathing room. After all, in such a cold winter, who would want to go so far as to wander here? Thus, a strange peace emerged between humans and mutant beasts within the base. But Sister Chu couldn't care less now. She was incredibly busy. Even though these mutant beasts weren't big, they couldn't withstand the constant attacks day and night. Thankfully, her home had a high-voltage power grid, so if 2 or 3 came at once, she could still handle it. Chu Si sighed helplessly. It was unbelievable how many small mutant animals there were nearby. Just in the past 3 days, there have been several waves of mutant pheasants and mutated hunting dogs. Chu Si couldn't help but want to give them some advice. You guys have claws, don't you? You just dig a hole and lie in it. Look, how can a burrowing mutant be displaced? Chu Si's family had been attacked so frequently, yet they hadn't seen a single mutant mouse or rabbit. It might be impossible for pheasants to dig tunnels, but it was definitely possible for dogs to do the same. Sister Chu was truly exhausted from hunting. Even with the good harvest, she wanted to call it quits for a while. The constant work day and night was unbearable for anyone. But unfortunately, even if Chu Si wanted to talk, those mutant dogs wouldn't listen. There was no other way. The toil and painstaking work had to continue. To protect her house, she gritted her teeth and endured it. Chu Si clicked on her watch and resignedly began uploading the mutant animal she hunted today. At this point, she couldn't help but complain. The base was very strict about uploading information. Ever since the mutant animal attack, officials had required everyone to submit a report daily. If you haven't encountered a mutant animal attack, simply fill in none. If you're unfortunate enough to be attacked at home, you need to fill in a series of information, including the type and number of mutants, the severity of the attack, whether the homeowner is capable of clearing the area themselves, and an estimated danger level. The unfortunate thing is, even if you submit this information, you won't receive any immediate assistance from the patrol office, leaving you on your own. However, the base isn't completely indifferent to the lives of the people. They already taken measures, designating all basements as temporarily requisitioned areas. Anyone feeling unsafe at home can seek temporary shelter underground. But the living conditions there are undoubtedly harsh, and there are also some thieves. Chu Si, who wants to protect his home, naturally can't go down there. As for those who voluntarily remain above ground, the base truly struggles to provide comprehensive care. After all, the mutant beasts are numerous, and rescue operations must be planned. To this end, the base will assess and score the danger level of each area based on the reports submitted by residents. Due to the limited manpower of the patrol office, they will naturally prioritize areas with higher risk levels. However, it's worth noting that there's another group of people at high risk, those who haven't submitted any information. Not surprisingly, these people are likely to have met with misfortune or are in danger. The most likely scenario is that they've been massacred by the mutant beasts. These mutant beasts are generally highly dangerous, and the base requires special attention. As for people like Chu Si, they're completely worry-free. No matter the danger level, they be eliminated as many as they come. Everyone at the patrol office wants to give her an Outstanding Resident Award. Chapter 497. Chu Si walked into the bedroom and reached out to remove the bird feathers from her head. She had just engaged in a fierce battle with a mutant quail, earning her a fair share of scratches. Unexpectedly, a dark horse emerged from the crowd. Although she ultimately managed to kill the quail, she also sustained several injuries. She lay on the bed, her teeth bared, gnawing on some dried meat, while using an energy stone to heal her wounds. There was a familiar crackling sound, the sound of the electric grid being touched. Chu Si had heard it countless times recently. Her face darkened, and she grabbed her weapon and rushed out, cursing uncontrollably. "Can't you give me a break? It's only been so long, and you're here again?" For a moment, she felt so weak and helpless. But as she rushed into the yard, she was stunned. She had never expected. "Monkey Mom? Why are you here?" And with her much older brother. As soon as she spoke, Monkey number 2 immediately raised its head and let out 2 weak cries. Chu Si was startled. What had happened? She hurried over and, reaching out, realized the little creature was freezing. Even in its mother's arms, it was freezing cold. Its hands and feet felt like ice. By this point, the little monkey was starting to lose consciousness. The mother monkey squeaked at her several times, her front paws twitching anxiously. Chu Si immediately took number 2 out of its arms. The situation was critical. There was no time to lose. The Queen of Flowers was too large to fit comfortably inside. Chu Si said, "You stay in the yard while I carry the little monkey inside." The monkey mother didn't understand Chu Si's meaning, but when the door closed before her, she obediently stood guard at the entrance. Chu Si knew she was worried, but there was no other way. The door had to be closed, otherwise the warmth inside would quickly dissipate. Back in the house, she immediately carried the little monkey into the bedroom. Luckily, the heating was always on, so she simply tucked him into bed. After tucking the little monkey into bed, she hurried out to boil some water. The most important thing now was to warm the little monkey up quickly, and a bath was undoubtedly the quickest way to do that. After boiling the water, she quickly made him a cup of honey water. This was the one the Monkey King had given him last time. She'd been so busy since returning home that she'd forgotten about the honey test. Now was the perfect time to give it to the little monkey to drink, as it would quickly replenish his energy. Chu Si wheeled over a large bucket from the hydroponic room, turning the heat to full blast. She boiled water 5 times, then added some cold water. Chu Si reached out and tested it. It was neither too hot nor too cold, just the right temperature. She knew that when rewarming after frostbite, the water temperature should be kept low, as it could easily cause burns. For humans, the water temperature should be around 40 to 42 degrees Celsius. Xiaobao was a mutant, so logically, he'd be more resistant to rubbing than humans. But considering it was still a baby, Chu Si didn't dare rush things. After confirming everything was fine, she placed monkey treasure number 2 in. She carefully tended to it, refilling the honey water and adding hot water when the bath water cooled. After half an hour of work, the little monkey finally regained its spirits. The bath shouldn't last too long. Seeing it had almost recovered, Chu Si immediately lifted little 2 out of the bucket, wiped off the water, and let it air dry in front of the heater before letting it climb back into bed and cover itself with a quilt to warm up. Seeing a half-eaten strip of meat nearby, she stuffed it directly into Monkey 2's hands. "Eat it. Stay here. I'm going to go see Monkey Mom." With that, she walked out. Seeing that little monkey was leaving, he immediately scurried off the bed. Negotiations proved futile, so Chu Si had no choice but to let him follow her outside, wrapped in a quilt. Seeing his mother still waiting outside, he visibly relaxed. Monkey Mom squeaked at him twice, and he obediently returned to his bedroom. The Queen Flower was delighted to see Monkey Baby recover. It had almost lost another treasure. Alas, the little monkey is at that mischievous age now. He ran off to play on his own, and by the time his mother found him, he nearly frozen to death. Luckily, he remembered his eldest daughter. After confirming everything was alright, Queen Flower found a corner in the yard and lay down. Chu Si, seeing nothing was amiss, returned to her bedroom. With such a large figure suddenly taking charge of the house, Chu Si felt much more at ease sleeping. The mother monkey lay there for a while, but the more she lay, the more uncomfortable she felt. After a long while, she couldn't help herself and rolled to her feet, marking a circle around Chu Si's house. Finally feeling relieved, she went back home and went to sleep. Chapter 498. After a rare good night's sleep, Sister Chu woke up the next day feeling refreshed. But upon opening the door, she discovered that Monkey Mother was no longer in the yard. Chu Si climbed to the 3rd floor and looked around, but couldn't find her. But Sister Chu wasn't anxious. After all, Monkey Baby was here, he definitely wouldn't leave. She went to one side of the yard, where a pile of mutant animals she had recently hunted lay. She hadn't dared to handle them before, fearing the smell of blood would attract more mutants. But now that Monkey Baby number 2 was in the house, the meat could be put to good use. Xiao Er could eat the highly radioactive meat, so she couldn't waste the family's precious reserves. That was her and Brother Xian's rations. Once they were gone, they would have to spend exorbitant amounts on nutritional supplements. Not only would Brother Xian be heartbroken, but she couldn't bear it either. Of course, Chu Xi hadn't planned to cook the little monkey's food too well. Besides, her cooking skills weren't great to begin with, and even if she wanted to show her deep love for her fellow monkeys, she couldn't conjure anything. So, she dug the corpse of a mutant sparrow from the pile of harvest. The feathers. Never mind, Chu Xi thought for a moment and decided not to pluck them. The monkey couldn't be coddled. After all, it was still a wild monkey, destined to return to the forest someday. It couldn't be treated too delicately. She briefly touched the corpse, but alas, there was nothing. She reached out to open the kitchen's air filter, and then roasted the whole bird directly over the fire. Don't eat it if it's fresh. Chu Xi was afraid it would arouse her Bao's ferocity, and then he ran straight to the base to catch prey. Her grip loosened, and the roasting sparrow fell with a thud into the fire. Chu Xi stood up quickly, now having a rather daunting thought. It was all right for Monkey Mom to go out and find food, but she absolutely mustn't start her business at the base. Chu Xi immediately dragged Xiao Er out, thought for a moment, and tied a small blanket around him. Hurry, hurry, sweetheart, use your nose to smell. We have to find Monkey Mom quickly. Chu Xi didn't want to gamble. The monkey's special treatment of her had a reason, and most humans, in their eyes, were no different from prey. She didn't want Monkey Mom to directly oppose the base because of this. She expressed herself well, and she felt Xiao Er understood perfectly. Then, he led her directly to the base's plantation, ready to take her to pick fruit. At least Chu Xi had some culture, which was why she wasn't a wanted criminal. But it was clear that the plan to use it to find Monkey Mom had failed. Without a choice, Chu Xi could only act as a freelance hunter, watering the base, and taking out a few mutant beasts along the way. Sadly, she didn't find any sign of the queen flower. This was bad news, but also good news. Later, she was freezing so hard that she had to return home to rest and prepare to continue her search that afternoon. Opening the door, she found a big surprise. Not only was Monkey Mom back, but there were also 9 little monkeys in the yard. Some were smaller than Xiaobao, some were bigger. They were all obediently staying in the yard, figuring out how to demolish her house. A huge thank you to the monkey mother, who had stopped some of their irrational behavior. Chu Xi felt a bit overwhelmed. She had a feeling she was going to have a tough battle. Opening the door, she looked at the room full of monkeys, and was overwhelmed. Thankfully, these guys brought their own food, so she didn't have to worry about it. However, it looked like she had decided to open this nursery. Her bedroom couldn't accommodate so many little monkeys, so Chu Xi crammed them inside for warmth, while she prepared other rooms for them. The first floor was used for various functional areas, so it naturally couldn't be used for them. The second floor wasn't an option either. Chu Xi had already planted food there, and she was afraid these little guys would mess around. Luckily, the third floor was empty and spacious, so there was no room for them to run around and play. The temperature on the third floor was too cold, and Chu Xi still needed to go to Oldley to buy some more equipment. She planned to just buy 2 large electric heating plates, and then make a large nest with cotton wool on top. She just agreed to let these creatures live together. However, if she did that, the electricity at home wouldn't be enough. After thinking about it, Chu Xi decided to shut down the power grid first. That thing, in its current state, seemed a bit useless. It couldn't stop the big mutants, and the small ones weren't even enough for Monkey Mom to practice with. If that didn't work out, she'd just go out and start using it. After all, with so many monkeys around, there probably wouldn't be any mutants that could sneak up on her while she slept at night. With this in mind, she didn't waste any time, took her points and 2 energy stones, and hurried out of the house. Chapter 499. As soon as Chu Xi left the house, she quickly turned back. She was completely overwhelmed. Her first priority was to upload the information about the mutant animals. Otherwise, if someone reported her and the investigation began, she would definitely face serious consequences. Of course, there was a certain skill in reporting. The species and number of mutant animals were objective facts. She couldn't hide them even if she wanted to. However, regarding the attack intent and security level, she simply followed the lowest standards. The base received so many reports every day that the staff simply didn't have the energy to review them one by one. They must have a certain standard, such as an overall security level. Chu Xi calculated that after comprehensive analysis, hers was at most intermediate. After filling in the information, she took a deep breath and clicked submit. Then, The information fell into oblivion, completely igniting no ripples, not even a single call back. Sister Chu finally felt relieved. After settling the little creatures, she prepared to leave for old Lee's grocery store. Chu Si pushed the electric bike out of the house, tied a cart to it, and glanced at the small pile of mutant beast carcasses in the yard. Suddenly, his mind clicked. Now that Monkey Mom was at home, wouldn't it be a good opportunity to get rid of those mutant beasts in the yard? I could also take the opportunity to sell the skins, saving them from taking up space at home. Furthermore, such a large accumulation of wealth was a valuable asset, both for humans and mutant animals. Leaving it lying around like this was ultimately a hidden danger. Having made up her mind, she went to the yard and dragged the mutant beasts into the kitchen one by one. After being left outside for several days, they had long since frozen solid into ice, making it difficult to penetrate with a knife. She simply boiled some hot water and poured it over each one. Once they had thawed slightly, she could easily peel the skins off. As for whether they contained energy stones, she would slowly dissect them later that night. She piled the various skins together, not handling them carefully, leaving the fat still on. She also didn't pluck the feathers from some of the bird skins, saving them for the raw material price. As for the mutant beast meat, she would save it for the monkey cub snacks. Chu Si wrapped all the skins in plastic wrap. After confirming that they were fine, she dragged them to old Lee's grocery store. After selling all the skins, Chu Si earned another 98 points, which allowed her to buy 2 large electric hot plates. After returning home, she immediately took it to the 3rd floor to install it. Since she didn't have time for the cotton pads at the moment, she grabbed an old quilt to make do. After a busy afternoon, dinner was almost here, and Chu Si didn't skimp. Having just skinned the mutant animals that morning, now was a perfect time for her to cook. Chu Si pulled out the carcasses of 2 mutant geckos from the pile of white food. After testing them, they all showed signs of being highly radioactive and mutated. She then used a chisel to cut the meat into about 10 pieces and tossed them all into the pot to cook. Due to limited seasoning, Chu Si only added a little salt before serving, so it wasn't particularly tasty. Furthermore, since it had been directly frozen, most of the meat was cooked on the outside, but still cold and bloody on the inside. Chu Si stabbed a piece with a knife, then silently returned it to the bucket. No big deal. Mutated animals have strong stomachs, so this won't kill them. Chu Si left a few pieces for the monkey mother and carried the rest in a wooden bucket to the 3rd floor. Realizing it was meat, the little monkeys rushed over and quickly began scrambling for it. Chu Si, quick-witted, scooped up her little second child and headed downstairs. Of course, one's own monkeys needed special care. How could something boiled in plain water possibly rival the rich aroma of something baked directly? The 2 little ones quietly made their way to the 1st floor. To be honest, upon seeing the brazier, the little second monkey immediately regretted their decision. It would have been better to go back and eat the boiled meat. At least, that would have seemed more palatable. By now, the pretty little sparrow had long since evolved into a charcoal black mass. Chu Si's smile faltered slightly. What a mistake. I left in such a hurry this morning that I forgot to bring out the roasted sparrow. The waiter struggled to turn his not-so-clever head, then immediately turned and rushed upstairs. Alas, it was too late. The other monkeys had already snatched up the meat. After earning enough ridicule, he could only return home in defeat. He returned to guard the brazier and fished out the black ball inside. While eating, he even remembered to flick off the ashes, which pleased Sister Chu immensely. But she also knew she was in the wrong. After looking around the house, she finally gave him a cup of thick honey water as an apology. In the end, this whole thing was completely unnecessary. The naughty kid could have drunk it quietly, but to avenge the ridicule, he actually ran upstairs to show off. He was so fast that by the time Sister Chu realized what was happening, it was too late to stop him. Chapter 500. After the monkey's information was uploaded, it was indeed quiet for a while. But things clearly wouldn't always develop in the direction Chu Si had hoped. After all, in addition to manual review, the base also had machine review. The machine review had a different weighting than manual review, specifically to promptly weed out those who deliberately misreported military intelligence. Of course, the original purpose of the machine review was to filter out submissions that deliberately increased the risk level. After all, who wouldn't want to quickly eliminate the mutant beasts that had invaded their territory? There weren't many people like Chu Si who took the initiative to reduce the burden on the organization. But by some strange coincidence, Chu Si's submission was pulled up by the system, and even rated high risk. The reviewer narrowed his eyes, a little skeptical. Could it be a system glitch? This was the first time he's seen a risk level higher than the actual submission. The young man casually clicked on the information. To be honest, at first, he was simply curious. Since the user's self-submitted risk level was low, he didn't think it would be a serious problem. First column, type of mutant, mutated monkey. Monkey? The young man sat up slightly. Second column, number of mutants, 11. His first reaction was that there was a recording error. This must be a small population, right? But clearly not, because QCI uploaded it very carefully, marking the number of adults and juveniles separately. It was clearly not a case of a typo. But these were mutant monkeys. Even as juveniles, their combat power was far superior to that of ordinary small mutants. So, this warrior, with 11 high-powered mutant beasts at home, thoughtfully uploaded a low-level threat. The young man took a deep breath and continued reading. Attack intent, not strong. Is the homeowner capable of clearing the area themselves? Yes. Estimated danger level, safe. The reviewer's mouth twitched. Safe? This is the highest of the high, right? Without hesitation, the young man immediately reported it. The review team leader frowned and immediately granted access, taking over QC's home's network surveillance. Here, as long as the surveillance is connected to the internet, the base can access it. However, unless it's a special case, no one will bother accessing it. Firstly, there was a question of authority. Secondly, the base's resources were limited. They couldn't even keep track of key personnel, so who would keep an eye on an ordinary person? Luckily, Ji Xian was aware of this situation. The surveillance cameras in QC's home were all installed outside. Logically, they shouldn't reveal any private information. Of course, that's just. Sister Chu remained quite calm, completely unaware that her area had been taken over by the base's officials. At this moment, she was gathering a group of monkeys, preparing for a fight in the yard. The incident started because Monkey Xiao Air was being bullied. The honey cup he had been holding up to show off was snatched away by the other monkeys, and he was beaten for it. Monkey Mother didn't care. As the leader, Chu Ci felt the need to redefine the group's status for these little monkeys, and thus, today's fight took place. When the video signal was connected, the inspectors were stunned. At that time, Sister Chu was desperately holding down a monkey and beating him. It was obvious that she was not holding back, and every punch hit the flesh. Of course, she didn't gain much advantage, as the other monkeys clearly didn't hold back either, each one beating her harder than the last. Her bout clearly wasn't cut out to be a powerful leader. The most he could do was take a few beatings for his boss. An inspector immediately stood up from his seat. Captain, should we contact the inspection office immediately and prioritize resolving this situation? The team leader frowned for a moment, then shook his head slightly. He reached out and tapped the screen. Have you noticed? When these monkeys fight, not a single one uses their teeth, and the little girl never uses a dagger or any other offensive weapon. This is highly unusual. Biting is a key offensive tool for mutant animals, but now it seems more like playing house. The fight seems intense, but neither the monkeys nor the little girl have suffered any real harm. The situation is getting increasingly bizarre, and the subsequent developments are even more confusing to them. Because Chu Ci called for a break. And the fight actually ended just like that. The sensors in front of the surveillance cameras had their brows twisted into knots. Chu Ci stood in the yard with her hands on her hips, head bowed and panting for a long time. When she finally caught her breath, she mercilessly slapped a nearby mutant monkey on the head. She said bluntly, "Is this unsportsmanlike? 9 of you are beating up 2 of us?" As soon as she finished her words, a large, adult mutant monkey suddenly tumbled down from the wall, and everyone's nerves suddenly jumped. But for all the tension in their hearts, the gorilla seemed to have it noticed Chu Ci and simply found a nest in the yard.